What would you do if you woke up in Nazi Germany, 4 years before World War II, with complete knowledge of the future? You know who will rise. You know who will fall. You know every battle, every betrayal, every mistake. But changing history isn't as simple as warning people. Every action creates new enemies. Every success changes the future. And every mistake brings you one step closer to execution. This isn't a story about becoming a hero. It's about surviving inside history's most dangerous regime while trying to prevent the future from becoming even worse. This is the Third Reich, Shadows of the Golden Eagle. Chapter 1, A Treasure Awakens. Paul looked at his phone. It said 10:30 p.m. He sighed. Another unfruitful day of searching for the impossible, he thought out loudly while taking his coat from his chair. He looked around while walking through the office. Most of his team members had already left. His eyes wandered to the desks filled with old maps and documents, the screen still flickering with coordinates and sonar scans, none of them leading to the lost U-530A German U-boat that reportedly transported many secrets of the Nazi regime right before its fall. His eyes wandered further over one of the desks, and amid the scattered documents, a yellowed picture caught his attention. A warm, almost nostalgic smile flickered across Paul's face. Cairo, he muttered. His team, although a smaller and younger version of it, sand covering half their bodies. A coffin-like box covered in shiny gems lay before them. He thought back to the endless adventures, the excitement and the renown that trip brought him. It was his first major finding, the one that made him famous. It was also officially the first time he met his American rival James. At least that's what the press began calling them over the years. He knew James was in the same boat, hunting the ghost called U-530, but Paul knew this hunt was harder and even more impossible than any before. He pondered for a long time, his forehead covered with wrinkles. That's when he hesitated for a moment, fingers hovering over James' number before finally pressing down. The phone rang once, twice. Paul. James' voice came through, calm, but carrying the slightest edge of exhaustion. James, Paul said, with a slightly sarcastic tone. Sounds like you've made about as much progress as I have these past few weeks. What is it? James asked, annoyance evident in his voice. Look, I'm calling because I have a suggestion. Why don't we combine the data we've collected over time and look for cross-references? I'm sure with double the amount of data we can find it, Paul said. There was a long pause until James finally spoke. Fine, but this doesn't mean that I will share whatever we find in that goddamn U-boat. Let's exchange data and nothing else. There was a long silence again while Paul was weighing his options before he finally answered. I agree, he said before hanging up. Paul stood up and went outside, starting his car, preparing to drive home. Yet before he could press the accelerator, he thought about his wife, her nagging. Why was he so late again? Did he not care about his family? Paul sighed, his head hurting at the thought. I will just sleep here, he said to himself, sliding into his seat, trying to find a comfortable position. His eyes slowly closed, his breath slowing down. Paul opened his eyes, looking at the endless ocean laying before him. He adjusted his diving mask, his eyes scanning the horizon, not for the beautiful sunset, but for James. Paul thought back to their phone call 2 weeks earlier and the cooperation that had followed. By combining their data and days of relentless work, Paul managed to pinpoint what he believed was the location of the U-530. He rushed toward the airport, once again, abandoning his family, putting work, his passion, over them. Paul glanced down at the small picture he always carried with him. It was his family, smiling and carefree, unaware of the countless dangers he faced. In the name of discovery, he gave it a quiet nod, a silent promise to them. This will be the last time. It still seems like we are a step ahead, Paul said to his colleague Werner, who was also adjusting his diving suit. Now we are paying him back for Brazil, Werner said mockingly. That temple was ours. We had located it first. Paul interrupted him. He is as stubborn as me, if not more. He would stop at nothing to reach his goal. That's the James the first got to know. And trust me, he is still the same greedy man he was back then. He stole enough from us. Now it's time we got our hands on that mythical U-boat. With that, Paul and Werner slipped over the edge of their vessel, the cold Atlantic, water swallowing them instantly. The light from above became smaller and smaller, the bottom darker and darker. Paul's eyes scanned the murky seabed for a while, seeing nothing but algae and sand before his eyes. Lit up, he gestured to Werner, who followed his gaze. There was the unmistakable silhouette of a U-boat buried halfway in the seabed. Paul and Werner swam slowly, studying its silhouette until they spotted a half-open hatch. They looked at each other, hearts racing, before they slipped inside. Their flashlights cut through the thick gloom, illuminating rusted control panels, scattered documents, and crates. Stacked against the walls, a withered but still recognizable Nazi flag hung on one wall, a reminder of the vessel's past. Paul and Werner paused in a narrow corridor, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. Paul made a quick hand signal, 2 fingers pointed in opposite directions and 1 tap on his helmet. Werner understood immediately. They would split up to cover more ground. James' POV, meanwhile, above the water, a big boat came racing towards the spot where Paul and Werner had dived down, halting next to it. Big waves splashed against Paul's rented ship. James saw the commotion he had caused on his enemy's boat. He smiled. A ripple signaled his arrival. The American diver cut through the Atlantic depths quickly, eyes locked on the same prize, eager to catch up and secure something for himself. He too spotted the submarine, exactly where it should be. He entered through another hatch, approaching from the opposite side where Paul and Werner had entered. James swam cautiously down the narrow corridor, flashlight cutting through the murky water. Give me something, anything, he thought while studying the dead devices and withered corpses, looking for anything valuable, perhaps myth-like. Come on, Nazis, what fucked up stuff have you try to hide? He thought, his annoyance evident. Then around a corner, he froze. Another diver was there, just a few meters away, his flashlight illuminating a golden gleam that caught both their eyes. Paul, James thought, looking at the man enraged. Paul's eyes widened as he looked from the treasure to James. James also focused on the gleam. It was a statue of an eagle, directly within the hands of a skeleton, still clad in its uniform. James saw Paul reaching out for the majestic-looking statue, so he did the same, ready to fight Paul for it. That bastard, this is mine, he thought, gritting his teeth. Both of their fingertips touched the statue simultaneously, their hands nearly colliding as they grasped the eagle. James' other hand moved near his back, where he had secured a diving knife. This is too valuable. It can't fall into that German idiot's hands, James thought, a dangerous glint forming in his eyes. But then a sudden pulse of blinding white light erupted from the eagle, flooding through the narrow compartment and engulfing both divers entirely. James had to close his eyes, the intense light blinding his vision. He tried to block it with his hands. It was as if the light was everywhere. Then the water around them shimmered and twisted, as if reality itself was falling apart. Everything felt weightless for a moment. James felt like he was falling into the abyss. And then, just as suddenly, the light vanished. It was as if nothing had happened except the eagle, Paul and James, and even the entire submarine were gone. Chapter 2. Heinrich Jäger, 1936. Paul blinked and rubbed his eyes. The familiar darkness of the U-boat was gone. The water was gone. The temperature had changed. Everything was different. What the fuck, he cursed. He found himself under a thick wool blanket, lying in a dark wooden bed. Was this a dream? He muttered, utterly confused by the situation. But it wasn't his own bed. He woke up. The bed he found himself in, The drawer with the glass water on top of it, the whole room he was in, it didn't look like it belonged to the 21st century. Paul slowly pushed the blanket aside and sat up cautiously. He looked around himself once more, his eyes wandering across the unfamiliar-looking room until they landed on a small mirror hanging on the opposite wall. His eyes widened and his breath caught in his throat. The reflection, staring back at him, was not his own. It was an entirely unfamiliar man Paul had never seen before. His jet black hair was slicked back neatly, his eyes a piercing ocean blue and a jawline sharp enough to cut. Paul also glanced at the clothes the man wore, a crisp field gray-black. Military uniform hugged his strong frame. Black labels, polished silver. Buttons and a leather belt with a silver buckle caught his attention. He spent what felt like an eternity wandering the room, running his hand across the rough wooden furniture, touching the thick blanket again, tracing the insignia on his collar as if to prove it was real. The more he did, the colder the truth settled in his bones. The man in the mirror is me, he whispered. His voice trembled. This is not a dream. And these insignia, they're German. And my name is Heinrich Jäger. He stuttered and collapsed to the ground, holding and rubbing his burning head. Foreign memories invaded his mind, faces, places, and events that were not his own. Paul tried to stand up, disgust forming on his face. Those are Heinrich's memories, my ancestor, Paul realized. My grandfather. Too, he was somehow transported to the body of his ancestor. Is this a joke? He shouted angrily, as if this was a prank done on him. Paul spent the next few minutes trying to make sense of the flood of memories rushing through his mind. Heinrich had just turned 27 and was born in Frankfurt. His mother had died when he was still a child, leaving him to grow up mostly under the care of his father and alongside his two sisters. Later, inspired and stirred by Hitler's speeches and the political climate of the time, he joined a military school. And as for today's date, it's the 1st of March, 1936, Paul stammered. Too, he swallowed hard, his mind still spinning. His uniform unfamiliar, yet perfectly fitting like it has always been. There, his fingers also brushed over the insignia on his shoulder. One silver bar, a lieutenant, Paul confirmed. Ein Heinrich Jäger. Lieutenant. Not just a name, not just a rank. It was a life, one that demanded respect, obedience, and courage. The drill routines, the training, the discipline, all rushed into his mind with startling clarity. But then, his thoughts wandered back to himself. But what about my name? What about my family? What about them? He shouted angrily, slamming his fist onto the table. A sudden knock made him jump up. A voice called sharply, "Lieutenant Jäger, report to the courtyard immediately." There was no time to ponder, no time for thinking. At that moment, Paul realized he couldn't afford to be discovered. He collected himself one last time, taking a deep breath, swallowing his anger while adjusting his collar. The moment he walked through that door, he would become Heinrich Jäger. And so he did. Paul pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped into the fresh morning air. The courtyard was alive with movements, soldiers marching in formation, their black leather boots striking the stone in perfect rhythm. He felt a strange sense of belonging, yet it was still disorienting. But before he could fully understand his feelings towards the place, he noticed a burly officer walking towards him. He recognized the man as Hauptmann Kruger, his direct superior and commanding officer of the 3rd Company within the 2nd Infantry Regiment, Frankfurt. Heinrich himself led the newly formed 1st Platoon, consisting of about 40 soldiers. "Lieutenant Jäger," he barked, voice carrying over the courtyard. "Report immediately. I expect no hesitation." Paul swallowed hard, but he managed to calm himself. He straightened his uniform while walking towards the direction of the Hauptmann and the 40 men from his platoon. Paul saluted the Hauptmann, who only nodded in return. Then his eyes swept over the 40 soldiers waiting in formation, awaiting his orders. "Platoon, fall in," he called, his voice steadier. Then he felt the soldiers snap to attention, heads turning in. Unison, boots striking the ground with precision. Paul remembered the countless drills, exercises, and orders Heinrich learned in military school. He tried to command them with the same authority and discipline as his teacher did. "First squad, forward march. Eyes front. Keep the line straight," he shouted. As the soldiers moved, Paul felt a strange thrill building up inside him. For just a moment, he forgot about all the confusion, the fear, and the anger that had wreaked havoc in his mind since his transmigration. "Very good, Lieutenant," Kruger finally said, bringing Paul out of his trance, his voice carrying across the courtyard. "Maintain this discipline. I expect nothing less in the field. Familiarize yourself with the men, and your platoon will be ready for the upcoming exercises. Move out." Commanding this platoon, feeling the authority of Heinrich's body, it was intoxicating. And yet deep down, he knew the world outside these walls was shifting toward something far darker. Could he ever return to the future, to his family? If not, then what? Would he just stay and become Heinrich, and would he wholeheartedly support Germany? "I will survive, and I will come back. Somehow," Paul told himself silently. "That's all I know for now. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every power." Stone, comment, and review. Chapter 3. The weight of tomorrow. A couple of days had passed since Paul first woke in a foreign bed, wrapped in a foreign uniform, trapped in a foreign body. Now, he lay there once more, staring at the ceiling, his mind circling endlessly around everything that had happened. When a part of him, the old Paul, still refused to accept it, and yet he could feel it. Heinrich memories, values, even his instincts slowly corrupting him every day, changing what he once was. Fear clawed at him. Would I become Heinrich completely? What would be left of Paul? It was an identity crisis he never faced before in his life. He let out a dry, humorless chuckle. And how could I even know? It's not like I've ever been transported 100 years into the past before. Paul sat up. He couldn't just lay in his bed the whole morning. It made him feel even more powerless. Perhaps it was another characteristic of Heinrich that he now bore. He made his way towards the dark oak table, also placed within his rather nice room, at least nice for military standards, he thought. Paul sat on a rather crude wooden chair, his hands wandering through drawer after drawer, his eyes soon landing on a notebook and pen. This is usable, he said to himself. Paul flipped open the notebook, the old pages rough beneath his fingertips. For a moment he simply stared at the emptiness, the silence in the room pressing down on him. Then he uncapped the pen and slowly scrawled a single word across the top of the page. Future. Paul was always rather interested in history, especially military history. Back in the 21st century, he had a small collection of old journals and military books on the Second World War. Fortunately, he knew a fair amount about the events that would soon set the entire world ablaze. The first important event in which he would probably unwillingly participate, the remilitarization of the Rhineland, March 7th, 1936, when Paul realized, fuck, that's tomorrow. His fist landing loudly on the table. He shook his head angrily. This is madness. For nonetheless, he continued to write. Spanish Civil War. 1936-1939 Anschluss of Austria, March 1938 Munich Agreement. September 1938 Occupation of Czechoslovakia, March 1939 Attack on Poland, September 1939. A part of him, still Paul from the future, trembled at the thought of what was coming. Yet another part, Heinrich's voice whispering through him, stirred a quiet sense of pride. Germany, his country, it had already lost so much, and now, in a small way, he held a piece of its fate in his hands. If I want to see that goddamn eagle again, I need rank Trust, access, he thought. Perhaps touching. It can bring me back. The higher I climb, the more secrets I can uncover. The more I know, the closer I get to returning home. Every choice, every demonstration of authority could move him up the ladder. Although he knew he would face moral compromises, or perhaps even more than that, he would proceed. Knock knock. Paul flinched. He quickly closed his notebook and slid it back inside one of the drawers. He composed himself before calling the person in. Come in. The door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. Paul let out a quiet sigh of relief. Eric, what brings you here? He asked, sounding genuinely friendly, thinking back to his second day after coming here. Heinrich and Eric were already good friends who graduated together from military school, but Paul, too, felt some connection to his new friend. The day before was the first time Paul had a normal talk with someone. After waking up in the past. Flashback, it was lunch, and he felt completely out of place, unsure how to move or act. His eyes lingering on the smashed potatoes a bit too long. Need a hand, Jäger? Familiar voice called gently. Paul looked up and saw Eric, Heinrich's old friend from military school, standing there. Both had graduated. Together, both now lieutenants. What are you just standing there for? Eric asked Paul with an raised eyebrow. Paul hesitated for a moment, then straightened his back. Just taking it all in, replied, forcing a confident tone. Eric smirked, but there was no malice in it. Just the familiarity of two soldiers who had faced drills, marches, and endless hours of study together. Well, pay attention. Smashed potatoes aren't going to salute themselves, he said, grabbing a spoon and scooping some onto his plate. Paul couldn't help but chuckle at the comment. Well, thank you, Eric. I think you've made my day, he said, a small grin breaking through his nerves. Eric gestured toward a dark wooden table in the corner of the mess hall. Come on, Jäger. Let's grab a seat. Carl's over there, too. Carl was one of the squad leaders under Heinrich's command, a seasoned Feldwebel who knew his men inside and out. He had to become more familiar with his men if he wanted to lead them, Paul thought to himself. At the corner table, the man sat with a stern but approachable face. He looked slightly older than Heinrich, who skipped a few ranks by attending military school. Carl stood up and saluted them. Sirs. At ease, Paul said already, familiar with the proper etiquette, stretching out his hand. Carl took it, and they shook hands. Afterwards, both of them sat down, next to the soldiers of Heinrich's platoon, who cast curious glances at their new platoon commander. He caught snippets of whispers, soldiers exchanging glances and quiet words. He is pretty young, is he? He seems to be quite fierce, though. Will he be strict like the last commander? Paul, or maybe it was Heinrich, but it didn't matter at that moment. He knew it was time to say something. He cleared his throat, letting the murmurs fade. His eyes swept across the platoon, and he took a deep breath. Men, he began, his voice firm and commanding, every word measured. We serve together, and together we succeed. Discipline, focus, and courage. These are what I expect from each of you. Look to the soldiers on your left and right. These are your comrades, your brothers in arms. Watch each other's backs. Follow my orders, and I promise you I will give you everything I have. Flashback Yendi, so, Eric, what brings you here? Paul asked, still processing the thoughts from earlier. Elise. Expression turned serious, a hint of tension in his voice. Heinrich. The division has been placed on alert. Orders just came down just now. We're to mobilize immediately. Paul felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He took a quick glance outside his window, where the courtyard below was alive with activity. Soldiers rushed past, and officers shouted orders he couldn't hear over the rumble of military trucks. It has begun, he whispered under his breath, the first major event in his notebook. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every power. Stone, comment, and review. Chapter 4. Crossing the Rhine. The officers had been summoned at dawn. Paul stood shoulder to shoulder with Eric and a few others when Hauptmann Kruger finally appeared, with a face Devoid of any emotion, he leaned into his worn leather chair, clasping his hands. "Gentlemen," he began, "the Führer has placed the army on full alert. Although he did not elaborate, I believe something extraordinary will happen tomorrow. You should brief your platoons and be ready to march at any time." The words hung heavy in the cold air. Some officers looked simply surprised, others excited. Paul showed none of it. He was neither excited nor surprised. He simply knew what he had to do. The Hauptmann's assumptions proved correct at exactly 9 o'clock in the next morning. The radios sprang to life, and a voice came through them. Paul and his platoon stood in formation on the front courtyard, awaiting what was about to come. The entire 2 regiments stood, neatly organized, filling every inch of the vast courtyard. The radios blasted across the courtyard, carrying the voice of the Führer to every corner of the nation. "German people, today we reclaim the Rhineland, a land that belongs to us by right. Let no man doubt the strength of our homeland, and let every citizen take pride in the honor of our soldiers. Today we tear apart the unfair Treaty of Versailles that chained our nation for so long. The eyes of history watch us, and the world will remember this day." The broadcast ended with a crackle, leaving a heavy silence in the air. Soldiers shifted uncomfortably. Moments later, a man stepped forward, dressed in a perfectly fitting gray-black officer's uniform. His black hair was streaked with gray at the temples, and his uniform, indicating his rank as an Oberst, commanded respect. Paul managed to recall a name within his memories. That man was Regiment Commander Oberst Heinz Schwarzer. Oberst Schwarzer cleared his throat. Before speaking, "Men of the regiment, you have heard it yourself. We are to move into the Rhineland by orders of the General Staff and the Führer himself. Rejoice, you are witnessing history." A murmur ran through the ranks. Some soldiers exchanged grins, clapping each other on the shoulders, the thrill of marching into history filling their faces. Others stiffened, eyes scanning the courtyard as if measuring the weight of what they were about to do. Paul stood motionless, folding his hands behind his back, neither stirred by pride nor fear. Schwarzer concluded, "2nd Regiment of the 8th Infantry Division, move out." The sound of boots striking the stone echoed across the courtyard as the platoons moved forward slowly but steadily. Paul, too, ordered his men to organize and follow him. He walked at the front, carrying his carabiner 98K rifle slung over his shoulder, the standard weapon of the German soldier at the time, and his Luger pistol secured at his belt. Behind him, his men marched in disciplined rows of 4, each carrying a carabiner 98K and a backpack. They cast respectful glances at their commander's back, especially after his demonstration the day before. Flashback: the afternoon sun burned on Paul's face while he was observing the shooting exercise of his men. His men, although good, relax. "They don't know what is about to come," Paul whispered. His eyes fell on one of the new recruits, Hans, whose hand shook as he tried to aim. Quiet. Laughter rippled through the other men. "Watch closely, men," Paul said, stepping forward, his voice calm. Hans stood to his left while the rest of the platoon formed a half circle behind them. "Focus, Hans," Paul said. "Your body knows what to do. Let it guide you, not your fear." He demonstrated the grip and stance, moving slowly so the recruit could mimic him. Hans, following every move of his superior with wide eyes, glanced at Paul with awe and gratitude. Hans fired again, this time hitting closer to the center of the target. Paul adjusted his stance slightly, guiding the recruit's shoulders and breathing. With each shot, Hans steadied, and the nervous tremble in his hands faded. By the last few rounds, he was striking the bullseye consistently. A murmur of impressed approval ran through the platoon. Carl nodded subtly, and even the older soldiers exchanged glances, clearly impressed by the rapid transformation, and their lieutenant's skills with the rifle. But only Paul knew the truth. He hadn't been a particularly skilled shooter in his own life, but the original owner of his body had been. Heinrich had graduated at the top of his class in marksmanship. In comparison, Paul had only been on a handful of hunting trips and had fired a few modern weapons during his mandatory military service. Why didn't Heinrich ever become truly successful with this skill? Paul wondered silently, shaking his head. Perhaps he had been unlucky, was a poor tactician, or he died early. But now it was Paul wielding those instincts, and he intended to put them to their fullest use. Flashback in the regiment's boots thundered against the cobblestones as they approached the Rhine, the towering spires of Cologne Cathedral looming ahead. Paul's platoon led the long column, and ironically, it was Paul's feet that first touched the bridge spanning the river. Historians later wrote, Lieutenant Heinrich Jäger became the first German soldier to set foot in the Rhineland since the end of the First World War. Behind them, a convoy of transport trucks rumbled along. From one of the trucks, Oberst Schwartz emerged, adjusting his uniform with an air of triumph. He strode toward the front of the column, scanning the French guard stationed at the far side of the bridge. Do you intend to step aside, or are you going to stand there like children, trembling at the sight of men? Don't embarrass yourselves further, Schwarzer called out in perfect French, and a mocking smile on his face. Most of the French soldiers froze with anger, unsure how to respond. One guard at the back, flushed with something more dangerous, as he began to raise his rifle. No, a senior French soldier barked, but it was too late. The sound of a gunshot tore through the stillness. Both German and French soldiers froze, rifles halfway raised, eyes wide with shock. Some instinctively ducked, glancing at the French guard. The young soldier crumpled silently to the ground, a red hole between his eyes, blood spattering onto the cobblestones. The soldier's eyes darted around, confused, until the truth became clear. The shot hadn't come from the French guard, it had come for Paul, his Luger pistol still smoking in his hand. Paul lowered the Luger, his hand still trembling slightly. The silence pressed in around him, broken only by the soft murmur of the river in the distant rumble of trucks. For a moment, he felt nothing. His body had moved before his mind could catch up. It had been Heinrich's instincts that saved Oberst Schwartz's life, but in doing so, he had taken another. Paul's eyes fell on the crumpled body of the young French guard. The sight was stark, undeniable, a pool of blood already formed around him. Life extinguished in an instant. He swallowed hard the reality of what he had done, threatening to crush him. Clarity came swiftly. The guard had been about to fire, not just at Oberst Schwartz, but into the ranks of his own platoon. If Paul hadn't acted instantly, many more might have died. In the end, killing would always be a soldier's duty. At least, half of him was made for it, he thought, even if the other half still recoiled at the cost. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone, comment, and review. Chapter 5, Raising the Flag. Oberst Schwartz finally turned toward him, his face a mixture of surprise and honest respect. Young man, he called, his voice carrying over the bridge. What is your name? Lieutenant Heinrich Jäger, sir, Paul replied, keeping his voice steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through him. Schwarzer studied him for a long moment, then nodded sharply. Jäger, excellent work. Quick thinking, precise execution. You just saved my life and quite possibly the lives of dozens of your comrades. Well done. It seems like Germany has still some good soldiers. Paul's chest tightened, lingering unease washing over him. The Oberst gestured to one of his attendants, who held the flag firmly in his hands. Schwarzer then pointed toward the flagpole at the center of the bridge. Lieutenant Jäger, to thank and reward you for your outstanding action, you may plant the flag of the fatherland. Plant it and show the world that Germany is back. Paul nodded and took the flag, moving toward the pole at a steady pace. He walked through the masses of soldiers still on the bridge, catching familiar faces along the way. Hauptmann Kruger, his friend Eric, and squad leader Karl, all giving him glances of approval and quiet admiration. There was also Hans, who looked at him like a child at his father. He climbed a stone column and raised the banner. The black, white, and red flag snapped sharply in the wind. The crowd of residents that had gathered along the riverbank erupted in cheers, while soldiers saluted and marched in orderly lines. Into the heart of the city, POV Thomas Scholes among the crowd, there was another kind of observer, a journalist, notebook and camera in hand, pushing eagerly through the masses of people, trying to get the perfect picture. Every detail of the scene, the disciplined march of the soldiers, the thunder of boots on cobblestones, the fluttering flag, and Paul standing at the top of the column, was being recorded. The cathedral loomed behind, framing the historic moment. The man was called Thomas Scholes. He worked at a local newspaper, and his boss sent him to document the historic reclaiming of the Rhineland, but what caught his attention was Paul. Perfect, he muttered, half to himself, heart pounding. This wasn't just another parade, not another soulless piece for the daily column. This, he knew it in his bones, was the image that would burn itself into the memory of the nation and could be him who captured it. He had to speak to that man, whatever it takes. Not the arrogant Oberst laughing or the politician who already made their way over, looking to claim this achievement. No, it had to be him. He caught the sight of Paul climbing down and quickly pushed through the crowd, calling out, "Hey, you! Wait! What's your name?" Paul POV. Paul turned, unsure of what to expect. He saw a small and burly-looking man trying to reach him rather desperately, a notebook and a camera in his hands and a determined look on his face. "Lieutenant Heinrich Jäger," he said, cautiously, after the man finally reached him. Thomas Scholes," the man said breathlessly, while extending his hand. "Journalist." Paul hesitated a moment before taking the man's hand. Scholes's grip was surprisingly strong, ink-marking fingers. "What you just did," Thomas continued, "was a piece of history, and I intend to tell the world of it." Paul frowned. A journalist? His eyes flicked to the camera. The last thing he wanted right now was more eyes on him, dissecting his every move. Thomas seemed to notice the reluctance and leaned in slightly. "Listen, I'm not here to trap you or make you look like some stiff statue in a report. This could really help your career, you know. Are you a member of the party?" "The party?" Paul sneered at the thought. "Why would I be part of that detestable group? A cabal of madmen, drunk on their own ideology, willing to drag millions into slaughter. A genocide he knew was coming, a future he intended to prevent. Yet the thought raised other questions, pulling him into deep reflection. How? And yet, he frowned. There's only one way. He would need to walk among them, smile when they smiled, speak their words, wear their uniform as if it fit. But when the time came, he would stop them. He would pierce them from within, right where it would hurt them most. As for the Second World War, Paul did not believe he could stop it. Perhaps it was necessary, in some terrible way, for a long-lasting peace. But the killing of innocents that could be prevented, that was a line he would not let be crossed. "Heinrich! Heinrich!" Thomas shouted, seeing how long Paul had been lost in thought. Paul blinked, shaking himself from the spiral of thought. He forced a small smile, hiding the storm inside. "Sorry, Thomas. Just thinking. No, I'm not yet a member of the party," he continued. Thomas's pen scratched across the notebook. "Not yet," he repeated, eyes glinting with curiosity. "Well, that's interesting. People will watch closely now. I can note that you're a promising young officer likely to join. It'll help your popularity. Make others take note of your potential." Paul gave him a small nod. "I'm fine with that." "Yes, This is the door to get right into the lions. Ding. I'll have to secure my place next to the lion himself. Soon, or it will be too late. With a final nod to Thomas, Paul turned, walking back toward his platoon. He saw Hans looking up at him with wide, almost reverent eyes. He was one among many. Eric stepped forward as well and gave him a brotherly embrace while laughing, savoring the moment. The murmurs of the crowd and the distant clatter of boots faded behind him, replaced by his own thoughts. The game had begun. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone comment and review. Chapter 6, Across the Atlantic. POV: the afternoon sun shone brightly on a sprawling mansion, finding its way through the tall windows of a spacious study, illuminating half the face of a young man. The man sat leisurely in a fine leather chair before a heavy wooden table, a cigar held between his fingers, smoke curling freely into the air. On the table lay a newspaper whose bold headline proclaimed, German forces march into Rhineland. The man's eyes wandered over the article, a faint smile playing on his lips, until suddenly his expensive cigar slipped from his fingers. His eyes widened, now fixed on the main picture, a young soldier hoisting the German flag. He read the line. Beneath it, Lieutenant Heinrich Jäger, a soldier of the German army, raising the German flag in the Rhineland. He froze. Heinrich Jäger. The name struck him like a lightning bolt. Furthermore, in all the history he had studied, in all the official records, there had never been a Heinrich Jäger playing such an important role. Too, his gaze lingered on the young officer's features, the set of his jaw, the sharpness of his eyes. Every feature of his face seemed eerily familiar, a terrifying resemblance. This was no ordinary photograph, and that was no ordinary man, he realized. He knew that face, at least the man inhabiting that body. That man was a time traveler, or more precisely, the transmigrator, just like him. So, both of us have been transported, he whispered, shock freezing his expression, his mouth falling open. It has to be him. That can't all be coincidence. He shook his head fiercely and forced his eyes back to the article. Not yet a member of the party, soon. Will be a great role model for all Germans. What the fuck, he spat, cursing under his breath. He slammed the newspaper down on the desk, his mind racing. What the hell was Paul doing? Helping Germany, changing history, and now planning to join the party? Was he trying to alter the timeline, or did he simply crave power? A chill traced down his spine. Sir William, is everything okay? A voice came from behind the door, pulling him back to reality. Everything is fine, thank you, answered quickly in a slightly annoyed tone. Yes, William Carey. It seemed that was the new me, he thought, a spoiled, rich little brat, and somehow my ancestor. He looked into the reflection of the tall glass window, glancing at his new face. I may look different, I may act or think differently, but in my heart, I am still James Carey. And I have to keep it that way, he concluded. James' eyes returned to the photograph. In the newspaper, Paul Heinrich Jäger stood there, a German flag in hand, as if he commanded the world itself. No, this cannot happen. If Paul continues down this path, the timeline will be irrevocably altered. Germany could win, he thought in horror, no matter what it takes. James whispered to himself, I will stop you. His hand clenched into a fist. He would have to find a way to stop him before history itself was rewritten. The fate of millions of countless innocents rested on what he would do next. James stood up promptly, walked through the door, and started walking through his spacious family's mansion, past large paintings and golden chandeliers. Soon reached an open door that led into what looked like another study, although this one was smaller and less grand than his own. The man who sat behind stacks of paperwork was concentrating on writing something, so he did not even notice James's arrival. James cleared his throat softly. The man looked up, startled. revealing a lined face and sharp eyes, though his posture and the way he carried himself spoke of years of quiet competence. "Ah, Sir William," the man said cautiously, rising to his feet. "I didn't hear you come in. How may I assist you?" James studied him for a moment. There was something reliable about this man, someone who could keep a secret. Without question. "Perfect. I have a task for you," James said, lowering his voice. "It must remain between us. No one else can know. Can I trust you?" The man's eyes met his steadily. "You have my word. Everything discussed here stays between us." James nodded, feeling a measure of reassurance. "Good. I need you to monitor certain events overseas. One person in particular." He handed over the newspaper. "Nothing must hint that anyone is watching him. Do you understand?" "Understood, sir." "William," the man replied, his expression unreadable. "Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone comment." In review, Chapter 7, Honor and Fame Across the Ocean. Far from the gilded mansions of America, Paul stood, sunlight bathing him in a pale, forgiving glow. The last remnants of winter had melted away, and the air smelled faintly of wet earth and new blossoms. The world seemed caught between two seasons. The streets were damp from a morning drizzle, the cobblestones reflecting the pale light. Children splashed through puddles with laughter, while a group of soldiers in gray-black uniforms marched past, boots striking sharp against the ground. It was May. Paul stood at the same place, the same bridge where he had planted the flag. 2 months ago, his gaze lingered on the flag. A week ago, he had taken a step that would change everything. Now, the path ahead was clearer and more dangerous than ever. "I'm officially a Nazi now, huh?" Paul muttered, a dry, humorless chuckle escaping him. "A criminal of history." Flashback. Paul walked through Cologne, the streets bustling with life. A businessman hurried to a meeting, a mother cradled her child, a group of young boys arm wrestled, debating who would make the better soldier, and then there was Paul. As he moved through the crowd, Paul noticed heads turning. Whispers followed him down the street. "That's the officer who raised the flag, the young hero of the Rhineland." Children paused in their play to stare, and even soldiers in passing formations gave a respectful nod. Thomas's article blew up. Newspapers across Germany reprinted the image of Paul raising the flag, the headlines hailing him as the hero of the Rhineland. Street vendors shouted it from their stalls. Children read about it in classrooms, and the radio repeated the story on an endless loop, praising his quick thinking and bravery. Paul held an envelope in his hands, sealed with an eagle stamped over a swastika. His sudden rise to fame had earned him an invitation to a gathering of high-ranking party members. In truth, it was less a meeting and more a stage demonstration for the press, an attempt to solidify his association with the party and to officially welcome him into their ranks. Paul had already applied for membership through the usual channels, but he had never received a reply until now. "You sure are popular, sir," Hans said as he walked a step behind Paul. Once a shy recruit, Hans had sharpened his marksmanship to the point that Paul personally chose him as the guard who would accompany him. Additionally, Paul's recent actions had been anything but discreet. He feared retaliation, if not from political enemies at home, then from abroad, especially the French, after the soldier he had killed. "It's always best," he thought, his jaw tightening, "to pluck the weed before it had a chance to grow. My enemies will likely think so too." Paul snapped out of his thoughts, seeing that they had arrived at their destination. A tailor shop right in the heart of Cologne. Paul and Hans stepped inside. The door chimed. Behind the counter, the clerk looked up and froze for a split second, eyes widening. "Ah, Sir Jiger," he said, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "You are here for the tuxedos, I assume." "Of course, Friedrich. Can you show us your work?" Paul asked, casually, Friedrich brought forward 2 neatly wrapped tuxedos and led them to a small changing room in the back, where they quickly exchanged their uniforms for the elegant new attire. Hans tugged at his bow tie, grumbling, "Feels like a noose." "You'll live," Paul replied, straightening his jacket. In the mirror, the two of them looked transformed, no longer soldiers, but polished gentlemen. The outfits perfectly fit the flair of the 1930s. The tuxedos were impeccably tailored, single-breasted jackets, crisp white shirts pressed stiff as boards, and black bow ties knotted tightly at the throat. Polished shoes gleamed under the shop's dim lights. Paul then handed Friedrich a few extra notes, his gesture smooth but deliberate. "For your excellent work," he said, giving the clerk a meaningful look. The clerk nodded. As they stepped back onto the street, the late afternoon air felt cooler against their freshly pressed tuxedos. A few young ladies passing by couldn't help but blush at the sight of the 2 polished gentlemen. "It's 8 p.m. They should," Paul began saying. Then the low hum of an engine drew their attention, growing steadily louder. A sleek black Mercedes 770 glided to a stop at the curb, its polished body reflecting the fading light. A chauffeur greeting them politely, cap and gloves, immaculate, opened the rear doors with precise, practiced movements. Hans hesitated, giving Paul a quick, uneasy glance. "Well, this is fancy." Paul simply straightened his tie and gave a nod. "Stay calm. Just follow my lead." The chauffeur closed the doors, and the engine purred smoothly as they began to move, carrying Paul and Hans toward the evening ahead. The Mercedes 770 rolled smoothly through the outskirts of Cologne, past big houses and fancy mansions, coming to a halt before a Gotha. Stone lions flanked the entrance, and the wrought iron gates blocked any unauthorized access. Uniformed SS soldiers stood at attention on either side, rifles slung across their shoulders, eyes scanning the approaching car. Paul retrieved the envelope from his inner pocket and held it out as the chauffeur stopped. One of the SS officers stepped forward. "Invitation, sir." Paul nodded calmly, handing over the envelope. The officer took it, examined the seal, and then gave a crisp nod. "Very well, sir. You may enter." The gates swung open with a quiet groan, and the limousine continued onto the gravel drive. Lanterns cast pools of warm light along the paths, and the distant murmur of voices hinted at the gathering already in motion. As the chauffeur pulled away, and the heavy doors loomed before them, an attendant opened them, and they stepped forward. "Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone, comment, and review." Chapter 8. The Lions. Then the hall swallowed them whole as Paul and Hans stepped inside. Light from the chandeliers scattered across polished marble, catching on metals and polished boots. Laughter and conversation wove together like a net, and for a heartbeat Paul felt as though he had walked into the very heart of the Reich. He let his eyes roam. As in history, enthusiast, he recognized several of the most prominent figures of the Reich. Near the far wall, in his crisp naval uniform, stood Admiral Erich Ritter, posture rigid, expression unreadable, a man apart even in the crowd. Closer to the center, General von Rundstedt conversed quietly with other officers, his stern presence radiating the calm authority of an old soldier. And then, as if gravity itself bent around him, Rudolf Hess, sharp features, restless energy, moved among the party men like a conductor before his orchestra. Paul's chest tightened, as if sensing it. Hess's eyes snapped toward him. He lifted his glass and tapped it lightly with a spoon. The sound cut through the air, and the hall fell into silence. "Meine Herren," Hess's voice rang out, every syllable sharp. "Tonight we celebrate loyalty, courage, and the future of the Reich. Among us stands a man whose face is well known within the Reich, and even beyond its borders. His is the face that symbolizes Germany's awakening. Hess lifted his glass higher, his eyes never leaving. Paul, Heinrich, stepped forward. Join me. Paul's stomach tightened, but his face remained calm. Every step toward Hess felt like walking along a razor's edge. The eyes of the room followed him, some curious, some calculating. He was careful to keep his posture flawless. Thank you, Herr Deputy Führer, he said, voice steady though his mind raced, for this honor. Hess's smile widened, satisfaction evident. Good, good, he murmured. Let be known, Herr Heinrich is now an official member of the party. From this day forward, his loyalty is bound to the Reich and its cause. Let all here witness the symbol of courage and service. Applause erupted, and the flash of cameras caught every angle. Paul felt the weight of the moment settle on him like a mantle as the applause erupted, filling the hall. He lifted his head slightly, eyes sweeping across the crowd, noting every detail. Near the far wall, Admiral Erich Ritter remained rigid, expression unreadable. His eyes flicked toward Paul, sharp, calculating, but betraying no emotion. Their eyes met for a brief, electric moment. A variable, Paul thought. Erich Ritter POV across the hall. Admiral Ritter's eyes flicked toward Paul. For the first time, a hint of surprise crossed his otherwise unreadable expression. He hadn't expected this young man whom he met the first time to meet his gaze so confidently. He carefully studied Paul for another heartbeat, noting the faint tension in his shoulders, the way he measured each gesture. He had learned long ago that proximity to the party was a dangerous game. The truth was Ritter was not happy with how things had developed. He had always dreamed of a powerful German navy, yet the Führer consistently favored the army and the Luftwaffe over his ambitions. He had spoken his dissatisfaction, first quietly, then more deliberately, earning him nothing more than mockery and ridicule. His political connection to the Führer had weakened, and so had their personal one. But Heinrich was different, moved with a subtlety and sensitivity that Ritter himself often lacked when dealing with the zealous party members. And yet Ritter's eyes widened. There was something else in his eyes. The way he looked down on them, even the way he looked at Hess. A spark of hatred, of aversion, hidden behind the carefully drawn smile full of obedience. Interesting, Ritter thought. He plays the game, but he despises the players. Paul POV. The applause still thundered in the hall, but Paul barely noticed it anymore. Then, Hess raised a hand, calling for silence. General von Rundstedt, he said smoothly, his tone carrying authority, may I ask you to come forward? Let all here witness the unity of party and Wehrmacht in rewarding courage and loyalty. Rundstedt stepped forward, expression stern, followed by Oberschwarzer. The hall fell into expectant silence. Paul, surprised by the turn of events, straightened immediately and saluted the general. Rundstedt gave him a slight nod. On behalf of the Wehrmacht, Rundstedt announced, voice carrying through the room, and in recognition of a courageous act that saved Oberschwarzer's life, I hereby promote Lieutenant Heinrich Jurdo, Oberleutnant of the Wehrmacht. Congratulations, Oberleutnant. Paul's heart skipped a beat. Saving Schwarzer had been instinct more than heroism, yet now it was being celebrated as exemplary service. He noticed the dozens of cameras spread throughout the room. Propaganda, he thought wryly. Every move here is both a weapon. Yet I will take it. Gladly, you fools. Thank you, General. I am honored, he said, trying to keep his voice serious, careful to sound sincere but measured. Applause swelled, cameras flashed. Paul straightened, putting his hand behind his back, forcing a calm smile as the moment was recorded for history. The applause slowly faded, replaced by soft conversation and clinking glasses. He wandered toward a quieter corner, where laughter came from a small group of guests. There, a young woman in an elegant dress caught his attention. She gave him a friendly smile and eyes that seemed curious. Enjoying the evening, she asked lightly, tilting her head as she studied him. Paul's lips curved into a small smile. "I suppose am," he said, letting a hint of warmth slip through. "It's certainly an unforgettable night." She laughed softly, the sound like a brief escape from a weight pressing down on the room. "Unforgettable indeed," she said, "though I imagine it takes more than a uniform to stand out." Tonight, Paul glanced down at himself, then back at her, feeling a flicker of amusement. "May I ask for your name, miss?" "I'm Elisabeth. Elisabeth von Rundstedt." Paul nearly choked on his drink. Von Rundstedt? The name echoed in his mind, and for a moment he forgot the careful composure he always maintained. Elizabeth raised an amused eyebrow, suppressing a small laugh. "Careful, Herr Jäger," said, lightly, her voice teasing. For a while, Paul and Elizabeth lingered near the edge of the room, their conversation weaving between light teasing and observations of the party around them. Laughter, small confidences, and quick glances gave him a rare sense of ease amidst the formal chaos. Finally, he glanced toward the glass door, the one leading out to the balcony. His eyes flicked briefly to Hans, who was enjoying himself at a table a little further in the room, laughter and chatter putting him at ease. With that, he turned back to Elizabeth, "Care for some fresh air?" he asked lightly, nodding toward the door. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. "I thought you'd never ask," she said, and together they began weaving through the crowd. The balcony air was cool and quiet compared to the hum of the party behind them. Paul leaned lightly against the railing, taking a slow breath. Elizabeth stood beside him, watching the city lights twinkle below. "It's tiring, isn't it?" Paul said after a moment, voice low. "All the talking, the laughing, trying to keep up with everyone's expectations. It's easy to get lost in it all." Elizabeth nodded thoughtfully. "I can imagine," she said quietly. "Even from the outside, it seems like so much effort to keep pace with everyone here." Paul gave her a long and meaningful look. For the briefest moment, Paul allowed himself a thought he hadn't dared indulge since arriving in this past world. She was the first person he could be even somewhat honest with, not the public, not the party, not the military, just herself. Her easy smile, the way her eyes followed him without judgment, the fleeting sense that he could let his guard down for a heartbeat. He opened his mouth, about to speak, when a shadow fell across the balcony. "Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone, comment, and review." Chapter 9. Another player on the board. "I apologize. I did not mean to disturb the two of you," a voice said with a hint of mockery. Paul turned around, only to see a glamorous military uniform and a man whose face he had already noticed earlier this evening. Paul stiffened and quickly saluted. "Admiral Reeder, you do not disturb us at all. May I borrow your companion for a while?" he asked, now turning his gaze toward Elizabeth. Elizabeth glanced toward the hall, the sound of laughter and music drifting faintly up the balcony. "I should return," she said, softly, a small smile tugging at her lips. "The evening isn't over yet, and I'm sure someone is expecting me." Paul nodded, masking the pang of disappointment. "Of course. Enjoy the rest of the evening," he said, keeping his tone light. "Easy up a bit, Lieutenant." "No, Oberleutnant Jäger," he said, letting the correction roll off his tongue smoothly. "I'm not the Führer. Please speak and behave freely with me." Paul blinked, a faint flush rising to his cheeks, but he forced himself to relax, easing his salute slightly. "Of course, Admiral. My apologies," he replied evenly, though his mind raced to assess the meaning behind the comment. "Making jokes about the Führer, that's not how a model Nazi does it," he noted. Reader's eyes narrowed, piercing through Paul's. "Careful, Mask. I've been watching you tonight, Oberstleutnant," he said, voice low but unyielding. And I must admit, there is something in your eyes. Paul stiffened, every muscle suddenly alert. What does he know? How much does he know? His mind flickered to the Luger pistol carefully, hidden in his breast pocket. No, what the hell am I thinking? That spark, Reader continued, stepping a fraction closer, the one that flickers when you observe the party, the officers, the adulation, the ceremonies. Do not think it has escaped me. Paul swallowed, his mind racing. How? When? Reader's gaze changed, not with accusation, but with curiosity, even admiration. I see your disdain, your hatred for the performance, the people, the cause itself. And yet, you play along. What? Now that's interesting, Paul thought, measuring his response. Carefully, keeping his tone steady, neutral. Because survival demands it, Admiral. Because appearances are stronger than truth. Reader looked him directly into the eyes. So you really do hate them this much? Honestly, it was just a guess, but you've proven it correct. Oberstleutnant. Paul's jaw tightened, a flash of anger flaring in his mind. Fuck, I revealed it myself. I should have just played dumb, and now it's a card I can't play with him anymore. Reader's eyes never wavered, fixed on Paul. So, you act for survival, is that it? Asked, voice calm but searching. Eyes they tell you a lot about someone. The way they move, the way they linger, the way they betray. Emotions. This guy, he is dangerous. A true wolf in sheep's clothing. Paul silently reminded himself. I don't see it, Reader said. You don't see what, sir? Paul asked, a lingering unease in his voice. The way Reader looked at him made him feel like an open book, free to be read by anyone. The fear for survival, Reader said slowly, eyes fixed on Paul. I do not see it now, and I did not see it once the entire evening. What I saw instead was hunger, greed, mockery, and ambition. Reader stepped closer again, now only a few centimeters away from Paul. Why be ambitious in a system you despise? There was a long pause, neither of them saying anything. After a while, Paul was the first to open his mouth. Not destroy, replace, Paul said, a terrifying glint in his eyes. Germany needs strong leadership, a leadership led by rationality, not ideology. Killing innocents is not the way. Reader's eyes flickered, a mixture of surprise and intrigue crossing his features. For the first time, he seemed genuinely impressed and perhaps slightly unsettled by Paul's audacity. Replace, he repeated, voice low, savoring the weight of the word. Bold, dangerous, and yet you speak it as though it were inevitable. Paul met his gaze evenly, refusing to flinch. It must be inevitable. Otherwise, Germany will continue down a path of ruin. I won't stand by and watch that happen. Reader leaned back slightly, studying him, the faintest smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Most men, most officers, most party men would choke on such words or hide them behind empty smiles. You speak them freely. That makes you either incredibly brave or incredibly foolish. Paul's mind raced. Perhaps both, he answered plainly. But the truth remains. Change is necessary. There was another long pause, broken only by the distant echoes of the party drifting through the doors. Indeed, he said quietly, his voice carrying a weight that made Paul's pulse quicken. I cannot deny your assessment is accurate. Germany does need rational leadership, and the current path it will lead nowhere good. Reader's gaze remained fixed, sharp, and calculating. Courageous words, Oberleutnant. Dangerous, but not without merit. But not enough to persuade me to help you, if that is what you desire. Reader turned towards the doors. If that's all the... What if I could show you proof one day? Paul said, his voice low but intense. Terrible proof of the consequences we would face if Hitler remains in power. Reader's eyes narrowed, a spark of interest flickering in their depths. He leaned slightly closer, the shadows from the balcony railing cutting across his sharp features. Proof, he repeated slowly, his tone measured, almost teasing. And what sort of proof could convince me? Oberleutnant, you speak of consequences, yet most would call such talk exaggeration, fear-mongering, or foolishness. Paul met his gaze evenly, voice steady despite the surge of urgency inside him. I can show you the devastation that will come. Give me time, and I will show you. Reader reached in his coat pocket and pulled out a small, crisp card. He handed it to Paul without breaking eye contact. Here, he said, his voice calm but carrying weight. My home. Consider this a gesture of trust, though limited. Bring whatever proof you claim to have. Whenever you want. Convince me, Oberstleutnant, or you'll find that opportunities like this do not come twice. Paul took the card carefully, feeling the smooth texture beneath his fingers. He nodded slightly, masking the surge of both relief and determination. This is at a foothold. Now I have to make it count. Reader's gaze lingered on him for another heartbeat before he stepped back, letting the night air between them grow cold and heavy with unspoken possibilities. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone, comment, and review. Chapter 10. Flight into the unknown. The echoes of the talk still lingered faintly behind him when Paul slipped back into the hall. Glasses clinked, laughter rippled, as if nothing changed. But for Paul, everything had shifted. He had laid a card on the table with Reader, and, in return, he had been handed a chance, dangerous, precarious, but a chance nonetheless. He felt the small object resting in his breast. Pocket, a card, the only evidence that the last 10 minutes had not been just his imagination. Before he could linger on the thought, a familiar voice pulled him back to earth. Oberstleutnant Jaeger. It was Schwarzer, broad-shouldered, wine glass in hand, his cheeks flushed from drink. Good news travels fast. Your presence has been requested. Official orders. Spain, a civil war has erupted, my boy. The Reich sends its finest to aid Franco. And you, he jabbed a finger toward Paul with mock solemnity. You're going to war. Ah, shit. There was that, Paul cursed silently. But why me? Why the hell does it have to be me? Specifically me? He lifted his eyes, just in time to catch Rinchdet's sly look from across the room. A chill slithered down his spine. Does he think he's helping me? Or is he trying to sabotage me? His mind raced. Or perhaps because of his daughter. Paul forced a thin smile, though. Inside a storm churned. Spain, the Legion Condor. He knew what history would make of it. Bombed cities, fire raining from the skies. Another step down the bloody ladder. And yet, another step up the ladder he needed to climb. Perhaps you have done me a favor, Paul glanced in. Rinchtedt, who was enjoying himself, although Reader has to wait. Now, perhaps it's for the better. The Wehrmacht is not strong enough yet. Tu lunch a coup d'etat. But in a few years when I come back, of course. Assuming I come back in one piece. He nodded slowly. Spain, then. Schwarzer clapped him on the shoulder. Spain, we're like a badge of honor. Heicher. When you return, Berlin will remember your name. Oh, they. Well, Paul thought. The night air hit Paul as he stepped out onto the quiet driveway. This was a long evening, he thought. He barely had time to take a deep breath when Elizabeth appeared beside him, her presence sudden yet comforting. I didn't mean to follow, she said softly, a small, rueful smile tugging at her lips. But I wanted to see you one last time before the night ended and before you go to Spain. Paul turned to her, words caught in his throat. Her eyes, still curious and warm despite the weight of her family name, met his. I should apologize, she said, her voice low. For my father, for all of it. I hope you understand, I'm not part of the game he plays. Paul shook his head slightly, a mixture of amusement and sadness in his expression. It's not your fault, Elizabeth. She stepped closer, placing a hand lightly on his chest, her fingers lingering. Paul's pulse quickened, but he stayed still, sensing the fleeting moment. I hope this isn't goodbye, she whispered. Before he could respond, she leaned in and pressed a brief, delicate kiss to his lips. It was quick almost, teasing. Uno fe, Lieutenant. Fa fa fa. No, Oberstleutnant. The voice came from the doors, still half open, slightly slurred and carrying the lilt of someone who had indulged a little too much. Pulling back slightly, she smiled again, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Good night, Oberstleutnant, she said, then stepped back, giving him space to collect himself. Paul watched her retreat toward the mansion, the doors closing behind her. Then his eyes turned towards the troublemaker. You. All right, Hans. Paul asked, raising an eyebrow. Huh, never better. Hans hiccupped lightly. Ah, you idiot. Paul shook his head dismissively, watching Hans stumble slightly, still giggling from his earlier drinks. A week had passed since the party on the balcony. Schwarzer had visited Paul to brief him on Spain. A military truck will pick you up and take you to the nearest airfield near Cologne. There, you will board a plane with several officers and the commanding officer of the Condor Legion. Everything is prepared. You just need to be ready. As Schwarzer left, Paul felt the familiar mix of anticipation and unease. Within hours, he would be on a plane to Spain, stepping into a conflict that would test both his skill and his loyalty. Was he prepared for war? Certainly not, he thought with a twinge of unease, his eyes wandering over to his desk. The first time he had woken up in this body, the desk had been empty, save for a notebook tucked in a drawer. Now it was anything but empty. Stacks of books, journals, and notes lay neatly atop it. Their covers read, Military History by Martin Brown, Air Superiority by Michael Johnson, The New Age of Warfare by Tom Hyman, and many more. Paul had spent every ounce of his free time writing down famous tactics, cunning tricks, and well-known weaknesses he could exploit with his knowledge of the future. But he also began learning on his own. Although he had Heinrich's memories and education, he did not think that was enough to become a great general. To be someone truly outstanding, he needed to push beyond conventional wisdom and gain experience. He closed the last book, sliding it carefully into his backpack. There was no time left for lingering thoughts. A low rumble outside signaled the arrival of the military truck. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, and adjusted his uniform one last time. He had already said goodbye to everyone he deemed important. Eric, Hans, Karl, his squad, and of course Elizabeth, from whom he had received a telephone number. Now the moment had arrived. Paul stepped into the military truck, the heavy door shutting behind him. He took one last look at the old barracks, which he had called home during his time. In this new body, the sun shone warmly upon the old bricks, signaling summer. The journey was short but tense, each mile bringing them closer to the unknown. When the truck finally slowed at the perimeter of the airfield, Paul could see the plane waiting, the Junkers Ju-52, its engines humming steadily. Near the nose was the emblem of the Condor Legion, a black condor in mid-flight, wings spread wide. Officers and ground crew moved efficiently around it, preparing for departure. Paul stepped out of the truck, scanning the area around him. The crisp morning air carried the scent of fuel and dust, mingling with the distant hum of engines and shouted commands. Ahead, a general approached, flanked by two guards whose polished boots clacked sharply against the tarmac. His uniform was immaculate, his posture rigid, exuding authority. As they drew closer, Paul instinctively straightened, giving a crisp salute. The general returned it with a measured nod, his eyes briefly flicking over. Paul, Oberstleutnant Jäger, the general said. I am General Hugo Spurl, commander of the Condor Legion. His voice was firm, yet not unkind. You are expected aboard. Spain awaits. Follow me. I will brief you and your fellow officers once on board. Paul followed General Spurl across the tarmac. The Ju-52 sat ready, its engines thrumming. The two men climbed into the plane, the cabin tight, but orderly. Soldiers and officers moved with practiced efficiency, checking maps, securing equipment, and adjusting radios. Paul took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the mission ahead settle on his shoulders. The engines roared louder, the plane shuddering slightly as it taxied down the runway. With a final roar, the Ju-52 lifted from the tarmac, the German countryside falling away beneath them. Sunlight glinted off the wings as the plane leveled, heading south towards Spain. Paul leaned back, staring out at the horizon, knowing that from this moment on, everything would change. This is it, he thought. The real war begins. Now, if you enjoy daily light novel audiobooks, hit subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy today's story. Chapter 11. Landing. In Spain, the plane hummed beneath them, all metal. And engines, a container of men with faces drawn tight by duty and fatigue. General Spurl stood at the front, the weight of his authority filling the narrow aisle. The officers sat in silence, arms crossed, jaws set. The briefing began short, sharp, just like an operation ought. 2. The purpose of the Condor Legion is twofold, Spurl said, his voice a hard mixture of command and explanation. First, we support the national forces in Spain. Second, and this is no secret, we use this conflict to test new tactics, new weapons, new equipment. Above all, the Panzerarm industry wants data. The army wants experience and new tank. Commanders, that is why you are here. The Legion has already arrived by train yesterday, so we are the last ones to come. Paul was appointed as a platoon leader for brand new Panzer I under his command, light and temperamental, but his to maneuver and train into something more than a training vehicle. Panzer I, Paul thought. No Mike Devist, no immersive. Spearhead, too light, too thinly armored, little more than a training vehicle, but it was fast, easy to produce, and perfect for practicing. Doctrine. In the wrong hands, it was a coffin, in the right, a weapon. For him, it was a chance to lead, to climb, to prove himself. After a long while of discussing and making himself familiar with his fellow officers, the plane began to descend slowly, engines straining as the Spanish countryside unfolded below. Paul looked out of the window, seeing broken fields and clusters of red-roofed houses. Their escort fighters were flying peacefully next to them until the sky tore open. At first, only distant thunder, too close to be harmless. But then, Spurl's head snapped up. Engines screamed. Paul, too, looked into the direction of the sound, squinting his eyes until they tore open. There were dots on the horizon, countless. Their escort fighters dived in. German markings, but they weren't alone. Spanish aircraft cut across the sky, and within seconds the air was alive. The transport jolted violently. A crate flipped over with a loud bang, the carefully sorted stacks of paper flew everywhere, littering the floor. Then the Ju-52 lurched, nose dipping suddenly. Men were thrown from their benches, hands clawing at straps and bulkheads. Paul slammed into the fuselage wall, his ribs aching, as the whole transport groaned like a wounded beast. "Are we hit?" someone shouted. Paul didn't wait for an answer. He pushed past panicked officers, boots skidding across the vibrating floor, and stormed toward the cockpit. He tore the hatch open, only to be blasted in the face by a violent gust of wind. The glass canopy was shattered. Cold air howled through the cabin, stinging his eyes. For a heartbeat, he saw only chaos, controls shuddering, papers flying like frightened birds. Then his gaze locked on the pilot. The man slumped forward over the yoke, head lolling, blood soaking his tunic. Below the ribs, his body was a mangled ruin, torn open where his stomach had been. One stray salve from the fight outside had ripped through him, snatching away his lifeline in an instant. Paul stared at the slumped pilot, heart pounding. The Ju-52 pitched again, throwing him against the bulkhead. The roar of engines and tracer fire outside filled the cabin, deafening. His hands went to the yoke one last time, twisting, pushing anything to keep the plane from spinning. For a few precious seconds, it obeyed, steadying just enough. Then, through the smoke and chaos, Spurl appeared. The general's coat flapped, his face grim but controlled. He pushed past officers and debris straight to the cockpit. Jeeger, Spurl barked over the roar. That's enough. There's no saving this. Bird, everyone to the doors. Parachutes on. Paul nodded, letting go. The plane lurched again, now hopeless. He grabbed a parachute, strapping it awkwardly to his back. Knowledge from Heinrich had been one thing. Actually doing it was another. He tightened the straps, heart hammering, and sprinted toward the plane's door, the wind tearing at his coat and the roar of engines filling his ears. Before he could reach the now open hatch, Paul bumped into someone. He caught the terrified officer just in time. The man opened his mouth, stuttering something, but the roar of the engines swallowed his words. Paul's eyes flicked to the officers. Parachute, quickly he adjusted the straps, tightening them. Most of the officers had already jumped. Only a few remained. Paul's gaze darted to the door, carrying a determined look. Ah, skies, he screamed, shoving the other officer out into the rushing wind, then leaping himself immediately after. The wind ripped past Paul's face, violent and cold, as he and the officer plummeted. The sensation of falling freely was shocking, but Paul quickly tried to steady himself, falling. Controlled, Paul glanced at the officer from earlier, fumbling desperately with his parachute, struggling to get open. Fuck this. Amateur, Paul cursed silently. The man's eyes were wider than before, sheer terror written across his face. Paul pointed sharply to the red pull line on his own parachute near his chest. Fortunately, the officer understood, yanking his own line just in time. Paul followed suit. Pulling his cord, the parachute snapped open violently, jerking him upward, only a few hundred meters above the ground. The sudden jerk of the parachute nearly knocked the wind out of Paul, but it held. 1936. Parachute, what a pleasure. Below, the earth rushed up, trees and ruins, looming closer with every second. The officer, who had nearly panicked, barely managed to stabilize himself, flailing slightly as he descended. Flying towards a big raw plane, Paul followed and landed first, rolling instinctively to absorb the impact. He caught from the dust, but was unharmed. The officer followed, his boots hitting dirt and stones, rolling into a crouch as his parachute snapped taut above him. Both grunting as they scrambled to their feet. All around them, the land was silent, save for the faint crackle of distant gunfire and the rustle of wine through the olive trees. What the hell just happened? Paul pondered. Angrily, this is not how it was supposed to be. The plane should have never crashed. Have I changed history already this much? Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone, comment, and review. Chapter 12. Behind enemy lines, have I already changed the reality? I knew this much. Paul wondered. Doesn't matter. I can't change the fact that I'm stranded somewhere in Spain with. He glanced at the officer beside him. Amateur. Sir Oberleutnant, what do we do? The young man asked, voice trembling. Paul's jaw tightened. First you calm down and act like a lieutenant of the German army, he snapped. His voice was stern, sharp, already annoyed. The lieutenant shut his mouth at once, straightening his posture. Paul let the silence hang while he pulled out his Luger. He checked the chamber, then scanned the fields and olive groves around them. We don't know where we are, Paul said finally. So, our first priority is to locate our position. For that, we'll need someone local. Finding our comrades matters too, but they'll probably have the same idea. Paul's eyes lingered on the horizon. Despite the danger, the countryside looked almost peaceful. Rolling hills, sun-baked. Fields, clusters of olive trees. Beautiful and deadly. What's your name, Lieutenant? Paul asked, realizing he didn't know it yet. The young Man snapped to attention. "Lieutenant Hermann Koch, sir." He saluted, stiff, respectful. "And thank you for saving me, Oberleutnant Hermann," blurted, voice unsteady. Paul gave him a quick glance, then holstered his Luger. "Don't thank me. The next few days will be harsher than anything you have ever endured. Just keep yourself alive. That'll be thanks enough." Then both of them looked at the stuff they managed to bring with them after jumping from the plane. Paul brushed a hand through his still disheveled hair, letting out a quiet sigh. 2 pistols, about 25 rounds between them. 1 water kettle, a watch, a single chocolate bar. That was all. He squinted up at the sun, gauging direction. Northwest, he decided aloud. If this is Loyalist territory, that means Republican ground. Either way, we'll find a settlement. Someone will know where we are. The 2 lieutenants exchanged uneasy glances but nodded. Hermann adjusted his straps. The other clutched his canteen like a lifeline. Paul holstered his pistol and started moving, boots crunching on the dry earth. Better to move than sit still. A moving target survives. A waiting one dies. If we're behind enemy lines, they'll hunt every one of us down. That was their plan all along when they hit our plane, Paul thought grimly. The sun beat down as they trudged on, dust clinging to their boots. Paul kept his eyes scanning every ridge, every tree line, hand hovering near his pistol. Hermann followed silently, steps careful, tense. They stayed slightly off the road, using the trees and fields for cover, but keeping the roads in sight. Paul knew that roads would always lead to people. Sometimes help, sometimes danger. Then gunfire, sharp cracks rolling over the fields. Paul froze, hand tightening on his pistol. Coke dropped to one knee, eyes scanning. There, the Coke hissed, pointing between the trees and low stone walls. A small settlement shimmered in the heat. Figures ran out of a house, supporting a seemingly injured man. Paul and Hermann exchanged a quick glance. For a heartbeat, they hesitated. Danger was obvious, but the uniforms were unmistakably German. Without another word, they sprinted toward the soldiers. As Paul and Hermann closed the distance, flashes of gunfire erupted from the distance. Dirt and gravel sprayed around them as a group of armed Spaniards, 10, maybe 15, opened fire, shouting in rapid Spanish. The injured German officer stumbled, nearly falling, but Paul grabbed him, pulling him toward cover. Behind a low stone wall, Hermann crouched beside him, returning a few shots with trembling hands, trying to keep the attackers at bay. "Move! We get them behind cover," Paul barked, voice sharp, scanning for an opening. But then Paul froze for a moment. This was his first battle, and he had to kill these Spanish soldiers. The sharp cracks of gunfire snapped him back. He aimed his Luger, finger trembling, and fired. One of the advancing soldiers dropped. Another dove for cover behind a wall. Adrenaline surged. Hesitation was a luxury he couldn't afford. Heinrich's side of him ensured those feelings stayed suppressed. Hermann and the others followed, exchanging shots, moving from cover to cover. Dust and smoke stung their eyes, each second stretching into a lifetime. Paul's stomach churned, but his hands stayed steady. Kill or be killed. Nothing else mattered. Gunfire crackled across the street. One of the unknown officers flinched as a bullet nicked his shoulder, shallow, but enough to make him stumble. Paul gritted his teeth and scanned the area. Think, Paul, think. 5 of us, 10 of them. We need something creative. Something. His eyes locked on a truck in the distance, parked between 2 houses. Spanish. Lights on. The engine must still be running. A plan. Clicked. Paul shouted a few words at his comrades who understood the assignment quickly. Gunfire erupted again, this time primarily from the German side, while the Spanish were caught off guard and kept their attention on the German position. A figure dashed towards the truck, ducking behind scattered debris. Paul reached the truck unnoticed, picking up a heavy brick lying in the debris. He opened the door, quickly adjusting the steering wheel, pulling the brake loose, and pressing the brick on the accelerator. The engine roared to life. The truck lurched forward, tires skidding on the dirt, speeding straight toward the distracted Spaniards. The first soldier was slammed into, catapulted away. A second was caught under the wheels, his fate horrendous. The rest stumbled back just in time, exposing themselves to the German gunfire. Paul and his comrades didn't hesitate. They moved in, firing from cover, each shot finding its mark. One by one, Spaniards fell, tripped, shot, crushed by the momentum of the truck. Dust and smoke filled the air, masking screams and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Within moments, the street lay silent. Bodies sprawled across the dirt, rifles abandoned, the enemy completely neutralized. Paul's chest heaved, hands still tight on his Luger. The adrenaline burned in, his veins cold and sharp. The quiet was eerie, broken only by the engine of the truck still idling and the ragged breaths of his small group. Paul looked at the carnage, a grim realization settling in. This was war. The smoke and dust settled. Paul motioned for the others to regroup. Hermann, still pale from the close call, hurried over. The unknown officers, shaken but alive, limped toward them. Paul took a closer look. The man on the left, bleeding from a shoulder wound from the earlier gunfight, was an Oberstleutnant. The man on the right supported an injured major, while he himself was a lieutenant. Paul raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. So, I've been giving orders to a major this whole time. He shook his head slightly. The injured officer spoke first. I'm Major Lang, and this is Lieutenant Fischer, Oberstleutnant Weber. Paul's eyes widened knowingly. Lang, he sat one row ahead of me on the plane. A flicker of recognition passed over his face. Ah, yes, sir. I remember now, he said, saluting. Major. Lang gave a weary but approving nod. Impressive work, Oberstleutnant. You saved all of us back there. Quick thinking and decisive action. Well done. I will mention this to my superiors when we get out of this hellhole. Paul nodded curtly, thanking him. After that, the group moved cautiously toward the fallen Spaniards, eyes scanning. They began searching through pockets, looking for anything useful, maps, ammunition, radios. Paul looked at one of the dead Spaniards, eyes still wide open, a neat hole in his chest. He grabbed the body by the collar, dragging it slightly to search the pockets. Coins, a small notebook, and a few rounds of ammunition. Not much, but enough to matter. He sighted, scanning the area, when his eyes caught movement, not twitching, deliberate. Paul's gaze widened with a terrifying clarity as he raised his pistol. His heart skipped. A shiver ran down his spine. But it was too late. The half-dead Spaniard's muzzle was already raised, eyes filled with grim resolve. A shot shattered the quiet. Out of the corner of his eye, Paul saw Hermann crumple to the ground, blood blooming across his uniform. Paul fired twice. The man went down, finally still. Paul dropped to his knees beside Hermann, gripping his shoulder. He saw the blood gushing from Hermann's neck and pressed his hands instinctively against the wound, trying to stop it. Coke, wake up. Move, he shouted, his voice cracking. But Hermann did nothing. Blood quietly poured out, slowly forming a dark pool beneath them. Adrenaline and cold fury surged through Paul. He was dead. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone, comment, and review. Chapter 13. Comrades. The quiet after the gunfire was suffocating. Dust hung in the air, mixing with the metallic scent of blood. Paul stood over Hermann, chest heaving, hands and uniform still stained crimson. Fury burned through him. Fury at Hermann's death. Fury at having to be there in the first place. Fury at himself for not being faster. Just a fraction of a second. That would have been enough. Fate was truly cruel. Major Lang knelt beside him, voice low but firm. We need to move, Oberleutnant. Staying here is death. Paul answered, coldly, his gaze never leaving Herman's corpse. Fine. You should take what you can. I will take Hermann. He deserves a burial. That's the least I can do, he whispered. Oberleutnant Weber and Lieutenant Fischer quickly collected maps, a few rounds of ammunition, and the still working radio from the fallen Spaniards. Meanwhile, Paul dug. He chose a quiet spot overlooking the village. When the hole was deep enough, he laid Hermann's body gently inside and lingered, staring at him. Finally, he shoveled the earth back in, filling the grave. Your death will not be in vain, he mouthed, voice flat. Those Spaniards will taste the same medicine. Major Lang stepped up behind him, expression unreadable. He gave a slow, curt nod. No speeches, no false comforts. Weber and Fischer finished packing what they'd taken from the fallen. The radio crackled once, useless for now. They started walking. Paul turned and followed them, heading northwest, face set and unreadable. Major Lang fell in beside him, eyes still on the ground. After a few paces, he glanced at Paul, his voice low but steady. You're first, it never gets easier, he said quietly. Hermann, he was young, promising. I lost my first man dozens of years ago in the Great War. I thought I was ready. I wasn't. You'll carry this one, too. Let make you sharper, not softer. Paul swallowed, jaw tight. I wasn't fast enough, he muttered, voice rough. Lang nodded, eyes hard, but sympathetic. None of us ever are. But you acted. You saved the rest of us. That counts for something. Paul's hands clenched at his sides. The words sank in, cold and heavy, but somehow grounding. He nodded, once, barely perceptibly. But now we have to survive ourselves, Lang continued. Look at this. I found it on one of the Spanish officers. Paul studied the map, the red cross glaring back at him like a cruel reminder of how far they still had to go. Salamanca, Franco's hub, Condor Legion's anchor in Spain, their lifeline. Lang's finger tapped a spot further south, somewhere between nameless ridges and valleys. Here, judging by the terrain and the roads we pass, this should be our current position. Paul exhaled slowly. 50 kilometers, maybe a bit more. It sounded close, but with Spanish patrols, hunting, and villages crawling with unknown loyalties, it might as well be 100. But to be certain, Lang went on, his tone sharp, we'll need someone who knows these hills. A farmer, a shepherd, anyone alive out here. At the last village we tried, well, we all saw what became of that. His eyes darkened, the weight of Hermann's death hanging heavy between them. The silence stretched. The map crinkled slightly in Lang's gloved hand as the major folded it with care, slipping it into his coat. Next step, he said firmly, we search for signs of life. A hamlet, a lone house, even smoke on the horizon. Someone will know the way to Salamanca. But we move careful. The Spanish will not give us a second chance. Paul nodded. He agreed, after learning his lesson the hard way. After some time, the sun slipped slowly down behind the ridge. Long shadows pulled the field into a purple hush. Lang ordered them to make camp just off the road in a small cravine, shielding them somewhat from enemy eyes. They worked quickly. Weber and Fischer set up 2 Spanish tents they'd scavenged, ropes snapping in short, efficient motions. Paul dragged over a crate for a table, the radio silent and useless beside it. Someone found a battered kettle. Someone else used a single chocolate bar and broke it into small pieces. For the first time since the crash, they allowed movement that wasn't all survival. Boiling water, cups passed, pockets padded for rations. Men moved with small, animal carefulness. Relief threaded with exhaustion. Lang crouched by the kettle, eyes tired, but steady. We take 2 hours watch in turns, he said. Quiet. Small. Fires. Minimal light. Paul sat on the crate, his pistol holstered. He let himself watch the others as they settled. Hermann's absence sat in the circle like a missing chair. Then Lieutenant Fisher pulled a deck of cards from his tunic pocket, small, worn, and almost absurd given their situation. "Who's in?" he asked. Lang, Weber, and even Paul raised their hands, eager for anything that might dull the edge of the day. They played simple rounds, bluff, quick bets, coins clinking softly in the dust. Laughter came strangled at first, then freer. Weber won a hand and hooped like a boy. Fisher cursed and threw himself back on the ground, drawing tired grins. Lang dealt with a measured calm, the cards steady. Between scarred fingers, the game itself a thread of normalcy stitching them together. Paul kept his voice low, though every now and then a quiet chuckle slipped out. After the last hand was played, the men drifted off one by one, some grumbling at their losses, others quietly pleased with their winnings. Yet all carried a faint ease they hadn't felt since the crash. Only Paul remained, settling into his first watch. The fire crackled low, casting long shadows against the tents. He rested, his new Spanish rifle across his knees, eyes scanning the dark, the laughter already fading into memory. His eyes settled on the small flame, flickering before him. It hissed softly, eating at the scraps of wood. Like time itself, Paul stared into it, and everything from the past. Months welled up at once, confusion, anger, grief, all threatening to boil over now that silence had returned. His vision blurred. Faces rose. In the firelight, his wife, his daughter. He had been so consumed with surviving, with scheming, with playing the part, that he had almost forgotten them. Forgotten why he was fighting at all. With nothing left to do and nowhere for his thoughts to run for, the emotions pressed harder, threatening to explode. He loosened his collar, trying to gasp for more air. His hand trembled so much it was hard to undo the button. He'd always told himself he would return somehow, find a way back to the future. But deep down he knew it was a lie. The chance of seeing them again was fleetingly small, maybe gone already. That lie had kept him running, burying the carnage and despair slowly building inside him. Every day, Paul's hand reached into his breast pocket. He pulled out a small box of cigarettes, slipped one out, and lit it from the fire. The tip glowed red, a tiny ember against the darkness. He drew in a long breath, smoke curling past his lips. After a few agonizing minutes, his hand began to steady, and slowly so did his mind. If I don't come back, he thought bitterly, then I have to at least make this life mean something. Use what I know for something great. They wouldn't want to see me rot away in despair. None of them would. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone, comment, and review. Chapter 14, Across the Atlantic, 2. A week earlier, Long Island / New York laughter and people filled the fancy ballroom. Glasses clinked and a lively tune carried through the air. A small jazz band played a colorful song. There was one man in particular nodding his head toward the rhythm, seemingly enjoying the performance a lot. James. POV, he swirled the amber liquid in his glass, letting the golden reflections dance along the crystal walls. The air smelled of perfume, tobacco, and wealth. Around him, men in tuxedos laughed too loudly. Women in silken gowns leaned in, whispering gossip and promises. To them, the world was distant thunder, war, revolts, Spain, things to read about in the morning papers before turning the page. To James, however, it was far closer than people could imagine. He smiled faintly, masking the weight of what he had done. A waiter passed, and James slipped a folded note beneath an untouched glass of champagne. A subtle exchange, quick, invisible to those around him. The contact would know where to look. Inside that note were numbers and letters, nothing to anyone else. But to the right eyes, it was a map through the sky, the exact path of a German transport plane bound for Spain. Too, he raised his glass, as if to toast the room, the laughter, the music. Yet his eyes were sharp, calculating, giving the waiter from earlier a subtle glance. Paul would be somewhere on that plane. And James had just signed his death warrant. Am I supposed to feel bad now? James looked into his wine glass, swirling it again. Because I don't. He signed it himself the moment he chose to stand on the wrong side of history. One he let the thought linger, while his eyes drifted to the woman across from him, her laughter soft as the violins, her pearls glimmering against pale skin, were felt like a million miles away here, wrapped in silk and champagne. Yet James didn't linger. He could have that kind of woman any time. Right now he had other priorities. James excused himself from the laughter and perfume, retreating into a quieter lounge adjoining the ballroom. A leather briefcase waited for him on a polished mahogany table, and an elderly man waited beside the briefcase. It was his butler, Sir William. He greeted with a respectful nod. "Lionel," James said, settling onto the couch with practiced ease. "Good to see you. I trust you received the intel," Lionel asked, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. "Of course. Leonid, your work and dedication never disappoint. Or should I give the credit to that little bird you planted near him?" James said. Leonid allowed himself the faintest of a smile, still far enough to remain unseen, yet close enough to hear. "Whom will you tell the intel?" James asked, curiosity laced with an almost pleasant calm. "I have already made contact with one of the loyalist leaders," Lionel replied, voice low and steady. "I think they will be very grateful for the opportunity to eliminate the heads of their opposition." James's smile did not reach his eyes. "Good," he said simply. "Make sure it reaches the right hands, and make certain there are no traces leading back to us." Lionel bowed his head. "It will be arranged, sir. Discretion, as always. Now that we have eliminated a nuisance, we ought to come to the fun part," James said, leaning forward. He opened the briefcase. Inside lay neatly stacked papers, stock listings, telegrams, coded notes. His eyes flicked across them with satisfaction. "Oil, steel, aviation," he murmured, running a finger along the pages as though caressing treasure. "While others drown in blood, we shall swim in gold." One Lionel pulled out a pen from his inner pocket and offered it with a bow of the head. "The contracts are prepared, sir. A portion of your inheritance has already been liquidated for immediate use." James took the pen, signed the paper with ease, then leaned back, raising his cigar. "Paul fights his war with mud on his boots and fear in his lungs. I fight mine here, and my war is far more profitable," he thought. One Lionel inclined his head, admiration and caution mingling in his expression. He was impressed by James' transformation, yet a shadow of mistrust lingered in his eyes. The faint notes of jazz drifted in from the ballroom, oblivious to the silent calculations in the dimly lit lounge. James leaned against the windowsill, eyes fixed on the illuminated landscape outside. "The moon looks majestic tonight, Lionel," he said, his voice calm. "Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone comment and review." Chapter 15. Giuseppe Paul looked at the moon, its pale light spilling over the dusty camp. His eyelids grew heavy, his body tilting forward until a strong hand caught him. Lang looked down at him, concern in his eyes. "It's my turn now, Oberleutnant." Paul mumbled something barely audible before making his way toward one of the tents. He sank onto the cot, laying down and closing his eyes. The world around him dissolved. The sounds of the camp, the crackling fires, murmured orders, the distant howl of wind, faded into a deep, enveloping silence. His mind sank slowly into a deep trance. Shapes began to emerge. From the darkness, flickers of light, flashes of color, and shadows, moving in ways both familiar and strange. He saw a golden eagle, its wings stretching wide, majestic and unyielding. Then, as if drawn by some invisible thread, he saw James and himself, hands reaching toward the eagle, touching it simultaneously. The vision shifted. A grand mansion appeared, walls gleaming, corridors stretching endlessly. A room came into focus, its furnishings opulent yet strangely cold. A mirror stood in the center, and in it reflected a face that looked somehow familiar. Bang! Paul shot upright, instinct snapping. His hands grabbed his rifle as he hissed. That was a fucking gunshot. He flung open the tent flap, eyes scanning the darkness outside. He raised his rifle, his eyes first going to Weber, who had his weapon trained into the distance. Not at him. Then he looked beside him. Lang was also awake, following the line of Weber's aim. I got him, Weber shouted. Who? Who did you get, Weber? Lang called back, stepping cautiously in the direction Weber indicated. The enemy. I'm sure of it, Weber replied, a thrill in his voice. A figure emerged from the shadows, stumbling slightly. Paul's heart skipped a beat, and his grip tightened instinctively, but as the shape drew closer, he realized it was not a soldier. It was a lone man, ordinary and terrified, his eyes wide and watering, trembling under the rifles pointed at him. Paul lowered his rifle slightly. He's not one of them, he muttered. The man raised his hands and began speaking. Quickly, Spanish. None of them understood a word. Lang found it. He's saying something, but what? Paul gestured toward one of the tents. Weber, get Fisher. He is the only one that can speak some Spanish. Weber groaned, but went to shake Fisher awake, muttering, How is that? Guy's still sleeping with all this commotion? Within moments, Fisher appeared, rubbing his eyes. Paul nodded toward the man. Help us. He's trying to tell us something. Fisher crouched beside the wanderer, listening intently. Then he turned to the others, translating quickly. He says he didn't mean to scare us. And he is hurt, Fisher added, pointing at the blood pouring from the man's leg. Lang looked at Paul, and Paul understood immediately. This man could be their ticket home. Without hesitation, Lang ordered, Weber, go get the first aid kit we got from the Spaniards. And Fisher, tell the man we are sorry. The German army does not kill innocents. Paul raised an eyebrow, but the expression vanished as quickly as it appeared. Weber jogged back to the supply tent and returned moments later with the first aid kit, dropping it carefully near the injured man. Paul and Lang crouched beside him, while Fisher knelt and began to calm the stranger, murmuring reassurances in Spanish. Paul tore strips from his uniform to improvise bandages, pressing them against the wound while Lang applied antiseptic from a kit. The man flinched but didn't resist, eyes darting nervously into the darkness beyond the camp. Lang crouched beside the wanderer, studying him carefully. We are German soldiers, separated from our troop through an accident, he said, through Fisher, who translated. We are here to support Franco, and we mistook you for a loyalist. Soldier. Lang held his breath, knowing everything depended on whether the man was a loyalist or a supporter of Franco. The wanderer's eyes narrowed slightly, but then he slowly nodded, accepting the explanation. The man spoke quickly to Fisher, whose grin grew wider the longer they talked. What did he say? Paul asked, curiosity sharpening his tone. Long live Franco. Fisher chuckled, patting the man on the back. Paul and Lang were relieved. It seemed their luck had finally turned around. Lang spoke with the man a little longer, explaining their situation and their destination. The group also learned the man's name, Giuseppe. Giuseppe listened carefully, then laughed wholeheartedly and said, Me, casa, my home. He agreed to lead them and even pointed out their current location on the map. It was only 40 kilometers to Salamanca, but the real problem lay in the front line, cutting directly between them and their destination, a dangerous stretch that could mean death if they were spotted. Paul looked at the distance. The first small streaks of sunlight crept over the horizon, casting long, golden shadows across the camp. Paul glanced at Lang. Looks like we could start moving right away. Lang nodded, already scanning the area. Yes, we should pack up and be ready to follow him while the light is still low. It will give us some cover. The group set out immediately after packing up their supplies. Giuseppe limped ahead, leaning on a stick Paul had fashioned for him, yet his eyes seemed brighter now, his steps more certain. Fisher kept close to him, translating pieces of the wanderer's words. He says he's from a small village outside Salamanca. The land here has seen more blood than he ever thought possible. The war caught him off guard and tore him from his family. He says this fate has befallen many across Spain. He had hoped Franco's forces would push further south so he could finally reach Salamanca. Now, after meeting us, he feels the resolve to risk crossing the front line at last. He can't bear the separation any longer. He seems like a good man, worthy of our trust. Paul answered, happy with their luck. Fisher opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, another sound cut through the silence, a crackling voice. It came from inside Weber's backpack. Paul quickly pulled out the stolen Spanish radio, the one they had assumed broken, and turned up the volume. Fisher moved in close, brow furrowed as he strained to catch the words. Giuseppe stiffened more and more with every sentence that poured from the device. They're looking for us, Fisher translated stiffly. They know what happened in the village yesterday, and they must be close. Otherwise, this radio wouldn't even pick up the signal, right? Paul exchanged a sharp glance with Lang. The relief, moments ago, drained away, replaced by the realization that their luck was still hanging by a thread. Let's go further away from the road, Paul suggested. Lang agreed. They pushed into the dry, waist-high grass, weaving further from the path. The stalks scratched against their uniforms. Then, up ahead, Paul spotted a dark dot on the horizon. It grew fast, too fast. He reacted quickly, turning and signaling his comrades to lie down. The group dropped low into the brittle grass, just as the rumble of an engine began to roll next to them. Dust plumed into the morning air, and the dot on the horizon sharpened into the outline of a truck. Spanish soldiers clung to its sides, rifles slung casually over their shoulders. Paul pressed his cheek against the dry earth, heart pounding in his ears. Every crunch of the truck's wheels over the stony road felt deafening. The vehicle roared past. For a terrifying second, one of them turned his head, scanning the fields. Paul's breath caught in his throat, convinced the man's eyes would lock onto the patch of grass concealing them. But the soldier spat lazily over the side and turned back, shouting something to his comrades. The truck rattled on, its noise fading into the distance until only the cicadas and the pounding of Paul's heart remained. Paul slowly lifted his head, exchanging a knowing look with Lang. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every power stone, comment, and review. Chapter 16. A bold idea Paul cited, while looking at Giuseppe, who was still pressing his body on the ground, not daring to move even an inch. He gave Fisher a quick glance before turning towards Lang, who was pushing off the dust and dirt from his uniform. It seems like they roughly know where we are. If we continue like this, it will only be a matter of time before we slip up and they find us, Paul said with a frown. Lang seemed to be in thought for a moment. What other choice do we have? Paul answered. I've thought of something when the truck drove past. They know everything, our position, our numbers, and our uniforms. We are at a clear disadvantage in intel, so the first thing we should do is to change that into us having the advantage. How about we try to ambush a group of Spanish soldiers and impersonate them? Lang looked at him sternly, folding his hands behind his back as if to steady a restless body. Thought creased his brow. He blinked once, then spoke. Slowly. I know it's dangerous, Paul said, forcing the words out. But it's the only chance I see if we want to get out of this net. Tell me more, Lang asked with a hint of skepticism. Paul's eyes dropped to the figure of Giuseppe. He let his hand rest on the man's shoulder. We could use him, he said simply. All eyes turned to Giuseppe. The man knew at once that something was amiss. He began to shake his head so violently the dirt on his cap rattled. His lips parted, mumbling something Spanish, and then, with a sudden stubbornness, he tilted his head to the side. Now all eyes turned to Fisher, who let out an uncomfortable, nearly angry laugh, scratching at the back of his neck. "I won't translate the last part word for word," he muttered, "but he knows you want something from him. He said he is only here to bring us to Salamanca, nothing more, and in the end he insulted us." The words hung in the air like dust after a shot. Paul narrowed his eyes at Giuseppe, who was still stubbornly tilting his head away from them. Lang's jaw tightened, his hands balling into fists against his uniform trousers. For a moment, nobody spoke. The only sound was the faint, steady crackle of the radio, a reminder that their hunters were still out there. That was the last push needed to send Paul over the edge. His anger, held back for hours like a dam about to burst, finally erupted. He yanked his pistol free in a single, vicious motion and strode toward Giuseppe. Before anyone could react, the cold steel of the barrel pressed against the Spaniard's forehead. Giuseppe froze, his breath hitching in his throat, eyes widening in raw terror. His lips moved, without sound, as though a prayer had been cut off before it could leave him. "Enough," Paul barked, his voice cracking through the air like a whip. "I've had it with your half-answers, your games. You think you can choose when this ends? No, not anymore. Either you help us, or I put you in the ground right here." Lang's eyes went wide, and for the first time since they'd been stranded, he looked genuinely unsettled. "Paul," he started, hand half raised. "Don't be a fool. We need him alive. You pull that trigger, and we've lost the only man who knows this country better than the bastards hunting us." Weber shifted uneasily, but there was a flicker of something, approval, maybe in his eyes. "If you ask me, he's dead weight already. Might be cleaner this way." Giuseppe whimpered, finally finding his voice, stumbling over broken German. "No, please. Salamanca. I take you. I swear it. I swear. And the other thing, yes, yes." His whole body trembled. The stubborn set in his jaw had melted into desperate pleading. Paul looked into Giuseppe's eyes for a long, slow moment. Then he slowly lowered the pistol and put it away. "Listen," he said, his voice low and controlled now. He turned slightly, so Fisher could see him, so there was no mistaking who held the plan. "We don't kill him. We use him." His gaze flicked to Lang, then back to Giuseppe. "You'll be the bait. We'll make you look like a straggler. Wounded, confused, maybe beaten. You lie on the road where anyone coming down the valley will see you. If they find you, they'll stop and check. While they do, Fisher and Weber," he pointed to each man in turn, "are hidden a few paces away, ready to cut off anyone who comes close. Lang and I will stay on the opposite side of the road with the radio and watch the ridge. If they bring a small escort, all of us move in and take their kit and their papers. If they bring more, we fall back on my mark." While Fisher was still translating, Paul looked for approval from Lang, who was still the highest-ranking officer in their group. Lang's eyes flicked from Paul to Giuseppe, slow and unreadable for a long beat. Nothing moved but their breathing. Finally, Lang gave a shallow, reluctant nod. "If we do this, we don't hesitate," he said. "One cut, one pull. We take what we need and vanish. No speeches, no mercy for mistakes." Before Lang could continue, a loud, protesting voice came from his side. It was Giuseppe again, now understanding the plan fully. Paul's gaze went cold as steel. Before Giuseppe could gather his wits, Paul lunged again, seized him by the collar, and slammed him to the dusty ground. He had enough of this bullshit. He spared a quick look at Fisher, voice low as a threat. "Tell him this." He turned back and tightened his grip until Giuseppe flinched. "One more word and I will actually pull the trigger. And if you undermine our plan, if you tell the Spaniards where we are or what we intend, know this, my muzzle will never leave you. The first sign of betrayal, the slightest hesitation, and I will shoot." I won't miss. Nothing else will matter. Fisher repeated Paul's warning in rough Spanish, loud enough for Giuseppe to hear every syllable. The Spaniard's shoulders cramped, the stubborn glare in his eyes broke, and something smaller, rawer, slid in its place. He swallowed, a sound too big for his throat, and finally spat the single word the men needed. See. Paul let him go, his finger leaving deep marks on Giuseppe's shirt. He hauled the younger man to his feet, shoved him a few steps through the tall grass, and forced him to the ground beneath a broken olive. With tear, he ripped open Giuseppe's pants, exposing the gunshot wound they had inflicted on him earlier. Fisher and Weber melted into the grass a short distance off, rifles sharp and eyes flat. Paul crouched beside Lang, neither of them saying a word, forming a completely silent moment. Paul didn't mind. His eyes and ears were locked on the radio and the far road. Still, he caught Lang glancing at him from time to time. They waited for about 20 minutes before Paul finally spotted something in the distance, the same that he had seen before. He turned quickly and gave Lang a nod. Paul's palms began to sweat. The sound of an engine reached them. His breathing quickened. The sound grew louder. Everything in his body prepared itself for the decisive moment that would follow. "Come on, stop," he pleaded silently. The truck was now only about 100 meters from Giuseppe's spot. Then it stopped. "Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone, comment, and review." Chapter 17. Ambush. Paul held his breath as he counted 1, 3, 5, 8. Then he turned quietly, raising his hands and showing 8 fingers. Lang's brow furrowed for a brief moment before he gave a sharp nod. Without a word, he slid closer to Paul, pulling back the bolt of his rifle and chambering around with a muted click. Paul scanned the grass, trying to spot Fisher or Weber, who were hidden a short distance away. Finally, he caught sight of one of them. Their eyes met, and Paul gave a quick thumbs up, still pressed low against the ground. The 4 German officers began to move forward, pushing slowly through the tall grass, edging closer to the unsuspecting Spaniards. Meanwhile, the Spanish soldiers jumped off the truck, all except for the driver. They walked over to Giuseppe, asking him something, their rifles half raised. After a short exchange in Spanish, they seemed to relax, lowering their rifles, some even leaning on them. It's now or never, Paul thought, his muzzle tracking every movement of one of the Spanish soldiers. He knew the others would open fire the moment a single shot rang out. Now he hissed toward Lang. Lang didn't hesitate. His rifle thundered the shot, cracking through the valley. The first Spaniard dropped before he even knew what hit him. Paul squeezed the trigger a millisecond later, his target, too, collapsing against the truck's wheel. Fisher and Weber opened up from the flank, their fire cutting into the confused soldiers, who only now realized they were under attack. Shouts in Spanish filled the air. Rifles swung up in panic, but it was too late. For men were already down, the others stumbling for cover that wasn't there. The driver, still in the cab, gunned the engine in panic, but the truck only lurched forward a few meters before stalling in the dirt. Giuseppe lay, frozen on the ground, exactly where Paul had placed him, his eyes wide with terror as bullets cracked above his head. One man after another fell, scream echoing through the valley before they stopped. All that remained was the shrill whine of the stalling engine. Weber and Fisher burst from their hiding spots, shouting at the driver to kill the engine, their rifles leveled at him. The driver quickly complied. Seeing what had happened to his comrades, he didn't want the same fate for himself. He turned off the engine and stepped out of the truck, hands raised high in the air. Weber and Fisher quickly grabbed him, constraining his hands and pushing him on his knees. Paul and Lang, whose hiding spot was further away, also arrived at the scene. Lang looked at Weber and Fisher, complimenting them. "Good work, men." Paul nodded too, yet his eyes narrowed. He stepped closer to the driver. "Do you have any weapons on you?" he asked, voice low and controlled. Fisher quickly translated into Spanish, his words crisp and deliberate. The driver shook his head violently, hands still raised. Fisher repeated, "He says no, he has nothing." Paul pressed his lips together. Something inside him didn't believe it. After witnessing what happened to Hermann, he wasn't going to repeat that carelessness. He motioned sharply, "Search him." Weber moved forward, patting the driver down. Systematically, Paul's eyes never left the man, the tension coiling. Inside him, for a moment, nothing. Then Weber's hand froze, brushing against a small, hidden pistol tucked in the driver's waistband. Paul's pulse quickened. He stared at the gun, then back at the driver. Before anyone else could react, Paul's fist shot up. He lunged forward, slamming it into the man's jaw. The driver groaned, staggering and clutching his face. Paul struck again, pounding the driver into the dirt, sending him sprawling. Blood ran from the man's nose and mouth. Before Paul could land another devastating hit, a hand gripped his arm and collar, pulling him away from the driver, who by now was half-conscious, bleeding, and severely swollen. "Take a hold of yourself, Jigger," Lang shouted. "Heinrich, that was excessive," Lang said, his voice sharp. "He's barely conscious. You didn't need to beat him like that." Paul shrugged, not meeting Lang's gaze. "Better he's scared than dead," he said quietly, brushing dust from his uniform. "We can't afford mistakes. One wrong move, and we're all dead." Lang's eyes searched Paul's face, looking for hesitation, regret, anything, but found none. He let out a long breath and stepped back, muttering, "You've changed, Jigger." "I have adapted, if that's what you mean, Major," Paul replied, his voice steady. "And you should too." Lang's jaw tightened, but he said nothing more. Paul turned back to the driver, who was groaning weakly on the ground, blood streaked across his face. "Pick him up," Paul said to Weber, his tone flat. "Check for anything else that bastard is hiding." Paul's eyes scanned the driver quickly, inspecting every movement, every twitch. He spotted the pistol lying in the dirt, where Weber had pulled it out and kicked it aside, making sure it was out of reach. Lang spoke again, his voice low and pressing. "We move. There could be more. And before that, we have to change." A slight grin escaped his face. They moved fast. Paul and Weber stripped the fallen Spaniards of their jackets and belts, while Fisher and Lang guarded the driver. Their loot was plenty: water, some food, and some papers. Paul handed to Fisher. "Those look like they are courier papers," Fisher said, translating. "Small patrol, rotating routes." "Good enough." Then they heard groan. It was Giuseppe who sat up with effort. Lang helped him into a spare jacket, wiping blood and dust from his face with the edge of the uniform. Giuseppe's hand shook, but he put the cap low and tried to look like any other tired soldier. Fisher coached him and the others in Spanish, a few short phrases, where they were from, what unit they were with, a simple excuse about a stalled wagon. Weber and Fisher then looked at the driver, exchanging uncertain glances. They weren't sure what to do with him. Their eyes searched for Lang and Paul, who were still rummaging through the truck for anything useful. "What should we do with the driver?" Weber asked, not sure which of the two to address. Although Lang outranked Paul by far, Paul had that natural talent for command and often suggested things to Lang, who almost always agreed. Paul stood straight, eyes fixed on the driver. "We can't leave him here," he said, voice low but firm. "He knows too much. If he wakes up, he'll warn others. We take him with us, or we make him disappear." Lang shook his head, frowning. "No, he slows us down, makes too much noise. We can't afford the risk. Better to leave him tied up somewhere safe and keep moving. And I won't kill that man, you won't. Too. Do we understand each other?" Paul frowned. "But enough, Lang," snapped, cold and commanding. "He stays here, tied and gagged. That's the order. You obey." Paul's fists tightened, but he did not argue. Lang outranked him, and in that moment the chain of command was clear. Either The man will die of thirst, a crueler fate than a quick shot, or he'll be found and warn others, and that would get us all killed, Paul thought, anger simmering just below the surface. After cooling down for some time and adjusting their new uniforms, they hopped on the truck. Fisher on the driver's seat and Lang beside him. Paul, Weber, and Giuseppe in the back. Fisher eased the truck onto the track. The engine coughed, found its rhythm, and they rolled away, dust rising in a thin trail behind them. The landscape slid past dry grass, stone walls, and the low shapes of olive trees. The road led them toward the darkening horizon. The sun dipped slow and red, burning out the last heat of the day. For a moment, everything looked almost calm, as if the world had forgiven them. Paul watched the light fade. They had survived another day in this hellhole. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone, comment, and review. Chapter 18. The night sky and the full moon illuminated the road just enough for Fisher to make out the faint outline of the path. He had to press the brake hard whenever they drove through a forest or anything that blocked the starlight. When the truck slowed drastically again because Fisher couldn't see the road, Paul sighed, adjusting his posture. Again, Weber, sitting across from him, wore an annoyed look. Can you remind me again why we're driving without lights? Paul replied as if he'd answered the question hundreds of times before. It's just common sense. We'd encounter more people, possibly more soldiers. Considering the only Spanish in this truck is our uniform, that wouldn't be ideal. From the driver's cabin, Lang's voice cut through the tension. How about taking a break here? I think we all need it, and it's only 10 kilometers to the front line. Any further, and the number of soldiers will exponentially increase. The suggestion was met with quiet agreement. Fisher, in particular, seemed relieved. He looked like he might have a heart attack after almost running off the road a dozen times in the past hour. The group parked in a small clearing. The rumbling of the engine finally dying down. The moonlight spilled across the ground, casting long shadows over the truck and the surrounding trees. How about making a small fire, heating up our food and ourselves? Paul suggested. Although they knew it was dangerous, the tired and hungry group quickly agreed, considering the conditions and the energy-draining day ahead. The disciplined soldiers carried out their tasks in coordination and with haste, one person setting up tents, another collecting firewood. Only one man sat helplessly in the middle, not knowing what to do or simply not wanting to do anything. Giuseppe. Paul, always keeping an eye on the man, noticed his behavior and shouted for him to gather some firewood too, gesturing at the pile of wood in his hands. Giuseppe got up pretty quickly, probably still scared of me. Paul, though, the dry leaves crunched beneath Paul's leather boots as he made his way further into the forest, his thoughts always racing. Whenever he was alone and not doing anything major, he walked for some time, the events of the day playing in his mind. But then a distant laughter woke him from his trance. Who is so loud? Is it Giuseppe, that idiot? Paul thought, annoyed he will get us all killed. Paul turned around, having deemed the amount of firewood sufficient, and prepared to scold whoever was making so much noise. His pace was steady, both arms burdened with firewood. He made his way around the truck, only to find the source of the laughter: Fisher, Weber, Lang, and 3 other men. 3 others? The firewood slipped from his grip, tumbling to the ground. Paul's hand went instinctively to his pistol, but before he could draw, his eyes locked with Major Lang's. The Major had already seen him, with the faintest shake of his head, deliberate and unmistakable. Lang stopped him cold. What the hell does he want to avoid? Bloodshed? Or what's his problem? Paul thought, but before he could dwell on it, the 3 strangers followed Lang's gaze and turned to face him. Their uniforms and worn leather belts left no doubt. Spanish soldiers. Fisher, clearly caught off guard, stepped forward with a nervous grin. Switching into halting Spanish, he made the introductions, his words stumbling and uneven. Paul straightened, forcing a polite smile. Encantado, he said carefully, shaping each syllable as best he could, straining to keep any trace of his German accent from slipping through. The Spanish exchanged glances, measuring him before offering some nods. They turned around towards Fisher, the most talkative of their new friends. Paul made his way towards Lang, his hand always tense, ready to grab his pistol. He inclined his head, whispering into Lang's ear with noticeable irritation. "What the fuck is this? What is your plan here?" Lang answered, whispering too. "We had no choice to be frank. No one had their weapons near them when our guest appeared, asking to stay the night here." He gave a sarcastic smile. "But I thought about it. They could get us some valuable insider information if Fisher plays it nicely, of course. So let's wait for a bit. This can't possibly end well," Paul mumbled, barely audible. Both pairs of eyes shifted to Fisher, who let out another awkward laugh, speaking as little as he could. Paul and Lang stood close, listening, their bodies tense, as if hell itself might erupt at any second. The fire crackled beside them, giving them some warmth. But then one of the Spanish soldiers started a laugh, talking about something funny. From the jumble of Spanish words, there was one part clear enough for them to catch: General Hugo Spurl. Paul and Lang's eyes locked wide with alarm. Before either could react, Fisher, who had clearly caught the same words, probably even more, blurted out in German, far too loudly. "What? Shit!" Fisher hissed, slapping a hand over his mouth. But the damage was done. The Spaniards exchanged bewildered looks. A heartbeat. Later, realization struck. What they had heard was no Spanish at all. One by one, their eyes widened, and as if on cue, their hands went for their rifles. But Paul and Lang were quicker, already braced for this very moment. Paul's pistol came up in a blur. The first shot cracked, striking a Spaniard clean in the head. Blood sprayed as the man's eyes went dull, his body collapsing lifelessly. The second and third shots slammed into another soldier's chest. He staggered back, choking, clutching desperately at the wounds. A fourth round ended him. His body hit the dirt with a heavy, muffled thud. Paul's gaze snapped toward the last man, but he was already crumpling, brought down by Lang's precise shot. "Well, that was unexpected." Paul shot Lang a sharp look. "That's not what matters right now, Heinrich." Lang's voice was firm, his attention shifting to Fisher, who still had his hand put over his mouth. "What the hell did they say about General Spurl? And how do they even know his name?" Fisher exhaled shakily, lowering his hand. "They have him. The general's in prison. They were bragging about it. Said he was intercepted near the front, trying to reach the Legion." Paul swallowed hard. The thought pressed in on him like a weight. If it could happen to Spurl, it could just as easily happen to them. For a moment, no one spoke. The silence hung heavy, broken only by the faint rustle of wind through the trees and the distant crackle of their fire. Finally, Lang muttered, "If they've captured Spurl, the entire Legion could be blind without his command." His jaw tightened. "We can't just sit on this." Fisher rubbed his forehead, eyes darting between them. "You're not seriously suggesting what choice do we have?" Paul cut him off, his voice low but firm. He had already run the calculations in his mind. He wanted to survive, of course, but with or without the general, danger stalked them all the same. Rescuing him or not, what real difference would it make to their chances? Perhaps it would even increase them. If Spurl stayed in enemy hands, the Legion would falter, command would crumble, and the chaos would swallow them all. But if they pulled him out, if they succeeded, the rewards could be immense. Paul felt the thought burn through him. This could push him higher up the ladder, bringing him a step closer toward his goals. A hair's breadth closer to the Führer, a step nearer the summit. His mind had already been steeled the night before. Tonight was no revelation, only. Confirmation. He had chosen this path, chosen to embrace the life fate had thrust upon him. Now, it was simply a matter of acting on it. Before they could talk it out further, a sound snapped their attention. As one, the group turned, pistols raised. But it was only Giuseppe, his arms pile high with firewood. He froze at the sight of their guns trained on him, blinking in surprise. His expression carried no guilt, only the startled look of a man who had stumbled into the wrong moment. A small chuckle slipped out of Fisher, the absurdity of the moment breaking through his nerves. Paul and Lang, too, felt the corners of their mouths tug upward as well. For just a moment, the weight of gunfire, capture, and impossible plans eased, replaced by the ridiculous sight of Giuseppe, wide-eyed and his hands filled with firewood. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone comment. In review, Chapter 19, a glimmer of victory. The tent smelled of oil and cold sweat. A single lamp swung above the rough map, throwing long shadows across lines. Names and villages crossed out in haste. Paul leaned against the wooden table, hands in his coat pockets, a cigarette smoldering between his fingers. Lang knelt on a folded blanket, his finger tracing a spot marked with a cross in red chalk. So that's the main road, Lang said slowly. The Spaniards said he's somewhere in this border town. If Spurl's still there, he could be in the old schoolhouse. That's the only suitable place to hold a captive, at least. In terms of size, what about that building, the one next to the river? Paul asked, slowly analyzing the map. That's way too small to serve as a prison, Lang answered skeptically. Perhaps from the outside. You should read what it says there, Major, Paul replied. Police station. Lang read it out loud, his eyes widening. Yes, that's it. Good job, Jaeger. There's a good chance they're holding him there. And maybe several other officers from the flight. They could be all in the police station's cell. Lang faced Fisher and Weber. You two scout the police station. Take the truck, move fast and quiet. One mistake, and we're finished. You understand? They both nodded and started to walk away, but a voice cut in. Be careful. Yes, but don't waste time. Every second matters. They'll likely move valuable prisoners to Madrid soon. That makes the station only a temporary holding place. If it weren't, we wouldn't be attempting a rescue, Paul said, his tone flat and calculating. They nodded once again and turned, walking toward the truck, this time at a faster pace. Fisher POV Fisher crawled behind a low wall of rubble, the moon barely cutting through the clouds. His heart hammered as he surveyed the courtyard of the police station. The number of guards was suspicious. The entire building was surrounded by barbed wire, with soldiers patrolling both outside and inside. A machine gun position had even been set up directly in front of the door. Weber followed close behind, hands gripping his weapon. Quiet, Fisher whispered, though the wind seemed to swallow his voice entirely. Weber sneaked up to him, whispering, Look over there, his finger pointed towards the side of the building. There's a small hole in the barbed wire. I spotted it when climbing here. Fisher followed his gaze, confirming the hole. Okay, that's good. That's very good. A small smile formed on his lips. But we need to get closer and change our position so we can look at possible entry points into the building. He pointed to the side wall. Along there, there's some rubble we can move on, but we have to climb carefully. A bead of sweat rolled down Fisher's forehead. Every step brought them closer to one of the sentries. The sentries' gazes swept near them several times, yet they miraculously managed to stay hidden, always ducking behind cover at the last second. They let out a small sigh of relief after finally making it around the building. They were only a few meters from the back, with only barbed wire in the abandoned house they were using for cover separating them from the station. Once they deemed it safe and the patrolling soldiers were far enough, Fisher and Weber cautiously poked their heads out of the window, scanning for anything that might be a door. Yet the only thing they saw was bricks and wilderness, no door, no entry point. Weber had already pulled his head back, frustration evident on his face. Fisher, too, felt like giving up, but then he saw something moving, something small that hadn't been there before. A mouse? He thought. But where had it come from? Hey, can you hand me the binoculars again? He asked Weber in a slow, quiet whisper, never taking his eyes off the window. Weber shrugged, but handed them over. Fisher quickly scanned the little creature crawling about, then let his gaze wander to the spot where he had first noticed it. Between tall grass, vines, and some bushes, he made out the outline of something else. A small brick structure, separate from the main building. One thought immediately struck him, and a smile began forming. A cellar entrance. A small chuckle escaped his lips, but he quickly stifled it. He turned from the window to Weber, whose eyes were wide, like a puppy waiting for good news. A cellar entrance, I'm pretty sure, Fisher said, his eyes betraying his joy. Weber quietly let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "This is it. The Oberstleutnant and Major are going to love this." The way back was just as dangerous as the approach. Every shadow seemed to hide a patrol, every rustle in the grass a possible sentry. But keeping low and moving cautiously, they finally made it back to their hidden truck. Sliding into the driver's seat, Fisher exhaled, muscles finally relaxing. Weber climbed in beside him, eyes still scanning the darkness. As they started the engine and slipped away toward the rest of the group, the weight of the mission lifted slightly, though only enough for them to savor the small victory, knowing the real challenge lay ahead. Paul Powell leaned against the side of the tent, arms crossed, watching Lang mark positions on the map, until Lang finally leaned back against the opposite side, casting him a small, fleeting glance. "You've been quiet today," Lang said, his voice low. "Always so pensive. Do you ever think about life outside all this?" Paul glanced up, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Life outside," he echoed. "Sometimes. Imagine a small house somewhere, a family, a wife. My family, my wife." Paul, though, inwardly, quiet mornings, no orders, no gunfire. "But that's a different world, Lang. A world I don't belong to. Not anymore." Lang nodded slowly, his eyes lingering on Paul. "You'd like that," he said softly. "I can see it." Paul turned back to the map, tracing a finger along one of the patrol routes. "I'd like that more than anything, but it's not possible." He sat up straighter. "We're always here, forever trapped." "What about you?" Paul asked, trying to suppress the thoughts of his own lost possibilities. Lang paused, tapping the pencil against the map. "Me?" He let out a quiet sigh. Lang shook his head slightly, running a hand through his already graying hair. "I've tried to live that life you were talking about many times," he said wryly. "Every time it failed. Every time I ended up back here. Perhaps it's what fate had intended for the both of us from the start." Lang said barely audible. "Fate." Paul reaped the word with a hateful tone to it. Then, distant at first, a low growl cut through the night. The tent flapped slightly as the sound of an engine approached, steady and heavy. Paul and Lang exchanged a brief, tense glance before stepping out of the tent. The night air was sharp, carrying the rumble closer with every passing second. The headlights cut through the darkness, revealing Fisher and Weber in the truck, dust and gravel kicking up behind them. Relief washed over Paul's face as he raised a hand in greeting. "Well," Paul called over the engine's growl. Fisher and Weber slowed the truck, sliding it to a stop a few meters away. Weber jumped down first, brushing off dust, while Fisher leaned on the door, a triumphant grin on his face. "Got it," Fisher said, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hey, cellar entrance. TT seems too good to be true." "It is." Lang exhaled, a small, approving smile forming. "Good work. Let's hear the details. Quickly, then we plan the next move." Lang formed a fist, we'll get the general out of there, and perhaps this unfortunate chapter of our lives will finally come to a fitting end. Thank you all for the support. I appreciate every Power Stone, comment, and review. Chapter 20. Night Assault. Dawn broke gray and weak, a light that gave no warmth. The squad had waited the whole night in silence, watching the patrols move around the compound. Twice they almost ran into trouble, but luck and discipline kept them hidden. When the guards changed and a short gap opened, Paul led the way. One by one, they crossed the courtyard like shadows. A quick knife strike ended the life of a guard walking near the cellar. A wet sound came from his throat before he fell, bleeding into the dirt. Moments later, they reached the entrance. Paul pushed his shoulder against the old wooden door. With a groan, the hinges gave way, and the smell of rot and dust came out from the darkness inside. Fisher and Weber looked at each other, swallowed hard, then followed Lang and Paul into the cellar. The air grew colder the further the group went. Down. Each step echoed against the old, worn brick walls. A faint scrape echoed from somewhere deeper in the cellar. The squad froze, listening. Dust fell from the ceiling, as if warning them to move carefully. Lang signaled with a hand, and the others crouched lower, moving silently. Through the narrow corridor, shadows flickered along the walls as their lanterns swung with each cautious step. Then, from the far end, a muffled shout broke the quiet. Chains clanked, boots shuffled. "Seems like we're at the right address," Paul whispered, listening to the muffled screams. "Something tells me this won't be a friendly welcome." Fisher tightened his grip on his pistol. "I don't like the sound of that," he muttered, glancing nervously at the dark corridor ahead. Weber adjusted the grenades on his belt, his jaw tight. "Let's just get it over with," he said, his voice low but steady. Lang crouched beside Paul, hand hovering near his knife. "Stay sharp. We move slow, we move together. One mistake, we're done." The group moved forward slowly, measuring each step carefully. They reached a corner. Paul pressed himself against the wall, slowly turning his head to peer around it. For a second, the corridor was nothing but shadow and the faint swing of a lantern. Then a figure rounded the turn at the same moment, a guard, eyes wide in the lantern light. They collided, both men looking at each other, surprise snapping through them. The guard reached for his weapon, but Paul was faster. He drove his elbow into the man's chest, shoved him back against the wall, and with a single, practiced motion closed the distance. The guard made a desperate sound, and Paul ended it quickly. A precise slice of the neck, a muffled gasp, and the body slumped. Paul breathed out hard, trying to draw in more air. That had been close, way too close. He could have died in an instant, yet his instincts, Heinrich's instincts, had saved him once again, though it didn't matter to Paul anymore. He had accepted Heinrich's side as his own. Heinrich's instincts, values, emotions, they were all a part of him. He had acknowledged that some time ago. A hand patted his back, bringing him back to the present. It was Lang who motioned for Paul to move forward. And so they did, even more alert after their surprise encounter. Soon, they reached a heavy iron door, chains rattling faintly behind it. Paul pressed his ear against the cold metal, listening. Voices, some weak, some angry, echoed from inside. He stepped back from the door and turned to the rest of the group, giving them a knowing look. This was their destination. They took out their pistols, deeming safe enough to shoot, without waking up the guards above. Lang nodded once. Paul gripped the latch and pulled. The iron door groaned and swung inward. Lantern light spilled into the low room. 3 guards stood by a table, one turning at the sound. Surprise flashed across his face. Then he opened his mouth to shout. Paul lifted his pistol, aiming quick and low. 2 clean shots silenced the nearest guards before the sound could travel. The third tried to reach for his weapon, but Fisher was faster, lunging at him, knocking him off balance with a swift elbow. Weber, who covered their back, looked at the surprised prisoners. "Stay quiet," he hissed. The men in the room froze, eyes wide. Lang moved through the rows with keys. Ready, unlocking the chains one by one. Paul walked to the center where General Spurl sat propped against the wall, thin but alert. "Jaeger?" "Lang," Spurl whispered, disbelief in his voice. "General," Paul said, voice low, "we're getting you out." Smiles spread across the other prisoners' faces. Some silently rejoiced, hugging each other, relief washing over them in the quiet cellar. Yet there was one soldier whose face looked anything but happy. He didn't look like a man being freed from prison. He looked like he had been put there. His eyes were wide, with horror, tracking every movement Paul made. POV? He sat slumped against the cold stone, chains clinking when he shifted. Around him men hugged and whispered, relief soft in their voices. Lantern light through long, nervous shadows. Paul moved through the room, confidently greeting each officer. He shouldn't have moved at all, the man thought. His face tightened as he watched every step. He watched them. His jaw was dry. How could he survive? His mind raced. General Spurl survived. But that rookie? Fuck. What should I do? The American still has my family. He said Heinrich has to disappear. His head felt like it might explode. Thoughts swarmed. His wife on her way to the grocery store, his children running in the garden. The pictures the American showed him flash behind his eyes. No, I can't let them die, he thought, eyes suddenly clear, his teeth pressed together. I betrayed the fatherland once. I can do it again. Paul POV. Paul noticed the strange looks the man kept giving him, but he shrugged it off. Perhaps it was because he was fairly well known in Germany. The Rhine incident, the propaganda, a shy fan, maybe, he thought, almost amused. Paul shifted, his eyes back towards Lang, who had finished unlocking the chains. The freed officers hesitated for a moment, still shaken, but Paul's steady presence urged them onward. Fisher and Weber moved to lead the way, guiding the group toward the stairwell that would take them out of the cellar. "We have a Spanish truck hidden outside. It can fit all of us," Lang said, walking beside General Spurl. "I suppose that's why the Spanish uniforms." "Pretty brilliant, Lang," Spurl replied. "Oh, that wasn't my idea, sir. It was Oberstleutnant Heinrich's idea," Lang said, with a small smile. Spurl looked at him, surprise in his eyes. "It seems Germany will have a bright future with talents like him." Lang nodded, and they continued walking at a steady pace. As they rounded the corner, a sudden, piercing wail cut through the air. "Sirens!" Fisher shouted. Head snapped toward the sound. Someone above had noticed them. "Move!" Spurl yelled. The officers obeyed, fear flashing in their eyes. Bullets tore through the hallway, clanging off stone and wood. Fisher returned fire, low and controlled, while Weber lobbed a grenade toward the doorway to suppress the advancing guards. A deafening explosion shook the corridor, screams following immediately. Another grenade bounced back from a wall, forcing the group to duck behind a collapsed section of stairs, dust and debris filling the air. Continuous explosions tore through the building, destroying brick layer after brick, layer, pillar after pillar. Soon, dust rained down from above, followed by chunks of stone and plaster. Paul looked at the walls around him, then up at the ceiling, which seemed ready to collapse at any moment. "Come on, Fisher, clear the way. We have to go now," he shouted. Yet, Fisher and Weber were pinned down, unable to clear a path. Paul concentrated, moving an inch above his cover, patiently scanning for an opening. And then, one of the soldiers rose abruptly, a grenade in his hand. Paul didn't flinch. He pressed the trigger, the shot striking the soldier square in the head. The man crumpled to the ground, the grenade's pin already pulled. Another explosion rocked the corridor, this one signaling the enemy's final effort and the complete collapse of the building. Bigger and bigger chunks of ceiling rained down, dust and stone filling the air. The group ran up the stairs, trying to dodge the rubble and dirt raining from above. Each step was treacherous, chunks of stone cracked and fell, forcing them to duck and twist. "Keep moving," Paul shouted, voice barely audible over the roar of destruction. Lanterns swung wildly, casting long, chaotic shadows against the crumbling walls. Behind him, the sound of shouts and scrambling boots echoed. Some of the freed officers struggled to keep up, panic flashing in their eyes. Paul reached out, grabbing hands one by one to pull them along. Then came the last officer, his fan. For a brief moment their eyes met. Something in a man's gaze made Paul hesitate, a flicker too deliberate, too precise. Paul stretched out his hand anyway. The man's gaze shifted, and suddenly he grabbed Paul's hand hard. Before Paul could react, the soldier yanked him down into the darkness. Chaos erupted around him as he fell, hitting the ground hard, head first. Beams rained down, dirt and stone crashing in masses, threatening to bury him. Paul tried to stand, to move, but only his hand rose slightly, reaching toward the man who had pushed him. The last bit of strength left his body. His eyes slowly closed, meeting the soldier's one final time before darkness swallowed him completely. Chapter 21. Rage and Suffering. Comment voices. He heard voices, distant, muffled. Something moved around him. No, not just around him, he felt himself being dragged, lifted, shifted. Someone shouted, words he couldn't understand. Paul's eyes flickered open. A face loomed only centimeters away, eyes widening in sudden shock. Paul tried to move, to rise, but pain shot through every limb. His body felt pinned, crushed by weight. Before he could try again, the man raised his arm. Something long glinted in his hand. The object came down fast. Paul's instincts forced his eyes shut. The impact crashed against his skull, and the world slipped away once more. Darkness, then a jolt. Paul's eyes fluttered open for a heartbeat, the world swaying violently. He was being carried, his body bound tight with rope. The sound of boots echoed. Around him, voices in harsh Spanish, sharp and hurried. He tried to lift his head, but it dropped again, heavy as stone. Darkness. He woke once more, this time staring up at the sky. Lantern light bobbed above him, clouds drifting in and out of view. His mouth was dry, the taste of iron thick on his tongue. A soldier sat beside him, muttering, cigarette glowing red in the night. Paul blinked, trying to focus. Then the glow blurred into nothing. Darkness. The next time he woke, it was colder, damp. He realized he was no longer moving. The air reeked of mold and rot. He lay on rough stone, his hands chained to the wall. A single torch flickered somewhere in the darkness. This time he did not drift back into the void. This time he was awake. Something filled his mouth. He spat it out. Blood splattered across the stone floor. Pain flared from nearly every part of his body. He glanced down. Bandages were wrapped around his stomach, his left arm, and his right thigh. Shit, he blurted, the first word that came to mind. Paul shifted, struggling to sit up straight. For the first time, he took in his surroundings, a small cell. No window, only iron bars between him and freedom. How the hell did I survive that? His eyes sharpened, a dangerous glint forming. More importantly, why did that bastard pull me? He tried to stand, rage pushing him forward. But before he could find his footing, the pain surged through him. A primal groan escaped as he collapsed back onto the stone floor. Miraculously survived, only to die somewhere else. The world truly loves me, doesn't it? Oh, you won't die just yet. A disgusting laugh echoed from outside Paul's cell. Paul's head snapped up, eyes searching until they locked on a figure, half of his face lit by the torchlight. Who are you? Paul demanded. The man answered in German, his words twisted by a heavy accent. I'm the one who patched you up, who rescued you. How? About thanking me? Thanking you? Paul spat in his direction, his eyes burning with hate. I'd thank you if I had woken up in a bed. But you threw me into a cell. The man answered, a devious smile curling on his lips. That I did. But I wonder, why don't you ask me anything? Are you not curious yourself? You seem eager to answer them, even without my encouragement, Paul said, trying to adjust his seating posture. Yes, you are right. You are quite smart for a soldier. Obviously your job is to answer anything we ask. My job is to ask. Simple enough. Right. Paul said nothing. Silence grew cold between them. It seems you aren't so smart after all. The man stepped closer to the iron bars and gripped them. I would love to tell you the consequences, but I patched you up for a reason. His tongue slid over his lip. Everyone knows you. Must fatten a sheep, patch it up, feed it well, before you can savor its meat. The man's smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He set down a bowl, its contents shifting with a soft clink, and pushed it into the cell with his foot. Eat well, he said. You'll need it. Paul reached for the bowl, staring at its contents. It looked like some kind of soup, perhaps pea, perhaps something else. He clenched his teeth, eyes never leaving the liquid. Hunger gnawed at him. He didn't know how long he'd been without food, but it felt like an eternity. I'm not ready to leave this world yet. There are still too many things I have to accomplish, he thought, picking up the spoon with visible reluctance. I will survive, just like he had survived the plane crash and collapse. A surge of power coursed through him, gripping the spoon tighter, and he would find whoever was responsible. He would escape and find them. They would pay. They would bleed like he had, suffer like he had, and they too would live like dogs. Then would die, but he would not. Time passed slowly at first, agonizingly so, but eventually Paul developed a routine, sleeping on his bunk, eating whatever scraps the guards threw at him, refusing to answer the man's questions. Each time, Paul remained silent. The man grew more furious, more eager. Paul knew the man was some kind of psychopath, someone the Spanish kept around for one purpose: torture. He also knew it would come sooner or later. But giving the man anything, any piece of information, wasn't an option. If Paul revealed even the limited intel he had, he would become useless to them. His value would plummet, and with it his chance of survival. Enduring the pain, enduring the interrogation, was the only way to stay alive, at least for a while. He was painfully aware that he would have to escape eventually. His survival depended entirely on a plan. As for a savior, the Germans or Franco's men, he had stopped believing anyone would come. Paul sighed, thinking of his friends, his squad. They probably think I'm dead. He didn't blame them. He too would have prioritized his own survival over someone whose chances were so slim. Paul thought a lot about them the last few days. I hope they made it back at least, he told himself. So all of this wasn't for nothing. His eyes drifted to the iron bars as his thoughts sank deeper, the cell fading around him. Chapter 22. Never heard of it. It was a morning like any other since Paul's capture. He woke with dark circles under his eyes, ate whatever scraps the guards had tossed his way, and scanned for any chance to escape. There was none. Paul walked to the corner of his cell and picked up a small stone from the floor. Pressing it against the wall, he carved another line into the rough surface. Number 10, he thought. He wasn't even sure anymore. With no sunlight reaching the cell, he could only rely on his sleep cycles to keep track of time. He returned to his bunk and tossed the stone back into the corner with a dull clatter. His gaze drifted over his body, still wrapped in loose, dirty bandages that looked ready to fall apart at any moment. The wounds beneath had mostly healed. With a single motion, Paul tore the bandages off, revealing his bare body, though he'd lost some of his former strength since the crash. The lean muscle, the lines of his abdomen, and the volume of his shoulders still showed through. Will you answer today, or are you ready for some fun? Because I finally am. Paul lifted his head, looking at the same face that had asked question after question, yet received no answer from him. "Alfredo, you look even worse than me," Paul said, sitting down on the cold floor, making himself comfortable. "That smug look will finally vanish," Alfredo said, his voice rising with anticipation. He turned his head to the side, motioning with his fingers. "You two come here, let's get our friend in my laboratory." Two guards came running quickly, saluting Alfredo. "Open it," ordered, looking at them. The bigger one pulled out a large metal key, inserting it into the heavy lock. He rotated it a few times before the mechanism clicked. The other pushed the door open, the metal scraping harshly against the stone floor. They stepped in carefully. One of the two motioned toward the wall. "Go. Stand up. Hands behind your back." Paul gave them a short look before slowly rising, stretching, and moving toward the wall. The two men approached cautiously. The smaller one reached out his arm to grab Paul. Then suddenly Paul spun around, seizing the approaching man by the wrist and arm. Before either of them could react, Paul threw all his strength into twisting the man's arm. The man, caught off guard, lost his balance and was thrown hard against the wall head first. The taller guard finally reacted, reaching for his gun, but before he could raise it, Paul lunged at him, trying to grab the weapon. A desperate struggle for the gun erupted, both men giving everything they had. Paul threw a quick knee strike, but the man blocked it with his hand and answered with a brutal headbutt. For a moment, everything went blurry, but Paul managed to collect himself, grabbing the pistol again and twisting it to the side just as the man fired. The bullet grazed past him, only a hair's breadth away. Paul eyes wide-eyed, but his jaw tightened. He threw himself at the guard again. The sudden recovery caught the man off guard. Paul managed to grab the gun and pull it away, yet the force lunged the gun away to the opposite corner of cell. Paul turned, wanting to grab it, yet the guard lunged at him. Again, the man swung wildly in panic, but Paul ducked under the punch and retaliated instantly. His fist connected hard, sending the guard staggering backward until he fell on his butt. "Come on, where are you?" "Guards!" Paul heard Alfredo's screams for the first time since the struggle, and he wasn't the only one. A squad of guards came sprinting down the hallway. Alfredo retreated further from the cell, seeking cover behind the incoming men. "Don't use your guns. I need him alive." Paul dashed toward the door, but the first group of guards was faster, blocking the entrance. There was a brief moment of silence before the men lunged toward Paul, their fists raised. Paul cursed silently, yet his spirit wasn't broken. The first guard swung for Paul's face, but Paul blocked with his left arm and countered with a sharp uppercut. Two more guards threw themselves at him, one aiming for his hip, the other reaching for his neck. Paul dodged the first, but the second managed to grab his collar, pulling him down to the ground. A violent struggle broke out between them. Paul managed to gain the upper hand, pinning the guard beneath him and landing a punch square on a man's nose. It burst with blood, but before he could get back up, another guard slammed into him, forcing him down again. Paul fought to free himself. He turned, pushed, even bit, but more and more men threw themselves onto him, each one holding a part of him down, their foreheads soon slick with sweat. Then, out of the corner of his eye, Paul saw Alfredo, smiling deviously, holding a syringe in his hand. Paul shook his head desperately, struggling even harder to free himself, but nothing worked. He began screaming, spit beginning to collect on the ground. "Alfredo! You bastard! Son of a bitch! You!" His screams grew quieter until they suddenly stopped. Alfredo smiled awkwardly, pulling the syringe out of Paul's neck. Darkness. Once again, familiar darkness. Paul knew what would follow. Light. He squinted, his eyes burning as the brightness forced them open. He tried to turn his head, but his arms were in the way. As his vision adjusted, he slowly opened his eyes wider. He couldn't move, so he looked around as much as he could. He was suspended upright in the air, his arms tied to the ceiling, his feet dangling just above the ground. He was in the center of another small room. The walls were littered with blood, and even the ground beneath him still bore streaks of crimson. His eyes widened in horror. He knew what was about to come. Then they fell on one man, Alfredo. He was leaning leisurely against the wall beside him. Finally awake, "Princess?" he asked, polishing the knife in his hand. "Let's not make it harder than it has to be." Alfredo walked over, stopping a meter away from Paul, looking him straight in the eyes. "I'll start easy. What's your name and military rank?" Paul stared at him for a long moment, noticing the annoyed look in Alfredo's eyes becoming more visible before finally speaking. "My military rank, what's that?" "Never heard of it." Alfredo laughed, though the sound never reached his eyes. He looked to the ground, then to the side, placing the knife on a nearby table. His hands slid over the various tools he had arranged there, stopping on something long, a whip. "I've changed my mind. A knife is far too lenient for you." Then, lightning fast, he grabbed the whip, raised his arm, and lunged it at Paul's torso. The hit echoed through the room. Paul's torso tensed, and he clenched his teeth, a loud, suppressed groan escaping. "How about it? Did you regain some of your memories after that?" Alfredo asked, twirling the whip in satisfaction. "Or would you like to answer a different question? How many soldiers did the Legion bring Spain?" Alfredo asked expectantly, his gaze fixed on Paul, who kept his head down. Finally, Paul lifted his head and met Alfredo's eyes. "Condor. Legion, never heard of it." Alfredo's fury flared. He swung again, and again, and again. The sound of leather striking flesh rang out. Repeatedly, tens countless times. Screams followed, filled with agony and desperation. Alfredo panted, sweat dripping down his forehead, yet he looked satisfied. His eyes wandered to the whip still. In his hand, now slick with blood, crimson-colored droplets already stained the floor around him. Then he looked back at Paul, his torso, and back bloody, countless deep whip marks embedded in his flesh, fresh blood dripping down to replace the old, dried stains. "How about it?" A triumphant smile spread across his tired face. He opened his mouth, this time even more confident. "New round, new question. Tell me, how many Panzer I did the Condor Legion bring to Spain?" Paul's head remained slumped, his breath ragged. The pain was too overwhelming. His torso and back burned with a fire unlike anything he had felt in either of his lives. He thought about giving up, about quitting, about answering, yet he couldn't bring himself to do it. Every inch of muscle in his body fought desperately against it. Paul opened his mouth, lips so dry they were cracked. He didn't raise his head. He just laughed, a sound so unsettling that even Alfredo froze, unsure how anyone could laugh in such a situation. Then Paul slowly lifted his head, meeting Alfredo's gaze with eyes full of hatred. "Panzer, I never heard of it." Chapter 23, Bloodbath. Paul sat in his cell, looking at the ground. He brushed his hair aside, hair that had once been a neat side part, now a long, dirty mane. He turned and reached for the stone he had placed so neatly in the corner of his cell, doing what he always did after waking up, marking a line. He took a look at the lines and started counting. 1, 5, 10, 25, 45, 60. Today is the 60th day, he thought, his eyes empty, without emotion. "PFFF," the guard outside his cell scoffed. The man sat there lazily, looking bored. He took a long look at Paul. "Too. Think this is the same person. Alfredo is truly a monster." Then he shouted with a heavy accent, "Hey, don't run away on me." A loud laugh erupted from the guard. "I'm gonna go play some cards with my hermanos. So you stay here." He scanned Paul for any reaction, anything at all, but then shook his head and walked away. Paul kept sitting there, staring at the ground, motionless. Then he blinked. Once, twice. Slowly, he stood up, walking toward the iron bars. He tilted his head, just enough to see the guard leave around a corner and disappear. Something at the edge of his lips twitched before forming a subtle smile. "Time for some exercise," he muttered, lowering himself onto his knees, then onto all fours. His muscles twitched as he pushed himself up. Again and again. Despite the poor food, the quantity had been just enough for his body to rebuild. Every day, he tried to do something meaningful, to exercise whenever the guards weren't watching. Some, like the one before, were curious at first, but all of them grew bored of him. Eventually, that too was part of his plan. Paul stood up, sweat dripping from his bare body, bandages hiding some parts, dried blood, painting them partly crimson. The rest of his skin was covered in scars. He jumped, grabbing a loose pipe hanging from the ceiling, pulling himself up, then down again. His back, too, was a landscape of wounds and memories. Paul thought back to the countless agonizing memories that had painted this landscape across his body, hours of torment, of pain. There were days when he didn't pretend to be the broken man. He was the broken man. Yet somehow, he always managed to get a grip. The constant shattering of his spirit and the endless repairing were like a blacksmith hammering a sword. The longer he hammered, the sturdier and sharper it became. Paul had become that sword, a sharp one, and with every day that passed, it grew sharper still, all for one single purpose: to kill his enemies. That was what kept Paul alive, what kept him sane. The thought of revenge, the thought of killing Alfredo, the thought of killing the guards who ridiculed him every day, and the thought of killing the man who had betrayed him. Then, a sudden tremor pulled him back. Another shock shook the ceiling. Paul dropped down from the pipe. Looking up, a small amount of concrete dust fell from above. Then he heard something else, a sharp sound like an airplane. His eyes widened as he tried to make sense of it. Had they finally broken through? Boom! A deafening explosion erupted somewhere nearby. Then came the screams, guards probably. More explosions followed from all directions. The sound was muffled by the thick walls, yet strong enough to shake the cell each time another bomb hit. Suddenly, a violent tremor ripped through the room. An explosion from above, then the ceiling gave way, chunks of concrete crashing down. Paul jumped aside just in time. Cough! Cough! He forced himself up, scanning the state of his cell. Above him, a large hole gaped open, connecting to the floor above. His eyes widened, this time not in fear, but in something primal, the urge for freedom. Paul leapt, grabbing the jagged edge of the hole and pulling himself up with surprising ease. Before he could take in his surroundings, a guard turned toward him, the same one who had mocked him earlier, his eyes wide with disbelief. Paul didn't hesitate. He threw himself at the man. Before he could even reach for his gun, they crashed to the floor. Paul unleashed everything he had endured, all the rage, the pain, the humiliation. His fist struck once. Pain, again, harder. Fear got a third time. His knuckles sank deep into the man's face, blood splattering across the floor. Agony. Another hit followed, relentless. Vengeance. By the time Paul stopped, the guard's face was barely recognizable. Breathing heavily, Paul stood up, picked up the man's pistol, and searched his body for ammunition. He turned toward the corridor, ready to move on, when a faint gurgle caught his ear. Paul turned back. The guard was still alive, choking on his own blood, eyes wide and unfocused for a brief second. Paul just looked at him and the horrifying sknie he had created. He didn't budge. The part of him that would feel guilty had died somewhere between all the whipping and agony. Then he raised the pistol. One shot. Silence. Paul stepped into the hallway, tremors still shaking the building. He moved through the prison, trying to locate the place where Alfredo had always tortured him. His jaw tightened, and his fist balled, his thoughts fixed on what he would do to the man. He continued down the corridor when a door was kicked open and two guards ran in. They stopped, staring at Paul as if they'd seen a ghost. Everyone in the prison knew Paul, the man who didn't budge, who didn't speak. Now he stood before them, free, no iron bars, no chains, no restraints. Their first instinct was to run, but before they could decide, both crumpled to the floor, clutching their chests as blood spilled out. Paul finished them with 2 shots. He moved on, reloading. As he went, killing any guard dumb or unlucky enough to cross his path. He strode the corridors like a god of death reincarnate. Blood spattered him, but he didn't care. The only thing that mattered was finding Alfredo. Another guard ran. Another shot cracked through the hall. The man stumbled, bleeding out. Paul crouched beside him, close enough to whisper in his ear, "Tell me where Alfredo is, and I'll give you a quick death." Terror filled the guard's eyes. He twitched, lifted a shaking arm, and pointed toward a distant door. "Thank you," Paul said, and pulled the trigger. He reached the door and opened it without hesitation. Inside, Alfredo was frantically packing paperwork, photographs, cold coins scattered on the table. Paul watched him pack. Patient. Alfredo hoisted the heavy bag of valuables and turned. For a heartbeat, the world froze. Paul met Alfredo's gaze. Alfredo's mouth opened, but before he could make a sound, Paul shot him in the leg. Alfredo screamed and collapsed, clutching the wound. "I'm sorry," he begged through clenched teeth. "I can give you money. Anything. Just don't kill me." Tears fell as he crawled toward Paul, bleeding, and clung to his feet. Paul looked at him with absolute disgust and kicked him away. Another shot rang out the other leg. Alfredo screamed and curled up on the floor. Paul stepped forward, voice barely contained. "Alfredo, I have some questions for you too." He took another step. Which next? The arm, the stomach, the chest, or the head? Alfredo could not answer. He only cried louder. "No, answer means I decide." Paul smiled and fired into Alfredo's arm. Alfredo howled. A pool of blood spread beneath him. His frantic movements slowed. "We don't have much time," Paul said. "Let's meet again, Alfredo. In hell." He emptied the magazine into Alfredo until it was spent. Then he left the office, continuing his killing spree. Everywhere he went, bodies marked his path. Finally, he reached a heavy door that looked like an exit. From the other side came the sounds of gunfire and explosions. He pushed it open and stepped into the blinding sunlight. 2 tanks were advancing toward the building. Panzer eyes, he realized, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Above him, a German aircraft swooped low, waggling its wings toward the tank company. Behind the tanks, infantrymen were cheering, firing toward the enemy lines. The tank officers soon spotted Paul and froze. His eyes widened as he took in the stranger, the blood, the scars, the madness that seemed to cling to him. Then he noticed the pistol in Paul's hand and raised a hand sharply. "Don't shoot," he ordered his men. He hesitated, then called out in broken Spanish, his German accent thick. Paul replied in a steady voice, "I'm no Spaniard." "Sergeant." The officer blinked, startled, then realization dawned. He jumped down from the tank and ran toward him, snapping to attention. "Sir," he barked, saluting stiffly. Paul gave a short nod. "May I ask?" "Your name and rank, sir?" The young sergeant stammered, still shaken by the sight before him. "Heinrich Jäger, Oberstleutnant, German. Wehrmacht," Paul said calmly. Chapter 24. A dead man walks. The young sergeant stared at him, bewildered, trying to place the name. Then realization dawned. His posture straightened even more, respect, maybe even fear flickering in his eyes. Paul held his gaze for a moment, then turned toward the platoon assembled behind the tanks, watching him warily. "Sergeant," Paul said evenly, eyes still on the men. "Where are we right now?" "Where?" "Ah, yes, sir." The young man fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a folded map. His hand shook as he spread it open, tracing the lines with a trembling finger. For a second, it looked as if he feared Paul might shoot him for hesitating. Then he found the spot and exhaled. "Hey, city called Avila, sir." "Avila," Paul muttered, trying to recall the maps he and Lang had studied so many times. He saw it in his mind, a small city at the edge of their operations zone. His brow furrowed. How far from Salamanca? The sergeant looked back at the map, calculating. "Roughly 120 kilometers, sir." Paul sighed. "What about your orders, Sergeant?" he asked. "My orders?" The sergeant blinked, clearly confused. Paul's voice turned cold. "Your mission. What are you doing here?" "Yes, sorry, sir." The sergeant straightened. "Immediately. We're part of the 6th Armored Platoon. Our orders were to secure key strategic positions on the outskirts of Avila. One of them being this prison." He hesitated, glancing back toward the road. "The rest of our unit and our lieutenant are still behind us. They ran into a group of resistance fighters, but they should be here soon to reinforce." "Us, sir." Paul thought for a moment before speaking. "Then we'll wait for them here. I want to speak with your lieutenant." He walked over to a pile of rubble from the outer wall and sat down casually, letting the sun warm his face. "Sir," the sergeant began hesitantly. "Sir," Paul didn't open his eyes. "What is it?" "We need to clear the building. It's dangerous to stay here." "Clear out the building," Paul repeated, lowering his head slowly. His gaze locked onto the sergeant's, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I've already done that." The sergeant froze. At first, disbelief crossed his face, but then he looked at Paul again. The scars, the dead calm in his eyes, and the blood covering him. A chill ran down his spine that he started to believe it. The rumble of engines cut their conversation short. Both men turned toward the road. 2 additional tanks were rolling toward them, treads grinding over the dirt. The platoon's soldiers straightened instinctively as the vehicles came to a halt in front of the building. With a loud metallic screech, one of the tank hatches opened. A man climbed out and jumped down, striding toward Paul and the sergeant. "Sergeant Ritter," he barked. "Why aren't you attacking the building?" Before the sergeant could answer, Paul stood up and walked toward the lieutenant. The lieutenant frowned, confused, and turned to Ritter again. "Ritter, who is this man?" Paul's voice cut in, calm but commanding. "Normally, officers salute their superior's lieutenant. What's your name?" The lieutenant eyed him warily, but the aura Paul gave off, the blood, the scars, the coldness in his gaze, made him straighten instinctively. "My name is Asso von Manchufel. And who, may I ask, wants to know that?" One Paul's brows lifted slightly. "Asso von Manchufel," he repeated, almost to himself. "Another historical figure. Not bad company to keep." Then he said aloud, "Oberleutnant Heinrich Jäger." Asso let the name roll off his tongue, then froze. "Oberleutnant. Wait." His eyes widened in disbelief. "You're Oberleutnant Heinrich Jäger, the hero of the Rhineland? The one who saved General Spurl? But that's impossible. You were declared dead, too." "Months ago." Paul stopped him with a faint smile. "I survived, as you can see, but it seems I've become an even bigger celebrity in the meantime." Asso blinked, collecting himself. Then he straightened sharply and saluted. "It's an honor to meet you, sir." "The honor is mine," Paul thought, remembering what kind of commander Asso would one day become. Almost absent-mindedly, Paul returned the salute. No words came out. Then he stepped closer, placing a hand on Asso's shoulder. "I'll take command now, Lieutenant. Of course, only if you don't mind." "Hello, sir," Asso stammered. "But shouldn't you receive medical attention? You were imprisoned there for how long? I have truck that can send you to Salamanca. In your wounds, the blood." "The blood isn't mine," Paul said quietly. "Mine dried long ago inside that prison. I don't need to go to Salamanca. I want to fight the enemy. There is no enemy in Salamanca. So, what's our next destination, Lieutenant?" Asso, who looked at him with a mixture of concern and reverence, opened his mouth slowly. "We were ordered to capture the city hall together with 2 Spanish companies." "What about the enemy? Where are their positions?" Paul asked. "Ah, so." Motioned Ritter over. "Give me the map." Ritter handed it across. "Ah, so." Grabbed a pen and started marking positions quickly. "This is the prison," he said, circling a point. Further south, he traced a line. "That's the city hall. About 2 kilometers in that direction. We're supposed to rendezvous with the Spaniards here." He tapped another mark at a school, then advanced together on the city hall. He looked up. "Intel says the local garrison has barricaded itself inside. So, assault will be difficult. Guerrilla bands are spread throughout the city, ambushing from side streets. The Luftwaffe reports they intercepted Spanish reinforcements roughly 20 kilometers to the south." "That's enough," Paul said. "Thank you, Lieutenant." Paul paused, then turned back to Osso. "We must take the city hall before their reinforcements arrive. We can't let them regroup. They'll overwhelm us. My call, a swift, decisive assault on the city hall, then prepare to hold against incoming forces." "What about our own reinforcements?" "The 2nd Armor Battalion and an infantry regiment are still tied up in combat to the west," Osso replied. "They've promised to reinforce us once they push the enemy back. So we're on our own." Paul muttered. "They said they'll win and come." Osso protested. Paul's gaze was sharp, his voice calm but icy. "You should always brace yourself for the worst-case scenario, not the best. Of course you plan for both, but never assume the enemy will fall in line for you." "Lieutenant." Osso nodded, absorbing the advice. "Either way, speed is essential," Paul added, his hand brushing against the small beard that had grown during his captivity. "I agree with you, Oberleutnant." "So," said, his gaze fixed on Paul. Paul noted the conviction in Osso's eyes. "Good. Then that's what we'll do." He turned his head slightly. "Sergeant Ritter, was it? Give me your coat. It's unbecoming for an officer of the Wehrmacht to walk around half-naked." Ritter glanced at Osso, who simply motioned for him to obey. The sergeant hurried forward and handed over his coat. Paul draped it over his shoulders. The fabric fluttered in the warm wind as he strode toward one of the panzer eyes. Before climbing in, he turned once more. "Oh, and Lieutenant Osso, order the Luftwaffe to level this prison, just in case I missed anyone." "Yes, sir." Osso watched him in silence, a trace of awe in his eyes. Around them, the soldiers who had overheard the exchange stood motionless, each staring at Paul with the same reverence. Paul called up, standing in the hatch of his panzer. "Soldiers of the 6th Armored Platoon, you've heard my name. I will assuming temporary command as Heistes ranked officer. First order, we advance into Avila and seize the city hall. Exercise the highest caution. When this is done, I want to shake the hand of every one of you. Fall into formation," Paul ordered loudly. For a moment, the soldiers hesitated, but then they snapped to attention quickly, falling into line behind the tanks. The tank crews closed their hatches, Sergeant Ritter and Osso each taking command of vehicle. "Move out," Paul shouted, when he glanced down at the driver beneath him. The man revved the engine of the Panzer, while the other crew members took their positions. The grumble of engines rolled through the courtyard, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of boots striking dirt. The tanks and soldiers fell into a precise column, moving south toward the center of the Spanish city. Chapter 25, A Plan. The sound of tank engines filled the city of Avila. Four Wehrmacht tanks rumbled down the normally lively main street, squads of soldiers jogging. In the gaps of the column, 2 supply trucks followed the line of men toward the city center. Paul sat in the lead tank and watched the men running behind them with a furrowed brow. Proper blitzkrieg couldn't be done with foot soldiers. They slowed them down too much. He noticed sweat pouring from the soldiers' temples, but before he could gather his thoughts, a sudden explosion snapped him to attention. The driver stopped. Paul peered through the viewport and saw a small crater in the road near his men. He raised his hand. Halt. He set the column into a formation he'd devised for this kind of fight. The tanks angled sideways, and the soldiers flowed into the space along their flanks, using the armor as cover, only their muzzles showing above the hulls. Paul ducked deeper into his tank and retrieved a rifle. A barrel appeared a small window in a nearby house. He barely had time to crouch before a shot cracked past his head and smashed into the steel behind him. More rifles surfaced from the windows. Paul shouted as he sought better cover. 10. All clock. Concentrate fire on that house. The turrets creaked too. Bearing. A big exchange of gunfire erupted between the Germans and the Spanish guerrillas, who used the house as a hit-and-run shield. Paul's jaw tightened as he watched the turret angles. When the main guns finally lined up, he barked the order. Fire. Root those rats out. The two MG-13s erupted with gunfire, tearing tennis ball-sized holes into the house. Screams quickly followed. The desperate guerrillas fled outside to escape the horrifying fire of the tanks, only to be met by the infantry's bullets. After a while, Paul ordered the tanks to stop firing. A heavy silence filled the streets of Avila, broken only by Paul's voice. Sergeant Bookman, take your men and storm the house. Kill any survivors. The middle-aged man Paul had looked at immediately nodded and motioned for a squad of soldiers to follow him. They moved toward the entrance with their carabiners raised. The sergeant whispered something to one of the soldiers, who stepped forward and kicked the door open. A group of men stormed inside, shouting as they searched for survivors. Gunfire erupted after a short while. Then came the brief, sharp screams. Moments later, a German soldier stepped out of the house and saluted to Paul. Herr Oberleutnant, the house is cleared. Paul climbed out of the tank, landing on the ground. He adjusted his fluttering coat and motioned for two soldiers to follow him. They obeyed, flanking him like two loyal bodyguards, their attention sharp and ready. Paul made his way toward the house, the same soldier from earlier holding the door open for him. Inside, he looked around. Destruction everywhere. Broken furniture, bullet holes, splintered walls, and of course corpses. He moved through the rooms, analyzing each body in silence, counting 15 Spanish soldiers who seemed to have stayed behind even after the retreat to the city hall. Paul looked at one of the corpses and the shoulder straps. A colonel, he thought. Good work. Quickly take what you want. Then we continue towards the school, Paul said, turning around to leave. The men lunged toward the corpses with greed in their eyes, looting whatever they could get there. Hands on. When Paul stepped outside again, he walked over to Asso, was talking with another officer. Oberleutnant, Asso greeted him. Why so formal? Call me Heinrich. Our ranks are not apart by such a big margin, Asso, Paul said. Asso raised his brows in surprise, yet his eyes gleamed with happiness, realizing how lucky he was to befriend a figure like Heinrich. Of course, Heinrich. Great. How far are we from the school? Paul asked. Asso glanced down at the map. We're nearly there. Only about 1 kilometer. Hopefully, we don't run into another one of these vagabonds. Yes, Paul began before his eyes caught something moving in the background. He saw a young man glancing out from a window. The moment their eyes met, the man seemed startled, quickly pulling his head back and shutting the curtains. Paul looked for a moment longer before turning his attention back to Asso, who stood. They're looking confused. We move out again, Paul ordered, not wanting to linger too long in one place. We move out again, Asso repeated, turning toward the soldiers behind them. The column quickly started moving, making their way toward the meeting point. Everywhere they went, the few people who dared to step outside quickly fled back into their houses, fearful respect in their eyes. After a while, the tanks came to a halt before a group of half-alert Spanish nationalist soldiers. They relaxed once they recognized the iron cross of the Wehrmacht painted on the armor. They motioned for the column to enter the quartered, stepping aside. The tanks rumbled onto the sandy courtyard, parking beside dozens of Spanish trucks and supply crates. The disciplined German soldiers stopped synchronously, their boots striking the ground one last time. The tank hatches opened. Paul, Asso, Sergeant Ritter, and another sergeant climbed out of their vehicles. The officers placed themselves before their column of soldiers, all three standing behind Paul, who was at the very front, hands behind his back, waiting. Soon a burly man walked out of the building, flanked by a handful of officers. A smile appeared on his face as he approached their new friends. Paul and the other officers saluted the man, who seemed to be a major. The major returned the salute before they shook hands. He signaled for a soldier to come over and patted him on the shoulder, saying something in Spanish. The soldier quickly translated. "It's very good to see you here. Friend, how about we go inside and discuss our approach?" Paul nodded, then turned to motion for only Asso to follow him. He then ordered the other officers, "Let the man rest for some time. We will soon face battle." Paul and Asso followed the major inside the school, which certainly didn't look like a school anymore. Guards were posted at every corner. Paul even saw an MG position at the entrance. After walking through the complex and crossing paths with sleeping soldiers or others playing various games, they arrived at what seemed to be the major's temporary office. The man motioned for Paul to take a seat before sitting behind the desk himself. He looked at the translator again, muttering something in Spanish. The translator turned to Paul and Asso. "I believe we have not yet exchanged names. My name is Major Pablo Ramirez. I'm the commanding officer of the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Regiments of the Nationalist Army." Paul nodded toward Ramirez before saying, "This is Lieutenant Asso von Manchefeld, and I am Oberleutnant Heinrich Giga. I am the temporary commander of the 1st Platoon of the 2nd Mechanized Battalion within the Condor Legion." The translator muttered a few words in Spanish before Ramirez spoke, a smile on his face. "We thank you and your German friends for your support. Spain, the true Spain, thanks you. You should thank the High Command." "I'm just an ordinary soldier," Paul answered. "I would say humility does not fit you," Ramirez replied through the translator, looking at Paul's scarred torso. He seemed hesitant to ask about it. "How about we talk about our approach now?" Paul said neutrally. The major nodded and pushed some documents aside, revealing a map of Avila. He pointed to the center, a big building. The city hall, Paul thought. How much time is left before their reinforcements arrive? Paul asked. Asso looked at his watch. An hour, maybe less. We are too late. Paul, though, was jaw tight. Reinforcements, the translator asked, bewildered. You don't know about them, Paul said, surprised. Our Air Force has spotted Spanish reinforcements coming too. Support the men here in Avila. The translator's eyes widened before he conveyed everything to the major, whose eyes widened too at the intel. He muttered something. That changes things. If not for all these shitty guerrillas on the way here, we would have been faster, Paul muttered, looking at Asso, who nodded and pressed his lips together. Paul looked at the thinking major and then spoke his plan. There is simply not enough time to take the city hall and defend it afterwards. The reinforcements would catch us right in the act. The major stared for a moment, then nodded defeatedly. He looked at Paul again and asked, a single word, retreat? After a moment, Paul shook his head. How about we ignore the city hall for now and focus on their reinforcements? We should cut off their reinforcements with an ambush. There's only one major road from Madrid to Avila, so we'll cut them off somewhere here. They wouldn't expect something like that. Paul pointed at the map. After we decimate them, we kill two birds with one stone. First, their reinforcements, so we don't have to fight two forces at once, but one after another. Second, their supply route. If we take that road and defeat the reinforcements, they'll be practically encircled, cut off from the outside world. Then we can lay siege. Ramirez's eyes began glowing more and more while the translator did his work. Ramirez pointed his thumb up and patted Paul on his shoulder while speaking to the translator. It's risky, but that's what I call a proper plan. Oberstleutnant. Chapter 26. A feast for crows at around 3 p.m. in the afternoon. The first military trucks rumbled out of the school's courtyard, packed with soldiers, artillery, and supplies. At the very front were 4 German tanks, crushing anything that lay in their way. Paul and Ramirez had already decided to stage an ambush. After some calculation, and with the help of locals who suggested suitable spots, they finally settled on 1. A perfect place where the main road was sandwiched between 2 cliffs, essentially a pass. What about our reinforcements, Asso? Paul shouted towards Asso, who was watching the road from the tank next to his. Asso leaned back into his tank. I will ask command again, said, slipping inside. After a while, Asso's head poked out again, shook it, and shouted, they're still entangled. High command has left the situation to our discretion, but they advised us to retreat. A small smile escaped Paul's lips. Of course they were on their own. Those were the victories that brought the most merit, he thought, the smile already vanishing. We advance, Paul ordered plainly. A few minutes later, the Spanish battalion, led by the German tank platoon, arrived at the designated position. Brakes squealed and soldiers jumped down from their trucks. Paul and Asso climbed out as well, assessing the situation. They were right on the main road, surrounded by hilly country. Thick but dry vegetation clung to the slopes. Soon the burly major walked toward them. Ramirez Paul grited. Kaiser Ramirez answered, broken, having trouble pronouncing it. Paul turned to Asso. How much time? The Luftwaffe spotted them 5 kilometers away. Asso said, considering they're made up almost entirely of infantry. We have to be ready in 15 minutes, Paul interrupted. The major, who had been listening to his translator, nodded and shouted to a few officers unloading an artillery piece. So, regarding artillery, we have 4 75mm cannons and 2 mortar teams. How about we place the mortar teams on those 2 hills, hidden by the dry bushes? Paul pointed toward nearby rises. The cannons should be placed a little further back. Because of their firing angles, the major replied. I like the mortar positions, he added. We'll place the cannons. Don't worry about them. Where will you and your tanks go? If my information is correct, the Republican regiments don't have any anti-tank guns yet, Paul added, quickly, thinking about the Soviet guns they would soon get. They only have some light armored cars, so I propose a pincer attack, 2 tanks from the front and 2 from the rear, supported by your armored cars and perhaps some infantry. The rest of our and your infantry can hold the hills and attack when the situation is favorable. That's a good strategy, Oberleutnant. Yet we should still keep a reserve force in case the attack fails. You can form a reserve. I won't. I am gambling everything on this one card, Paul said, a dangerous glint in his eyes. As you wish. I will instruct my men. I advise you to do the same. Major answered. Paul nodded and then turned to address his men. Men, we will lay an ambush here. A regiment of Spaniards will be coming down this road in about 20 minutes. I want you ready in 10. Understood. Yes, sir, they echoed. Good. I want Howers and Ritters. Tanks to hit from the rear. Wait for the first exchange of fire before you break cover. Lieutenant Asso and I will come from the front. Sergeant Bookman and Sergeant Klein, your squads will support the frontal assault. The other 2 squads will support from the rear. The Spaniards will also reinforce with some armored cars and infantry. Everything understood? Paul asked, his voice cold, his eyes searching. For even a hint of reluctance, he found none. This will be a hard fight. The enemy outnumbers us roughly 2 to 1, but we will make it. Every one of you will earn honor and fame after this. The soldiers' eyes sparkled, already imagining the reactions of their comrades when They heard what was about to happen. Then move out, take your positions, and wait for the right moment. After some hectic movements, shouting, men, tanks rumbling, an eerie silence fell. Paul and his tank crew were hidden behind a small hill beside the road, their vehicle draped with dry bushes and partly concealed by a lonely tree. 10 minutes until air support arrives, Paul asked. Aso nodded. Good. Before Paul could finish, a sound made him turn toward the road. It grew closer and closer, but it was only a single engine. A scout, Paul whispered. The others had not engaged yet. That meant it really was a scout, he thought, and motioned for the men around him to crouch lower. The armored car drove past without noticing a thing. Aso sighed. Some of the enormous pressure lifted. Man, the tanks, their main force will be here soon, Paul ordered, quickly climbing onto his turret. He was proven right. After a minute or two, a loud whistle blew, the signal Ramirez and Paul had agreed upon. At that sound, the tension snapped. Taut, let's go, Paul shouted. The engines howled immediately. Afterward, other noises erupted too. Gunfire, artillery, and desperate screams that belonged to every battlefield. Paul soon saw the long column of trucks, soldiers, and armored cars on the road before them. They spotted him too, and their approach was met with heavy fire. Paul and Aso responded quickly. The 7mm MGs erupted, spitting hellfire into the infantry. Blood ran everywhere, while some armored cars moved to block their lines of fire. Enemy soldiers dived behind them, firing desperately at the incoming tanks. One grenades went off all around, throwing up a spray of dirt and sand and leaving holes or corpses. Luck decided which. After the first strike proved successful, the whistle sounded a second time. Hundreds of men came running down the hillsides, shouting and firing at the overwhelmed but still numerically superior Spanish force. Their rush met fierce resistance. The Spaniards, already realizing their predicament, had managed to assemble rudimentary MG positions. The Spanish drove their trucks in an attempt to form some kind of defense against the incoming waves of soldiers. They arranged them in a rough circle, firing through the open backs or gaps between the vehicles. Soldier after soldier fell, both sides suffering loss. After loss, blood filled the battlefield. Then a loud sound came from above. Paul, whose tank was still firing, lifted his eyes. Our reinforcements? Yet before the soldiers could cheer, they saw what kind of plane was descending. It was a Spanish aircraft already opening fire on the nationalist positions. The plane circled repeatedly, spitting fire from above before setting its focus on the tanks. It drew another circle, adjusting its nose directly toward Paul's tank. Paul's eyes widened, and he shouted for the driver to evade the incoming barrage of bullets. Before the driver could even react, the enemy plane erupted in flames, a blazing ball falling from the sky. Paul's gaze raced to the other side, where several more planes appeared. The pilot who had been shot down even flew close to them, wagging his wings in a grand display. He balled his fists, and the sound of cheers rose outside. The tide of battle soon turned in their favor. With the new air support overhead, the soldiers' spirits rose once again, and they attacked even more ferociously. Spaniard after Spaniard fell. Paul ordered his tank to break through the Spaniards' makeshift wall of trucks. A deafening boom echoed as the tank collided, the metal shrieking and bending under its weight. Slowly, relentlessly, the tank pushed the wreck aside, forcing its way into the heart of the Spanish lines. The other tanks soon followed, Aso's from behind, and the other two from the front. Waves of Allied soldiers rushed over and through the trucks, firing at any Spaniards still resisting. Soon, the sound of gunfire faded. Silence returned once more, until a lone soldier suddenly shouted, "Gone Amos! We won!" More and more cries of victory followed, drowning out the sight of death and destruction lying beneath their feet. The only other sound echoing through the valley was that of crows picking at the remains of the dead. Chapter 27, City Hall. 1. The destruction was devastating. Death lay all around Paul, who by now was hardened, not even twitching at the sight. His boots struck the asphalt calmly, his eyes wandering over the different corpses. Once in a while, he raised his pistol and shot a soldier who was still breathing or twitching from pain. After walking through the field of corpses, with two of his loyal men following behind him like bodyguards, he arrived beside Ramirez, who was looking at the men kneeling before him. Paul, too, turned his attention to them. They seemed to be high-ranking officers who had surrendered. One colonel and two majors, the translator said, standing beside Ramirez. Do they have any intel regarding the city hall or further reinforcements? Paul asked. Ramirez answered grimly. They definitely have that intel, yet they refused to speak. He nodded toward one of the soldiers, who punched one of the majors. The soldier asked the major again, but he only laughed. The others remained silent. Then a shot abruptly cut off the laughter. The major fell forward, a pool of blood forming beneath him. Everyone's eyes widened and turned toward Paul. Ramirez, in particular, looked angry, yet Paul calmly holstered his pistol and spoke. In my experience, there's always a way to make them talk. Besides the loudest, one is also the one who knows the least. He stepped forward, putting his hand onto the colonel's shoulder, gripping tightly. Isn't that right? Although the colonel didn't understand what Paul had said to him, he saw Paul's eyes deep as an ocean hiding horrors he couldn't even image. He also saw what happened to his comrade and the pain in his should made him want to cry out, yet he clenched his teeth, sweat pouring down from his forehead. Paul pulled out his pistol once again, putting it against the forehead of the other major, who began whimpering in fear, looking at his colonel with pleading eyes. Paul looked at the colonel once again, whose head began twitching slightly before moving up and down, nicking. A slight smile formed on his lips before he looked at Ramirez, giving him knowing look and walking away under the watchful eyes of all. After gaining some vital intel from the Spanish officers, the group made their way back toward the city center. Tanks and armored cars rolled down the streets of Avila, its residents already used to the sight, were hiding inside their houses and watching the cohorts of soldiers as they moved toward the city hall, the last bastion of Republican Spain in Avila. From men stood on the terrace of a restaurant, not far from the city hall, watching their forces advance. So this is it, their fortress, Paul said, looking at the distant building. There was only silence for a moment before Ramirez looked at Paul. He answered, through his translator, you did good. I mean, with the officers. Paul didn't reply. He gave Ramirez a quick glance, then sat down at one of the restaurant's tables. Asso and Ramirez followed suit, making themselves comfortable. A waiter brought them 3 Spanish beers, placing them neatly on the table. Ramirez sighed and noted, let's meet right here again after we manage to claim this city. Paul gave a slight smile and began to outline their strategy. I'd say we have 3 options. Number 1, we storm the building with full force. We'd win quickly, but casualties would be high. Besides, they have anti-air guns on the roof, so we can't use our air support. Number 2, we lay siege. That wouldn't cost many men, but would take time. Number 3, we use the passage the colonel told us about. Ramirez said, I don't like. Number 1, it's too risky, and we're not in a position to gamble. Besides, that's exactly what they're expecting, so victory isn't certain. Number 2 is feasible, but I have a feeling you prefer number 3. Edo. Although the tunnel is known to the enemy, they don't. No, we know about it. They know nothing. We have the advantage in intel, so we should infiltrate from inside and combine that with option 1. Ramirez stroked his beard, weighing his options. Paul turned to Asso, who had been listening curiously. What about you, Asso? Me? Osso's eyes widened slightly, surprised Paul had asked. I believe your plan is best. It's the most casualty efficient and the quickest way to make them submit. Well said. Paul patted him on the shoulder. So, Major Ramirez, what about you? I can't keep up with you and your crazy plans, but I'll allow it. Hell, I'll support it. He laughed. After that wild ambush idea of yours, you could have convinced me of anything. That's good to hear. When should we schedule the attack? Paul asked, excitement rising. A classic night assault would be best, Ramirez said. Paul nodded and shook Ramirez's hand. We'll scout the tunnel. If nothing goes wrong, we'll infiltrate at 2 a.m. You should schedule your assault about half an hour later. Ramirez nodded and turned to his translator to discuss details. Paul and Osso left to inform their men of the plan and took only a handful of Spaniards to scout the tunnels. The others rested, trying to get as much sleep as possible before the special mission at dawn. The small group made their way to a specific part of the city, the entertainment district. It had been that before. Now the war had paralyzed most of it. Only a few bars still open. They headed for one of those bars. Paul checked the note in his hand. Pequeño Pub. The sign above the door confirmed they were in the right place. The door creaked loudly as they pushed it open. The smell of alcohol and dust hit them immediately. The bar was dimly lit, 2 small bulbs hanging from the ceiling. All the customers turned toward the door, regarding the newcomers. A few muffled curses drifted from a corner of the room. From another corner, an old man raised his glass and gave the group a stern nod. Paul, Osso, and a Spanish soldier made their way to the counter and sat down. The bartender eyed them expectantly before coming over. Paul nodded to the Spanish soldier. Tell him we want something good to drink, and today's special, a deep hole that leads to the city hall. Hopefully it's still available. He added with a mocking smile. Ask him nicely, of course. Chapter 28. City Hall 2. The waiter didn't move. He just stood there, motionless, until all of a sudden he flinched, grabbed a bottle of whiskey, and hurled it toward Paul before leaping over the counter. Paul dodged. The glass grazed his cheek. Get him, he shouted. The waiter dashed for a door and shoved it open. Footsteps echoed. A handful of men blocked the exit, shouting in Spanish. One of them even spat at Paul. A hellish smile spread across Paul's face as his hand went for his gun. But the men were faster. They lunged forward, trying to drag the group into a messy brawl. The first man came straight at Paul, screaming, his fist raised. Paul sidestepped cleanly and drove his boot hard into the man's stomach. The man's face flushed red as he doubled over, struggling to rise under his own weight. Paul drew his pistol and ended him with a single shot. He then turned and watched his men fight the others as if it were nothing more than a bar brawl. Oberleutnant, you go, we take care of this, Osso shouted, pushing a man into the wall. Paul nodded and sprinted after the waiter, yanking open the door. He ran down a corridor and reached a crossroads. An old, worn door lay to his left. To his right, a staircase led downward. It's the staircase, right? Paul muttered to himself, choosing the right-hand way, and shoved quickly down the old steps. He stumbled as he descended, pistol raised, checking every shadow. At the bottom, he saw the waiter. The man spun when he heard footsteps, eyes wide. He was half submerged in a hole beneath a pushed aside wine barrel. The waiter lowered his hand, produced a pistol, and fired at Paul. Paul took cover behind a corner and fired back. A muffled groan came from the waiter. He was grazed in the shoulder. He spat a curse in Spanish, fired 2 more times toward Paul, then slid fully into the hole. Paul sprinted to the opening, glanced down, and jumped, landing in a puff of dirt. He ran straight at the figure clutching his side. The man turned and tried to fire again, but all that came was a hollow click. He pressed the trigger again. Nothing. In frustration, he threw the gun at Paul, who batted it aside with one hand. What is it with you and throwing things? Paul snapped, vaulting onto the waiter and driving his elbow into the officer's neck. "Tell me who you are." The man didn't understand German. He tried to spit, but nothing came. Paul smiled small and tightened the pressure on the man's neck, half choking him. Then, in English, he asked again, "Who are you?" Still confused, the man said nothing. Paul grabbed him, dragged him toward the tunnel entrance, and hauled him along the ground. At the top, the prisoner bumped into Asso and the other Spanish soldiers, their faces bloody and swollen. "Well, look who I caught while you were busy fighting in the bar," Paul said, mocking Asso's red nose. "Give me the guy." A Spanish soldier stepped forward. "Ask him who he is. What's his connection to Republican Spain? Does he have intel on the city hall?" Paul said, already turning away. "Oh, and secure this place. Get everyone out of the bar. Guard the tunnel, and when you're done interrogating, come outside." The soldier nodded and moved to relay the orders to his comrades. Paul stepped outside, taking in the fresh air, Asso following close behind. The two men walked through the dimly lit streets of Avila, and for a fleeting moment the tension of war, no, war itself, seemed to disappear. There were even people outside. The brave ones. They risked walking, talking, pretending as if nothing had happened at all. "Heinrich, how do you do it?" Asso asked, stopping in his tracks. "Do what?" Paul asked, turning around and lighting a cigarette. "All of it. You're only a few years older than me, yet you have the composure of a veteran." Asso paused, searching for words. "You don't even flinch when you see death. How do you do it?" Paul looked at him, his gaze lingering a moment longer than necessary. Asso was so much like him, like the man he once was. The same look in his eyes, the same tension, the same fear. But fate had destroyed that version of himself within the half year he had spent in this body. Half a year, Paul thought, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. It feels so much longer. He looked around. A young couple walked hand in hand, smiling. A child sat on the curb farther down the street, clutching his knee as tears welled up. An old woman carried a bag of potatoes. The warm summer breeze brushed against Paul's face, tousling his hair. "Time. Some need more, others less," Paul whispered, taking a deep drag. As the smoke curled upward toward the dark, starry sky. "Look around you. That's the indomitable human spirit. Everything heals with time, sometimes even stronger than before, but some scars always remain." He glanced down at his torso. "As a soldier, your body rarely has time to heal. The scars go deeper, they hurt more. That's the reality. So if you're not ready for pain," he looked to the side, where a woman was, sweeping dust from the steps of an old building with a worn-out broom. "Then you'd better become one of them." Asso gulped, taking it all in. He looked around, studying the city's residents, then glanced back at Paul before slowly asking, "What about you? Do you want to become someone like them?" Paul's jaw tightened. "I was like them once, exactly the same. But right now, I couldn't be further away." He paused, his eyes drifting upward. "Perhaps one day." Paul looked up at the full moon, blooming in the sky, its pale light spilling over the city below. "I will keep following my path, and I will sucked," Asso proclaimed. "That you will." Paul patted Asso on the shoulder, then turned and walked back toward the bar. A soldier was already waiting and snapped a quick "Salute." "Sir, the waiter has spoken." The forces inside the city hall number about 300. They've set up defenses around the building with heavy machine gun nests. They also have artillery and anti-air guns. Paul nodded. "We knew that." "What about the tunnel?" "The Spanish use it as a supply tunnel, with the waiter and the bar supplying them secretly." The soldier glanced toward Asso. "Do we have their supply route?" Asso asked. "Seems so," Paul answered. But the waiter said the far end of the tunnel is heavily guarded, and an iron grating keeps anyone unauthorized out, the Spanish soldier added. Paul's brow furrowed. "Then how do the waiter and the supplies get in?" "They have an agreed time, midnight exactly, When they opened the gate and let the waiter through, the soldier said, excited. Paul looked at Asso, who already knew what Paul wanted to ask. "It's 11:30 p.m., Paul ordered. "Quickly, Asso, wake our men." "And you, Alvarez, was it?" "Yes, sir," Alvarez replied. "Alvarez, you'll make that waiter submit. He's the key to the tunnel operation. You'll come with us. We'll need a Spanish translator and send someone to inform Major Ramirez of the latest developments. We go in at midnight." "I will do so, sir," Alvarez responded. The man had fought in the highway battle and knew it had been Paul's plan. Since then, he had become one of the many admirers Paul had earned. After some waiting, Paul heard the familiar sound of soldiers' boots, that steady, marching rhythm. From around the corner, his men appeared, 20 good, battle-hardened soldiers. The elite Asso and him had handpicked. Chapter 29, City Hall 3. Only the light sound of breathing was heard. Through the dark tunnel, man after man squeezed through it. Right at the front were the waiter and Alvarez, the latter pressing a pistol against the former. They walked for what felt like an eternity, but finally they saw a light at the end of the tunnel. The moment they did, the whole column stopped. Paul gave Asso a glance, who in return put up 2 fingers. After a while, Paul nodded toward Alvarez, who moved toward the light, tugging the waiter. Soon a heavy metal door came into their view. Alvarez pushed the waiter forward, whispering something in Spanish, before hiding the gun behind his back. The waiter turned toward the door, gulping, before knocking 3 quick times and 2 long ones. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity for Alvarez, whose forehead was already wet with sweat, the door finally made a sound. A small slit opened and a man peeked through. He recognized the familiar face of the waiter before his eyes moved toward Alvarez, who gave the man a slightly awkward smile. The man's gaze lingered for a while, mustering him, before he muttered something and closed the slit again. Alvarez's head was already spinning with possibilities until the door made another sound, this time a loud squeak of metal and old hinges. The door opened slowly, the slit growing bigger and bigger. The man from before revealed himself. His eyes now looked at the backpacks the two had brought. He asked them to show him the contents of the packs, seemingly trying to get a piece of the cake. Alvarez tensed up slowly, lowering his backpack. The man crouched down and opened it. His eyes widened and his mouth tore open before he could utter a sound. A gunshot came from the darkness of the tunnel. Then a footstep echoed through the darkness before a figure revealed itself. Paul looked at the man and then at the backpack full of grenades. "We should have given that to someone else," he said with a small grin. Alvarez managed a small laugh before tensing up again, remembering the situation they were in. "Come on, we have to hurry. They could have heard the gunshot," Paul said, looking toward the figures in the tunnel slowly revealing themselves. "Gag him again and bind him to something," Paul ordered Alvarez while pointing at the terrified waiter. The group assembled. Again, a soldier handed Paul a rifle. He shouldered it before loading it. When everyone was ready, they moved through the door as one unit, each and every soldier with their rifles raised and ready to fire at any time. They sneaked up the long spiral of staircases at an agonizingly slow pace. When they finally reached another door, this one less heavy, Paul turned toward his men, who looked at him expectantly. "You know our mission. General Ramirez will launch a general offensive on this complex. We will support him from within. Our main goal is sabotage, hindering the enemy from defending properly. We have 3 main objectives. First, killing as many enemies as possible. Second, taking out the heavy machine gun positions situated on the 3rd floor. Third, destroying the enemy's anti-air guns situated in the backyard of the building." Bauer and Miller. Paul looked at the 2 sergeants there, gazes stern yet trusting. "Your squads will try to take out their air defense. If you deem it too dangerous, then abort and support us on the third floor, because the priority lies with the machine gun positions. The rest of us will storm the third floor and take it over. If we manage, that we can execute a pincer attack, trapping the artillery and infantry of the enemy within the courtyard. If you're successful in destroying the air defense, then the Luftwaffe will obliterate this building, Paul added, looking at Bauer and Miller. Then the distant sound of explosions and gunfire arrived. Paul turned back toward the door and gave the nearest soldier a stern nod. The soldier kicked it open. A handful of men were leaning out of a window, surprised, and before they could react, bullets riddled their bodies. The group moved quickly, spreading out through the corridor. At a crossroads, about a third of the men peeled off toward the backyard. The rest pushed down the wide hall, cutting down any soldiers they caught off guard. Screams and gunfire from outside, and especially from inside the house, soon echoed through the whole mansion. Paul's group reached the foot of a staircase just as flocks of enemy soldiers came rushing down, having realized the infiltration. A brutal exchange of fire followed. Paul and the men nearest him dove for cover behind overturned furniture and half-open doors. A German soldier beside Paul took a round to the chest and collapsed. Blood stained the wooden floor crimson. Another man screamed, clutching his leg. There was no time to linger. Paul spotted a Spanish gunman aiming at him and rolled to avoid the shot as a bullet grazed past. He recovered, fired back, and his rounds found the gunman in the chest. He fumbled a grenade from his coat and shouted to a soldier taking cover behind a pillar. The man glanced, caught the grenade, and threw it. A deafening explosion détonated. Splinters of wood showered from the staircase. Blood flowed and screams rose. Paul revealed himself again and lobbed another grenade. The blast shifted the tide. Debris and bodies tumbled, and Paul roared above the chaos. Now, overrun them. The soldiers answered with a shouted cry, vigor renewed, and charged into the gunfire. Spanish soldier after Spanish soldier fell, but Paul's side paid in blood too. Halfway up the stairs, a grenade rolled loose. Most men leapt clear, but two were too close. The explosion tore them apart. Paul spotted Asso rushing to help a nearby comrade who'd been hit. He had been close to the explosion himself, but only coughed a few times from the dust before grabbing his rifle and driving his men forward. They heard explosions coming from somewhere behind them. They've destroyed the air defense, Paul shouted, trying to boost his soldiers' morale, though he wasn't sure himself. They fought through hallway after hallway, cutting down scores of Spanish soldiers before finally storming the third floor. Paul shot a bewildered machine gunner and shouted for his men to guard the staircase. Then he took control of the machine gun himself, glancing out at the masses of Spanish troops firing down at the approaching tanks and Republican soldiers. With a quick click, the weapon erupted, tearing into the carefully arranged Spanish lines and catching them off guard. Soon all the other machine guns opened up as well, but this time not at the approaching enemy, rather at their own men. Desperate Spanish soldiers tried to rush up the stairs, but the Germans fought just as desperately to keep them out. Piles of bodies stacked along the staircase. Outside, the Spanish troops were practically massacred with nowhere to hide from. The crossfire coming from both sides. Blood ran down onto the grand marketplace of Avila as explosions tore apart every inch, every stone. Paul looked at the flocks of survivors trying to flee toward the building and understood. If they remained here, they'd be trapped. He quickly ordered a retreat. He blew the whistle Ramirez had given him, loud enough that the general might hear it, then rushed down the stairs, with his men successfully evading the retreating Spanish soldiers by escaping through the backyard. There they met up with the rest of their group, who had successfully destroyed the anti-air guns. Good job, Paul shouted before they all moved through the backyard, cutting down a few stray Spanish soldiers on the way. You think they've heard the whistle? Asso asked while running. Well, Paul began, but another sound stopped him. He looked up, spotting German fighters and bombers diving down in formation. Get down, Paul shouted, dropping to the ground as his men followed suit. A series of enormous explosions tore apart the city hall, engulfing what remained of the building in a hellish fireball. They slowly got up again, watching the apocalyptic scene. Paul turned to Asso. It seems they did. With that, the city of Avila, an important supply hub and strategic location, was officially in nationalist and German hands. The feat had been achieved by only around 1,000 soldiers for tanks and a handful of artillery, and by a man who had been declared dead long ago, risen from the dead. Chapter 30. Reunion. The first streaks of sunlight tore through the dark sky as the fire consuming the city hall finally extinguished. It left behind nothing but destruction and carnage. From behind the ruins, a small group of about 30 soldiers revealed itself. Some nationalists already raised their rifles, thinking they were enemies, yet a stern voice stopped them. Major Ramirez appeared between the German tanks that had also taken part in the assault, a group of loyal officers following behind him. When he spotted Paul among the tired and bloodied soldiers, his eyes lit up. He quickly approached, shaking Paul's hand and pulling him into a half embrace. Though they did not speak each other's languages, they shared an unspoken understanding in that moment. Ramirez shook every man's hand, grateful for the effort these German soldiers had put in, an effort that had brought them victory. Yesterday, when Paul and his platoon had appeared, Ramirez had thought the situation unwinnable, but that handful of men had changed the course of an entire battle almost single-handedly. Paul, Ramirez, and Asso made their way to the city center while the rest of their soldiers received treatment and rest. The three arrived at the very spot where they had planned everything that had happened during the long night. I told you we'd sit right here and drink a beer once we'd taken this city, Ramirez said, through his translator, laughing heartily. Paul and Asso smiled as well, allowing themselves a rare moment of relief. A bit early for a beer, don't you think? Asso asked Paul, who only winked in response, before gulping down the cold drink with evident satisfaction. He didn't care anymore. Too much had happened in the last 48 hours. 2 days ago, he'd been a prisoner. Now he was free, and he had just helped conquer a city. Asso shrugged, then took a sip himself, joining the two men. The three men stayed there until a German soldier came running toward Paul and Asso. He crouched down and whispered, "Sir, hi. Command messaged us that the reinforcements, consisting of General Spurl's armor division and 2 Spanish divisions, are going to arrive in about 30 minutes. Reinforcements? How early?" Asso joked. Paul did not laugh. A silent bloodlust, the one he had suppressed since the prison, welled up inside him. He thought about the unknown officer who had pulled him into darkness, even smiling while doing so. He only knew one thing: all the officers they had saved back in the old school building were part of the general's division, so that man had to be with General Spurl this time. Paul looked at Asso. That unknown man was the reason why Paul had never once communicated with High Command, never once revealed that he was still alive, and he had asked Asso to do the same. All of it was for one goal: to get his hands on that officer without scaring him away beforehand. Paul dismissed the soldier before turning toward Asso. "Asso," Paul began, "have I ever told you how I ended up in that prison?" The air grew cold, Paul's voice even colder. Asso slowly shook his head, watching Paul intently. It was not because of incompetence, not because of failure, not because of bad luck, but because of, he paused, betrayal. Asso's eyes widened. "Are you saying?" "Indeed," Paul answered promptly. "I was nearly killed by an officer I had saved. I didn't even know his name. In fact, I've never understood why he did it." Paul looked up at the sky. "After that, I was rescued, but not by friendly troops. By the enemy. They brought me to their prison, tortured me for information. Paul shook his head to the side. I didn't reveal a single thing. They came with knife and whip and left with less than my name. A stare full of bloodlust filled Paul's eyes, sending shivers down Asso's back. They who tortured me have already paid the price. The officer will be next, and I know only one thing. That man is part of General Spurl's division. Paul clenched his fist. This time I will finally reveal myself. Let's see how that man reacts. There was a moment of silence before Asso laid his hand on Paul's shoulder, his voice low and steady. I'm with you, Heinrich. We'll make that son of a bitch pay. Ramirez, whose translator had quietly relayed the conversation, looked at Paul with compassion before whispering something to his translator. The Major will support you. You are one of our own, the man said. Thank you, Major, and thank you, Asso, Paul replied, his eyes deep, contemplating his next steps. The three men leaned on the railing of the terrace, watching life slowly return to Avila. After a while, they saw small dots appearing in the distance. The dots grew bigger, revealing the silhouette of countless tanks, trucks, and soldiers. They moved in order through the streets, carrying the discipline and iron cross of the Wehrmacht like a presence that demanded respect. Residents stepped aside. Men lowered their heads. The long column halted before the ruins of what had once been the city hall, then spread out across the large, empty marketplace. Paul, Ramirez, and Asso made their way down, greeting their reinforcements. Paul whispered something to Asso before waiting at the corner of the building, the shadow engulfing him. Asso and Ramirez stepped outside, walking toward a noticeable man, the general, his uniform shining in the morning sun. General Asso saluted. Manchufel, General Spurl answered, a slight smile hanging on his face. He shook Ramirez's hand before turning back to Asso. You did a fantastic job, Lieutenant. I was informed about your diversion. Asso interrupted him. I apologize, General. It was not me who did those things, although I participated, so was Major Ramirez's idea, the general asked, raising an eyebrow. The officers behind him exchanged confused looks. No, it was someone else, Asso said. It was me, General. A voice rang out from around the corner of the building. The loud sound of leather striking stone echoed, and a figure slowly revealed itself, half of its face already illuminated. It was me. Everything. Paul stepped forward toward Spurl, his scarred torso, catching the sunlight. Silence fell. Hugo Spurl looked at Paul as if he had seen a ghost. Nothing in his long life had surprised him as much as this. How could there be anything more shocking? A man risen from the dead. The general opened his mouth only to close it again. He met Paul halfway, laying his hands on Paul's sturdy shoulders, studying him from head to toe. Is this really you, Jaeger? Spurl asked, his voice broken. Paul nodded. When? No. How did you survive that? Spurl asked, disbelief in his eyes. Paul did not meet his look. Instead, his eyes wandered to the officers behind Spurl. He recognized a few of them, the ones he had saved together with Lang, Fisher, and Weber. Their faces showed the same surprise, but also happiness. His gaze wandered further through the rows until it landed on a man whose expression was nothing like happiness or relief. His gaze was stone cold, filled with shock. Paul recognized the face instantly, that mouth that had laughed at him, those eyes that had looked at him. That man has to die if it's the last thing I do, Paul thought, his body practically shivering with bloodlust. Asso noticed Paul's state and followed his gaze, seeing the same man. He understood immediately that man was the rat. Heinrich? Spurl asked, noticing his absent-minded stare. Paul didn't answer. He stepped aside and walked toward the officer, Spurl's voice fading away. He walked 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps. Paul pulled out his pistol, his hand shaking. 1 step. He stood before the man, who didn't move. He only looked at Paul. Eyes wide with fear, Paul pressed the pistol against the man's head, his own eyes staring holes into him. The officers all around began shouting. Some soldiers and officers even pulled out their pistols and rifles, aiming at Paul, ordering him to drop the gun. Paul did not drop it. Behind him, his own platoon raised their weapons, seeing their commander in danger. Ramirez's men, too, raised their rifles, ready to protect Paul. Paul's finger trembled on the trigger, the memory of pain and betrayal burning behind his eyes. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to stop. Only the wind moved, flowing through the city. Chapter 31. Arrested Asso held his rifle steady, ready to act at any given moment. The soldiers around him shared that stance. Heinrich had given them so much, had brought them victories, and had taken care of them. "Drop your weapon, Oberleutnant," a colonel shouted, aiming his pistol at Paul, who did not move an inch, his eyes still focused ahead. "We will shoot if you don't," he shouted again. "You won't dare." "Asso!" yelled from the other side, his grip tightening, his muzzle now aiming at the colonel. "Stop it!" A loud and stern voice brought all of them back to reality. "Are you kids? What the hell are you doing aiming at each other? Put away your rifles, all of you. That's an order." The general moved closer towards Paul. "Heinrich, can you explain to me what the hell you were doing? What grave crime did Hauptmann Fuchs commit for you to attack him like this?" Spurl asked, trying to de-escalate. "What grave crime, you ask?" Paul opened his mouth for the first time since the standoff began. "Hauptmann Fuchs," he spat out the name, his voice filled with poison, "is responsible for everything I had to endure." General Spurl's gaze unconsciously moved to Paul's torso. "He tried to kill me," Paul said quietly, almost whispering it. His eyes met Spurl's. "Have you not asked yourself what happened back at that school I freed you from? Why did not come out of that goddamn cellar? Have you not given it a thought?" Paul paused for a moment before turning back towards Hauptmann Fuchs. "If you didn't, then how about asking him?" The Hauptmann's eyes were filled with fear. Sweat was pouring down his forehead, dripping to the ground. Spurl looked at Fuchs, then at Paul before his gaze stopped at Fuchs. "Go on then. Tell us what happened." He moved a bit closer. Fuchs's eyes widened, moving hectically between the general and Paul. I, he stuttered. "I don't know what he wants from me. I haven't done anything." Paul thought about pulling the trigger right in that moment. Every muscle urged him to, his fingers tingling in anticipation. Spurl saw Paul's reaction and realized the situation could escalate further. He took a quick step forward. "Then, why did Oberleutnant Jaeger not return from the cellar? You were last to come out, if I remember correctly. What happened to him?" There was smoke and dust. I couldn't really see anything. None of us could, right? Perhaps he tripped?" Fuchs stammered. A terrifying smile appeared on Paul's lips. "I slipped." Spurl's eyes widened at the answer before lunging at Paul, already close enough to push him to the ground. A shot rang out, grazing Fuchs's head, the muzzle pulled aside by Spurl's sudden shove. "Take him into custody," Spurl ordered, struggling to hold Paul to the ground. He leaned closer to the resisting Oberleutnant, his voice low so that only Paul could hear. "I believe you," he whispered. Paul's movement slowed. A moment later, the soldiers pulled him up and took him away, before disappearing from sight. He looked at Asso and gave him a short, reassuring nod, a silent plea to stay calm, to stop any thought of rebellion. Paul was not brought into a cell, but seated inside the general's temporary office in Avila. 2 guards flanked him, each resting a firm hand on his shoulder. Then, the door opened, and Spurl revealed himself. He walked in, sat down across from Paul, and studied him in silence. After a moment, he turned to the guards. "You two can leave," he ordered. They exchanged uncertain glances. "Are you sure, sir?" one of them asked. Spurl gave them a cold stare. "I will not repeat myself." The guards obeyed immediately and left, closing the door behind them. A heavy silence hung between the two men. I want to apologize, Spurl said first. No, I have to. Apologize, Paul interrupted him. I acted on emotions I thought I had long buried. Well, it seems neither of us is perfect. Spurl allowed himself a faint smile. As I said before, I believe you. But you can't simply kill a Hauptmann of the Wehrmacht like that. Doing so would have meant your own death. He must be brought before a military tribunal. Or, at least, we need some evidence before an execution can be justified. To get that, he continued, leaning back slightly, I'll have to let him off the hook for now. I know you two didn't know each other before, which rules out any personal grievance. The most realistic explanation is espionage. He's an agent, planted here, and he was ordered to kill you. Perhaps they feared your rise, a young officer showing too much promise. Perhaps, Paul said, thinking about it. I have planted good men, capable, trustworthy men, to watch his every step. If he's as dumb as I think, he will try to contact his middleman somehow. If he does, I'll let you pull the trigger this time. Paul looked at the man. Spurl had given him much. Any other general would have thrown him into a dark cell by now, if not shot him on the spot. I will remember this. Spurl, Paul thought, a small feeling of gratitude forming inside him. Now, will you tell me what the hell really happened? Spurl asked, curt, almost impatient. Paul looked up for a moment, studying the ceiling before he breathed in. I've tried to help some officers who were falling behind. I helped them up one by one until it was that son of a bitch's turn. He paused, forcing the memory back into words. Ed. Seen him glance at me before, but I shrugged it off. Maybe he'd seen me in a newspaper or something. When I grabbed his hand to help him, he smiled and pulled me. He caught me off guard, and I plummeted down the stairs. He shoved me into an abyss and looked at me with such satisfaction and relief in his eyes. Paul balled his fist. The skin was already reddening. The hatred kept me alive. I remember being found among the rubble by someone, but it wasn't one of ours. The next thing I remember is waking up in that prison, being greeted by that psycho. He nursed me back to strength only to cut me down again, every single time. When our forces finally reached Avila, I saw an opportunity to escape. I took it. I left justice for those who'd held me captive. Spurl listened carefully, sometimes raising an eyebrow or swallowing hard. When Paul finished, he muttered something under his breath, a faint curse perhaps, remembering the reports about the massacre that had taken place inside the prison of Avila. Then how did you conquer a city with a men ratio of 1 to 2 stacked against you? Spurl asked in disbelief. Paul told him everything, down to the smallest detail. Spurl would sometimes leave remarks like, truly a genius idea. Good work. I would have acted the same way after their talk. Both men stood up and shook hands. After we get that bastard, I promise you'll get the recognition you deserve. I'll tell High Command about you. Perhaps even the Führer himself will be interested. Thank you, General. I thank you truly, Paul said, full of gratitude for the man before him. They parted, and Paul was brought into a small room, hidden from the public. A few days passed when a knock woke Paul from his daze. Spurl entered, a big smile on his face. Our man was dumb. Enough indeed. He tried to send a letter to his middleman, but our men stepped in before he could. Sadly, he passed. Bit down on a cyanide pill, Spurl said. Paul's jaw tightened. Although he had wanted to finish the job himself, he was still grateful the matter was settled at all. That's still great news. What about the letter? Any intel? Paul asked, eager to find out who had plotted against him. We got some important information, Spurl replied. I'll give it to you later. 4. Now, I've got something better for you. He left the room, only to return moments later carrying a brand new military uniform. Although it's not official yet, Berlin has informed me that the Führer has decided to grant you a rare double promotion. Rumors say he was completely fascinated by your story, your heroism, your feats. Paul's eyes widened. The Führer, huh? So now I've already appeared at the edge of the frame. It won't be long before I'm just a step away from its center, Paul thought, calculations already forming inside his mind. Oberleutnant Jaeger, I hereby promote you by the authority given to me by the high command of the German Wehrmacht and the Führer himself to the rank of Major. Spurl smiled warmly, handed him the uniform, and patted his shoulder. Congratulations, Major. You deserve it. 3. Chapter 32. Madrid, have you heard? Apparently Hauptmann Fuchs is dead. He was a spy. A soldier whispered to another curious soul. What? Is that true? That traitor, the other man said, balling his fist. There's more. Oberleutnant Jaeger, you know, the famous one, tried to kill him. Before, I heard from a friend that Fuchs was somehow connected to Jaeger. Being declared dead, the soldier continued. Before he appeared, he managed to conquer this Avila. That's why they call him the ghost of Avila. That's unbelievable, came a mocking voice from behind them. They turned around, their eyes widened. Oberleutnant Jaeger, we didn't mean, one began before the other slapped him. Major Jaeger, we're sorry for talking behind your back, the other said quickly. Paul paused for a moment before answering. Can you tell me where I can find Major Lang? The two looked at each other before one of them reluctantly replied, We apologize, sir, but Major Lang isn't in Avila right now. He's further west, still pushing back the Republicans. Is that so? Paul asked, disappointment evident in his tone. How about Lieutenant Fischer and Weber? Do you know them? Yes. Lieutenant Fischer is a friend of mine. I can lead you to his room, one of the soldiers answered, relief in his voice. The soldier led Paul to Fischer's quarters. Paul knocked twice before entering. Fischer, who sat at a table, turned around as the door opened. His eyes widened. Oberleutnant, he called. Out, jumping to his feet. Paul and Fischer embraced briefly before Paul. Step back. I heard you somehow returned from the dead, Fischer said, studying Paul from head to toe. His eyes fell on Paul's collar and shoulder straps, the insignia of his new rank. He stiffened, unconsciously. No need to be uncomfortable, Fischer, Paul said with a smile, glad to see his friend again. Besides, you've risen too, haven't you? Yes, they promoted me to Oberleutnant after we made it back to Salamanca. Though I only did some translating, Fischer admitted, still awkward about his new rank. You deserve it, Fischer, trust me, Paul said, before his gaze fell to Fischer's leg. What happened? Although Fischer tried to hide it, Paul noticed the awkward stance and the occasional glance toward his left leg. I can't hide anything from you. Fischer sighed. Some Spanish bastard got me during the fighting. They say I'll recover smoothly, but I'm being sent back to Germany with the other wounded. Fischer looked down, guilt weighing on him. MHM, Paul muttered, patting his friend's back. The two exchanged a long look before Fischer finally asked, How about something else? I'm curious how you managed to survive, and what about you and that Hauptmann Fuchs? Yvette heard stories, you know. The ghost of Avila. He joked, smiling again. Paul sighed defeatedly, pulled up a chair, and began to tell his story. The sun set quickly, the soft glow of dusk illuminating Fischer's room. Too bad you didn't get your hands on that son of a bitch. What about the letter? Fischer asked, his voice still thick with emotion from Paul's tale. Actually, now that you mention it, I have a favor to ask, Paul said slowly, pulling a letter from within his leather coat. He continued, holding out the envelope. I made a copy, the original is going to the general staff, another to the Gestapo. But there's also a personal letter from me in there. Could you give this to someone back in Cologne? Fischer looked at the envelope before setting it gently on the table. Of course. What's his address? Paul took a small paper and pen. Taylor Friedrich Lehmann, Braune Straße 4. A tailor? Fischer asked, confused. He's an old friend. I know this isn't exactly allowed, but could you do me this favor? Paul asked. Of course, Major. You saved me so many times. I still don't know how to repay you, Fisher said, shaking his head. This isn't even a fraction of the debt I owe. I'll deliver it, no questions asked. Thank you, Fisher, Paul said, genuinely. The two talked for a while longer, reminiscing about their past adventures, before Paul finally took his leave. He walked through the hallways of the spacious government office building they had occupied, now serving as a temporary command center and quarters for officers. Paul clasped his hands behind his back, occasionally nodding to the officers who saluted him, their eyes filled with respect. Rumors of his deeds had already spread like wildfire, often exaggerating his actions even further. Paul's jaw tightened as he realized more and more the weight he now had to bear, the expectations placed upon him. He was slowly but surely becoming some kind of role model to the soldiers, perhaps not only to those in Spain. But he was a variable. After all, every action he took, every victory, every loss meant altering history in ways he could not yet comprehend. His attack on Avila, for example, had accelerated the city's fall by nearly a month. Who knew what kind of domino effect that would set in motion? Major, a voice called from behind, pulling him back to the present. Paul turned, the fading glow of the setting sun still on his face. General, he replied, follow me. I've called a strategic meeting regarding our next steps. All high-ranking officers will be present, Spurl said, already. Turning away, Paul followed quietly, though his mind was spinning. Here comes the domino, he thought, before stepping into a wide room where a handful of high-ranking officers were already seated. They quickly stood up, saluting Spurl before sitting down again. Paul took a place somewhere in the middle of the long, dark wooden table, while Spurl chose the seat at its head. Spurl cleared his throat. Oberst Decker, please brief everyone on the latest developments. A tall, blond man stood up, nodding, and walked to the large military map hanging on the wall. All heads turned toward him expectantly. After Major Jaeger's successful capture of Avila, we managed to push the front line further south, Decker began, his tone calm but confident. Major Klein reported about 30 minutes ago that the 2nd Armored Battalion succeeded in piercing the enemy's front line approximately 5 kilometers south of Avila. He pointed to a marked position on the map, moving a red pin to indicate the advance. He also reported that the Spanish appear to be in retreat. Intelligence from both the Luftwaffe and our reconnaissance units confirms this. The Republicans have abandoned their current defensive lines and are constructing a major defensive ring around Madrid. A murmur of voices erupted. Gentlemen, Spurl cleared his throat once more. The room fell silent. We must decide our next steps. The nationalists have informed us they intend to push through and assault the city, Spurl said, his tone tinged with pessimism. They will fail, and Madrid will be besieged for years before it finally surrenders, Paul thought, shaking his head. We could support the Spanish assault and occupy it quickly, an Oberstleutnant suggested. He received awkward glances. He seemed not to grasp the mood of the discussion. An older man, wearing the insignia of an Oberst, rose. I believe we should leave the Spanish and concentrate on the east. The Republicans' eastern flank is thinly held. With our panzer units we can pierce through and attack where they are less fortified. A few officers nodded. Not a bad thought. Oberst von Thoma, General Spurl said. Yet I doubt our tanks can easily break through the, although less fortified, defense lines the Republicans have erected. Besides, there is another problem I must inform you about. We can no longer rely too heavily on our tanks. The Republicans have received shipments of Soviet military aid and advisors. Many consignments contained anti-tank guns. The Russian M1932 can penetrate our armor with ease, Spurl said, sighing. A murmur rose again. Then the scrape of a chair sounded as Paul pushed back and stood. He waited until the room went quiet. After a moment he began, as the general has said, relying too much on tank. Performance would be foolish, given the Russian guns. He paused. Now that we no longer enjoy unchallenged superiority on the ground, we should consider different spheres of warfare. As you all know, the Condor Legion is primarily an air force. Yet I believe we have underused our overwhelming advantage in the air. Our aircraft are far superior to anything the enemy has. We must employ that air superiority far more strategically. To break the Madrid defensive line, we need our Panzer. Yet they will be decimated by the Russian guns. Therefore, we must neutralize those guns by air. Spurl nodded almost unconsciously as he listened. I propose a three-step plan. First, we wait, but only briefly, long enough for the enemy to commit and reveal their positions. Not long enough for them to fully entrench. While they take up positions, the Luftwaffe will scout every anti-tank emplacement, every artillery and MG post covered by our fighters. Second, once positions are identified, we conduct targeted strikes against the anti-tank batteries and flak positions, not blind area bombing but focused attacks to silence the M1932S and similar threats. Third, while air strikes suppress their defenses, we implement Oberst von Thomas maneuver and hit the eastern flank. Our bombers and close air support will pound identified positions in coordinated waves, preparing lanes for the armored advance. Paul stopped, looking around the room for allies. He found them. Oberst von Thoma gave him a broad, approving nod. A few others followed suit, but then a major cut in. Although your strategy sounds good in theory, we simply don't have the fuel or bombs to carry it out. Paul clenched his jaw. He's right, he thought. So, there's only one remaining option. You're right, Major. I didn't take the logistics into account, Paul admitted, his voice steady, not defeated. Spurl nodded. A good thought, but you have to keep the logistics in mind. But I agree with you. We have to use our Air Force more. Any other brilliant ideas, Jaeger? He asked with a hint of irony. Actually, Paul began and smiled slightly. Have you heard of a man named Kurt Student? Chapter 33. Rain over Madrid airport of Avila. 4 p.m. in the afternoon. The sound of propellers filled the runway, and one of the incoming Ju-52s slowly came to a halt beside a delegation of military officers. The delegation consisted of General Spurl, flanked by the old Oberst von Thoma and the young Major Jäger. When the door opened, Paul managed to take his first glance at the famous Kurt Student, later known as the father of the German parachute units and general of the paratroopers. Right now, the insignia on his shoulders and collar signaled his rank as Oberst. The middle-aged man's stoic expression did not reveal anything. He adjusted his uniform before saluting General Spurl and his delegation. Oberst, good to meet you, Spurl said, shaking Student's hand. Thank you, General. I am happy to assist. In truth, I was surprised by the sudden summons, Student replied. Well, you have a fan here who's quite fond of you, Spurl said, turning toward Paul, who stretched out his hand. It's nice to meet you, Oberst. I've read your books, and I'm a supporter of your theories, Paul said, studying the historical figure before him. I'm honored, Major, that you see me in such a light. Although you are the true celebrity, aren't you? The word of the ghost of Avila has already reached Germany, Student said, a small smile forming on his lips. Well, I'm hardly a ghost, Oberst, Paul joked, before his gaze moved to the other transport planes that had landed, soldiers climbing out of them. Student turned as well. My men, good men, they will finally get the appreciation they deserve. Paul nodded before Spurl led Student toward their temporary headquarters, arriving in the familiar room where Paul and the rest of the officers had discussed their future strategies only 2 days ago. Spurl had managed to convince the Führer of the plan that Paul and the others had worked on deep into the night. After gaining the Führer's support, they got what they wanted quickly Kurt student and his parachuting unit. Although not an official unit yet, they soon would be. Paul's senses drifted back to the present. The nationalists will delay their attack on Greater Madrid for a day, which means they will strike in 2 days. Our ground units, commanded by Oberst von Thoma, will too, Spurl said, worry in his voice. Although that comes quickly, my men are ready, General, student said proudly and confidently. Another officer stood up, wearing a blue Luftwaffe uniform. Our scouts have already identified potential threats and key positions around the objective. Good. Then let's discuss them, Spurl said, gesturing for the man to mark them on the map. The map showed their new objective, Paul's altered plan focused on the airport of Madrid. Paul listened intently to the discussion, sometimes offering an argument, sometimes supporting another. The discussion was heated, but the group of men managed to agree on suitable landing zones and how to neutralize the threats around. The objective, here at the fuel depot, cover from the distant. Chatter faded away as Paul's eyes wandered toward the runway, where a Ju-52 was taking off. He watched the plane closely, trying to discern every detail from afar. Paul had always been a history enthusiast, but what truly fascinated him were planes. Watching these big metal creatures soar into the sky had always filled him with wonder. Beautiful, aren't they? A voice said from his side. He turned his gaze toward the source. It was the same middle-aged man he had greeted before. Student smiled. You should have joined the Luftwaffe. Perhaps, Paul said, but I'll be having a taste of it soon. Student looked at him, confused. Hey, taste, he asked. I'll be coming with you. Has the general not told you? I asked him myself. Paul said, already turning back toward the windows facing the airfield. But you're not trained. I have experience, Paul interrupted. He wasn't lying. His love for planes had led him to do many parachute jumps throughout his life, sometimes even to reach remote areas for his work. Not to mention the last time he had been in a plane. Experience? It's dangerous. You be fighting at the front, surrounded by enemies. You're not a lieutenant anymore. Perhaps your quick rise has made you forget your current rank, student whispered. You're going too, aren't you? And you're an Oberst. Have you forgotten your rank as well? Paul asked, smiling. But they are my men. They need me, student said in protest. I won't be a hindrance to you, Paul said, turning fully toward him. Besides, you could use the man who came up with this whole plan, don't you think? I also have to protect you, so you don't die early on by my change of the timeline, Paul thought. Student paused for a moment, studying Paul before slowly nodding. You better live up to your reputation, Major Jeager. Don't worry, Oberst, Paul said confidently. You, your men, and I will take that airport, and we will win this battle. 2 days later, the night of October 31st, airfield of Avila. The sound of countless engines filled the airfield. Shouts managed to cut through the loud rain pouring down onto the asphalt. Paul stood with his hands behind his back, rain soaking his black leather coat. He watched the countless Stukas and Heinkel bombers take off, joining other squadrons arriving from different airfields across Spain. Some old Spanish planes joined the force too. The bombers formed wave after wave, circled by roughly the same number of Messerschmitt fighters protecting them. Paul's eyes never left the majestic sight, even as water poured down his hair and cheeks. He remained still. Muffled footsteps sounded from behind, coming closer, until Oberst Kurt's student appeared at the corner of Paul's eye. The two men watched the sight silently until even the last wave of planes vanished into the distance. So this is the first wave, student said, breaking the stillness. Oberst von Thoma and the nationalists should have started their general attack on the Greater Madrid area as well, Paul said, looking at student. Student rolled up his wet sleeve, glancing at his watch. If everything goes as planned, our battalion will depart in 1 hour. Paul nodded, and after a while the two men walked silently back into the airport building. Paul looked back at the now nearly lifeless airport, outskirts of Madrid at the same time. Marco, come on, it's time to go to bed. Where are you? Maria shouted. Through the house, searching for her son. After a while, she opened the door and saw him standing in the garden. Are you watching the planes? Landing again? She asked, but her son did not react at all. She looked at him in confusion before following his intense gaze and wide eyes. Her own eyes widened as well when she saw the sight in the sky. Hundreds of planes, countless. Never before had so many aircraft flown above them. Like this, a sight so intimidating that Maria opened her mouth, unable to speak. Their flight path clearly marked the target of the armada. Before them, the airport. Air sirens came to life, sounding in the distance. She walked to her son, embracing him, while watching the enormous explosions erupt in the distance. The fires illuminated the night sky even from afar. Airfield of Avila, moments later. A group of officers sat around a radio, listening to reports of the air assault, as well as the ground attack. The radio crackled. Despite the weather conditions, we managed to hit our targets successfully. I can say the strike was a full success. General Spurl and Paul exchanged looks. Spurl walked up to him, pulled him to the side, and whispered, Are you sure about going? Everything is going as planned, and my participation is part of the plan too, Paul said, reassuring Spurl. Spurl looked at him for a moment before opening his mouth. That's the last time you will participate in such a dangerous mission. Germany can't afford to lose a mind like yours. Do you understand me? Yes, General Paul replied, before Spurl turned back to the group of officers. Gentlemen, it's time for the second wave, Spurl said. Paul, student, and a handful of other officers nodded, then made their way toward the airfield. Outside, in the pouring rain, long rows of soldiers formed on the tarmac. Before them, tens of Ju-52 transport planes waited, ready for boarding. Oberst Kurt, student, stepped forward, looking the young man in the eye, his gaze expectant. Today, no. Tonight, we will claim glory. We will fight, we will bleed, and we will win. The bravery of you paratroopers will be known throughout the Reich. Your courage will be recorded in the annals of history. Let's take that city together for the fatherland. A loud shout of approval filled the airfield as the rows of soldiers began moving toward their designated planes, boarding. One by one, Paul, student, and the group of officers boarded their planes as well, preparing themselves for the upcoming fight. Paul sat beside student, exchanging another look with him. Student nodded and Paul signaled the pilot to start. The plane's engine howled as it lifted off from the runway, joined by Messerschmitt fighters flanking it. Chapter 34, Madrid Airport, 1. The plane shuddered, explosions erupting. All around it, Paul gripped a metal piece before looking out of the window. Suddenly light filled the night sky. A plane next to theirs erupted into a fireball, falling from the sky. His eyes widened, yet he turned around again after a second, mustering the men around him. Not an ounce of fear, he thought, straightening himself. Then the pilot shouted from the cockpit, trying to fight against the loud sound of the engines and the explosions all around them. We are approaching the landing zone. Paul and the rest of the men stood up abruptly. Student shouted, Check your parachutes one last time and secure your gear. The plane descended with a loud roar. Student stumbled towards the metal door of the Ju-52, opening it with a loud sound of the pressure difference. Wind raced into the cabin, pushing all of them back. Come on, student shouted while pushing the first of his men out of the plane. The men formed a line, jumping one by one. Only Paul and student remained. Paul looked at him deeply one last time before jumping out of the plane. Student following him. Paul descended quickly, the wind slicing at his cheeks. The free fall was exhilarating. He managed to discern his landing zone between the fire and destruction. Then he pulled the ripcord of his parachute, which opened without delay. abruptly slowing. His fall. Paul skillfully navigated the parachute, evading bullets from enemy anti-air guns. When he was nearing the ground, he already saw a group of soldiers, parachutes lying flat on the ground, shouting something before taking cover. When Paul's feet kissed the ground, he skillfully rolled onto the ground, unstrapping his parachute. He lunged toward a crate, searching for cover from the incoming bullets. After reaching relative safety, he looked around him for the first time. A plane burning brightly was not far away. There were craters in the taxiways, and the buildings around him had either holes in them or were burning from the devastating first wave. More and more soldiers landed safely, regrouping at the designated landing zone not far from the control tower. A soldier jumped next to Paul, evading deadly artillery shells, which exploded a few meters away from the two. The dust settled, and the soldier's eyes opened slightly when he saw the rank on Paul's uniform. "Major," he stammered. "Private," Paul answered, turning toward the man. "Your orders?" the soldier asked. "My orders," Paul thought, raising his head slightly, watching his men shoot toward the buildings. But what caught his eye was the tall control tower, a perfect position. "Have our MGs landed yet?" Paul asked expectantly. "We managed to collect 2 working ones, sir, but there are some which are not working properly after harsh landings," the soldier said quickly. "Relay this to your sergeants. I want the 2 MGs up there." Paul pointed toward the control tower. The soldier gulped, yet did not say anything. "The sergeant should give me a handful of men. We will storm the tower and establish MG positions there. While we make our way toward the tower, the rest of our men have to give U.S. covering fire," Paul said while watching more and more German soldiers reinforcing their ranks. The private ducked, then ran quickly toward some other officers. After a minute, about 15 men made their way back to Paul's position under the cover of crates and burning scrap. With them, 2 machine guns and a weird-looking box. "Sir," one of the sergeants greeted Paul while a bullet flew above his head, coming from the control tower. "A sniper?" Paul thought, before turning back toward the sergeant. "Hauptmann Seher ordered us to assist you. We have brought a radio so the Hauptmann and you can communicate," the sergeant said enthusiastically. "Good job," Paul said before grabbing the radio. "Hauptmann Seher, I want you to give us cover fire in exactly 1 minute. Focus on the defensive positions at 1 o'clock and the tower itself. I've spotted snipers up there," Paul shouted into the radio. A crackle came back before the voice said, "Yes, sir." "Understood." Paul watched the soldiers in the near distance scrabbling, positioning themselves in a line, having moved crates as defensive cover. After what felt like an eternity, Paul's watch finally showed 12, and he ordered, "Let's go." The group ran quickly while an enormous exchange of gunfire erupted, the Germans shooting with everything they could. A man in Paul's group was hit in the stomach, collapsing to the ground. A few slowed their pace, yet they knew they couldn't help him, so they clenched their teeth and ran even quicker. Another soldier was hit, yet he didn't collapse. He continued, running while clutching his bleeding shoulder. The group reached the safe concrete structure relatively intact, which was a miracle itself. Paul quickly signaled to one of his men, who kicked open the light metal door. Gunfire erupted from inside, forcing the soldiers to lunge to the side. Paul reacted quickly, pulling out a grenade from his belt and throwing it inside. He counted silently. The explosion erupted. "Now!" he shouted, storming into the tower together with his men flanking him. There were still some Spanish soldiers alive, retaliating. One of the Germans got shot in the head, yet Paul avenged him just as quickly. The group shot at everything moving while climbing the staircase to the top. Spanish soldier after Spanish soldier fell, painting the stairs red with blood. Soon they reached the top, another door blocking their way. Shouts came from within, and footsteps echoed. Paul motioned to one of his machine gunners, who quickly understood. He leaned above a railing, laying the machine gun on it before he and the rest of the squad riddled the door with holes. Screams and loud sounds erupted from within, being drowned by the loud machine gun fire. After a few seconds, Paul ordered the soldiers to stop before they kicked open the door once. Again, their rifles raised, shooting at any Spanish still alive. Paul shot one Spanish soldier on the ground, trying to reach for his gun, before he glanced toward the dead soldiers, especially their rifles. Sniper rifles, he thought. His men quickly gathered in the middle of the room, having finished their task. I want the 2 machine guns placed outside, but don't fire just yet. Paul ordered the 2 men, who quickly positioned themselves overlooking the battlefield. Are there any snipers here, or at least someone familiar with them? Paul asked the group. After a moment, 2 men raised their hands. Yes, Paul asked. The 2 men looked at each other. A middle-aged man answered, we were snipers in the Great War for some time. That will suffice. Take their rifles and position yourselves too. Paul took the radio and asked, Hauptmann see her? After a few moments, the radio sprang to life. Yes, sir. Have you successfully taken over the tower? We have, Paul said. Have you managed to get an overview of the situation? We are still counting, but so far, 98 men, the Hauptmann said slowly. Then where is Ober's student and the rest of our men? Paul asked in disbelief. One of our men saw gunfire further north. It's only a guess, but I think the strong winds could have carried them further north than planned. Shit, Paul said. He jumped with me, though. Did he see the men and try to save them? Paul thought. Fine. Although it's hasty, we have no other choice if we want to save the rest of our men. Prepare the assault. We have to overrun them now, while they're still not fully entrenched. I've established MG and sniper positions here, only waiting for you, Paul said quickly, before motioning for his men to be ready. We will prepare it at once, sir. The Hauptmann shouted something, too. His men before the line crackled into silence. After a few tense minutes, the loud sound of engines arrived. The sirens of the Stukas filled the airport before dark silhouettes broke through the clouds, dropping bomb after bomb onto the enemy positions. The third wave. Finally, Paul whispered. The Hauptmann saw the situation too, quickly. Grasping the moment, loud shouts erupted from the German side before tides of German soldiers climbed from their cover, running across the airfield, shooting back at the enemy. Fire erupted from the control tower after Paul ordered his men to start. Paul himself made his way down the tower again, taking 4 soldiers with him as bodyguards. The rest were ordered to barricade themselves to protect the advantageous positions of the tower at all costs. Countless amounts of blood flowed through the rubble of what was once an airport terminal. The Spanish, who searched for cover within the rubble, were overwhelmed by the German attackers and the rain of machine gun fire from above. It was another massacre. Flocks of German soldiers secured the positions, seizing another 3 machine guns. Although Spanish, they were still useful. Paul and his bodyguard arrived too, searching for Hauptmann Seher. See her, Paul shouted towards the man, who came running quickly. Hey, Major, we have to hurry. I believe Oberstudent and his men are encircled inside that building. Chapter 35. Madrid Airport. 2. Gunfire echoed through the hallways of former Terminal 2 of Madrid Airport. Paul and his men stormed the building, unleashing gunfire everywhere. Flocks of Spaniards fell where they stood. Glass shattered. Papers soaked in crimson liquid lay all around them. After the large group advanced further, leaving behind a trail of death, they arrived before a massive door riddled with bullets. Countless dead Spanish soldiers lying before it. The Germans raised their rifles instinctively, yet Paul lifted his hand, motioning for them to lower their weapons. He stepped forward, slowly opening the door. Before raising his hands, a bullet grazed past his wide eyes before a loud shout filled the room. Stop! Lower your weapons. Student R, your men blind? Can't they differentiate between the uniform of a German major and a Spanish dog? Paul said, one eyebrow raised. Student came, walking toward him, then patted his shoulder. Good work. Paul grabbed student's shoulder too and whispered, barely audible, how many did you lose? Student looked away for a moment before turning back to Paul, his jaw tightening for a second. Half. Paul sighed, mustering the soldiers gathered behind student. That means we're at about 300. Student nodded after a short pause. We have to secure the landing zone. For Wave 4. It's already half an hour since we landed, Paul said, glancing at his watch. Indeed, student replied. What about communications? I've already seized the control tower. I believe it has some long-wave communication devices, Paul answered. Great. Student nodded. Give high command the go. The rest will establish perimeters around the zones, set up defenses and barricades. We have to seize their anti-air defenses too, he added, raising his voice so the men around them could hear. Paul left the room, flocks of soldiers running past him, organizing themselves. An unknown office, Central, Madrid, SIR. The large wooden doors flung open, and a young Spanish soldier ran into the lavish office. The man sitting in the leather chair behind the desk turned around slowly, putting away his cigar. For a moment, only the heavy breathing of the young, impatient soldier filled the room. What is it? The older man asked. General, they have, he stumbled. Come on, spit it out, the older man said, clad in a decorative military uniform. The nationalists and the Germans have begun their assault. The young man finally managed to mutter. So, we are prepared, that the general answered impatiently. If that's all, then. No, the young man cut him off. The Germans managed to break through the east. They are concentrating their assault on the eastern side of our defenses. For the first time, the older general straightened, adjusting his posture. Fuck, he shouted. Tell Major General Maria to move part of our anti-air guns toward the east. That should suffice, at least for some time. He picked up his cigar again, about to continue smoking, when he squinted his eyes. What is it? Is there more? The soldier didn't move, sweat pouring down his forehead. The Germans. We've received reports they've conducted an aerial operation assaulting Madrid airport on a large scale. They've landed paratroopers and managed to take over most of the airport. The general dropped his cigar. This time not on the ashtray. His mouth hung open, his fist slammed down on the table so hard that stacks of papers flew onto the floor before the intimidated soldier's feet. You're saying that's impossible, he shouted, enraged. What are those fools doing? He stood up, pacing back and forth. I want Major Gomez to eradicate them. Sir, Major, Gomez is being assaulted by advancing German tank units right now, the soldier said timidly. What? The general spat out. Scrape together everything we have. Call out the reserves if you have to. Yes, sir, the young man replied after a short pause, already leaving the room. And send every plane we have, the general shouted after him. Into their death, the young soldier thought, yet didn't dare to speak the words aloud. Madrid airport, 1.5 hours after Wave 1 air. Sirens wailed once again. This time, Spanish planes appeared in the sky. Flocks of bombers dived in, trying to drop their payloads, yet the heavy anti-air fire, combined with their weak engines, made it a fruitless endeavor. Dozens of Spanish planes were engulfed in flames the moment they came within reach of the now German-controlled anti-air guns. Paul screamed for his men to duck when he saw a large fireball hurtling toward them. He wasn't a second too late when the plane exploded behind them, missing them by only a margin. Others weren't so lucky, although the air defense was strong, especially against the Spanish. It wasn't invincible. Bomb after bomb fell. Sometimes they managed to shoot one down, only for the pilot to perform a kamikaze maneuver. Fire engulfed the anti-air guns. Countless men screamed. A splinter had hit Paul, who was now bleeding from his forehead. He raised himself slowly, pushing away some rubble and looking around, until his eyes lit up. He grabbed the radio lying on the ground, which had miraculously survived the bombing. "Do you hear me?" he shouted. "Yes, Major," a voice crackled through the radio. "Ask them where the hell our air support is," Paul yelled into the receiver before cutting the line. The soldiers who had managed to establish communication with High Command looked at each other before contacting Spurl. More explosions erupted all around Paul, who had underestimated the strength of the Spanish Air Force. Then he saw another plane coming directly toward their position, bullet holes already appearing in the distance. "Is this it?" Paul whispered, clenching his jaw. The plane's line of fire was only meters away when the loud hum of propellers came from behind him. The Spanish aircraft erupted into a fireball, crashing down onto the runway. A Messerschmitt fighter roared above them, shaking its wings. Flocks of fighters poured in, shooting down any remaining Spanish planes. Paul stood frozen for a moment, having escaped death by a hair's breadth, before he composed himself again. "Secure the landing zones," he shouted toward the crouched German soldiers behind him, who quickly got up and ran toward their assigned sectors. Paul's timing was perfect, because right after the soldiers established the perimeter, the next wave descended from the sky. "The rest of our men," Paul said to himself, looking up at the masses of parachutes opening overhead. The truth was, the Condor Legion simply didn't have the logistical capacity to transport the whole battalion in one go. That's why they had to move separately in two waves. More and more soldiers landed, noticeably reinforcing their ranks. A middle-aged man touched down a few meters away from Paul, stripped himself of his parachute, and began walking toward him. Paul noticed that the man's uniform stood out from the rest of the soldiers. "Lang," Paul shouted, striding toward him. "Heinrich." Lang smiled as they met. The two embraced for a brief moment before parting. "That's a surprise," Paul said. "I thought you'd be leading the ground assault together with Oberst von Thoma." "That was the plan," Lang replied, laughing despite the seriousness of the situation. "But when I heard this operation was your idea and that you'd be conducting it, I couldn't resist." Paul began, not quite knowing where to start. "You don't have to tell me anything," Lang said, still smiling. "We should probably focus on the current situation." "Right, Major." "You're right," Paul nodded. "Now that we're more or less at full strength, we have to reinforce our defenses and begin repairs." "I trust you brought the engineering corps with you?" he asked expectantly. "Of course," Lang answered, surveying the destruction all around them. "They'll have plenty to do, just like all of us," Paul replied, pulling Lang back from his thoughts. "I'm sure the Spanish will launch a ground assault soon. They'll try to storm the area from the north and west gates. Those are the only real entry points." He gestured into the distance. "Oberstudent has already established defensive positions. You and your men should reinforce his ranks. We must concentrate all our firepower on those 2 points," Paul continued. "What about the air?" Lang asked. "I don't believe the Spanish have much more to offer," Paul said. "We've seized dozens of planes here on the ground and shot down even more in the sky. There'll only be a minimal investment of manpower in that regard." "Good. I'll organize the men now. Let's talk after the battle, Heinrich." Lang patted Paul on the shoulder before walking away. Chapter 36, Madrid Airport 3. The sound of machines and shouts filled the damaged taxiways of Madrid Airport. German engineering corps were doing their best to restore the runway, or at least make it partly usable. Again, they had to work with the few tools they had brought, and whatever they could salvage from the airport, working tirelessly under the pouring rain and the night sky. Yet all their efforts would be worthless if they couldn't hold the airport. The engineers tried to ignore the gunfire and the distant explosions, but their minds raced. With every blast, a large explosion echoed in the distance, a fireball rising into the sky. The men stopped their work for a moment, subconsciously watching it before clenching their teeth and returning to their tasks. 5 minutes earlier, Paul threw himself to the side as an artillery shell exploded only meters from his previous position, sending cement and dirt into the air. "Fuck," he muttered, grabbing his rifle again and firing at the incoming wave of Spaniards. "Luckily no. Thanks. Seems like Von Thoma is keeping them busy." Student shouted, arriving next to him while crouching. Student said something inaudible as the machine gunner beside them opened fire again, joining the other MG positions hastily established in the chaos. Soldiers on both sides fell, man after man, bleeding out, covering the ground in crimson. A young German soldier stumbled toward Paul, blood spurting from a wound in his chest. Paul caught him and lowered him gently to the ground, opening his mouth to say something, but then stopped. The lifeless eyes staring back at him answered every question he could have asked. Paul's gaze lingered on the soldier for a moment, too long for the battlefield. He collected himself when he saw a new wave of Spanish soldiers charging at them, this one even larger than the first. Their boots trampled the bodies of their fallen comrades as they fired while running toward the German positions. Soldiers all around Student and Paul fell, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of gunfire. A bullet struck Paul's shoulder, but he did not cry out. He ignored the wound, his uniform now marked with even more crimson. Student watched him for a moment before shouting, "We have to do it now." "Are you sure?" Paul shouted back, skeptical. "We have no other choice. We either die trying or win," Student said seriously. "Do you agree?" "I agree," Paul answered after a brief moment of deliberation. Paul turned and gave a deliberate, sharp nod to a group of soldiers. They ran through the gunfire toward a parked truck hidden under a tarp. They ripped the tarp away and started the engine. The truck roared to life and rolled toward the advancing Spanish horde, gaining speed with every second. When it was close enough, the driver opened the door and jumped out. The Spanish soldiers dodged the incoming truck, thinking themselves safe, until gunfire suddenly erupted from all German positions. But they weren't firing at the Spaniards. They were firing at the truck. A Spanish officer watched it roll past him, his eyes catching on the barrels loaded in the back. Realization struck. He turned and shouted something, but a blinding explosion engulfed him and everyone nearby. A firestorm consumed anyone within 20 meters, and a massive fireball rose into the night sky. The strike hit the Spaniards hard, shattering their morale and boosting that of their enemies. The newly invigorated German soldiers fought even more fiercely, their shots seeming truer, their losses fewer. After another half hour, the battle was over. The Spaniards signaled their retreat, beaten, no, decimated, as they fled in shame. Paul and Student breathed a sigh of relief. The Spanish withdrawal was vital to their plan, and it hadn't been guaranteed. Even after their surprise attack, they had still been numerically superior, after all. Student smiled faintly, the relief evident on his face. Although fuel is vital at this stage of the campaign, we did the right thing, Student said, reassuring Paul, and perhaps himself. It's only a temporary victory. With fewer fuel reserves, the efficiency of the air bridge will be lower, Paul said. But I agree with you. We would have lost without it. The sound of an engine made both men look up. A military truck rolled toward them, splashing through puddles. A soldier jumped out and ran up, saluting sharply. "Sirs, Major Lang sent me to inform you that the West Gate was held. The Spanish attack has been successfully repelled." "Good," Paul said, exchanging a look with Student. "Let's visit the engineers," Student suggested. They took the Spanish truck from the messenger, ordering their men to hold the gate, bringing only a few soldiers with them for protection. Soon, they arrived at the runway, where a grumpy Bearded soldier greeted them with a salute. Oberst. Major. How's the progress? Student asked, scanning the surroundings. Some of the later sections aren't reparable with our tools, but we managed to restore most of the main strip, somewhat, the soldier replied, scratching his head. Somewhat, Paul asked skeptically. Can planes land or not? After a short pause, the man replied, they can, but they're braking. Distance shouldn't be too long, or else, fine, we have good pilots. Student said, smiling faintly. Good work, soldier. The man nodded. Thank you, Herr Oberst. Paul and student then drove straight to the control tower. Heinrich? Kurt, is that you? A voice came through the long-range radio. It is, General, Paul answered. Thank God. How is the operation going? Spurl asked. We managed to repel the Spanish assault. On both ground and air, student replied proudly. Very good. How many men did we lose? Spurl asked. We don't have a final count yet, but many, Paul answered, his voice colder on the last word. Silence filled the control tower for a moment before Spurl spoke. Again, I understand. Can I send you reinforcements? You can. The engineers have restored the runway somewhat, student replied. Excellent. The first transports will depart in 5 minutes. Everything is going according to plan. Oberst von Thoma has managed to pierce parts of the Spanish lines, though the resistance is as fierce as we anticipated. We need you to support him as soon as possible, Spurl said. We understand, Paul answered. We'll reinforce our ranks, fortify our positions, and then move out for the encirclement. Good work, gentlemen, Spurl said, ending the transmission. Half an hour later, the first transport planes loomed on the horizon, descending toward the runway of Madrid Airport. Fresh, invigorated men disembarked, followed by crates of artillery and machine guns. Plane after plane landed, bolstering their ranks and firepower further and further. The Spanish were powerless. They launched several desperate assaults, all ending in failure. The reinforced, deeply entrenched Germans had become a wall the enemy could not penetrate, and that wall grew thicker with every passing minute. Paul and student watched it all from the windows of the control tower, standing there until the first streaks of sunlight tore through the night sky. It's November now, student said, watching the dawn. Our operation has officially succeeded. Paul didn't answer. He only watched the sunrise with his usual stoic eyes. Not yet, he said after a moment. What? Student asked, confused. It hasn't succeeded yet. Paul turned toward him. It will have succeeded when every part of this city is in our hands. Right now, we only hold a large patch of concrete, a mere fraction of what we must conquer. Yes, that's true, student admitted. But we've laid a stepping stone so big it will change the course of this war entirely. Paul nodded slowly, then looked down at his watch. Have Oberst von Thoma's tanks penetrated the first line? Paul asked one of the soldiers in the control room. The man checked his notes and replied, Oberst von Thoma broke through the first line 20 minutes ago, sir. Paul looked at student while speaking. Tell him and High Command that we'll support him within an hour. You think they've realized it? Student asked. No, Paul said firmly. Their commander, whoever he is, isn't competent. He's responded poorly to everything we've thrown at him. I don't believe he sees it. Both men turned back toward the window, watching the sunrise, treasuring the small fragment of peace they had fought for. Chapter 37. Checkmate, eastern part of the Greater Madrid area, 3rd. November 1936. And no, you don't understand. They're coming for both sides. They got us encircled. A Spanish officer shouted into a radio inside. A half-destroyed house. Dust fell from the ceiling with every explosion that thundered around them. Fuck, they're useless, he screamed, kicking the radio off the table. The soldiers around him exchanged uncertain glances, watching their commander unravel. Outside, explosions went off continuously, tank shells and anti-tank fire tearing through buildings and streets. It was brutal city combat. Both sides fought for every street, every corner, but the Germans were advancing. They're fast. Armored spearheads overwhelming the defenders. The officer knew their situation was hopeless, yet he was powerless to change it. The Germans had outsmarted them and encircled a large part of the Spanish defense. Sir, German tanks spotted 700 meters away. A young soldier burst into the room, panting. They're already this far? The officer muttered aloud. Prepare the defenses. He ordered, stepping outside. He grabbed a pair of binoculars and scanned the horizon. At first, he saw only rubble, dirt, and small fires burning here and there. Then he spotted it. Slowly, a gray German tank emerged from the ruins of a collapsed house. It's at 11 o'clock, he shouted, turning to the men at the anti-tank guns. They got to work quickly, adjusting the aim. The tank began firing in their direction. The officer ducked behind the sandbag position as bullets and shrapnel ripped through the walls. Fire! On my command, he yelled over the chaos. He watched as the tank crept forward, its silhouette becoming clearer with every meter. Wait, now, he screamed at the top of his lungs. 3 anti-tank guns roared. 2 shells missed by mere meters, exploding in the rubble nearby, but the third hit the tank square in the front. A massive explosion engulfed it. The officer spotted a man climbing out of the wreck, his clothes on. Fire. Gunfire erupted as soldiers tried to finish him off, but the burning man managed to run behind a corner, screaming something in German. The officer allowed himself a brief smile. Relief washed over his face and over the faces of his men. But then their expressions changed. Fear. Shock. The officer followed their gaze. He reached for his binoculars, but before he could even raise them, he saw what they saw. Behind the burning wreck, another tank emerged from the smoke. Then, another, and another. Dozens broke through the dust, their gray armor glinting faintly in the orange firelight. This, the officer stammered. Before he could say another word, a storm of gunfire erupted from the approaching tanks. Bullets tore through the position. The officer's body convulsed as he was riddled with rounds. He fell, coughing blood, watching his men collapse one after another. Turning his head weakly, he saw a shadow forming behind him, a man standing over him. The gunfire had stopped. The silence was deafening. He coughed up more blood, the silhouette becoming clearer. A German officer. You bastard, he muttered. A gunshot shattered the stillness. Paul lowered his Luger and slid it back into his black leather coat, still staring at the dead officer. Only when the tanks halted in the corner of his vision did he lift his gaze. He walked slowly through the rubble, his coat fluttering together with the wind. Behind him, more and more German soldiers emerged, climbing over debris and rubble, slowly gathering behind him. He stopped before one of the tanks as its hatch opened and a man climbed out. Oberst von Thoma, Paul said, nodding, not bothering to salute. Von Thoma, the old and stoic commander, didn't seem to mind. He climbed down to meet Paul. Major Jaeger, he greeted warmly, extending his hand. Paul shook it firmly. I must say, your plan worked perfectly, Von Thoma said with a thin smile. Suddenly, a distinct click came from beside them. Both men turned. A short, stocky man held up a camera, the familiar face of Thomas Scholes, the journalist who had first made Paul famous. Thomas? Paul asked, surprised. Yes, Herr Jaeger. It's me, Thomas replied, smiling as he took another picture. Von Thoma chuckled. You two know each other? Yes, Paul answered curtly. What's he doing? Here. The party wanted to document our victories for propaganda, Von Thoma explained. They sent someone experienced. He's acting as a war journalist. Everywhere you go, history follows, Herr Jaeger. Just like. Now this photo is brilliant. A small, rare chuckle escaped Paul's mouth. This guy, is that what you call fate? He thought. Another man. soon approached them from the side. Also, Paul thought, forming a slight smile. Von Thoma greeted him warmly as well. Oberleutnant von Manteuffel, good to see you. Also saluted them before they shook hands. It's good to see you, my friend, Paul said. It truly is. Also answered. Paul, Von Thoma, and Asso stood side by side, watching columns of tanks, trucks, and soldiers rolling down the street. The tanks crushed any obstacles in their path without hesitation. Sunlight glinted off the gray metallic beasts, illuminating the painted iron. Crosses on their sides. Most of our infantry has already been transported to the airport, awaiting you, Paul said. We'll clear out any resistance left in these buildings and then rejoin you. Together, we'll break through their last line, Von Thoma replied proudly, patting Paul on the shoulder before turning toward the endless columns of armor. Paul looked at the sight, his work. His head then turned toward the rubble, the corpses, the dead officer. The days passed quickly, and so did the German advance. Well supplied through the air bridge, the Wehrmacht, reinforced by the nationalists, pushed deep into urban Madrid, suffering only some casualties from the Russian anti-tank guns. Yet constant air support and supply made it easier for the German nationalist side, advancing kilometer after kilometer. Palace of the Spanish royal family, November 15th, 1936, German and nationalist. Tanks rolled over the plaza. Fire, Paul shouted before the tank vibrated, firing at an enemy artillery position. A shell was fired back, grazing the tank and giving off a loud thud before exploding in a nearby building. The German tank kept advancing steadily, only meters away from the Spanish position. The fire intensified, yet their armor managed to deflect the minor bullets with ease. Overrun them, Paul said coldly. The tank rose for a moment before settling down again, crossing the sand barricades of the Spanish. Shouts erupted from outside and groups of Spaniards fled, many of them falling under the tank's machine gun fire. Paul looked through the small viewing slit before exiting the tank. The hatch opened with a loud metallic click before the mild morning sunlight illuminated the tank and Paul's face. He breathed in deeply, then exhaled. Only smoke formed by the cold weather. With one jump, his feet reached the cobblestone pavement. He looked around, glancing at the large formation of tanks on the plaza and watching Asso approaching from behind his own vehicle. Quite grand, Asso said, nearing Paul. It is, Paul replied, looking at his watch. Send in the infantry. I want it cleared out and safe when the general arrives, Paul said, eyeing Asso, who had grown a small beard since the beginning of the campaign. Yes, sir. Asso saluted before turning around. Soon dozens of German and Spanish military trucks arrived at the large plaza. Soldiers were unloaded continuously, assembling in neat formations. Across the square, when a loud whistle echoed through the spacious plaza, hundreds of soldiers stormed the doors of the Grand Palace there. Rifles raised. Paul lit a cigarette, watching the event with keen eyes. When the sun reached its zenith, the building was finally cleared of any hardliners or partisans still inside. A middle-aged sergeant approached Paul, saluting before saying, Sir, we've cleared out the building. It's ready for inspection. Paul nodded. Good job, Sergeant. He dropped his cigarette on the ground before walking through the grand hallways of the Spanish palace. The gold, the carpets, the paintings, or what was left of them. Most valuables had already been transported away, together with the royal family, who, although officially neutral, were ultimately not. On their side, Paul finished his tour just as a retinue of trucks and tanks arrived in front of the palace, General Spurl stepping out of one. Paul greeted him at the entrance. The two men shook hands before walking inside the palace, discussing their next steps. The Spanish Civil War arc is ending soon. Chapter 38. A Throne. Heinrich, how have you been? Spurl asked Paul. Well, considering our advance good, Paul answered plainly. The dark circles under his eyes became more visible under the chandelier light of the Spanish royal palace's throne room. M.H.M. Spurl muttered, thinking for a moment. Leave us, the general ordered the two guards, standing at the entrance. After the soldiers left, closing the heavy doors behind them, Spurl spoke again. How have you really been? You look like shit. Even student has said you should take a break. Paul looked at the general for a moment, his gaze somewhat surprised. As I said, I'm fine. He paused for a moment. I'll take a break once we've finished conquering this city. Spurl sighed before sitting down on a spruce chair beside the grand table dominating the room. An awkward silence followed, broken only when Spurl cleared his throat. Yvette received orders from high command, he said, gesturing for Paul to take a seat. Paul obeyed, choosing the chair opposite him. They're very pleased with our progress. The Führer has personally praised our recent campaign, which means morale in Berlin is high. They've promised more troops, supplies, and equipment within the next week. Spurl paused, idly playing with the golden cutlery lying on the table before him. Great news for us, Paul asked, somewhat confused, not understanding Spurl's serious expression despite the positive report. Yet they've ordered you to leave the battlefield, Spurl said awkwardly. What? Why would they do that? They can't possibly be unhappy with me, Paul said, his brows furrowed. Quite the opposite. The Führer himself is so in awe of your tactical genius that he wants you to be kept safe. But I managed to persuade him. You'll remain in Spain until the end of the year, under the condition that you don't participate on the foremost front. Paul studied Spurl for a long moment before replying. That's absurd. No, it's stupid. Spurl stiffened. Be careful. That kind of talk is dangerous. Paul narrowed his eyes. My apologies. I didn't mean to criticize the Führer's decision. I just don't apologize, Spurl interrupted. I agree. A soldier should always fight at the front. That kind of babysitting isn't fitting for a German officer. He doesn't understand the realities of the military. A small, subtle smile formed on Paul's lips. Someone is unhappy with the king, he thought. General, Paul began, his voice turning serious. It's obvious that we share the same viewpoint on. His gaze shifted to the gleaming golden throne at the end of the room. The king. Opposing the king is a dangerous game. Yet it is the duty of every citizen to question their king's actions, Paul said quietly, almost whispering. What are you trying to say? Spurl asked, intrigued. Could you introduce me to like-minded citizens? Paul asked. Spurl widened his eyes and looked around, as if afraid someone might be listening. Well, there are some, Spurl said. I've heard from Oberstleutnant, the old general as always insisted. There was also that friend of mine. Paul and Spurl talked for some time, with Spurl speaking mostly about his friends. When they finally parted, both men shared one last look, silently promising to keep their conversation private. Paul then bid Spurl farewell and watched through the tall windows of the throne room as the general's retinue of trucks drove away. His gaze wandered, as it often did, to the golden throne. Too, he walked slowly toward it, stopping before the gleaming chair. His hand caressed the smooth surface before he turned and sat down. His facial expression shifted, his eyes, his smile, his brows. They looked somehow different, yet the same. He leaned back into a comfortable position, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. After a few seconds, Paul shook his head and blinked several times. He clenched his jaw. He knew exactly what that was. It was him, and yet not him. Heinrich's side was surfacing more often now, more intensely, influencing him and his actions. His sleep-deprived, constantly strained state was feeding it. This wasn't the first time, and it won't be the last time, he thought. Paul blinked a few more times before standing up from the throne and calling for the guards outside. The loyal soldiers entered moments later, one of them asking, "Yes, sir?" Give me also, I mean, Oberleutnant also. Yes, sir. He saluted before walking out. Again, after a few minutes, a familiar face appeared at the doorway. You call? Also asked. Yes. Let's plan for tomorrow, Paul said, pointing at the unfolded map of Madrid lying on the large table. Paul, like discussing tactics with Asso, the man who would one day become a brilliant general, already carried the makings of one. Asso's perspective and way of thinking always sharpened their plans. The two men leaned over the map, discussing various approaches and strategies. Deep into the night, the ashtray filled up little by little. In another office, before another table, somewhere in Republican-controlled Madrid, moonlight streamed through the tall windows of the spacious room, illuminating the faces of two men in uniform. Major Heinrich Jäger, the name hung in the air, met with silence. An older, heavy-set man stroked his beard. So he is the one, he muttered. One of the youngest soldiers ever to receive the rank of major in the German army. Another man added, our intelligence reports that he was personally decorated by Hitler himself. Then he is probably the reason behind our defeats, the one sabotaging our plans, the bearded man said, taking a long drag from his cigar. The president grows more panicked by the day, the other side, and I cannot even blame him, considering their unbelievable advance. How far are they from the command center? 10 kilometers. They have nearly reached the city center. Lieutenant General Carlos's division managed to halt their advance near the royal palace. Fierce fighting is taking place as we speak. The bearded man swallowed hard. What can we do? He asked. If you want to kill a snake, you have to cut off its head. Silence filled the room once again. Fine. Send a telegram to that person. We still have one last thrump to play. The fat man began, his tone darkening. The next morning, Paul yawned and pushed aside the blanket. He had slept in one of the many guest rooms of the royal palace, choosing one at random. He walked to the bathroom, splashing fresh, cold water onto his face and studying his reflection in the grand mirror. After showering, he grabbed a comb and parted his hair. Into the neat side part he had grown used to since transmigrating. Then, he took one last glance at his scar body and put on his Wehrmacht uniform. Many attendants had abandoned the royal family after their flight, so Paul simply instructed the remaining ones to cook for him. He was sure they would not dare to poison him, especially since none had access to poison in the first place. No one could smuggle anything into the complex anymore after Paul had completely locked down every inch of it. Guards were stationed at every entrance in key position, some of them even left behind by Spurl. Paul arrived in the Grand Hall, greeted by a few attendants speaking broken German and Asso, who already arrived. He greeted Asso before sitting down, studying the lavish breakfast spread before him. I did not even have this kind of breakfast. In the 21st century, he thought, grabbing a spoon to taste the porridge. He raised the spoon, but before he could lower it, a bright reflection flashed across its surface. Paul's eyes widened. Instinctively, he kicked the chair away and jumped to the side. A deafening crash of shattering glass echoed behind him. A burning pain exploded through his shoulder, blood soaking the fabric of his uniform. He gritted his teeth, rolling across the floor until his back hit a broad marble pillar. Heinrich, are you okay? Asso shouted from behind a turned-over chair he used for cover. I am, Paul answered shortly, mustering Asso. The attendants all around them screamed and fled. One of them collapsed. Mid-run, a bullet piercing her head. How the hell did a sniper manage to get into the high-security area? Asso shouted in disbelief. Moments later, two soldiers burst into the hall with rifles raised. Seeing the scene, they instinctively turned toward Paul. Her major, get down, Paul shouted, but it was too late. One soldier was thrown backward by another shot. The second, thinking quickly, took cover behind a pillar. Give it to me, Paul barked, pointing at the soldier's rifle. The man hesitated only for a moment before tossing it to him. Paul caught the weapon with his right hand, still clutching the spoon in his left. He extended his left hand, revealing only the spoon, using its polished surface as a makeshift mirror to locate the sniper. A flash appeared, again in the reflection, then the spoon was shot clean from his hand. Spinning through the air, a shiver ran down his spine, but he used that instant to lunge out of cover, scanning a specific area of the rooftops. His eyes darted across 1,000 angles in a single heartbeat, before locking onto a dark silhouette lying prone on a distant roof. Time slowed for a millisecond. It was only Paul and the sniper. Paul blinked, and suddenly he saw something in the darkness. A golden eagle, soaring through the skies, crying out. Its eyes, sharp and ancient, and it seemed to look straight at him. Then he saw himself, blood bursting from his forehead, his body falling lifeless to the ground. He gasped, eyes snapping open, every muscle in his body pulling him violently to the side. The sniper's shot grazed his cheek, missing his head and wide open eyes by mere millimeters. Paul's bullet, in turn, struck the man clean in the head, leaving him motionless on the far rooftop. Paul exhaled shakily, clutching his profusely bleeding shoulder before fully collapsing to the ground. His vision blurred as pain surged through him. What the hell was that? He whispered, his last bits of strength, leaving him while blood was forming a small puddle around him. He closed his eyes. The last thing he saw was the guard frantically shouting something and also running toward him. Very important chapter today. Chapter 39. The Men in Black. 1. 2 German soldiers were patrolling the streets somewhere in the outskirts of German/nationalist-controlled Madrid. Fuck these Spanish dogs, the taller one spat on the ground. They've killed our genius major. We don't know that, the smaller one said, tightening his grip on the carabiner rifle he had slung over his shoulder. I've heard from a friend in the Panzer troops that his status remains unknown since that incident 10 days ago, the taller one said, anger in his eyes. You know what that means, he continued. He's dead, and they're not telling us to keep morale high. As I said, you don't know that, the smaller one insisted in an annoyed tone. At least we have these Spaniards nearly where we want them. My friend told me that. Without Major Jaeger, their advance has slowed down, but there is still an advance. They're only 3 kilometers from the Republican military headquarters, the taller one boasted. Your friend tells you quite a lot, doesn't he? The smaller one asked, his voice growing quieter. Don't you know how dangerous such indiscretion has become since the incident? The taller one's eyebrow twitched slightly. You're right. Let's focus on the patrol. 5 days earlier, an unknown cellar abroad. Man was lying on a bed, his upper body riddled with hundreds of scars, partly illuminated by the weak light coming from an old lantern. His right shoulder, as well as part of his face, were bandaged. When a man raised himself, his shoulder came fully into view. Heinrich, a voice, called from the other end of the room. General, came the hoarse reply. We've managed to identify the sniper, with the help of the friends. The Führer has sent us, Spurl said, stepping closer to Paul. He paused for a moment before continuing. The top sniper of the Republican Army. They call him El Verdugo, which means something like the executioner. Paul listened to every word Spurl said in silence. Spurl continued. Our executioner had help, Spurl said coldly. Paul's eye twitched slightly and his muscles stiffened. Who? Paul asked, speaking the second word since the beginning of their conversation. Someone from our own, Spurl admitted, sighing in disappointment. What? Paul asked in an unidentifiable voice. His body twitched slightly before he slowly stood up. First his legs, then his knees, and finally his entire upper body. Paul towered above Spurl, with a considerable height difference. Who? Paul asked again, parts of his bandages slowly darkening as blood seeped through. Who, Spurl? Paul repeated. We don't know yet, but it's someone from within. Spurl said, looking away, seemingly ashamed that they had not found the traitor. Paul's gaze was dark, his thoughts a mystery. Right at that moment, the door opened and a man stepped in, wearing a completely black German military uniform. General, Major, have I intruded at the wrong moment? The man asked. Not at all, Paul answered. Section Chief. Heydrich, the man replied. Normally, Paul would have been surprised by the big name. This time, he only smiled slightly and extended his hand. The man looked somewhat taken aback, yet he smiled in return, shaking Paul's hand before doing the same with Spurl. Well, I don't know how much the general has told you yet, but the main point is this. The Führer has sent the Gestapo to root out potential traitors within the Condor Legion, especially considering this wasn't the first time a traitor has been identified within the Legion. It seems foreign powers have a keen interest in this Legion, in particular you, Major G. Gurr. Heydrich said, studying Paul carefully as he spoke. Don't misunderstand, this speaks for you, not against you, Heydrich said. Quickly, thank you, Section Chief, and the Führer for his special attentiveness, Paul replied. I'm only performing my duty, as we all are, isn't that right? Heydrich asked, somewhat ironically. Of course. I trust you will perform well, but I wish to form my own picture of your work, if you don't mind, Paul said cautiously. There was a moment of silence. Only the dim flickering of the old lamp moved inside the room. You're still injured, are you not? You were shot a week ago, Jiger. Spurl said. I am fine. I have experienced worse, Paul replied. Heydrich's gaze subconsciously wandered to Paul's torso. Although I don't doubt your spirit, you should recover for a few more days. If you do, you can join us in the investigation. Fine, I agree, if I get your permission, General, Paul asked. Spurl thought for a moment before sighing in defeat. Do what you have to do. 3 days later. Temporary. Army Barracks, Condor Legion, Madrid. The night was dark. Heavy rain pounded the thin windows of the abandoned building. The wind howled outside like a hungry wolf in search of prey. Hauptmann Muller listened to the distant thunder, screaming out in defiance while pouring himself a cup of tea. He sat on the bed of the small room he had been granted, located on the first floor of the old but spacious building. He grabbed the fancy teacup he had bought for himself only recently, raising it toward his mouth, yet his hand was shaking the whole time. Some tea even spilled onto the floor. The reason? He had heard of strange happenings. Disappearances. Some of the people who vanished were soldiers he did not know, but some were people he had known for years, people close to him. Those people close to him all had two similarities: their closeness to him and their participation in several shady affairs. He was scared, shitless that he would be next, that someone would come and take him, like the rest of his friends. But he couldn't leave. There is still that person, he whispered, his shaking becoming worse. Muller drank another sip of his tea when he saw something moving at the corner of his eye. He turned his head toward the window, the outside dark in the pane, beaded with raindrops. When the thunder erupted in the distance, Muller lurched backward, dropping his teacup, not because of the thunder, but because of the dark silhouette standing right before his window. A man, clad in a completely black leather coat, his hat pulled deep over his face. Muller shook his head frantically, his instincts screaming to flee. He ran toward the door, unlocked it, then tore it open. He ran through, but before he could fully leave his room, he collided with something. Looking up, he realized he had not bumped into an object, but into somebody. The man outside, dressed like the figure at the window, tried to grab him, yet Muller managed to evade, fleeing back into his room and slamming the door. For a moment, there was only the sound of Zen. Then the door was broken open with a loud bang, and several men, dressed the same way, rushed into the room, their pistols raised. Muller tried to grab his own pistol, lying on the desk beside him, yet two men tackled him, throwing him to the ground and holding him down. Muller screamed frantically, Let me go. You bastards. Do you know who I am? We know, a voice said from among the men. Heydrich removed his low-slung hat, revealing his face. Behind him towered another man, his face still half-covered. Heydrich stepped closer toward the profusely sweating Muller. Who the fuck are you? Who sent you? Muller screamed, almost spitting the words. You may not know me, but you definitely know him, Heydrich said, gesturing toward the tall man behind him. The man stepped forward slowly, standing next to Heydrich, then removed his hat. Muller gasped for air. Major Jaeger, he whispered. It was as if someone had stolen every ounce of energy from Muller. He failed after all, Muller muttered, an insanity spreading in his eyes. Why, he continued. Why has he abandoned me? Who abandoned you, Muller? Heydrich asked, pressing him. No, he didn't abandon me. He didn't. He couldn't have. Muller spat out, a twisted smile on his face. For the Oberst, he screamed. At that moment, Paul blinked. When his eyes opened, they revealed a gaze of terror. His eyes searched for something and found it, noticing something in Muller's hand. Grenade! Get away from him! Paul screamed, throwing Heydrich aside and diving behind him. A deafening explosion erupted where Muller had been lying, engulfing the two Gestapo men and Muller entirely. Paul coughed up dust and pushed himself up from head to toe, checking that everything was still attached. He checked on Heydrich, who lay beside him, his face full of fury. That's the second time this strange vision saved me. And it was the second time I nearly lost my life. It doesn't want me to die, Paul thought, almost beginning to laugh. This is so absurd. That bastard. That madman. Heydrich shouted furiously. More men rushed into the now blown-out room, checking on their commander and on Paul. Have you heard what he shouted there at the end? Paul asked Heydrich while helping him up. I did, he said with a twisted face. Oh, and another thing I will remember this, Major. What you just did, Heydrich said, looking at Paul intensely. Heinrich, please, Paul said, shaking Heydrich's hand. I gained another madman friend, Paul thought. 2. Chapter 40. The Men in Black 2. The same dimly lit room where Paul met Heydrich for the first time. 4 men were seated around a small wooden table placed there recently. The first one being Paul, now clad in the typical Gestapo uniform. Next to him, Heydrich bearing the same attire. Opposite of them were 2 older men, one being General Spurl and the other one being another notable figure Paul recognized, wearing a Luftwaffe uniform. But Oberst von Richthofen, how can you be sure the traitor isn't one of your men? Heydrich asked, with a hint of venom in his voice. My men are loyal, their hearts beating for Germany, I can guarantee. Richthofen began. What about you, Oberst? Heydrich asked. Muller screamed of an Oberst in his last moments. Why can't it be you? Richthofen slammed his fist onto the table, making it shake. I will not allow such impudence from mere watchdog. A watchdog? Heydrich asked, enraged. Before Heydrich could continue, another voice erupted, like a boiling volcano. Enough. Section Chief Heydrich, Oberst von Richthofen. We are on the same side, do not forget that. I brought all of you here because I trust you and because I know none of you are the traitor, Spurl shouted, his head red with anger. Either way, the Gestapo will conduct a thorough investigation of the Luftwaffe within the Condor Legion. You can't change that, Heydrich said stubbornly. That's your right, Spurl said. Richthofen only shook his head in response. Your men don't have anything to fear if they are innocent. Herr Oberst, Paul said, finally speaking. I trust in that, Major, Richthofen said, mustering Paul from head to toe. I trust you, but not your watchdog. One Richthofen. Spurl called him to discipline. Richthofen only raised his hands in defeat. Paul pointed towards the piece of paper lying centrally on the table. Now that we have our list of suspects, we will act, and we will do so fast. There aren't that many soldiers with the rank Oberst within the Condor Legion. Paul looked towards Heydrich, with murderous intent in his eyes. Heydrich and I will find a traitor by dawn of today. Spurl nodded. I trust you. Won't disappoint, Jigger. Of course, Paul answered, already standing up. Paul and Heydrich walked through the door, closing it behind them. 2 guards stationed outside followed them. A disgusting fellow that. Heydrich, Richthofen said. Spurl did not answer, although he did not deny it too. Major Jigger instead is as impressive as the rumors say. I like him, Richthofen said. With that I agree, but I don't like the combination, Spurl said, glancing at the door. Back in the army barracks, a group of men clad in black were walking down the aisle. Soldiers casting them fearful gazes, whispering or making way quickly. They stopped before an office. Paul read the sign. Oberst Schmitz. Heydrich nodded before the men pushed the door open, storming inside the office. Paul and Heydrich walked after them, their pace not as quick. When they entered the room, 2 Gestapo members were already flanking. The enraged Oberst left and right. Others were already searching the desk and the half-open cupboards. What is the meaning of this? The Oberst asked, barely containing himself. Heydrich looked around, watching his men before pulling out a document from his breast pocket. Section Chief Heydrich, Gestapo. We are here by the authority of the state and are authorized by General Spurl to conduct an investigation regarding a mole inside the Condor Legion. The Oberst looked at them, confused, watching the men searching through his things, powerless to do anything, with the 2 men behind him each placing a firm hand onto his shoulders, hindering him from standing up. What about the fellow behind you? Is he your superior? Why doesn't he introduce himself? The Oberst asked in protest. Paul did not mind him. He stood there motionless, towering like a silent weapon. Heydrich, too, did not answer and walked towards one of his men who had signaled something to him. The Gestapo officer had a silk sack in his hands, found in one of the cupboards, behind a false floor. What do we have here, Oberst? Heydrich asked, expectantly, not even waiting for an answer, already opening the sack. A necklace, Heydrich asked, confused, turning around to the slightly sweating Oberst. Well, you know, he stammered. Fine, it's a present I stole for my wife from some Spaniards' home. I apologize. Heydrich turned around, giving Paul an annoyed look. The Gestapo continued its search, not finding anything of interest. What happens now? Will you arrest me? The Oberst asked, his posture sinking. Heydrich sighed. We are not here for such crimes. You can keep your necklace and your shoulder straps. In return, we ask for absolute discretion regarding this matter. Do you understand, Oberst? The Oberst looked surprised. Yes, Section Chief. I won't tell anyone about this. Good. Heydrich turned around, collecting his men again. The group walked out, closing the door behind them, leaving stacks of papers and half-open drawers. Paul crossed out the name on his paper. Oberst Schmitz. Logistics. Office, Oberst Klausmann, Paul read out. The group stormed the office, once again finding a group of people inside. Gestapo. Everyone besides. Oberst Klausmann out. Heydrich shouted. The officers quickly left. The confused Oberst asked them, Gestapo? What have I done to deserve such treatment? You are under investigation, Heydrich answered. Simply, watching his men once again spreading chaos throughout the office. Is this about Major Giga? Is he alive? Oberst Klausmann asked with an eyebrow raised. It is. Do you want to confess anything? Heydrich asked plainly. I don't. I was doing my normal work as I already told General Spurl, Klausmann said. But what about Major Giga? I am worried. Heydrich narrowed his eyes. Why are you so interested? As far as I know, you and him didn't have any personal connection. Well, he is a major reason for our advance. Without it, it will be more difficult, and to be honest, I admire him a bit, Klausmann said, folding his hands. After half an hour, Heydrich saw the shaking of his officers' heads. Well, it seems like everything is in order, Major Klausmann. Thank you for your cooperation. Paul, who stood in the background, his face unidentifiable, turned to leave. Together with Heydrich. Please convey Major Giger, if he is still alive, my get well soon wishes. It's truly a shame to get shot while eating breakfast. Heydrich turned slightly before nodding and leaving. Through the door, after walking a few steps, Paul stopped before him, the vein on his temple bulging strongly. How? How does he know that I was shot at breakfast? We have never told anybody the time of the incident, and obviously not such specifics. Paul turned around. Heydrich's eyes widened. That bastard. Heydrich ran back, kicking the door open again with force. Klausman, you traitor, he shouted, pulling out his pistol. But then gunfire erupted from within, throwing Heydrich backwards. The trained Gestapo men reacted quickly, pulling out their Luger pistols nearly simultaneously, firing back. Paul pulled the bleeding Heydrich back, assessing his condition. Only a graze, Paul said, helping him up. After Paul saw that Heydrich was all right, he pulled out his own pistol, shooting too. There were shots coming from 3 different places. 3 people? Paul thought, shooting at one, revealing himself to shoot. He hit him twice in the chest, making him collapse. When Paul analyzed the situation, he quickly shouted, "Overwhelm them." The Gestapo men rushed in, shooting wildly at the thick oak table and the door where the 2 shooters were supposedly at. One of them tried to retaliate, getting shot instantly. The other managed to land a hit on an incoming Gestapo man, making him collapse. But he too was quickly hit by gunfire. Paul rushed towards him, grabbing the bleeding man by the collar. "Where is he?" Paul shouted, spit almost coming out. The man before him only laughed weakly. "Already gone, you fool." Paul stood up again, turning around hectically, analyzing every corner of the room. That's when he noticed the half-open window in the bathroom. He rushed towards it, jumping above one of the deceased. Looking down, he saw a military truck speeding away at an unusual speed. "Fuck!" Paul shouted, enraged. He rushed out of the bathroom, trying to find a way outside, but a hand stopped him. "We can't chase after him right now, in this state," Heydrich said, pointing at the men around them. 2 of them were bleeding, and one was lying on the ground. The blood nearly dried. Paul's jaw tightened. Still, Heydrich pulled Paul close, his eyes full of murderous intent. "We will get him, and we will make him suffer, but not right now. Heinrich, I have put up a military curfew around the city, but it's probably too late," Spurl said, the vein on his forehead nearly popping out. "We will search for him day and night, but the chance is high that he defected to the Spanish," he continued. Paul and Heydrich sat before him motionlessly. "If we can't catch him, we will catch his friends and make them suffer. Blood for blood," Heydrich said, already standing up again. "A courtyard somewhere. In Madrid. Spy. Deserter. Traitor. Thief." The steps halted. Before the last person. "Collaborator. Any last words?" the man asked, his voice filling the yard. "Fine then." The sound of leather boots distanced themselves from the prisoners. Shots erupted when the man lowered his hand. The handful of men kneeling a few meters from him were riddled with bullets from the firing squad, their bodies collapsing to the ground. A single man still twitched, blood coming from his mouth. The sound of steps once again filled the now silent courtyard. A single gunshot erupted, making the birds fly away once more. Paul watched them as they made their way through the sky. Chapter 41. A conquered city. Paul pointed at the map and moved the model. That was meant to depict a tank. If the Hauptmann's company can break through the fight street, we could cut off their rail supply at that point. General Spurl nodded. "I will send him land as well as air reinforcements." His gaze wandered to Oberst Richthofen, who nodded. "But we cannot do much. The Nationalists have started a hopeless offensive on their side, which ended in a pushback. We have to hold the Republican advance, or else we risk an encirclement of our spearheads." Also, watch the 2 men argue, his eyes full of enthusiasm. He was absorbing knowledge, tactics, and movements. His gaze wandered over the map as he try to draw his own conclusions. Only high-ranking officers could speak in such a meeting, and although Paul and he often discussed tactics, he was not yet on a level to speak with the general, so he just listened for now. Being granted this privilege by Paul, who had persuaded Spurl, felt like an honor. Oberleutnant von Manteuffel. Yes, sir, he replied after a moment, pulled back to reality. Relay our commands to the company commanders, Spurl said, dismissing him. The rest of you are dismissed. Go to your posts, Spurl ordered. When Paul wanted to instruct his newly granted tank battalion, he was stopped by Spurl at the tent's doorstep. Wait a moment, Major Jeager, Spurl said, gesturing for him to come inside again. Paul obeyed, seeing only Spurl and von Richthofen still inside. Yes, General, Paul said, interest forming in his eyes. Spurl looked past Paul, watching the last officer disappear around a corner. You wanted me to introduce like-minded people. Although you know Wolfram, you did not know that he thinks like us, Spurl said. Paul's eyes lit up. That something history did not know, he thought. Richthofen, the cousin of the famous Red Baron from the First World War, was the staff officer of the Luftwaffe in the Condor Legion and also an anti-Hitler supporter. To be honest, the interventions from the Führer are increasing by the day. Most of them are bad, many wrong. I do not believe this is acceptable, especially not when it comes to large-scale war. We cannot have someone so temperamental, so arrogant in charge. I was once a supporter, but many of his decisions have cost us victories in men. Richthofen said, clenching his jaw. I agree with you, Oberst. We need cold thinking, critical thinking, Paul said, placing his hands behind his back. How about we keep in contact about this? Broaden our group and support each other. Richthofen thought for a moment, glancing towards Spurl a couple of times before answering. I would like that. It is a win-win situation. I will try to find some more officers inside the Luftwaffe. I expect the same from you. Paul nodded. Of course, Oberst. 2 weeks later, December 31st, the night was dark, thick clouds looming above the city of Madrid, hindering the stars from shining. Only the moon's dull glow made its way through the heavy wall above. Feuer! A shout managed to assert itself against all the others. The loud sound of artillery fire erupted from the line of guns placed on a hillside. The shells flew far and wide until great explosions lit up the night sky, just as so often on this fateful night. The sound of tanks, planes, artillery, rifles, and men defined New Year's Eve in Spain, 1936. 3 men were standing beside a table, analyzing the map spread across it. It's hopeless. We have to abandon the city. The destruction has reached astronomical levels. The Germans are ruthless in their actions, the fat, well-decorated man said. Please, General, just give me some more time. 2 days, no, 1 day, and I can stop their advance, the thin, tall officer pleaded, his eyes full of desperation. Before the general could answer, one of the soldiers shouted something, running toward them. In the next moment, a massive explosion engulfed the room, and everything went dark for a moment. Then fire erupted everywhere. Shouts, screams of pain and despair filled the air. Paul lowered his binoculars. After watching the fire for a moment too long, his coat fluttered slightly in the cold wind. He walked over to one of the artillery positions and patted a young sergeant on the shoulder. Good shot, Sergeant. The sergeant had a big smile on his face. Thank you. Hey, Major. Paul turned away again, meeting Asso, who has now become somewhat his personal assistant, after Oberst von Richthofen next. Bombing wave is complete. We conquer the wasteland. Ready the tanks? Yes, sir. Asso saluted before running off. At exactly 11 p.m., the countless engines of the German tank arsenal came to life. Paul's tank battalion assembled in several groups of 8, each group assigned to a different street. When the sun rises, when the new year breaks, we will Standtide. We will prevail, and the enemy will kneel. Madrid will be ours. Spain will be ours. Victory will be ours. Glory to the fatherland. Paul raised his fist. The other tank officers around him did the same, shouting, Glory to Germany, glory to the fatherland. The tanks began moving. The remaining residents in the streets of Madrid watched timidly from the slits of their windows as rows of tanks made their way through the streets, fire erupting from their turrets once in. While moving down, any resistance still left. Bells rang at 12 p.m., filling the streets of Madrid. One of the bells was the great tower bell of a city hall. 2 German soldiers, bottles of Spanish alcohol in their hands, were laughing heartily while pulling the mechanism to ring. The giant bell. Those bells did not only signal the new year, but also the disastrous defeat of the Republican Army, which had begun its full retreat, leaving Madrid in German and nationalist hands. Residents watched with mixed feelings as rows of tanks drove through the city, stopping about 200 meters before the city hall. Dozens of soldiers followed the tanks, cheering loudly. A man opened the hatch of his tank and climbed out. Paul observed his surroundings. The destruction was evident. Some officers estimated the damage to be between 60 and 70%. He walked with his hands behind his back through the streets of Madrid, guards flanking him, some near, some further away. The retinue filled the entire street, making their march toward the city hall even more intimidating. Then suddenly Paul felt something at his leg. He looked around at the soldiers approaching and then glanced down. A little girl, probably no older than 7, was holding onto his leg, looking up at him with wide eyes. Paul raised his hand, stopping the approaching soldiers. He crouched down. What is it that you want from me? Paul asked the girl. Before she could answer, shouts came from a nearby house. A woman's voice. The woman revealed herself, running from behind a half-collapsed building. Tears filled her eyes when she saw what Paul guessed was her daughter. Yet before the woman could reach them, 2 German soldiers stopped her, holding her tightly. The girl looked at Paul, then at her mother. Then she pointed at her stomach and toward her mother. Paul understood. He pulled out a piece of chocolate from his breast pocket and gave it to the little girl, who smiled. A small smile also escaped Paul's lips. The mother looked at Paul with a conflicted expression. When her daughter reached her, the soldiers pushed the 2 of them away. The pair looked back one last time before disappearing into the rubble of what could once have been their home. His eyes remained there for a while before he turned them back toward their objective. When the street met the large plaza, the long retinue finally stopped. From a street on the right, another column of tanks arrived. Von Thoma has arrived, too, Asson noted. Then, from the left side, a couple of military trucks appeared. Disembarking were several German and Spanish officers, among them General Spurl and Oberst Wolfram von Richthofen, Paul Sperle von Thoma, and von Richthofen met right before the staircase ascending to the city hall. They saluted each other and shook hands, all of them visibly enthusiastic. Good work, Jaeger, as always, Spurl said, patting Paul on the shoulder. Thank you, General. Although this was the work of all of us, Paul replied, smiling slightly. When Paul shook hands with Richthofen, he said, the work of the Luftwaffe was meticulous this time, Oberst. Von Richthofen smiled, a hint of pride surfacing. We have done our part, just as duty demands it. After they talked a bit more, Spurl concluded, Franco will be coming soon. Let's greet him. Accordingly, the Führer told us to show Spain a strong picture of Germany. The high-ranking officers lined up before the city hall. The soldiers formed in perfect order, company by company. After about half an hour, the sound of engines filled the air. A large group of trucks, armored cars, and Spanish soldiers approached. From one of the armored cars, a man in a brown Spanish military uniform emerged. Franco, Paul thought, the first dictator I will meet face to face in this life. 2. Chapter 42. A certain tailor in Cologne, the man walked towards them. his eyes low yet sharp. His gaze wandered between the rows of soldiers and officers. Flanked by two tall soldiers, he arrived before General Spurl. Spurl saluted him, and Franco replied with the same gesture. After a second of hesitation, Franco saluted and shook hands with each of the high-ranking officers. When he reached Paul, he stopped for a second longer. Their eyes met. It was an intense showdown. "You, Franco," began, "are the legendary Major?" Paul was surprised. Firstly that Franco managed to speak German somewhat, and secondly because of the supposed nickname he had been given. "Please, sir, everything we achieved was by working together. I only played my part," Paul said, thinking silently. "This is where you're modest." Franco chuckled. "Of course, always modest." Then he motioned for Spurl to go inside. The rest of the officers followed. A small meeting followed. Franco shared his satisfaction with the Condor Legion and asked Spurl to personally thank the Führer for his generosity. The group discussed military topics, such as the coming of the tank, or political topics like the growing Soviet Union. When they finished, Spurl led the group to a special room. The group was greeted by about a dozen people. Some of them were guards assigned to the doors and walls. Others were holding down men, wearing Spanish brown military uniforms. "A present," Spurl said. Towards Franco, the dictator stepped forward, mustering the men before, saying something in Spanish. The men looked at each other before, shouting something and spitting in Franco's direction. He stepped away. Quickly enough, the guards tightened their grip, yet one of them still managed to raise his head. When his eyes met Paul's, they went wide with madness. The burly man began shouting in broken German, "It's you bastard." He failed. Paul raised an eyebrow before giving Spurl a look for approval and stepping forward. He kneeled down, pulling the man's head up to his by using his long and oily hair. "General Marquez, were you the one who ordered my death?" Paul asked, his voice threateningly low. Marquez looked at him for a second, baffled, before he began laughing hysterically. "You are a demon. Demon. Hell, demon," he shouted, spitting in all directions. Paul distanced himself from the madman, searching for Franco. "Your Excellency, may I interrogate this man? I believe he has important information," Paul asked, looking for the translator beside the dictator. After Franco received everything through his translator, he nodded slowly. "Major, you have given me Madrid. How can I not give you a small, fat general in return?" "I am not awful," Franco said, chuckling, before turning once again. A dark room under the city hall of Madrid, HHH. Shouts of pain filled the tiny cold room. The moisture was nearly sensible. "Oberst Klausmann," a cold, quiet voice formed the words. There was no answer. Only screams echoed through the night, painting the stony floor red. "Oberst Klausmann," the voice asked again. For a moment only the rhythmic sound of water dripping somewhere was heard, when a hoarse voice finally filled the void. "American," the voice answered. The sound of fire erupted from somewhere next to the man, and a small lantern gave some light. Paul's face was illuminated somewhat through the dim light. The bloody, tired face of Marquez before him could also be seen. "American," Paul said. "American what?" he asked, walking up and down. "An American introduced me to Klausmann," Marquez mumbled with a heavy accent. The crease on Paul's forehead intensified. His eyes squinted. "An old man?" he asked, his voice almost melancholic. "Mach no dead. Where is Klausmann now? Or the old man? Where is he?" Paul asked, turning back towards the table filled with bloody instruments. Mach did not answer and only watched Paul. Yet when Paul picked up pliers and got closer and closer, he snapped once again. I, Klausmann only told me that he wanted to go to America, to the old man and the man's boss," Marquez said, utterly broken. Paul did not answer this time. He only turned his back to Marquez and walked out of the room. When he closed the door behind him, a man clad in dark awaited him. Heydrich. Paul greeted the man before him with a nod. Heydrich answered. Did you get anything out of him? Paul paused for a moment, his eyes mustering Heydrich. A lot, yet not much, Paul said, falling into deep thoughts. What exactly do you mean by that? We can help you, Heinrich, but only if you give me something. Heydrich said, grabbing Paul by the shoulder. An American is responsible for all the assassinations on me, Paul answered plainly. Heydrich tilted his head. Good, who is he? Paul looked at Heydrich as if looking at a ghost. His mind raced. MHM. Heydrich asked impatiently. I don't know yet, Paul whispered, but I have a guess, he thought. Heydrich raised an eyebrow, but did not say anything further. We will meet again, Heydrich, Paul began. We will. Good luck on the home front, Heydrich said, shaking Paul's hand. When we meet again, I will tell you more, Paul said, turning. Morning of the 7th of January, 1937, airport of Madrid. Paul looked around, observing the changes that had occurred since he visited. The last time, the runways were fully repaired, even modernized. The destroyed terminals were rebuilt and extra hangar space was created. It seems Franco was impressed by the Luftwaffe, looking at all the new infrastructure. Paul said to the man next to him. Well, I am a good pilot, Richthofen said, adjusting his Luftwaffe uniform. You remember why I saved you back at the Battle of this airport? I certainly do, and I have already thanked you often enough, Paul said, his tone almost annoyed. Richthofen only laughed, boarding the already running transport plane. Paul turned around once more to shake Spurl's hand, who had come to say his goodbyes. Well, Heinrich, our time was shorter than we hoped for. You know, I tried everything I could, but the Führer was quite persistent. We will miss your tactical genius and, of course, Wolfram's, too. Spurl chuckled, watching von Richthofen disappear into the plane. I will keep in mind everything you told me, and I will, of course, give von Manchufel some more attention, if he truly is what you say he is, Spurl said, patting Paul on the shoulder. You always see each other twice in life, Paul said before boarding the plane too, choosing the seat opposite from Richthofen. The Heinkel plane began moving slowly, but surely. After what felt like a second, the plane was already flying, the ground becoming smaller and smaller. After about half an hour, Paul watched the stewardess close the door. Wolfram, Paul said, reaching for something in the breast pocket of his straight major uniform. Fun. Richthofen's eyes watched Paul with interest and lit up when he saw what Paul took out. A ring, he asked. Paul stretched his hand out, offering him the ring. Von Richthofen picked it up and gazed at it carefully. An imperial eagle without any swastika? Too, it was a simplified black, engraved imperial eagle, wings closed, atop a small shield. No crown, no wreath, no party symbols. Paul nodded. I have one too, he said, taking off his leather glove and revealing a similar ring underneath. A silversmith in Madrid did this as a favor, Paul said, watching Richthofen. Looks excellent, Richthofen said, putting it on and watching it from afar. Did you give the general one too? He asked. Paul nodded. Yes, he and Hauptmann Manchufel are the others who have one. I guess to mark our friendship, Richthofen said, irony evident in his voice. Of course, Paul answered, looking out of the window, watching the rays of sunlight coming from above. There was another friend I needed to visit, Paul thought, already imagining their landing. Sometime later, Paul stood before a familiar building in the streets of Cologne. Life bustled around him, starkly lit streets, cheerful people, workers returning home, the life of Cologne. Yet Paul's gaze was not focused on them, but on the sign on the building before him. The building he had already visited often, sometimes alone, sometimes together with his friends. The last time had been to pick up the suits together with Hans for the inauguration dinner for his party membership. It read, Friedrich Lehmann Taylor. Chapter 43, A New Player on the Board. Chapter 44. Our American friend Paul and Werner sat together at a table, somewhere beneath the tailor shop. It was a small room, sparsely decorated, only a big wooden table in its center and a single light bulb. Hanging above it, Paul lit a cigar, the glowing tip giving off a faint light. We are the only ones in this century who know how bad that is. For your health, Paul, Werner noted with a raised eyebrow. I would say, you only live once, but that would not be true for us. So yes, I don't care, Paul answered. You have changed, Werner said, mustering the broad-shouldered, cold gaze Paul. We all do, Paul said. Has the letter reached you? He asked, switching the topic. It has, Fisher. It came to the shop 3 months ago. You did not receive my answer, Werner asked, visibly confused. Your answer? Paul frowned. I did not. He suddenly slammed his fist onto the table, making it creak. It was Klausman, that rat. Paul growled, his anger evident. Klausman, Valna repeated. Yes, Klausman. And Oberst who helped. The Spanish sniper that tried to kill me. Another spy. He was also responsible for field mail, Paul said, grabbing his cigar again. An actual Spanish sniper? Werner asked, bewildered. It seems we have a lot to discuss, Paul cited. Sometime later, the once blank table was now covered with dozens of papers, letters, and notes. So you are telling me the first spy and the second one are connected? Both tried to kill you, and both of their trails lead to a mysterious old American. Mun? Werner asked in disbelief, reading a statement from General Marquez. It appears so, Paul answered coldly. Paul and Werner shared a long look. Paul's cigar crackled in his hand. And why would some random American want me dead so badly? Paul asked with a dangerous tone. An American we don't know, we never met, who is not even known in our original history. None of this was mentioned in the timeline we came from. They could have been sleeper agents, maybe never activated, or maybe they completed all missions without leaving traces. Or maybe our presence changed something, Werner said, rubbing his forehead. There are too many variables, Paul. Silence followed. Paul took a deep puff, then spoke slowly. What if there are not too many variables? What if that man knows me and knows you? What if we know him as well, Werner? Has that thought never crossed your mind? Paul asked, raising his eyebrows. I told you the story of the U-boat. Valnaf Hotze thought, then raised his head abruptly. Are you saying, what if that man is not an unknown figure, but our American friend we have known for years? Paul continued, venom dripping from his voice. James, both men said at the same time. Could James be the old man? Werner asked, picking up another document. Why should our transmigration be restricted only to the young selves of our ancestors? Maybe we were just lucky. Maybe James ended up in an older body. Paul analyzed, his eyes narrowed. True, but look here. Werner pointed at a passage. Marquez clearly states that Klausman intended to flee to the United States. 2. The old man, and to that man's boss. You mean the old man is a lackey? Paul asked skeptically. Could be. Valna Mutat. Could be. We simply don't know. Paul said, stroking his chin. I think I will inform Heydrich. I trust him. Gestapo trustworthy? Werner asked ironically. Paul smiled faintly. Either way, we will find out who wants me dead. And he will share that fate truly. Paul said. That he will. Valna muttered. What about the stocks? Paul asked, switching the topic. They're going as expected. Valna Laukit. Honestly, I don't know why I'm still working as a tailor. It is a good cover, Paul said, taking the sheet Werner slid over. 3.76% rain metal, 2.31% Krupp, 3.29% Messerschmitt, 1.76% BMW, 2.85% Mercedes, 0.87% Porsche, 4.56%. That is only the beginning. We have managed to gain serious influence and wealth. In the last 10 months, a meteoric rise for a tailor and a major. Valna joked, and it keeps growing. Good work. Paul nodded. I will Meet the Rheinmetall chairman tomorrow as a private person, not as a Wehrmacht officer. What for? Werner asked. Here. Paul pulled another folder from his leather briefcase. Werner took it, flipped, threw it, and froze. Is this Werner Visperet Stund? Yes. They are not perfectly accurate, but they are key technologies and ideas the country will only develop decades later. Paul replied with visible satisfaction. Too unbelievable. I knew you were an engineer in the Bundeswehr back in the 2000s, but I did not expect this level. Werner said, still staring at the sketches. And when do you meet him? Werner asked. Tomorrow, after the chairman. Paul answered. A busy month. Werner smoked. Slowly I feel guilty. Don't. You are still climbing the ranks. Paul said, encouraging him. I asked Heydrich to contact his friend in the SS. He will put in a good word for you. Still, it is the SS. It is not pleasant to be among those madmen. Werner sighed, glancing at the SS uniform hanging in the corner. You. No, it is necessary, Paul said, watching a worn-out notebook lying in the corner of the table. The book bore a strong resemblance to the one he had found in his barracks when he woke up for the first time. No, Werner replied coldly. There is another thing. Paul began. I have begun to sow discord and to reach out to unhappy people. Werner's eyes lit up. Who did you get? Some junior officers? That Eric or Hans? You told me about. Paul lowered his cigarette. General Spurl. Werner paused for a moment. General Spurl, he repeated. General Spurl. Yes, he was quite open in criticizing Hitler, so it was an easy game, Paul answered. Furthermore, I befriended Otto von Manschufel and Wolfram von Richthofen. They are supporting us too. That's unbelievable to think they had that in them, Werner said, laughing. Paul slid his glove down. That's our sigil. Werner glanced at the silver ring with interest. Will I get one? Yes. Here. Paul leaned in, handing over a ring. Great, Werner said, putting on the ring and mustering it from all sides. The two men talked a bit more, until Paul stood up. How about we go grab a drink? It's been long since we had one. The next time would be in 80 years. Paul joked. It has been a long day. There are too many questions still unanswered. Werner sighed. Let's go. He grabbed his coat before exiting the small shop. Paul followed, being greeted by a snowflake falling onto his cheek. He stopped and watched his surroundings. The landscape had transformed in light speed, bearing the spirit of winter. Snow was falling down continuously from the sky, painting the world white. Much to the happiness of the kids, who were already playing in the little snow that had reached the ground. Paul watched them for a second or two without any change of mimic, betraying no emotion, before he turned back and followed Werner once again. One the kids watched the back of the man with big, interested eyes. Chapter 45. Influence from the shadows. An elegant black limousine stopped in front of a large iron gate. A soldier, armed with a carabiner rifle, walked toward the luxury car, stopping at the back window. When the soldier saw the passenger's face and collar, he instantly stiffened and saluted. Good day, Major, he said, quickly opening the gate. The car continued its way toward a large 1920-style mansion. The door opened, and the man stepped out, his meticulous black leather boots crunching in the thin layer of snow. He put on his leather gloves and grabbed a briefcase before closing the door. At the entrance, an older gentleman was already waiting. When the two men met, they shook hands. Major Jeager, the older man said, surveying Paul from head to toe. Chairman, Paul answered, bearing a stoic expression. An attendant gestured for the two men to go inside. Paul brushed off the thin layer of snow that had collected on his uniform before stepping through the doorframe. The attendant took his long coat, and another housekeeper led Paul and the chairman into what seemed like an office. When the attendant closed the door, Paul glanced at the rich furniture and decorations defining the room. Giant bookshelves, a large grand table, and an expensive-looking carpet covering the parquet. The floor-to-ceiling windows granted a majestic view of the estate's garden. The chairman sat down behind the table, gesturing for Paul to take a seat. So, Major Jeager, I am a busy man, so I will be direct. Why have you requested to meet me today? The chairman asked, clasping his hands. Please, Herr Jeager, I am not here as a representative of the army. I am here as a private citizen, Chairman. Well, Herr Jeager, why do I have the pleasure? The chairman asked impatiently. Paul only smiled, slightly before placing his briefcase flat onto the table. This is, the chairman asked, surveying the case. The future, Paul said, opening the briefcase slightly and rotating it toward the chairman. The chairman gave Paul a questioning look. It speaks for itself, Paul said, grabbing a cigar from the table. May I? He asked. Of course, the chairman waved it off, already focusing on the documents again. The chairman's facial expression shifted into astonishment after about 10 minutes. Then his eyes slowly filled with exhilaration, and even his mouth could not hide his amazement. After 30 minutes, when he was nearly finished, his expression carried a tinge of surprise, even fear. Herr Jeager, this is, he muttered. Ow! Whenever I was free in Spain, I would take notes on what could be enhanced. Equipment, technology, concepts. I wrote down everything, and I was always interested in this kind of field. This is somewhat a hobby of mine. I thought these could give you some inspiration, Paul answered, lowering his cigar. Inspiration, the chairman repeated. If even a fraction of this is feasible, then, and of course I would have to ask my engineers. But if it is, then it could boost the defense industry. It could boost Rheinmetall 3 or 4 years into the future. What I'm feeding them is only a fraction. I cannot control their hunger. If I had given them more, one just has to look at him, Paul thought, analyzing the greed in the chairman's eyes. The longer the silence, the more skeptical. The chairman's expression grew until he could not stand it anymore and pulled Paul out of his thoughts. I know what comes now, Herr Jeager. The chairman began. What is it that you want? He asked. Paul did not answer for a moment, letting the tension reach its melting point. When a small drop of sweat fell from the chairman's head, splashing onto the table, he finally moved. Paul raised 3 fingers. 3 things, he said. The chairman's eyes squinted. Those are, firstly, liquidity. I want 1 million Reichsmark, Paul said, letting the enormous sum hang in the air. The chairman's eyes widened, and he gulped hard. Secondly, shares. As you know, I already control about 3% of the company. I want another 3, he said, smiling slightly. For the chairman, it looked more like the devil smiling at him than Paul. Lastly, Paul began. A favor. The chairman sighed loudly. Hey, Jeager, you know that your demands are extreme, the chairman said, clearing his throat. As a major shareholder, you should know that our revenue last year was only about 40 million Reichsmark. 1 million is absurdly high. Chairman, as you said, this information is extremely valuable. I promise it is more valuable than 1 million Reichsmark, more valuable than 40 million Reichsmark, more valuable than 400 million Reichsmark. This is no deal that is advantageous towards me, Paul said, taking a puff of his cigar. Besides, I can also go to your friends. Krupp, for example, Paul began. Can you guarantee that they would not pay that much? The chairman clenched his jaw. Still, it was me who you first came to, because I like Rheinmetall and because I cherish you personally, but that will not hinder me from visiting your concurrents. Next, Paul said, clenching his hands. The chairman fell into thought. For a moment, looking at the ceiling. Half, he said after a while, lowering his head and gaze again. 500,000 Reichsmark, but for percent shares, that is technically more than 1 million. Paul, too, thought for a moment, although only to keep up appearances. I agree, he answered, meeting the chairman's eyes. What about the favor? The chairman asked, worry in his eyes. What does it include? Anything, Paul said, his eyes cold as stone. That is madness, the chairman nearly shouted. You cannot expect me to simply... Paul stood up without another word, picked up the briefcase, and turned toward the door. When he was halfway there, he paused and glanced back. I'm off to Krupp. I will be making a deal with them, containing all my work and my other ideas as well, Paul said, placing his hand on the door handle. The chairman's eyes, still burning with anger, widened with pure shock. Wait, he shouted, just before Paul stepped through. There is more, he asked, his voice trembling between fear and greed. There is, Paul answered calmly. There will be more and more. A steady supply. The chairman studied him for a long second, his jaw shifting as he made a decision he could never take back. I agreed to all conditions mentioned before. Of course, only if my engineers approve. I will call you. Paul smiled slightly. Please do so, Chairman. Good day. He closed the door behind him. A few minutes later, the chairman stood at the window, watching the black Mercedes limousine roll out of the snowy courtyard, his thoughts drifting in mysterious directions. Unknown to him, Paul was watching the mansion as well, lost in his own thoughts. How did it go, Major? His driver asked. Well, it went well, Hans, Paul said, observing the young man's profile from the side. Hans had been assigned to him by Oberschwarzer, whose division Paul was still officially part of. Next is the Reichstag, right? Hans asked excitedly. MHM, Paul answered, writing something down in his notebook. I admire you, Major. Meeting the Führer is nothing an ordinary soldier can even dream of. I think it is a great honor, Hans said, his eyes full of longing. Paul shook his head slightly, still looking at the page in front of him, before finally closing the notebook. He is also a human like us, Hans, Paul said, holding back words he could never speak. They continued in silence until the massive Reichstag came into view. The car slowed down and stopped at the checkpoint. This time security was far more serious. Heavily armed SS soldiers filled the guard post, two of them approaching the car. When they reached the back window, they saluted Paul sharply. Good day, Major. Your papers, please, one of them asked with routine. In his voice. Good day, soldiers, Paul answered, handing his documents. Through the window, the guard passed them to another soldier who inspected them carefully. He took out a small book, checked something, then raised his gaze to Paul. After a brief glance, he nodded to the first guard. Open the gate, the guard shouted. You are expected. Major Giger, the soldier said, reverence in his eyes. The car rolled forward and reached a separate parking area. When Paul stepped out, the cold wind of winter struck him like a blade. He walked through the snow, his dark, elegant uniform forming a stark contrast with the white landscape all around him. Paul soon reached the grand staircase of the Reichstag, deserted except for the guards. His silhouette moved up the steps one by one, slow and deliberate, his coat fluttering lightly in the wind. His solitary figure quietly reached the top, facing the legendary building. Two guards stood at the entrance, two massive pillars flanking them. They straightened immediately and saluted when they saw him. One of them stepped forward and opened the door. Paul officially stepped inside the heart of the Reich for the first time in both of his lives. Any thoughts? Chapter 46. The inner circle. When Paul stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of a man he knew all too well. Hess, Paul thought genuinely, surprised for the first time in a long while. Giga, Udolf. Hess, Deputy Minister of the Reich, said as he extended his hand. Paul shook it, studying the man before him. Hess wore an expensive black suit, and every strand of hair was meticulously arranged. Did you not expect me here? Hess asked, his tone slightly provocative. I am surprised that the Deputy Minister of the Reich is personally greeting a major like me, Paul said honestly. That is precisely the point. You are a major, but the youngest one in the history of the Reich. Did you know that? Hess pointed forward. Come, Major. Walk with me. Paul did not answer. He simply followed. The youngest and the most frightening. Major we ever had, Hess began. The most frightening? I assure you I do. Not bite, Paul said skeptically. Only your enemies, Hess replied. I heard about your captivity and your ruthlessness in Spain. The ghost of Avila, the vulture of Madrid, is what many in the Condor Legion began, calling you after your burn and conquer tactics. Hess paused, looking up at the ceiling for a moment. The question is not whether you bite, Major Jeager. The question is whom you bite. Who is your enemy? Paul's eyes changed. They grew colder and more distant. Only those who bite me, first or will in the future. His voice lowered. Am I going to be bitten by you, Deputy Minister? Hess' eyes widened with something close to madness before he suddenly burst into laughter. How unsavory. What impudence. He stepped closer. Hey, Ajiga, I recognize your gaze. I know because I once had it. You do not want to be a dog. You were not born for that role. But ambition has limits. Ambition takes you far, further than anything else, yet every step forward creates another enemy. You have already collected many, and although you seem to think I am one of them, you are mistaken. Were you then a benefactor? Paul asked, stepping closer as well. An opportunist, Hess said with a strained smile. You are a man who provides opportunities. Continue and I will support you. Stop and I will oppose you. Very simple, is it not? What opportunities have I given you, Deputy Minister? Paul asked, intrigued. I was the one who mentioned you first to the Führer, and now, after your rise, I receive the laurels, Hess answered. You are mistaken. I get them, Paul thought as he observed the dangerous man before him. He is an opportunist, exactly as he claims, but not an absolutist. What hinders him is his blind loyalty. Tell me what you want, Jeager, and perhaps I can help, Hess said arrogantly. Membership in the inner circle, Paul replied simply. You aim to rise politically, not militarily? Hess asked, stunned. I can and will rise militarily on my own. Rising politically requires connections, Paul said, placing his hand behind his back. And what do I gain? Hess asked. A friend, an ally who will support whatever you support. I do not care for political agendas. I want only to get closer to the Führer, Paul said, watching Hess' reaction. I will see what I can do, Hess said, just before they reached a massive double door. The guards opened it once. Inside, Paul was greeted by a group of men standing around a large table with a huge military map on top. All of them were well known. Von Rundstedt, Ritter, Göring, Richthofen, and the big man himself, Paul thought. He stepped closer, raised his arm, and delivered the familiar salute. His eyes flicked to Ritter for a calculated instant. The Führer studied him for a moment, then gave a short nod. So, this is the famous Major Jeager, Hitler said, walking up to him and gripping his hand with abrupt force. Too surreal, Paul thought as he studied the man before him. Hitler slapped his shoulder too hard. Excellent work in Spain, boy. Hess told me about you, and Spurl as well. Yes, Spurl also spoke highly of your talent. Thank you, my Führer. Your guidance made these results possible, Paul said evenly. Ritter raised an eyebrow, but Hitler was absorbed in his own approval. He suddenly laughed, a sharp, manic burst. Very good. Germany's future is secure with men like you. Major Jeager, true Germans, true Aryans. I'm curious what he thinks. My Führer, said an obese man in an extravagant white Luftwaffe uniform. Göring, Paul thought. Hitler cleared his throat impatiently and pointed at the models on the table, a battleship, a plane, and a tank. We were discussing the weighting of the branches, Hitler said. Göring pressed on. Major, in your opinion, which branch is the most important? All eyes turned to Paul. Even Hess watched sharply. So that is how this works. Rundstedt for the army, Ritter for the navy, and the fat one for the Luftwaffe, Paul thought. I believe it does not come down to the most important branch, but to the second most important, Paul said. Calmly, Ritter raised his brows, interested. Why is that? The army is Always the crucial one, Paul said. Without it, a nation is defenseless, especially Germany, not an island like the UK. Rundstedt nodded in quiet approval, while Retter's expression darkened. So you imply the Navy is only third? Ritter asked sharply. I do not, Paul said. The Luftwaffe and the Navy are equally important, but it depends on the enemy. Against the UK, the Navy is paramount. Against France or Poland, the Luftwaffe has the advantage. Hess exhaled softly, disappointed at Paul's refusal to choose sides. Although I see your point, young Jäger, I still consider the Luftwaffe more important. Hitler said, slapping Göring's shoulder. Hermann's Luftwaffe will be prioritized, and since we have just purchased 3 new destroyers, it is time for fresh Luftwaffe projects. Paul watched Ritter's veins bulge, and his fist clench under the table. Mein Führer, Ritter said sharply, earning a scowl from Göring. Please reconsider. The Kriegsmarine is vital to Germany, Ritter protested. Admiral Ritter, I have spoken. Your Navy's funding will be cut. This is a Führer order, Hitler barked, face red with fury. Quite the power dynamics, Paul thought as he watched. Hitler and Göring on one side, Rundstedt neutral, and Ritter openly defiant. As the shouting grew, Paul analyzed the situation. Ritter is already in my pocket, he noted. Göring is impossible. That leaves only Rundstedt and the generals. Yet the army still lacks a dominant figure. Most famous generals have not earned real influence yet. So Rundstedt stand without real weight behind him. And then there's that fox, Paul thought. Ein Hess calm while chaos shook the room. Ritter slammed his fist again, the table creaking, then stormed out while Hitler shouted after him. Paul watched each reaction carefully. This impudent bastard, how dare he? I am the Führer, Hitler roared, red with rage. Paul waited in silence until the fury subsided. Hess approached carefully and whispered something to Hitler. The man's expression brightened instantly. It seems we forgot the reason for your presence. Hitler said, considering your tactical brilliance in Spain, especially. The capture of the Madrid airport, the general staff and I have decided to promote you. Paul glanced at Rundstedt, who looked visibly displeased. The old guard of the Wehrmacht resents me. The Führer has once again acted alone, Paul calculated. I'm deeply thankful, my Führer. I will continue to deliver results, Paul said as Hitler replaced the major insignias with those of an Oberstleutnant. His hand trembled slightly, leaving one insignia crooked. After some small talk, Hitler, Göring, and Hess departed for an upcoming summit in the Parliament. Paul remained with Rundstedt, who forced an awkward smile. General, I wanted to thank you for recommending me for Spain. One could say I owe this rank to you, Paul said, his tone edged with irony and faint sarcasm. Rundstedt clenched his jaw. I'm glad to hear that. Major, there is another matter. The Führer asked me to inform you that for now on you will be assigned to the general staff here in Berlin. Your direct superior will be me, Rundstedt said, his awkward smile widening. Thank you, General. I'll look forward to the new responsibilities, Paul said as Rundstedt left. How do you like the story so far? I'm open for your feedback. Chapter 47. Two Fates. Paul sat in the study of his newly purchased house on the outskirts of Berlin. Half of his face was illuminated by the pale afternoon sun shining through the tall windows. His tailored marine blue suit stood out in that moment. He held a cigar in his hand, watching his gardener water a newly established flower bed. Although the house was nothing compared to the mansion he had seen when visiting the Rheinmetall chairman, it was far from anything an ordinary Oberstleutnant could afford on his salary. Paul, of course, knew the reason. His bank account had exploded recently. Thanks to his secret deal with the chairman, he had earned 500,000 Reichsmark, an enormous sum for the time. To an ordinary house, cost around 10,000 Reichsmark. Despite that, Paul had not bought a mansion. He wanted to keep his business dealings somewhat under the radar, even though he could easily afford one. He had been reading a book on military history when his eyes suddenly fell on a piece of paper lying in the corner of his desk. It was no junk note. It was a phone number, a paper he had received when he had still been an entirely different person. Paul chuckled dryly as he thought back to the party, back to Elizabeth. Elizabeth, Paul thought, his gaze wandering to the calendar hanging on the wall, emptied as a soldier in peaceful times he was not occupied with much. Now that I think about it, Rundstedt has an exercise today, Paul thought, a slight smile forming on his face. He stood up, put down his cigar, and walked out of his study. He grabbed his car keys from his side table and stepped through the living room into the garden. There he was, greeted by an older man wearing an apron. "Good day, Herr Oberstleutnant," the man said, smiling brightly. "Too good day, Herr Laswinski. The garden looks fabulous," Paul replied as he stepped closer. "Thank you very much," the man said, straightening with pride. "I have a favor to ask," Paul began. When Paul left the garden through a side door, he was holding a bouquet of flowers in his left hand. At the doorstep, he nearly bumped into an SS guard assigned to him. "Excuse me, sir," the guard apologized respectfully, straightening his dark uniform. "No worries, soldier," Paul answered neutrally, patting him on the shoulder. "I will be gone for a few hours. Make sure everything is like I left it." Paul stepped closer, lowering his voice. "No listening devices or anything like that." The SS man stepped back, watching Paul for a moment before snapping out of his trance. "Of course not, Herr Oberstleutnant." Formally assigned for protection, the man guarded Paul's house around the clock, rotating shifts with another. Protection, Paul thought silently with a laugh. He knew Hess had sent the man more for surveillance than anything else. He turned his head toward his black Mercedes limousine, recently purchased. He got inside, placing his hat and the bouquet on the passenger seat, then started the engine and rolled away. At the same time, thousands of kilometers across the ocean, another limousine rolled to a stop and a blond, tall, and handsome man stepped out. He wore a black suit and closed his jacket before entering a tall building in the heart of New York. The interior followed the classic style of a luxury hotel. A grand chandelier greeted every guest, and elegant ladies sat behind a marble reception desk. The man walked toward one of them and stopped in front of the counter. He glanced briefly at his expensive-looking watch. "Hello, sir. Welcome to the Hilton Hotel. How may I assist you?" the young lady asked. "I want to speak with your manager, please," the man replied curtly. Although surprised, the receptionist went to fetch him. When she returned, a half-bald middle-aged man was following her. "Yes, sir," the manager asked. "I have an appointment with Mr. R," the man said. "Mr. R," the manager repeated, confused. "Do not waste my time." "Yes, Mr. R." "The Lancaster suite," the man said sharply. The manager narrowed his eyes for a moment before regaining his professional expression. "Of course, Mr. Carey. Please follow me," he said, gesturing down a hallway. They stepped into an elevator that was already open. Neither spoke. When it reached its destination, a soft bell chimed and the doors slid open. The manager gestured politely for James to step out. James walked down the corridor of the 41st floor toward the only door located there. When he reached the snow-white door with its golden details, he exhaled deeply before knocking. For a moment there was silence. Then the door opened. A man in a suit looked James up and down, inspecting him. Only after confirming the corridor was empty did he open the door fully. James was guided through the suite into a corner of the spacious living room. There sat a middle-aged man with gray hair, also dressed in a suit. "James Carey," the man said, rising from his chair to shake his hand. "Mr. President," James replied. "Please take a seat." "And it is Mr. Roosevelt for you," Roosevelt said, pointing to the chair beside him. Day Saturday, how is your father doing, James? Roosevelt asked. Thank you. He is doing fine, although his health worries us. James said, his tone troubled. Awful to hear that. He was always so energetic. I remember when we first met at a donation gala. Yes, those were times, Roosevelt murmured, a touch of melancholy in his voice. So, what brings you to me, James? I hope it is not your father's condition. Roosevelt continued. James exhaled. It is about a dangerous person, someone I have observed for a long time. He is very dangerous. Roosevelt raised an eyebrow. Do not tell me it is one of those Germans. Again, Hitler, goring all of them. I do not know how often I must say. We are neutral, James. It is not about them directly, Mr. Roosevelt. It is about a German major, James began. A major? Roosevelt asked, irritated. Why would I care about a bloody major? A major who was only a lieutenant half a year ago, James added. Roosevelt blinked. Such a thing happened. My contacts tell me that the man, Heinrich Jaeger, is appearing unusually often, unusually influential. Some even claim he was the real reason behind the Condor Legion's recent successes in Spain. You have heard of those reports, I assume. James said, taking a set of documents from his briefcase. Roosevelt adjusted his glasses and looked down at the papers while James continued. And he is becoming increasingly close to people shaping Germany's foreign policy. He seems to be part of a circle of young Wehrmacht officers, rising far too rapidly. He is already forming ties to Hess and even to Hitler. This man is a danger, Mr. Roosevelt. A real one. Chapter 48. The Man I Became. Paul, what is this? Elizabeth asked visibly, stepping back. It's the past, Paul replied, a weariness in his voice. Watching Elizabeth's gaze. The past? What happened in Spain? Her eyes widened. War isn't heroic. War isn't fun. War is darkness. Elizabeth, I don't know what your father told you. Paul tilted his head slightly and closed his shirt again, hiding the countless scars covering his torso. Heinrich, I am sorry. I am so sorry. You poor thing, Elizabeth whispered, tears streaming down her face. Don't be. You did nothing wrong, Paul said quietly. Your reaction, it's natural. Do you want to tell me? Elizabeth asked, her tears slowing down. Paul sighed. I was captured in Spain. They had me locked up day and night. Like a dog, he said, his voice colder than ice. When I refused to answer his questions, Paul began, he cut me. He punched me. He whipped me. The growing rain outside cut Paul's last words short. Drops were piling up on the windshield of his car. Then he let me rot. Paul's voice grew hoarse, a faint wetness gathering in his otherwise motionless eyes. Elizabeth said nothing. She only listened, her eyes wide and frozen. When Paul finished, she threw herself around him, hugging him tightly. For a moment, Paul felt peace, yet the look in his eyes returned this time not sadness, but anger. The man I'm talking about is dead. He died long ago, together with everyone else who ever touched me. Paul pushed Elizabeth slowly away from him, freeing himself from the hug. I slaughtered them like livestock, every single one of them, Paul said, looking Elizabeth right in the eyes. So you see, Elizabeth, your reaction is normal. Being appalled is obvious. It's natural to be scared. Of me, of the man I became, Paul said, as the car rolled to a halt in front of a wealthy-looking mansion. Elizabeth and Paul shared a deep gaze. Don't push me away, Paul. I know what you're trying to do. I don't need to be protected, Elizabeth said softly, almost whispering. Paul averted his gaze and exited the car. He walked around it, opening Elizabeth's door. She looked at him with eyes as deep as the ocean. After a moment, she stepped out, walking toward her home, alone. Paul watched her with his jaw clenched, rain running down his face, soaking his hair. Weeks later, Paul stood once again in rain. The cold February. Rain was soaking him from head to toe, yet he didn't move. Water dripped From his officer's hat onto the binoculars, his hands steady despite the cold. In the distance, he watched a tank driving forward while firing its machine guns toward a forest not far away. He was overseeing a field exercise near Berlin. Quite the clever maneuver. A voice sounded from Paul's side. Paul lowered the binoculars, a middle-aged man appearing in his line of sight. Oberst Manstein, he saluted. Jaeger, he answered. Your assessment of Manschuffel's maneuver? He has done well, as you said, although I would have put my entire force into that ambush. I would have put around 7 of 10 tanks into it, and the rest would attack from the normal front, where the enemy would have rushed to defend the ambush. That would create an encirclement, Paul answered, putting his hands behind his back. Not bad, Jaeger, but assume the enemy refuses both baits and contracts its perimeter, allowing one force to fight both your attacking ones? How do you respond? Manstein asked, smiling. We would have the same situation as before the ambush. That's true, Paul admitted. Manstein stepped closer, his hands folded neatly behind his back. Exactly. His ambush was well executed, he said calmly. But Manchuffel relies too heavily on the element of surprise. He does not account for what a seasoned opponent would do. Paul nodded slightly. He trusts that the enemy will react the way he wants them to. Manstein nodded. For a moment, both men stood silently in the rain, watching the rest of the armored platoon maneuver into position. Officers shouted orders in the distance, their voices muffled by the downpour. Mud splashed as another vehicle made its way forward. Then, Manstein raised his hand, tilting his head toward a nearby officer. The officer picked up a field telephone lying on a small table. A few seconds later, a sharp whistle cut across the field. Tanks and soldiers alike came to an immediate halt. Paul and Manstein climbed into a waiting truck and rode toward the main training ground. They arrived quickly and jumped down, greeted by mud-covered, rain-soaked soldiers. And so, he saluted both Paul and Manstein, then placed his hands behind his back. Hauptmann Manchuffel, Manstein began. Your ambush was well executed and a good idea, yet poorly planned. You did not account for the variables an enemy might employ and simply relied on the element of surprise. Manstein turned, addressing the gathered group of soldiers and officers. They straightened immediately. This may suffice against the French or the British, perhaps even the Russians, but it does not suffice for the German Wehrmacht. We strive to be quicker, smarter, stronger. We strive for perfection. He shouted the last words across the rain-soaked field. Some soldiers nodded slightly, others sank into quiet thought. Asso, too, looked as if he were contemplating deeply. Don't think too much about it, Asso, Paul whispered, stepping closer to him. Yeah, Asso muttered, keeping his head down. You did better than the other 7 tank company officers. Manstein is harsh, but only someone like him can make you improve. And after Spain, you already have real experience, something the others can't claim. Now you just need to understand your own potential, Paul said, patting Asso on the shoulder. Thank you. I will, Asso replied, gratitude in his eyes. In truth, Paul knew that what Asso lacked most was confidence. After a failed battle in Spain, he had been one of the sole survivors. Most of the men under his command dead. Spurl had decided to send him home. A decision that shattered the young officer's spirit. Now it's my responsibility to build it back up. In the end, it's because of my butterfly effect that this happened. And overall, the entire Spanish battlefield is far more advantageous for our side than in the original timeline, Paul thought. Perhaps the conflict would end within the year. 2 years earlier than it originally had. Paul and Manstein climbed back onto the truck, this time heading toward a more distant part of the training grounds. By the time they arrived, the sun had broken through the clouds again, casting a pale, late afternoon glow over the field. Droplets of rain still clung to the vehicles and mud splattered. Soldiers, sparkling faintly in the light. They entered the grand building, being led through wide corridors to a special office. Inside, they saw an older man, clad in a meticulously decorated Wehrmacht uniform, the weight of his medals and insignia reflecting both authority and decades of service. Paul and Manstein saluted immediately. "Gentlemen," the man said, acknowledging their salute with a brief nod. "General," Manstein replied, "we have concluded the tank exercises. Operation Storm." "Good work," the general said, gesturing for them to take seats. Werner von Blomberg, Paul thought, letting his calculations run freely as he studied the old general, the commander-in-chief of the Wehrmacht, a key player. He analyzed silently, noting the quiet authority radiating from the man. Paul felt the small notebook tucked in his breast pocket as he listened to Manstein discuss the performance of the Panzer I and the newly arrived Panzer II. He occasionally added a detail or two, his voice measured, weaving his observations into the discussion. This man will lay the foundation for everything soon, Paul thought, watching Blomberg closely. Chapter 49. Wolves, lions, and the eagle. The last year had been marked by many ups and downs. His promotion to Oberst only weeks ago. His birthday, the first one of his new life, celebrated with Werner on a cold weekend. And now the decisive moment had arrived, delivered to him by a simple mailman. The past weeks had been a storm of rumors, tension, and cold political calculation. Blomberg's marriage, the whispers, and now finally this. "I deeply regret my violation of Wehrmacht standards. With this document, I declare my immediate resignation from all political, military, and civil offices. Signate, Werner von Blomberg IV." February 1938. Paul sat beside his fireplace. When he finished reading the letter, he sighed and tilted his head toward the ceiling, a faint smile crossing his lips. Then he turned his gaze back to the crackling fire in front of him. It gave off a strong warmth, yet not strong enough to melt the ice that had gradually formed within. He held the paper loosely in his right hand, letting the flames catch it. As soon as the edges ignited, he pulled it back and used it to light the cigar already resting between his lips. He inhaled once, then tossed the burning document fully into the fire. With this, Hitler has made himself the enemy of half the Wehrmacht officers, Paul thought as he reached for the telephone on the small table beside him. He dialed a number. "Yes, voice answered. "It's Heinrich. Have you received it too?" Paul asked. "I have. This is unbelievable. Hitler's going too far with this staged dismissal. Do you think he wants absolute control?" "Most definitely," Paul replied. "I suggest a meeting to address the concerns." There was a brief pause before the man answered. "That is a good idea." They spoke a little longer until Paul finally set the receiver down. Yet after only a few seconds, he picked it up again and dialed a different number. "Good evening, Deputy Minister," Paul said. The fire crackled behind him, his cigar still between his lips. "Good evening, Oberst," Hess replied. "I assume you're calling because of the Blomberg situation?" "You assumed correctly," Paul said. "I only just found out myself." The Führer acted entirely on his own, Hess said, sounding sincere. "I understand. I wanted to request a meeting with the Führer," Paul continued. "A meeting," Hess repeated. "That is possible, although you do not need my permission. Your relationship with him is good enough, is it not?" His tone carried a hint of suspicion. "Well, I thought it appropriate to honor our connection," Paul answered calmly. "How thoughtful of you. I will arrange it. I'm sure the Führer will be pleased to see you," Hess said before the line went silent. Paul looked back at the small table. Beside him, 3 metallic figures stood upon it. A wolf, a lion, and an eagle. Their shadows, thrown by the firelight, stretched across the wall. The eagle loomed directly behind Paul. The next morning, Paul stepped out of the still-running transport plane, slipping on his leather gloves as the cold mountain air hit him. The German Alps rose around him in majestic silence, their peaks cutting into the pale morning sky. The temperature was sharp but invigorating. On the runway, 2 SS officers stood waiting. Paul noted silently, surprised. "Good day, Herr Oberst," they said, snapping to attention. "Good day, soldiers," Paul replied. They guided him toward a nearby car, which he entered without a word. As he climbed inside, his eyes immediately met a familiar face already seated within. Herr Himmler, Paul greeted calmly. "Herr Jäger, a pleasure to finally meet you," Himmler said. His thin smile did not reach his eyes. Paul settled into the seat beside him and turned slightly. "What do I owe the pleasure of meeting you?" he asked, genuinely curious. "Well, Herr Jäger," Himmler began, adjusting his glasses. "Considering your remarkable rise within the Wehrmacht and the fame surrounding your actions, was it not time for us to meet?" His eyes gleamed with a strange, feverish intensity. "Two giants are bound to meet," he added proudly. "Giant? You barely reach my chin," Paul thought with disgust. A truly despicable man. Outwardly, only a second passed. Paul put on a polite smile, chuckling softly. "I am not a patient man, so I will be frank. Are you here because of the Blomberg affair?" Himmler asked, his tone turning colder. "Indeed. Did you know about the Führer's decision? You know it caused quite an uproar among those old men in the Wehrmacht," Paul said, brushing a bit of dust from his glove. "I didn't know about it," Himmler replied. "Interesting. Either you or Hess is lying, or one of you holds far greater influence with the Führer. My bet is that Himmler is favored," Paul thought, listening closely to every word. "Those old fools are relics of a bygone era. They should sit quietly and wait for their time to end. And it will end soon," Himmler said. He adjusted his glasses, briefly revealing a dangerous glint in his eyes. Paul raised an eyebrow. "How so?" Himmler opened his mouth, closed it again, then finally spoke. "You are quite curious, Herr Jäger. I wonder which side you stand on. Although young, you were born from the womb of the Wehrmacht," Himmler analyzed, turning his head toward Paul with an expectant look. "I cannot appear too favorable," Paul thought, letting a deliberate silence stretch before answering. "I have made the decision to stand beside the Führer. Although I'm not pleased about Blomberg, I believe the Führer will prevail and the old foxes will fall. I chose my side the day I met him," Paul said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Himmler studied him for a long moment, searching for any trace of hesitation. "You are right. You are on the right side, Jäger." He gave Paul a firm pat on the shoulder. "We have arrived," came a voice from the front. The car slowed to a stop before a beautiful Bavarian-style mansion nestled in the heart of the Alps. Paul exchanged brief farewells with Himmler before stepping out and heading toward the entrance. An attendant approached and silently pointed him toward the rear garden. There Paul spotted a man in a brown uniform leaning against the railing, staring into the distance. Hitler noticed him only when Paul stepped beside him. "My young friend," he said, "good to see you." "My Führer, it's a pleasure to meet you again," Paul answered. The man only nodded. "You have come because of Blomberg," Hitler said, his tone dry. "I have, and I wanted to say that I support your decision. I believe it was about time that the old foxes were put in their place," Paul said, waiting eagerly for a reaction. Hitler's expression brightened. "It's great to hear that, Jäger," he said, patting Paul on the shoulder. Then suddenly his grip tightened. "They have betrayed me. They have betrayed the fatherland. Idiots, all of them. It's better if I take control before these fools try anything." Hitler shouted, suddenly intrigue. Paul nodded once, deliberate but not too quickly. Too much agreement could seem desperate, too little could seem defiant. "My Führer," he answered softly, "Germany is strongest when your hand guides it. The chaos others create only proves how necessary your leadership is. Hitler paused for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. Well said, yes, he muttered suddenly, sounding pleased. You know, Jaeger, you are a blessing. An anchor. I wish to reward you. Do you have any wishes? Hitler asked, looking at Paul expectantly. Interesting, Paul thought. My Führer, please grant me the honor of removing any nuisances within the Wehrmacht, now and in the future. That would fill me with great happiness, Paul said. Granted. Whenever they speak one word too many, one lie too often, I will call upon you to keep them in place, Hitler said. The two men continued to talk for a while longer, Hitler sometimes gesturing toward the distance, sometimes speaking about mountains, sometimes about enemies. Stepping inside, he sank into his seat and closed his eyes almost immediately. The shuddering of the airplane woke him again. He straightened slowly, blinking at the window. The night sky above Stuttgart was clearly visible, calm and untouched by what weighed on his mind. When Paul exited the plane a second time, rain was pouring down from above, cold and relentless. He climbed into the car already waiting for him. The ride took about half an hour, the final 10-minute spin on a steady climb up the winding road. When the car finally stopped, he stepped out and found himself in the looming shadow of a majestic castle that blocked out the moon entirely. First the lion, and now the pack of wolves. Who will tear whom apart? Or will the eagle, circling above, intervene? Paul wondered as he walked toward the grand entrance, guarded by Wehrmacht soldiers. Chapter 50. Hohenzollern Castle. Paul walked toward the majestically lit Hohenzollern Castle, a monument of a long-forgotten dynasty, a symbol of monarchy and fading power. Power they still cling to, Paul thought, like dogs searching for their lost master. At the entrance to Wehrmacht, guards greeted him, opening the heavy double doors. A wave of warmth rolled toward him. Food, drinks, and voices filled the air. As he made his way through the corridors, he passed groups of people, many in suits, some in uniform, all absorbed in lively conversations. He reached the main hall, crowded to the limit, the chatter echoing up into the high ceiling. It did not take long for him to spot a notable group. Manstein, Rundstedt, Richthofen. And is that a young Rommel? Paul's eyes widened, seeing the future Desert Fox, one of the most brilliant German generals, in person still felt unreal. Together with Manstein and Guderian, he would form the spearhead of the Wehrmacht in its prime. The group, along with several others nearby, turned toward him. Some greeted him with awe and respect, others with disdain and mistrust. I will remember each of your faces, Paul thought, returning the various looks given to him by these high-ranking men. Heinrich, Richthofen greeted curtly. Jaeger, Manstein, and Rundstedt added with a nod. Hello, gentlemen, Paul replied, letting his gaze wander toward Rommel. Hey, Rommel, am I correct? Paul asked, stretching out his hand. You are, Rommel answered, slightly surprised as he shook Paul's hand. Have we met before, Herr Jaeger? We have not, Paul said, narrowing his eyes. Slightly, but I have heard of you. You are climbing the ranks quite rapidly. Are you mistaking me for yourself, Herr Jaeger? Rommel joked, chuckling. Paul laughed as well and patted his shoulder. I am just trusted by the Führer, that is all, he replied, letting the cheerful atmosphere drop exactly where he wanted it to. Rommel's smile faded a little, replaced by a look of uncertainty. You have yet to choose, Paul thought, studying the complexity in Rommel's eyes. Historically, you take the Führer's side until you lose patience with him. Paul glanced at the others for their reactions. Richthofen looked the most annoyed, Rundstedt close behind, although Richthofen semed to no more. Manstein remained neutral, though the von in his name betrayed his allegiance. He belonged to the old nobility, just like Rundstedt and Richthofen, part of the faction Hitler had angered. Are you? Rundstedt began, choosing his words as carefully as a man avoiding a wasp's nest, agreeing with the Fuhrer's decision to remove Blomberg. For a moment it felt as if every eye in the hall turned to Paul. The air seemed to tighten. Was he a servant of the lion or part of the pack of wolves silently drilling holes into him with their stares? I do not agree with his approach, General, Paul replied slowly, letting the words settle into the expectant silence. Rommel's eyes squinted, surprised that Paul held such a view, especially considering he was neither old nobility nor particularly old at all. Yet something shifted in the man. For the first time he listened closely to every word Paul spoke. I think this is a direct challenge to the old guard of the Wehrmacht. He has dismissed how many generals? Paul asked almost rhetorically. 16. Manstein answered, unusually blunt. 16. 16 loyal, capable men, including Blomberg, butchered by him. Paul raised his voice slightly. Who will be next? Rundstedt nodded faintly. Manstein seemed deep in thought. Richthofen and Rommel watched Paul with careful attention. At a nearby table, several young officers nodded enthusiastically and even raised their glasses toward him. Paul and especially Rundstedt and Richthofen continued their discussion there, voices dipping deeper into quiet anger with every exchanged word. The tension at their table grew thicker until a sudden noise from the table beside them pulled their attention away. One of the young officers there muttered drunkenly, "This would not have happened under the Kaiser." A strong hand suddenly seized the young Navy officer by the shoulder. Reader, finally Paul thought. That is enough, Vice Admiral Dietz. Reader said, gripping the man with force. Admiral, but I thought you... The stumbling officer began. I said it is enough. Reader's voice sharpened to a dangerous edge as he gestured for the other officers to take the man away. I apologize for him, Reader said as he turned to Paul. No need, Admiral. We all say things at times that should have remained thoughts, Paul replied, giving Reader a piercing look. Reader raised an eyebrow, then stepped closer to the group, stopping beside Paul. If you do not mind, Rundstedt Manstein, I will borrow Jaeger for a while, he said. Rundstedt watched Paul's reaction as if making sure he was not being taken by force. Paul noticed it. Has he finally thawed? He wondered, surprised by the shift in the normally dismissive Rundstedt. Both generals nodded, soon turning their conversation toward Richthofen's latest flying stunt. Paul and Reader exchanged a silent understanding. They moved through the dense crowd like predators among a flock of prey. People stepped aside instinctively, giving them space as they crossed the ballroom. Many watched them carefully, noting how closely the two men walked together. Once they reached the balcony, Reader took out a box of cigarettes. Care for one? He asked. Paul simply extended his hand. Reader handed him a cigarette. Paul lit it immediately and exhaled, letting the smoke rise into the night. Quite the déjà vu, Paul said quietly. Indeed, I remember it as if it were yesterday when a young, rather insolent Oberleutnant spoke of overthrowing kings. And now look at you, Reader said, glancing at Paul's collar. Have I surpassed your expectations, Admiral? Paul asked. You have, Reader answered plainly. He looked up at the night sky for a moment before continuing. The look in your eyes has not changed since the first time I met you. It has intensified quite a lot. Jaeger. Paul suddenly laughed. Admiral, you're always talking about my eyes. What about yours? Do you know what I see? Paul paused and met his gaze firmly. I see the same. Reader laughed as well. You are mistaken. What you see in me is not the same ambition that drives you. You see it as your birthright, something owed to you. My ambition is to set things right. I do not want to reach the pinnacle because I am already standing on it. My ambition is not to lose it. Reader Stone shifted, carrying a cold, killing intent. The Kriegsmarine is my life's work. I will not watch it be destroyed by an imbecile. That is the ambition you see in my eyes. Ambition born from necessity, ambition born from tenacity. Paul nodded and chose his next words carefully. Let us be clear, reader. Both of us, both ambitious men, are connected by more than that. We are connected by the same goal. It was so when we first met. It was so when I returned from Spain while you fought for your life's work, and it is so now. Paul paused, eyes widening slightly. These three Hitler. Reader looked at Paul, searching for even the slightest hint of hesitation, yet he found none. How many have rallied? He asked, almost whispering. Rallied? Paul echoed almost playfully. Do not take me for a fool. I know you have woven your threads carefully. If you want my support, no, the support of the entire Kriegsmarine, you will have to reveal your web completely. Reader said, narrowing his eyes. You would offer me your support? To a mere oberst? Paul asked, still trying to understand the man's intentions. Both of us know you're the better politician, and we both know you will not stop. At that rank, that is obvious. Even at your young age, you show more wisdom than most men I have met in my life. Reader said, lifting his cigarette again. Paul remained silent for a moment, letting the words settle. Spurl, Richthofen, von Manchefeld are already fully committed, Paul began. Rundstedt and Rommel, let's call it feeling, but they will be soon. He paused briefly. Furthermore, I have begun recruiting dozens of Condor Legion officers, including several I saved myself. Lastly, I have someone high-ranking within the Gestapo as well as one within the SS. Reader listened carefully before answering. That's considerable, yet not nearly enough to pose any real threat, he said, raising an eyebrow. I will, of course, coax my officers. Most will follow, but I need more time. Of course. Paul pulled a folded sheet from his breast pocket and handed it over. This is Reader. Began, skimming the document. How do you plan on getting out of this? We need the support of those officers. The title read, Purge of Wehrmacht officers conducting treasonous activities against the Reich. A large eagle seal was pressed into the bottom, signed by A.H. You make it sound like I was forced to follow this agenda, Paul said with a slight smile. I was the one who proposed this to the Führer when I met him yesterday. I was the one who provided every single name on that list. For the first time, Reader looked genuinely surprised, nearly letting his cigarette slip from his fingers. But why? Those officers could support us, he asked. Paul's eyes changed. I will be ordered to make them disappear, and I will do exactly that. But who said killing and making people disappear are the same thing? Those that won't submit will indeed be killed, but those feeling betrayed by the Führer will thirst for revenge. We will give them their revenge. In turn, they give us their battalions, divisions, armies. Their loyalty. Reader exhaled a long breath, escaping between his teeth. You are frightening. Truly, Jaeger. Paul and Reader continued talking for a while longer, planning, debating, and reminiscing about old times. Only when everything that needed to be said had finally been spoken did they drop their nearly finished cigarettes and step back into the ballroom. As they entered, watched closely by Richthofen, Manstein, and Rundstedt, Reader ran his right hand through his hair, briefly revealing an inconspicuous ring on his ring finger. Richthofen's eyes widened the moment he noticed it, instinctively brushing his own gloved hand as if searching for the familiar touch of metal. What he did not notice was Manstein's attentive gaze shifting from Reader to Richthofen and back again, quietly connecting dots the others failed to see. This had been a fruitful evening, Paul thought. I need to inform Werner about these developments. And then there is still that other matter. With that thought, he slipped back into the crowd, swallowed by the noise and by his own deep reflections. Chapter 51. While the fire burns, it was a cold Monday morning. Werner was driving along a newly built road somewhere in eastern Germany when he suddenly turned right, leaving the asphalt behind and entering a narrow dirt and gravel path. He continued for several minutes, the trees on both sides flashing past as he picked up speed. Eventually, he slowed down, spotting a small sentry post at the far end of the road. He brought the car to a full stop before the wooden barrier. Two men in SS uniforms stepped out of the tiny guard hut and approached his window. The moment they recognized his face, their posture snapped to rigid attention. They saluted sharply. "Good day, Herr Lehmann," one of them shouted, while the other hurried to raise the barrier. Werner nodded once and drove through, following the path until a large concrete structure emerged between the trees. He parked in front of it and stepped out. Another SS man was already waiting for him. He straightened then, offered his hand. "Good day, sir," he said, his voice steady but respectful. "Good day." Werner shifted his gaze past the man toward another figure further back, clad in a dark leather coat and a hat pulled deep over his face. "Has our guest already arrived?" Werner asked. "He has. He is already waiting inside," the SS officer answered. "Then we shouldn't let him wait," Werner said and entered the cold building. Inside, he stepped in what looked like an office. The large leather chair behind the desk was turned with its back toward the door. When Werner closed it, the chair rotated, revealing a not yet familiar face. "So, you must be Heydrich?" Werner asked skeptically, looking down at the man before him. "I am." "And you are Friedrich," Heydrich replied, coldly, clasping his fingers together. Werner remained silent, examining the man who wore a faintly smug smile. What an annoying fellow, Werner thought. "Oh, am I in your seat?" Heydrich asked as he noticed Werner's expression, his smile widening. He rose slowly from the chair. Werner stepped forward before Heydrich could fully move away from the desk, stopping only inches from him. Both men were tall, meeting eye to eye. "What is it, SS Sturmführer?" Heydrich asked, sarcasm sharpening his tone. "I don't like your attitude, Gestapo," Werner spat with clear disgust. "My attitude, is it? Your tolerance seems rather small for an SS man," Heydrich said, "considering that imbecile you call a leader." Werner did not react the way Heydrich expected. Instead, the danger in his eyes faded. "That I agree with," he said. Heydrich raised his eyebrows in surprise. Chapter 52. A Fallen King. It was a damp Monday morning at the 1st Panzer Battalion stationed in Potsdam near Berlin. Only a few men were awake, moving slowly through the courtyard, speaking in low voices as they went about their duties. A mechanic worked on one of the newly delivered Panzer II models. A group of soldiers performed morning drills, the hoarse voice of the instructor echoing across the yard. Inside the barracks, a single soldier walked through the corridor of the officer's wing, his leather shoes striking the wooden floor in an even rhythm. He stopped. A single knock sounded, faint yet clear, in the quiet hallway. "Come in," a tired voice called from inside. The soldier opened the door, stepped forward, straightened up, and saluted. "Good morning, Herr Oberst," he said. Paul lifted his head from the pile of documents before him and gave a brief nod. "This arrived for you," soldier said. His voice dropped slightly. "I was told to deliver it to you personally." Paul's eyes sharpened as he reached out his hand. The soldier placed the envelope into his palm, then left as quickly as he had come. Paul examined the envelope. "No sender, no seal." He opened it, revealing a neatly folded sheet of paper. His eyes skimmed over the lines as if he had already expected what was written there. Generaloberst Werner von Fritsch. Paul thought, his mind racing. He reached into his pocket and drew a small key. With it, he unlocked one of the drawers of his desk. One inside lay dozens of similar letters. No names, no markings. He let the new one slip from his fingers, landing atop the chaotic stack. Paul closed the drawer, locked it again, then stood up. He reached for his long coat and left his office without another word. 1 hour later, a Mercedes limousine rolled onto a lonely forest road, cutting through the cold, dense woods. It passed a checkpoint manned by black-clad soldiers before coming to a stop in front of a familiar concrete building. Paul stepped out and entered. Knowing the layout by heart, he turned right and descended the cold stone staircase. Reaching the cellar, he pushed open the single metal door blocking his way and entered the room. Inside stood two familiar figures on opposite sides of the space. Heydrich, Friedrich, Paul said. Jaeger, Heydrich replied, his voice carrying a mix of respect and curiosity. Heinrich, Werner added, giving Paul a curt nod. The last one, Paul asked, though he already knew the answer. The last one, Heydrich confirmed, gesturing toward another door. He is all yours. A faint smile crossed Paul's lips as he stepped into the adjoining room. It was smaller, almost claustrophobic, with only a table and two chairs placed beneath a dim lamp hanging from the ceiling. Paul studied the general seated before him. A rough sack still covered the man's head. Heydrich and Werner entered behind him. With a simple gesture from Paul, Heydrich removed the sack, revealing the man's face. Mid-60s, gray, cold, distant, a small scar beside his left eye. So, it was you, Jaeger, the old general said, shaking his head as he tried to brush his messy hair out of his face. Paul did not answer. He only tilted his head slightly and let the man speak. Generals disappearing, officers dying under mysterious circumstances, the general muttered. I knew something was wrong, but to think it was you and your lapdogs, he added, almost spitting the words. Why are you so surprised? Paul asked calmly. I was at the gathering at Hohenzollern Castle. I heard you speak. I thought you were like-minded. But I was wrong. You are no monarchist. You are a rat, crawling up from the lowest sewers, the general said, venom thick in his voice. You are wrong. Fritsch, Paul began, leaning forward. You talk as if I acted alone. As if this whole thing was my idea. As if I am responsible. I am not. Paul whispered. The general watched him silently, for once not interrupting. You were betrayed not by me, but by the Führer. Paul said, letting the words roll slowly from his tongue. Are you saying? Fritsch stuttered. He ordered you to kill me? To kill my wife, my guard, to destroy my home, he ordered you? Are you saying that? He shouted, rising to his feet with sudden fury. I am. In his eyes, you are a traitor. Paul answered, observing the man with cold precision. One. Fritsch sank back onto the chair, trembling. A traitor, he is calling. Me a traitor, Fritsch whispered, then erupted again, slamming his fist on the table. I was born in this country. I served this country my entire life. I fought for it. I bled for it. Every morning I wake up, thinking how I can better it. And this is my thanks. A bullet in my head, and a hole they can toss me in while they spit on the soil and call me a traitor. His voice cracked for a moment. Rage, pain, and disbelief washed over his face, twisting his features into something almost unrecognizable. And you are no better. Fritsch roared. You are. The true lapdog, carrying out orders you know are nonsense. Jaeger, Jaeger, Jaeger. His voice grew louder, harsher. The rising star, the hope of the Wehrmacht. In the end, you two are a dog. Nothing more. A dog, painted in the Führer's colors, serving this bastard. The general slammed his fist on the table, the sound echoing through the narrow room. Oh, if he knew how wrong he is, Paul thought. General, Paul said, quietly, cutting through the man's rage. Fritsch froze for a moment, his breath heavy. Who said I was going to carry out his orders? Paul asked, rising from his chair. The general frowned, uncertainty flashing over his face. Who said I will kill you? Paul continued, stepping closer, one calm step after another. Fritsch leaned back instinctively. As Paul approached, who decides what will happen? Paul said now, standing only inches from him, his shadow falling over the old officer. Hitler decides it, boy, Fritsch muttered, meeting Paul's gaze with a mixture of defiance and fear. Paul smiled, a wide, slow, deliberate smile that did not reach his eyes. No, Ido, he said, turning his back to the general. Fritsch blinked, confused, then desperate. What are you saying? What kind of game are you playing? He shouted, reaching out to grab Paul's sleeve. Before his hand could touch him, Werner seized Fritsch's wrist and shoved him back onto the chair with cold efficiency. Do not lay hands on him, Werner said quietly. Jäger Fritsch gasped, his voice cracking between fear and fury. If you intend on standing in the middle, forget it. Choose the Kaiser. Choose what is right for Germany. Do not let ambition blind you. Stand with me. Stand. With all who still believe. Let's topple the Führer together. Please. His last word echoed strangely, a plea thrown into a room where mercy rarely entered. Paul stopped mid-step, his back still turned, his silhouette frozen against the dim overhead light. An old wolf's last cry. How poetic, Paul thought. Think about it, Fritsch, he said, without turning around. Your pack is gone. Your allies are old. Your fangs dulled by the years. He stepped toward the door, his coat brushing lightly against the concrete wall. Your time is over. With that he left the room, the echo of the slamming door drowning out the desperate shouts of the man behind him. When Paul returned a few hours later, he brought another man with him. Fritsch's eyes widened not because of Paul, but because of the familiar silhouette trailing behind him. Fritsch stammered, unable to find the words. The man stepped forward, revealing his face in the damp light. The familiar features were unmistakable. Blomberg, Fritsch whispered, his eyes wide. How could you? How could I? Blomberg replied sharply. Are you really asking that? You, abandoned, cast aside by the Führer, thrown into an abyss without a second thought. All because you dared to think for yourself, because you showed no absolute loyalty. And me, Blomberg, voice cracked. I was stripped, humiliated before the entire country by the same man. How could you not thirst for revenge? How could you not crave justice for this injustice? What about the Kaiser? Fritsch muttered, his forehead creased, the weight of history visible in his eyes. The Kaiser, Blomberg shouted, a mix of anger and pity in his voice. The Kaiser is gone, Fritsch. He is gone. The monarchy, the glory, the Kaiserreich, they're all gone. But we are still here. Not to revive what is irretrievable, but to shape change. Blomberg stepped forward, gripping the edge of the table. I once thought the Führer was the man to bring that change. But he is nothing more than an imbecile. I have set aside my pride, my honor, to complete this final mission, to reclaim what was lost, to enact vengeance. He balled his fist, his knuckles white. I have cast my fate onto a different path. Into Heinrich Jäger, Blomberg said, exhaling sharply, his voice cold but resolute. Paul watched the man before him with keen interest, the former chief of the Wehrmacht. He remembered the day the news of Fritsch's resignation reached him, the day he had called him, when everyone else had abandoned the man. He had gone to meet him, bringing Reeder along. Together, they had managed to channel Blomberg's rage, his anger, onto a single target, Hitler, and in doing so, they had not merely gained a pawn, they had rallied a king to their side. A fallen king, perhaps, but one whose words still carried weight with the ordinary soldier, the average officer, and a common man. Now, Paul observed the same effect taking hold of Fritsch. The longer Blomberg spoke, the more the general's eyes shifted, reflecting a change he could not deny. Chapter 53, Blood in the Forest, Flowers in the Streets, following the tragic death of General Major Marcus von Sauerberg. The troops of the 5th Regiment have planned a parade through our city. They will be starting at the church and is that not the third one this month? Sergeant Mayer asked, turning the radio down. The third one we know about, his comrade replied quietly. There was a hint of unease in his voice. Do you not see the pattern? Pattern? Mayer raised an eyebrow. They're all from the old guard. The other sergeant leaned closer, almost whispering, and cast a quick glance toward the door of their Dormitory. You think these are not accidents? That is ridiculous. Mayer said, shaking his head. It is not, the man began. Wait. Mayer interrupted, suddenly turning the radio volume back up. This is important news. The Führer is going to speak to the nation right now. The radio crackled, the static fading into silence. Then a sharp, commanding voice filled the room. Good morning, fellow citizens of the Reich. Today I bring you important news. The talks with the Austrian delegation have concluded, and they were a great success. This is why I, as Führer, hereby declare the Anschluss of Austria into the German Reich. I have ordered the Wehrmacht to march into Austria peacefully. From this day forth, Germany and Austria shall be one. All Germanic people will unite under the Reich. 12 hours earlier, General Major Marcus von Sauerberg, you are proclaimed a traitor of the fatherland by the Führer's decree. With the authority granted to me, I sentence you, in view of your crimes, to death. Any last words? Paul asked, extending his Luger and pressing the cold barrel against the forehead of the middle-aged man kneeling before the shallow pit. Sauerberg exhaled slowly. Then so be it. Dying here means I remain true to myself, true to the Kaiser, true to Germany. False to the Führer, false to the Reich, and false to you and your ambitions, Oberstjäger. He closed his eyes. I have no regrets. A single gunshot tore through the forest. For a moment, the world fell silent. Then the sound of rain returned, whispering through the trees. Good night, Paul murmured as the general's body collapsed into the mud. He looked down at the man lying before him, the body already sinking into a darkening pool of blood. His gaze did not linger on the corpse, but on the reflection shimmering on the surface. His own face stared back at him. He tilted his head slightly, studying the features in the red shine. He wiped several faint specks of blood from his cheek. I barely recognized that face, Paul thought. 3. He nudged the lifeless body with his boot, pushing it into the waiting hole. The SS men behind him stepped forward at once there, shovels biting into the wet earth. When the pit was filled, one of them hurried away and returned with a simple wooden cross, placing it on top of the fresh mound of soil. Quite the graveyard, a voice remarked. Behind him, Paul turned just enough to recognize the tall silhouette and the familiar sharpness in his tone. Heydrich stepped to his side. The 2 men stood in silence for a moment, their eyes drifting over the dozen white crosses scattered across the clearing. Heydrich folded his hands behind his back and turned to Paul. I have news, he said. The Führer will announce the annexation of Austria tomorrow morning. My birds have whispered to me that the talks with the Austrian delegation went very well. Paul gave a short nod. I will be there. Present. Vienna. Göring has arrived with a squadron of Messerschmitt fighters. Quite the grand display, one could say. A burly official reported in a thick Austrian dialect. Himmler came by armored train, brought an entire battalion of SS men with him. The rest of the inner circle traveled with the Führer. They flew in together and should arrive shortly. He hesitated. All except one. Except one. Kurt Schuschnigg asked. The puppet President Hitler had installed only days earlier. Leaned forward, impatience in his voice. Chapter 54, knock, knock. It's the SS-2, a dimly lit street, somewhere in Vienna. The sound of boots striking the wet asphalt echoed through the late-night silence. A man in a thick coat walked steadily forward, his hat pulled low, hiding most of his face. He stopped at the corner, blocked by 2 men. Both wore heavy leather jackets that concealed their black uniforms. They examined him from head to toe in silence before reluctantly stepping aside. Herrn Himmler, the man said as he spotted a lone figure standing in the middle of the street. His heavy American accent was unmistakable. Herrn Lancaster, Himmler replied, adjusting his glasses. Please come straight to the point. I'm a busy man. The point? Lancaster asked almost playfully. Do not take me for a fool. American, Himmler said as he stepped closer, his jaw tightening. What information do you have about Heinrich Jäger? Lancaster watched him for a moment, then slowly reached into his coat and pulled out an envelope. We have intel suggesting that Herr Jäger is responsible for the recent deaths and disappearances of Wehrmacht officers, he said, offering the letter. Himmler let out a short laugh. Then he abruptly stopped. So you do take me for a fool after all, he said coldly, nodding to the two men standing at the entrance of the alley. Lancaster stared at him, confusion spreading across his face as the guards approached. What do you mean? He said, panic beginning to show. You do not believe me? Read the letter. The two guards grabbed him by the shoulders, not dragging him away, but holding him firmly in place. Himmler adjusted his glasses once more. I have known about this for months, you fool. Although the Führer has not told me personally, these operations were still conducted in cooperation with the SS, he said, his voice full of disdain. He gestured for the guards to take the American away. Lancaster opened his mouth. I know something else, he muttered. Himmler halted mid-step and turned slowly back toward him. Jäger is going to meet with General von Rundstedt by the end of the week, the American said, pausing for a moment. Alone, in the later one's home. Interesting, Himmler muttered. After a short silence, the American asked in a pleading tone, Can I go now? No, you will help, Himmler said, his eyes gleaming with calculation. It was a sunny yet cold morning. Paul walked through his command center on the outskirts of Vienna, the marble floor reflecting the pale streaks of sunlight streaming through the tall windows. Officials along his path greeted him respectfully, acknowledging his new role as vice commander of the Provisional Regional Government of Austria, a reward from Hitler. In practice, he was the de facto vice-chancellor of Austria. When he reached the courtyard, he stepped forward and saluted Major Manteuffel, recently promoted and now second in command of the 1st Panzer Division. The closeness between the two men was unmistakable. Paul approached a stone ledge and placed his hands behind his back. Good day, man, he called out. Good day, Herr Oberst, hundreds of soldiers replied in perfect unison, standing in precise formation. Paul nodded and descended the steps, moving down the rows and meeting each soldier eye to eye. No one dared move a muscle. Then Paul suddenly stopped in front of a young soldier. The man tried to stand even straighter, a bead of sweat running down his forehead. Paul stared at him intensely, then reached into his leather coat. A gunshot cracked through the courtyard. A heavy thud followed. Uneasy murmurs rippled through the ranks as they saw a soldier lying motionless on the ground, blood spraying across the pavement. But the dead man was not the young soldier. It was the one standing beside him. Be at ease, men, Paul shouted. This man has betrayed the fatherland, Paul said, his voice cold and commanding. He collaborated with foreign powers. He handed over information. He betrayed each and every one of his comrades. He betrayed you. Death is what he deserves. In truth, the man, lying dead before him, wasn't a spy. At least not a spy for foreign powers, but a spy of the SS. Werner had identified, through a stroke of luck, with the man being a distant friend of Friedrich, the original owner of Werner's body. Both had enlisted in the SS at the same time. One, just what is Himmler planning? Is his ego really this big? Paul thought, walking away and leaving his soldiers behind him. Schalt. End of the week, Berlin. Knock, knock. Paul stood before the door of a familiar mansion in Berlin. He adjusted his collar and sighed. Creak. The door opened, revealing a tall, grumpy man. General, Paul greeted, saluting half-heartedly. No need for formalities, Jäger. Rundstedt stepped aside and gestured for Paul to come in. He led Paul to a large wooden table, and both men took a seat. So, Jäger, what do you have for me? Rundstedt asked. Paul did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the figure standing behind Rundstedt. Elizabeth. He recognized her instantly, as shocked as he was. Rundstedt frowned and turned around. Oh, Elizabeth. You two have met before, right? At the party 2 years ago. Yes, I remember. I promoted you to Oberleutnant. Rundstedt laughed. What a time that was. Paul nodded awkwardly. Why? Don't you join us, Elizabeth? Rundstedt asked his daughter. Paul tilted, his head slightly in embarrassment as she walked over reluctantly, a forced smile on her face. Nothing top secret, right, Jaeger? Rundstedt asked. Of course, just formalities, Paul said, opening his briefcase and pulling out several documents. This is the new order for a prototype developed by Rheinmetall, Paul explained. I developed it, but who cares about formalities? He thought as he looked down at the paper. MP40 was written at the top. 3. Interesting. Rundstedt nodded, signing the document. I heard you have quite the connections to the development department at Rheinmetall. At least that's what your driver's report says. Well, some personal connections and some interest in their work. I give them a little inspiration now and then, Paul said, clearing his throat. Rundstedt raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He only coughed. Elizabeth, would you be so kind as to bring us some tea? For you, as well, Jaeger? Rundstedt asked. Yes, thank you, Paul replied, doing his best to avoid Elizabeth's eyes. She nodded and disappeared into the kitchen next to the room. Moments later, the muted sound of boiling water drifted through the closed door. Now, there's another matter. Paul began. Let me see, Rundstedt said, leaning forward. They talked for quite a while, discussing upcoming weapons projects, the political climate, and the recent Anschluss. Well, yes, that is, Paul started, then stopped abruptly and turned around. Where is Elizabeth? Right? Rundstedt muttered, frowning. He stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Paul followed closely behind. The moment Rundstedt touched the handle, a golden flicker flashed in Paul's eyes. A burning image shot through his mind. A blast. Blood. Rundstedt lifeless beside him. Paul's eyes flew open. Again, he thought. Not this time. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Rundstedt, who had already begun to lower the handle. Paul grabbed him and violently shoved him aside. They were still in the air when the door exploded with a deafening blast. Splinters of wood burst in every direction, cutting through the room. They struck both men, but most tore into Paul, who had instinctively thrown himself between the blast and Rundstedt. Paul lay on the ground, rubble pressing against his back. Somewhere, too, his right was Rundstedt, but all Paul could see through the thick smoke was a faint silhouette. He coughed. Blood sprinkled across his palm when he lifted his hand. His jaw tightened from the pain coursing through his body, though it barely slowed him down. Then he remembered. His half-closed eyes snapped open with a wild, almost feral determination. Elizabeth is still inside, he thought, forcing his battered body upright. Debris slipped off him as he rose, stones and splintered wood clattering to the ground. He staggered toward the blasted doorway, coughing again. More blood. When he reached the room, his eyes scanned every corner. Then he froze. A silhouette lay half buried under a thick wooden beam. He rushed over and shoved the plank aside with all his remaining strength, groaning loudly from the effort. Paul knelt beside her, gently brushing hair from her face before checking her pulse. For a moment, his own heartbeat threatened to stop. Then he exhaled in shaky relief. It is there, but weak, he thought, and began pulling away the debris to free her. His eyes widened again. A gunshot cracked through the house. Instinctively, Paul jerked to the side, something hot grazing his cheek. Another shot punched through the wall, then another, splintering the kitchen's tiles. Paul crouched low, teeth clenched. He reached for his pistol. Another shot tore through the window, narrowly, missing him and grazing Elizabeth's head. Paul's eyes filled with murderous intent. He fired a single round toward the source. A loud rustle followed as the attacker collapsed into a bush outside. Then a Second explosion roared through the mansion. Paul dropped to the floor. Instinctively, the entrance, Paul realized. He peeked out of the kitchen and immediately ran toward Rundstedt. The general was still alive, dazed, but conscious. Paul dragged him back into the kitchen with effort. Jaeger, Rundstedt muttered. Jaeger, is she alive? Paul nodded and lowered him beside his daughter. Then he positioned himself by the door frame, pistol raised, holding his breath. Footsteps approached. Soft, but steady. More than one. A muzzle appeared in the doorway. Then a hand, an arm ahead. Paul fired. The intruder collapsed instantly. Paul shoved the falling body aside and stepped into the frame, searching for the others. Before he could react, someone batted his pistol aside. Paul instinctively squeezed the trigger, the bullet flying harmlessly into the living room. He ducked just in time to avoid another muzzle flashing. From his side, a missed shot cracked past him. Paul lunged, grabbing the weapon by the barrel. The intruder punched at him with his free hand, but Paul dodged at the last moment and slammed a brutal uppercut into the man's chin. The hit was devastating. The man stumbled back, but recovered quickly and kicked Paul in the stomach, raising his pistol. Again, before he could fire, Paul rammed into him, sending both crashing to the floor. The pistol flew across the room. Paul grabbed the man by the throat, squeezing hard. Suddenly a fist struck his cheek from the side, knocking him off. A third one? Paul thought, turning to see another man in black. The new attacker leapt at him. Paul reacted instantly, striking him midair and sending him crashing to the ground. The first man was back on his feet. He grabbed a loose brick and hurled it at Paul. Paul blocked with his arm, vision obscured for a split second. That was enough for the intruder to land a crushing blow to his ribs. Paul gasped, collapsing to the floor. The man raised his fist for the killing strike. Paul's hand found something hard. The brick. With a hoarse scream, he slammed it upward. It shattered against the man's face. With a sickening crunch, Paul crawled toward him. The man was coughing, struggling for air through his broken nose. He grabbed the man's collar and lifted the brick again. He roared, smashing it down again. And again, after a dozen blows, he collapsed forward, throwing the bloodied brick aside. He forced himself upright, swaying when he heard a metallic click behind him. He turned. The third intruder stood there, grinning triumphantly, pistol raised at Paul's head. Paul clenched his fists, absolute madness filling his eyes. A gunshot rang out. The intruder's eyes widened before he crumpled, blood spilling from his mouth, his chest still rising and falling hectically. Paul whipped around. Rundstedt sat slumped against the wall. One hand held a pistol, smoke rising from the muzzle. The other clutched his bleeding stomach. Chapter 55. A whisper of Himmler. Paul sat next to Rundstedt, both men, exchanging a look filled with quiet melancholy. After a while, the wail of sirens began to echo through the streets, growing louder with every passing second. Police officers rushed into the house and froze at the gruesome scene. The two high-ranking officers sitting there made it clear that this was far above their pay grade. Moments later, black Mercedes limousines rolled up in front of the house. Gestapo men stormed inside with pistols drawn. They pushed the police aside, secured the perimeter, and began providing first aid. Paul shoved one of the men away. "Go there, you idiot," he muttered, pointing toward the kitchen. "Heinrich." The shout drew Paul's attention. "Heydrich, good to see you." "Friend," Paul said. Heydrich hurried to him at once, helping him stand, while another Gestapo officer rushed to assist the unconscious Rundstedt. "What in hell happened?" Heydrich asked, taking in Paul's battered state. "We were attacked," Paul muttered. He pulled Heydrich with him into the kitchen. When he saw that Elizabeth was receiving treatment, he finally exhaled in relief. A groan suddenly echoed from the floor. "He is still alive?" Paul asked, astonished as he looked at the intruder Rundstedt had shot. He grabbed Heydrich by the arm. "We need this one alive at all costs." Heydrich nodded and barked orders for the men to stabilize the attacker. Berlin, Charite Hospital, the entire floor had been cleared of patients by the time Paul, Rundstedt, Elizabeth, and the surviving intruder arrived. Gestapo men guarded every door and every corner. Rundstedt and Elizabeth were brought into intensive care. Paul, the only one still conscious, refused. The doctor froze when he saw Paul's condition. 2 broken ribs, a sprained wrist, severe lacerations across the back. He glanced at the infusion bag. Why? Has the patient received no morphine, Sister Bettina? He shouted in disbelief. Paul grabbed his wrist before he could continue. No, morphine. It dulls the senses, Paul said. His voice was firm, almost threatening. He knew he could not afford any dullness now. But her, Oberst, the doctor began. I said no, doctor. Do your duty, Paul cut him off. The doctor opened his mouth to protest again, then noticed the Gestapo officers blocking the doorway. After a tense pause, he lowered his head and obeyed. Then I must ask you to turn around. We need to remove the wooden splinters across your back. But be warned, this will not be pleasant, the doctor said as he picked up a pair of pincers. Paul groaned, tensing every muscle. The doctor pulled out splinter after splinter, some nearly the size of a pen. You cannot enter, the Gestapo officer at the door said. Paul turned his head and saw an SS officer in a black uniform. Blood seemed to rise in his eyes. Paul had long suspected that Himmler was behind the attack. The methods, the precision, the efficiency, everything pointed to the SS. And, considering the spy Himmler had tried to plan in Paul's division, the pattern was unmistakable. Yet he still lacked proof, which was why he waited anxiously for the intruder's surgery to finish. As I said, you cannot enter, the Gestapo man repeated, now sounding openly hostile. I can and I will, the SS officer replied coldly. Paul stopped the doctor with a raised hand and slowly got off the bed. Herr Oberst, I am not finished, the doctor protested. Paul did not care about the blood streaming down his back. He walked toward the door, towering over both the SS officer and the Gestapo man. With his broad frame, bleeding, wounds and cold, predatory eyes, he looked terrifying. You arrived. Astonishingly fast, officer, Paul said with a cold hint of sarcasm as he leaned toward the SS officer's ear. Either you walk away right now, or I will kill you in the next second. Herr Obersturmführer, he whispered, gripping the man by the collar. Herr Jäger, please calm down, the officer muttered. Herr Himmler has ordered the SS to secure the hospital. This is an SS matter, not a Gestapo matter. He cast a harsh glance at the Gestapo man beside him. Paul's face twisted, a flicker of madness crossing his features. I said I will kill you, Paul repeated. His hand shot up, closing around the officer's throat. In one brutal motion, he lifted him off the ground, strangling him. The officer gasped for air. Hey, Jeeg, or hey, a voice shouted from the hallway. What are you doing with our commander? 3 SS soldiers stormed toward Paul. He looked at them with annoyance, then released the officer, shoving him violently to the ground. Before the first soldier could react, Paul drove a punch into his stomach, sending him stumbling back. The second soldier stepped forward, but a loud shout cut through the corridor. Stop! What are you doing? Paul turned his head and recognized the man pushing through the crowd of onlookers. Manstein, flanked by Wehrmacht soldiers. General, the SS officer croaked, still catching his breath. This is an SS matter, not a Wehrmacht or Gestapo matter. An SS matter? Manstein repeated, his voice rising with fury. Are you out of your mind? A Wehrmacht general and an Oberst were nearly killed in an inland attack, and you tell me this is not a Wehrmacht issue? Manstein took a step forward, his eyes burning with authority. He gestured sharply to the soldiers behind him. Escort this officer and his men out. As of this moment, this incident is a Wehrmacht matter. All other personnel are to leave the building immediately. Flocksoff, Wehrmacht soldiers rushed up the stairs, filling the posts left vacant by the Gestapo men and restoring structure and order. Heinrich. Manstein narrowed his eyes. What happened? Paul began, but before he could continue, a door opened. A man on a stretcher was pushed through the hallway. The intruder, Paul thought. We will learn soon. Enough, Paul said and gestured for Manstein to follow. After 15 minutes, the man regained consciousness. His eyelids lifted to a remarkable sight. A Wehrmacht general, Paul, and Heydrich standing. Nearby, Paul still shirtless and half a dozen Wehrmacht soldiers surrounding the room. Close the door, Paul ordered. The soldiers obeyed. Who are you? Paul asked. The man's gaze darted around the room, searching desperately for an escape that did not exist. Paul grabbed his chin and forced his head upward. I asked you a question, Paul said. There's nowhere to go. Either you talk now, or you will talk. After pain you cannot imagine. You decide. The man's head lowered. Slightly, his eyes watery. Colin Lancaster, he muttered. The American accent was unmistakable. Paul leaned back and exhaled. Everything was clear now. Himmler had worked with the Americans. Perhaps this was linked to the old man who wanted him dead so badly, or to Klausmann. Paul studied the trembling young man. Himmler had used him as a scapegoat in case the operation failed. But the others had been German. Almost certainly SS. Himmler would never admit that, of course. I will gamble, Paul thought. Why were the intruders with you German? Paul asked, stepping closer. Heydrich raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Lancaster looked away, shame flickering in his eyes. Paul grabbed by the hair and yanked his head back into place. Why were they German? Paul roared. Heydrich stepped forward as well. What a nice leg you have. How about I amputate it right now, Colin, he said, licking his lips. No, please, Lancaster cried. Then tell us why, Heydrich shouted, turning toward a nurse. Give me the bone saw. The nurse stared at him in horror, but her hands obeyed before she could think, placing the saw into his grip with trembling fingers. When Lancaster saw the blade, he shook his head violently. No, no, no. It was Himmler. For a moment the room froze. Everyone was stunned, everyone except Paul. Of course it was him, Paul thought, satisfaction spreading in his chest. He had gambled correctly. Look, it was Himmler. All of it. I was forced to do this. They blackmailed me. The young American stammered. Why? You. Paul pressed, while the others were still processing the revelation. You know Klausmann, right? He was with you, Lancaster. Mumbled before Paul cut him off. Yes? Is he your superior? Lancaster hesitated, glancing at the bone saw before swallowing hard. He is. He ordered me to give information about you to Himmler. Paul exchanged a look with Heydrich. Manstein leaned forward. They had all heard the rumors. A spy in the higher ranks of the Condor Legion. Someone who had slipped through the Gestapo's grasp. Do you know where Klausmann is? Right now? Heydrich asked, stepping closer. Lancaster let out a broken laugh. Where? In the U.S., of course. In New York. Heydrich's eyes widened. Do you have an address? Edo. Will you let me go if I tell you? Lancaster asked, adjusting his posture with visible desperation. That will remain to be seen, Paul muttered before leaving the room, together with Heydrich and Manstein. Unbelievable, Manstein said, quietly. To think Himmler would dare attempt something like this. It is a disgrace. Utterly disgraceful. We will have to inform the Führer. Paul stopped and turned. It is not yet time to deal with him. Acting. Now would start processes no one can control. He lowered his voice. Can I count on you, Eric? I have already spoken with Reader about this topic. I will not intervene as long as you do not damage Germany. Manstein replied slowly. I know your abilities, Jiger. I trust them. Do as you must, but keep me informed. Paul exhaled in relief. Manstein was one of the greatest players, a man he did not have to fight against. First, we inform Hitler that the Americans were behind this. Let Himmler believed his little trick succeeded. Then we deal with Klausmann and the person supporting him. There is one, I am certain of it, Paul said, turning to Heydrich, who answered with a firm nod. Most definitely. The American intelligence services want you dead, or rather, some individual wants it. Ever since your name spread, Heydrich said. Intelligence service, Paul repeated, letting the words roll off his tongue. The intelligence services of this era should not have the capabilities for such an operation. Only the CIA, established much later, could manage something on this level. Was this a butterfly effect, caused by his and Werner's actions? Or, either way, I have decided. Heydrich, we will have to do a little vacation, Paul said. 2. Second one today. Chapter 56. The hunt begins. Mein Führer, this was an attack on me on you, and on Germany, Paul began. We identified the man behind it. His name is Klausmann, a former German officer of the Condor Legion. Klausmann, that traitor, was he not the one who aided the earlier assassination attempt on you? Hitler. Indeed he was. Back then, he slipped through our fingers. I will not repeat that mistake. I request that the Gestapo eliminate him, Paul said, lowering his head. Of course. You will have your vengeance, Jaeger. Vermin-like. Him must be eradicated. Do you know where this Klausmann is? Paul hesitated for a moment. In New York, America. Hitler stopped, thinking. And you say he is connected to American intelligence? He stroked his small mustache, eyes narrowed. Very well, I will allow it. But we must proceed with absolute discretion. Paul allowed himself a faint smile as he bowed his head. 1th of May 1938, one day before. Departure, knock, a familiar wave of déjà vu washed over Paul as he knocked on the same door he had stood before only a month earlier. It was his first visit since then, after weeks spent buried in preparations for the upcoming operation, rarely leaving his house for more than a few minutes. When the door opened, he was greeted by a beautiful young woman. Elizabeth, Paul said, holding a small bucket of flowers. Heinrich, she replied, wrapping her arms around him. I heard what you did for me and for father. Her eyes shimmered with emotion. It was my duty, Elizabeth, Paul said softly as he stepped inside the newly renovated Rinstedt home. Don't say that. It was more than that, she replied with quiet defiance. Paul only gave a faint smile. How is your father? Elizabeth lowered her gaze. He is better, she began, gesturing toward the stairs. They climbed up together and entered a spacious bedroom. The room was tastefully furnished, an oriental carpet covering the floor, bookshelves lining the walls, and a broad bed dominating the center. General, Paul said, more out of ingrained habit than intention, as he saw the man lying before him. Rundstedt looked older now, more gray showing in his hair, deeper lines marking his face. In the sunlight. Jaeger, he answered hoarsely, a shame you must see me like this. You are Prussia's glory in person, General, Paul joked, pulling a chair closer. Rundstedt responded with something between a cough and a laugh. Tell me what is new in the general staff, he said, struggling to adjust his position. Well, last week we discussed the establishment of 2 new artillery divisions, Paul began, along with the masses of new recruits we expect, plus new panzer and infantry divisions. New men mean new posts, Jaeger, Rundstedt said. Will I see a general's insignia on your uniform next time? The next time, Paul repeated with a sigh, his eyes drifting to Elizabeth, still in the room. The next time we meet will not be soon, General. I will embark on a mission to root out the traitor responsible for all this. I cannot reveal much for your own safety, but I will be outside Germany for an unknown amount of time. Paul spoke through clenched teeth, watching Elizabeth's reaction. As expected, she turned and stormed out, closing the door behind her. Rundstedt watched her go with interest. Jaeger, promise me something, he whispered, beckoning Paul closer. He leaned in, and murmured something inaudible into Paul's ear. Whatever it was left. Paul startled and deep in thought before he finally gave a slow nod. Paul saluted the old general one last time, then turned and left the room. As he descended the stairs, he noticed a silhouette sitting outside the front door. He stepped outside and sat down beside her. "Will you wait for me?" he asked. His voice was deep, distant. "Like last time," Elizabeth whispered. A single tear fell, landing on the cold stone beneath them. Paul looked at her for a long moment before he slowly shook his head. "Not like last time. I have thought a great deal. If you can accept the man I am, then I can accept your love." "No, I will. Return it," he said softly, brushing a hand through her hair. Elizabeth's eyes searched his face for any hint of a lie, but found none. "I will wait." "Oh, and Heinrich, happy birthday," she said, leaning in to kiss him. Yes, today was his birthday, or rather, Heinrich's birthday, but it no longer mattered. For Paul, this day marked more than that. It was the anniversary of his arrival in this world 2 years ago. They embraced for a long time before Paul slowly freed himself from her arms. Without another word, he walked toward his car, alone, bathed in the fading afternoon sunlight. Summer was approaching. Day 0, day of departure. Paul's car rolled to a halt before a guard post. A naval soldier in a navy blue uniform checked the vehicle, while spotlights illuminated it and carved a circle of harsh light out of the otherwise dark night. A sign became visible in the glow. Navy Base, Wilhelmshaven. The Mercedes drove on, passing rows of warehouses and barracks. When stopped again, the sound of waves reached his ears. Paul stepped out, and the sharp sea air hit his lungs. Instantly, he turned and saw a massive black silhouette looming at the pier, rising and falling with the wind and tide. Before the U-boat, a line of men waited, for stood slightly ahead of the rest. Paul approached them slowly, deliberately. The black leather coat he had chosen matched those worn by Heydrich and Werner, who stood at the front. Both gave him a curt nod. Paul greeted the remaining two. "Captain Preen," he said, examining the famous U-boat commander he had personally requested. The man responsible for the surprise attack at Scapa Flow, one of the most successful commanders of the Kriegsmarine, stood before him. "Oberst Jaeger," Preen replied with a nod of respect. "I have heard much about you. This is my second officer, Hofmeier." He gestured to the man at his side. "Second Officer Hofmeier," Paul said, "we will be in your care for this journey." He turned to Werner, Heydrich, and the 5 hand-picked Gestapo members assigned to the mission. "No introduction needed among us," Paul said, letting his gaze sweep over the assembled men, sailors, officers, Gestapo, Wehrmacht. Quite a colorful mixture, Paul thought as he took one final breath of fresh air before descending into the submarine through the hatch. Climbing down between Werner and Heydrich. "This is the command center," Preen said, gesturing toward his station. "The kitchen," he added, pointing toward a small door. "The sleeping quarters. Your Gestapo men can sleep here." Row upon row of narrow bunks filled the cramped space. Sailors already watching their visitors with open curiosity. "And these are the officers' quarters," Preen concluded, ending the brief tour. "Make yourselves comfortable, gentlemen. This will be your home for the next 12 days. A deep vibration soon rolled through the hull, followed by the rhythmic hum of the propellers. The U-boat began to move, slowly but steadily, gliding out of the harbor of Wilhelmshaven. Total darkness surrounded it. No footways, no voices, only the black silhouette of a steel predator cutting through the waves. Then the descent began. The submarine slipped beneath the surface, inch by inch. First the open hatch disappeared, then the conning tower, then the periscope. Finally, even the faintest ripple vanished. Every trace of Paul, Werner, Heydrich, and the U-boat vanished from the face of the earth. They continued onward, swallowed by the cold depths of the North Sea. Chapter 57. A silent hunter never reveals his position. Schuster, come on, a man shouted, sweat pouring down his forehead. Give me the handle, he yelled again, finally snapping the young man in front of him. Out of his daze, Schuster, a skinny blond kid, stood frozen in the middle of the torpedo room. Yes, Sergeant Seehoff, he shouted in panic, grabbing the handle and passing it to his officer. Seehoff was barely a few years older, yet coming from a prestigious naval family, he always seemed to earn the officer's praise. 1, 2, 3, Seehoff shouted, slamming the torpedo hatch shut with a heavy metallic bang. Tube 1 is ready, he called into the telephone, then exchanged a quick high five with the man beside him. Schuster sighed and wiped the sweat from his tank top. The time? Seehoff asked. 1:35, Schuster replied, drained of all energy. Shit, Seehoff barked, slamming his fist against the steel wall. That needs to be faster next time, guys. He glanced at Schuster. You too, he added with obvious irony. Moments later, the U-boat began to rumble again. Come on, let's take it out again, Seehofer said, pointing toward the tube. The other sailor unlocked the tube with a loud clack, and a heavy torpedo was rolled out, its stretcher rig hanging in the air. Once again, Seehofer called, everyone rushing into position. 1, 2, 3. They heaved the massive torpedo upward. Schuster held his breath under the weight. Then, suddenly, someone slipped. The torpedo crashed down with a deafening clang. For a heartbeat, the entire world froze. No one moved. No one breathed. Ah, sailor screamed. Schuster stared at him in shock. The man's leg lay, crushed beneath the torpedo, twisted in a way that made Schuster feel sick. Everyone understood instantly what had happened, and Seehofer's face shifted from pale green to yellow to furious red. After several tense seconds, they managed to lift the torpedo again and slide it back into its rig, freeing the wounded man. That was the moment Seehofer erupted. Shit. Fuck, he roared, pointing wildly. You. It was you. Schuster stumbled back in horror as Seehofer's finger locked onto him. He stood frozen, unable to breathe. It wasn't me, he stammered, barely forming the words. Stop lying, you weakling, Seehofer shouted, taking a step forward before a hand caught him by the shoulder. Seehofer, calm down. It was me. Another sailor said. It was you? Seehofer asked, suddenly thrown off. Yes. Sorry. It just slipped, the man muttered, eyes cast down. Chapter 58. Hunters lurking within the fog. It was a foggy morning in Suffolk County, the Atlantic clad in a deep white mantle. Voices drifted. Here and there, a child boarding the school bus, an elderly woman visiting the grocery store down her street, and a lonely fisherman searching for fish despite the weather and time of day. He rowed slowly, stroke after stroke. A small lantern hung at the front of the wooden boat, likely inherited from his father, who had inherited it from his own father. The man's gray, scruffy beard was already soaked with moisture from the fog, yet he remained stubborn, rowing and rowing, searching for the perfect spot. Then his boat suddenly shook, bumping against something hard. The fisherman, nearly thrown overboard by the sudden collision, stood up looking confused. He grabbed his paddle and pushed it forward, the tip once again striking something solid. He lifted it and let it fall. The loud clang of metal echoed across the normally silent water. The fisherman scratched his head and brought the lantern close to the solid object before him. Is this, he muttered in a hoarse American accent. One before he could finish, a bullet flew through the fog, piercing the air and striking the man in the head. The fog cleared slightly, revealing a large black metal silhouette with a lookout on top. For figures stood there. I brought us a transport. At least we don't have to swim, Hadrick said, climbing down from the lookout tower. Werner and Paul followed closely. The man reached the wooden boat, the small lantern casting light on the surroundings. Paul, Velna, and Heydrich were now clad in new clothes obtained by the Gestapo, specifically for this mission. All three wore what could be called typical American outfits, a checkered shirt and jeans. These are tight as hell, Heydrich said, pulling at his jeans, then kicking the old man into the water. You will survive, Werner said, stepping onto the boat, pushing Heydrich forward. The other Gestapo members followed, dressed similarly. As they stepped onto the small boat, it swung from side to side, straining the old wood to its limit. They rowed rhythmically, slowly but surely, covering ground. After about 15 minutes of rowing, the group finally saw shore in the distance. From this moment on, only English, Paul said in a perfect American accent, looking over the group. Each of them nodded mentally, preparing. When their boat hit the sandy shore, they moved quickly, grabbing a rope left behind by the fishermen. They tied it to a nearby tree and hid the boat with bits of sand and greenery. 3 Gestapo members remained on constant lookout, gripping the guns hidden in their pockets. When they finished, the boat lay almost invisible. Branches covered its wooden frame, and half of the hull was buried in sand, hiding it from any casual glance. Paul motioned for 2 Gestapo men nearby to come closer. You two will head into the city, Paul began, pointing into the distance. About 2 kilometers in that direction. Get supplies and gather intel. Be careful. If someone becomes suspicious, avoid them. Understood? Yes, sir. The 2 answered in unison there, English revealing the faintest trace of a German accent. And do not speak too loudly, or they will hear it, Paul added, already turning back to Heydrich and Werner. Those 2 will bring new supplies to the U-boat. The rest of us need to find transportation, a car or something, Paul said, crossing his arms. Vanna nodded. We could ambush someone and take a car, or we go into town and steal one, Heydrich said, giving Werner a disdainful glance. Paul considered the options for a moment. We walk along the road and try to flag one down. If that fails, we steal one. Both men nodded in agreement. Paul clasped his hands once, and all eyes immediately focused on him. We move, Paul said, his voice echoing through the misty woods. The Gestapo men gathered quickly before spreading out again as they reached the road. Paul, Werner, and Heydrich walked in plain sight along the right side of the asphalt. One man moved about 50 meters ahead of them, another 50 behind. Across the road, 2 more men kept the same formation, using the cover of the woods to remain unseen. The wet grass clung to their shoes, soaking them. With each step, when a distant sound reached their ears, Paul, Heydrich, and Werner immediately relaxed their posture, leaning on the wooden sticks Heydrich had gathered earlier, posing as weary travelers. The car grew larger and larger, its brakes squeaking for a moment before the engine roared again, carrying it straight past the group. Hey, Velna, shouted, raising his stick to no avail. Well, that was nice. I do like Americans, Heydrich said, shaking his head. Perhaps they saw your face while driving by, Heydrich, Werner replied, laughing. Even Paul let out a small chuckle. They continued onward until they reached a crossroads. The sign ahead read, Bridgehampton, 2 miles. Miles? Heydrich asked, annoyed. 3 kilometers, Heydrich, Werner answered. These Americans, Heydrich muttered, continuing forward. After some time, the sound of another car echoed along the empty road. Come on, look friendly, Paul said, waving toward the approaching vehicle. To their surprise, the car slowed and came to a stop. An old Chevrolet, as Paul noted, while stepping toward the driver's window. Good day, he paused. For a moment. Sir. Good day, sir. Do you and your companions need a ride? The man asked, a friendly smile on his face. Well, yes, we do, Paul answered, slightly taken aback when he noticed the golden star pinned to the man's chest. He saw Heydrich reaching for his pistol and nudged him sharply with his elbow, giving him a stern look. Officer, we are indeed dependent on a ride. That would be very kind of you. But I have to ask, have you noticed that your rear tire is quite flat? Paul said, trying his best to find the right tone and accent. The officer raised an eyebrow before opening his door with a loud sigh. Again, this is the third time this year, he mumbled, walking toward the back. Which one? He asked, inspecting the left tire. Oh, the other one, Werner said, pointing. The officer walked around the truck and knelt down. Paul gave Heydrich a brief glance, then pulled his pistol from his pocket. Is this really flat? The officer murmured, leaning closer. You guys, he began before stopping abruptly. He wobbled, then collapsed backwards onto the hard asphalt. Paul lowered the pistol, the muzzle pointed toward the ground. A smear of blood clung to the grip. Better to knock him out than kill him, Paul said, pointing to the shiny star on the man's shirt. They would search for him and start asking questions. We cannot afford that. He motioned to the other two to help him. Together, they lifted the unconscious man into the trunk and closed it. Come on out, Heydrich called. The 4 Gestapo men emerged quickly from the trees and bushes, assembling in tight formation. So, how are we all supposed to fit inside that small car? Heydrich asked, raising an eyebrow. A moment later, the car began to roll forward. Heydrich's face turning red as if he were holding his breath. Somehow, the group managed to squeeze themselves inside, barely managing to shut the doors. One with the heavy load, the speed dropped accordingly. The old Chevrolet crawled forward, its engine groaning under the strain as it slowly but steadily puttered toward Bridgehampton, the first town the group would pass through on their journey. Chapter 59. The Hunt for Klausman. 1. The doorbell of the Berkshire Motel rang for the first time that day as someone stepped inside. Good day, a man said, taking off his hat. Behind him followed a group of men, each wearing a grim expression, except for one who carried a wide smile. Howdy, madam, the smiling man said. The older lady behind the counter gave him a puzzled look. Paul turned his head and shot Heydrich, who was still grinning, an irritated glare before forcing his own smile. Back in a place. Sorry, Mississippi. My friend is not from here, Paul said, with an awkward smile. I can certainly see that, the receptionist replied, raising an eyebrow. So, what can I help you gentlemen with? We need a room. Well, rooms, Paul said after glancing at the size of the group behind him. Fine. Any special wishes? She asked, reaching down beneath the counter. Something on the ground floor, preferably facing the garden instead of the parking spaces. Paul asked. All right, we still have a few rooms left, the lady said, reappearing with a ledger in her hands. How many days will you be staying? Paul looked toward Werner and Heydrich. They both gave him the same vague look. 4. A longer time, Paul replied awkwardly. The lady pressed her lips together. Fine. 100 up front then. Paul's eyes widened slightly before he sighed. Quite the scammer. But it is fake money. Anyway, he thought as he handed over the notes. Good. Here are your keys. She pointed down the hallway. The group made their way toward their assigned rooms. Behind them, the lady leaned forward over the counter, watching them disappear before shaking her head. Weird. Fellas, she muttered. At the rooms, Paul opened the door and immediately scanned every corner. He ordered the Gestapo men to search thoroughly. After a few minutes they were done, and Paul gathered them for a short meeting. We will establish a temporary base here and use it to communicate with the U-boat, he said in German. Finally, Heydrich muttered, no more American. Friedrich, Paul said, nodding toward his backpack. Werner quickly pulled out a large box that had filled the entire bag. A shortwave radio. We can stay in contact with this, Werner said, rubbing his hands together. Paul nodded. You will set up the communication channel. The rest of you make yourselves comfortable for the night. Tomorrow we start working. Any questions? What about the sheriff? One of the men asked, pointing toward the window. The sheriff, Paul repeated, thinking for a moment. You too, he said, pointing at the pair. Buy some liquor and dump him somewhere in A. Forrest with the bottle next to him. The men nodded and left quickly. The next day, yes, Captain Preen, we can hear you, Paul said into the microphone of the large box lying before him. Good, good. How are you? Faring so far, Oberst. Preen's voice crackled through the radio. So far so good, Paul replied, checking his watch. We will meet our contacts soon. Hopefully he will be helpful. And you? I cannot complain. Your men brought us new supplies from the local town, so we are doing well, Preen said. Very well. Good day to you, Captain, Paul said. Good day, Preen answered, and the radio faded into silence. Paul looked over at Heydrich. You said you know him? He asked. Heydrich nodded. We are old acquaintances. 5 of us will go, Paul said. You 2 will stay. He pointed at a random pair. Friedrich, you as well. Werner shot Paul a surprised look, but did not question the order. Yes, sir, they answered in unison. Do not let anyone near this room, Paul said. We will not. The 2 Gestapo men saluted and drew their pistols. Paul nodded and put on his coat. The group of 4 headed toward the car parked in front of the motel, using it normally this time. As the 4-seater it was. The seats felt warm to the touch after standing in the morning sun for hours. Paul started the old Chevrolet and drove off. The American countryside unfolded around them, stretching endlessly on both sides. You sound like you truly are acquaintances, Paul said suddenly, breaking the silence. We are. I met him early in my career. He was in the same training camp, Heydrich said, turning to look at Paul, who met his gaze. Anything I should know? Paul asked. Heydrich sighed. He was always very calculative. An opportunist. Aren't we all? Paul muttered, returning his attention to the road. Indeed, Heydrich said softly. After some more driving, Paul slowed down and pulled into the parking lot of a small roadside diner. How stereotypical, Paul thought, shaking his head as he looked at the piece of paper in his hand. Connie's Diner, he read aloud, glancing out the window at the big sign. Connie's Diner. Seems we are at the right place, Heydrich said as he stepped out. You stay by the car in case something goes wrong, Paul said, motioning to one of the men. At the entrance, he stopped the second one. Wait here as well. Stay alert, he ordered, then followed Heydrich into the diner. The scent of seared meat hit Paul immediately, and a wave of warm air rushed into his lungs. Hello, gentlemen, a woman called from behind the counter. Do you 2 lovers need a table for 2? Actually, Heydrich began, scanning the sparsely filled room until his eyes settled somewhere in the back. Hey, table for 3, he murmured. Paul followed Heydrich as he walked toward the last table. A single man sat there, blond, long-faced with a sharp nose, wearing a tight, piscine suit. He began to smile as soon as he saw them approaching. The man rose from his seat and extended his hand. Allow me to introduce Eric Gimpel, Heydrich said. Paul narrowed his eyes, studying the famous German spy standing before him. Although he was captured in the end, Paul thought, while shaking the man's hand. This is, Heydrich began. Oh, I need no introduction. Heydrich, you are famous enough. Herr Jaeger, Gimpel whispered in German, smiling. Something in the man's smile flickered wrong, like he was trying too hard to look harmless. Everything felt unnatural, like he was acting. The feeling lingered, but Paul pushed it aside, noticing how familiar Heydrich and Gimpel seemed with each other. And historically, Gimpel was notrate. Perhaps it was simply the long years spent here that had made him feel so artificial, Paul thought as he took a seat. Are you hungry, gentlemen? Gimpel asked, switching back into perfect English. Perhaps a coffee, Paul replied. Gimpel nodded and lifted his hand to get the attention of the waitress who had greeted them earlier. 1 coffee for the gentleman here, Gimpel said. Actually, make it 2. Connie, be right back, she said with a smile before walking off. Once she was out of earshot, Paul leaned forward slightly. How much were you told? He whispered. Only that you are hunting someone in New York. Gimple said, his eyes full of questions. Klausman. His name is Klausman. A former officer I served with in Spain. He helped in an assassination plot and spied for the American side. We believe they have established some kind of new intelligence service, Heydrich added. A new intelligence service? Gimple repeated quietly. Well, I have. He stopped abruptly. Here is your coffee, Mr. Greenwood, the waitress said, placing the tray on the table. Enjoy. She walked away. Again, Greenwood, Heydrich asked. That is what they know me as. Gimple said, taking a sip of his coffee. His eyes wandered across the parking lot, stopping briefly on the man standing by the car and the other guarding the door. Gimple's smile widened by a fraction. Where was I? He asked. All right. I have indeed noticed some changes. As you were informed, I was placed in the Civil Administration Department of the capital. At the moment, I am assisting a congressman from South Carolina. He took another sip of the hot coffee before continuing. I have heard whispers that the president has ties to certain privateers. The congressman was irritated by how often the president met with them. Perhaps that could help you. Privateers? Heydrich asked, thinking aloud. You mean the organization we might be looking for? The organization Klausman is allegedly involved with is private, not governmental. Perhaps not. It is only gossip I managed to collect, Gimple said, turning his gaze to Paul, who had remained silent. Until now, we have an address, Paul began, handing him a small piece of paper. Our only clue. Gimple studied it for a moment. This is... Yes, I know this place, he said slowly. It is quite central, right in Manhattan. That Klausman must be rather wealthy. Or perhaps the firm he works for is. Do you know if this is his home address? We do not. We only know our informant met him there each time, Paul said. Well, I can certainly take you there if you wish, Gimple replied. Paul observed him briefly, then nodded. Afternoon, New York City. A group of men stepped out of a small shop in the heart of New York. All of them were noticeably well-dressed, wearing tailored suits, coats, and hats. Good idea, Eric. I like your tailor, Heydrich said, adjusting his hat. Actually, our friend here is a tailor too. He glanced at Werner, wrapped in a brown suit. Werner gave him a forced smile, then tilted his head upward as a raindrop landed on his cheek. Then another. Then two. More. While they continued walking, one Gestapo man after another opened his umbrella. By the time the last one snapped his open, the rain was already falling heavily. The group emerged from the narrow side street onto a wide avenue, overflowing with people. Businessmen, families, elderly folks, workers. From above, the umbrellas merged into a shifting canopy, a moving tarp of dark fabric. The black umbrellas of Paul's group blended into the flowing mass, spreading out into different directions until they were indistinguishable from anyone else. Only a street sign rose above the crowd. It read, Times Square. Chapter 60. The Hunt for Klausman, 2. The group stood before the building. Gimple had led them. A tall Manhattan-style office block towered above them. Two Gestapo men waited at the entrance while the rest of the group stepped inside, shaking water off their umbrellas. Water dripped from Paul's leather glove as he set it down on the reception desk, forming a tense fist. With his left hand, he pulled out a golden star. Turns out this could also be used for that, Paul thought, narrowing his eyes at the receptionist. NYPD, he said, slipping the badge away again before she could look too closely. The woman behind the desk snapped to attention at once. Yes, officer. How can I help you? She asked with wide eyes. Is there a man named Klausman working in this office? Paul asked. Klausman? She repeated with an awkward smile. I do not think so. I have never heard that name. Paul clenched his jaw. About 5'8", a bit burly, blonde, middle-aged. Glasses, Paul said, already losing hope. This could describe many people here, she replied helplessly. I understand, Paul muttered, already turning away. But this does describe a man who worked here. Until recently. Perhaps he is the one you're searching for. She gestured toward the elevators. I can show you a picture. Paul's eyes widened slightly. He exchanged a quick look with Heydrich. The group of supposed officers followed her up. When the elevator halted and the doors opened, they were greeted by a typical office of the 1930s. Desk after desk, stacks of papers, well-dressed employees typing into clattering typewriters. The smell of coffee drifted into Paul's nose. The group made their way through the office. Their tall statures and cold atmosphere stood out immediately in the warm workspace. People peeked over their desks, whispering to each other. The receptionist stopped before a wall filled with photographs. This is the yearly company picture, she said, pointing to a man standing at the back. This man is not Klausman, but McConaughey. He worked here until 1 month ago. She fell silent when Paul gently pushed her aside, stepping closer. He lifted the picture off the nail. Heydrich stepped beside him, inspecting it intensely. The two men exchanged knowing glances. Where is her boss, miss? Heydrich asked, scanning the room. In his office. She answered timidly, pointing toward a small room with a narrow window. Although half covered by slats, they could see a man standing inside, staring in their direction while pressing a telephone to his ear. The group moved at once, barging into the office. NYPD, Paul barked. The man hardly reacted. He winked at Paul and kept talking. Yes, darling, No, I have not, but I will get it, I promise. As I said, I promise, he continued until Heydrich yanked the telephone cable free, tearing the device from his hand. He slammed it onto the station with a loud crack. Hey, what are you doing? The man shouted. You did not hear us. Heydrich growled. I did, but could you not wait? What do you want? The boss asked, straightening his tie. Do you know this man? Paul asked, stepping forward and tossing the picture onto the table. Who? McConaughey? Yes, he worked here as an accountant. Why? Has he done something? He has, Heydrich said flatly. Do you know where he is? Now, what exactly has he done? The boss began. Answer the question. Heydrich snapped. No, I do not know. And if you do not leave soon, I will call my lawyer. The boss tugged at his tie again, loosening it. This time. Why? You have not done anything, have you? Paul asked, picking up a nameplate from a desk. Manager Smith? No, I have not done anything. Now get out, or I will call my lawyers. You did mention that, Heydrich said, folding his arms. What kind of officers are you? Threatening a citizen like this? The man barked, pointing at Heydrich's chest, his face turning red. Then the distant wail of police sirens cut through the air. Did you call more of you or what? The man demanded, reaching for his tie again, only to be grabbed by Heydrich. Stop fiddling. Heydrich grumbled with murderous intent in his eyes. Paul looked out the window instead and saw a police car pulling up. Outside. Well, officer, Paul said awkwardly toward Heydrich. Yes. Heydrich raised an eyebrow. Let him go. We need to talk to our colleagues now. Paul spoke with an underlying tone Heydrich understood. At once, Heydrich released Smith and pushed him back. We will talk. Again, Mr. Smith, Paul said before leaving the office with Heydrich and the two intimidating Gestapo men who had blocked the door. They hurried to the elevator. When it stopped and opened again, they walked quickly, almost running toward the exit. Outside, they found the two Gestapo men holding off two police officers who argued with them. Paul's group slipped past them, exiting the building. For a second, Paul exchanged a look with one of the officers. The man watched him closely. By the time the officer turned back, the two Gestapo guards had disappeared. He shrugged and entered the building with his colleague, taking the elevator to the same floor Paul and Heydrich had visited. Good day, he said to a passing worker. Where's your boss? We have the report about the theft, he reported. Sorry, the worker replied. The boss said he does not want to see any more police today. If you do not have a warrant, you have to leave. What? The officer asked. Confused, he glanced toward Smith's office. Smith was still inside, again pressing the phone to his ear. He suddenly froze, widened his eyes stood up and closed the slats. So, the officer began. You have to leave now, the worker insisted. Can I at least leave this here? The officer asked, handing over the folder. The worker nodded. The two officers left the office as quickly as they had arrived, still puzzled by the events of the evening. A few minutes earlier, in a sparsely lit room somewhere in New York, thick smoke had collected inside the room, rising from a cigar resting on a tray. A hand reached out, grabbed the cigar for what felt like the 100th time that afternoon, and lifted it to a pair of lips. The man took a deep drag before lowering the cigar back onto the tray with his left hand. In his right hand, he held something else, pressing it to his ear. Smith, keep calm. Do you understand? The man said. For a moment, there was only silence. Yes, but Smith's voice came faintly through the telephone, then aloud. Noise echoed on his end. Yes, darling, I know. No, I have not, but I will get it, I promise. As I said, I promise, Smith continued clearly. Talking to someone else. The man in the room raised an eyebrow, but understood immediately. Call me back, he said, his voice low and commanding. Then he disconnected the call. Several minutes later, the phone rang again. Yes, the man asked. The people looking for you were police officers, Smith said. Police officers? The man sounded genuinely confused. Did you tell them anything? Did I tell them anything? Smith repeated nervously. Smith, you, your wife, your children, everyone you love will suffer if you do not tell me the truth. The man slammed his fist onto the table. For a moment there was only silence. Smith seemed frozen on the other end, then finally answered. Yes, sir. I only told them that you had been working here recently, when they had already seen the photo. But nothing more. Nothing. Can you describe those police officers for me? Perhaps I could contact someone inside the NYPD, the man said, rising from his chair and walking toward the window. Tall, Smith said. One blonde, one black-haired, both handsome, very rude and unprofessional. The man opened the window slats. The majestic New York skyline spread out before him. Interesting, he murmured. Thank you, Smith. Your cooperation will be remembered. He set the phone down and stepped closer to the window, leaning on the rusty railing. His gaze drifted from the shining skyline down to the docks below, where workers were moving a large container toward an enormous freighter. I will have to inform Mr. Carey, the man muttered in fluent German. Chapter 61. Who is hunting whom? James's forehead creased as he read the newest report from Germany. What is this? He shouted at the man who had brought him the paper. James snatched it out of his hand and shook it angrily. One paper. Only one, he demanded, gesturing wildly with the sheet. He looked down again and read aloud. New pension reform. New. Grenades for the Wehrmacht. Some old fart died. What the hell? What? About the rest? What about Jaeger? What about Heydrich? What about the others? Sir, I am sorry. This is all our informants could gather. Jaeger and his group have been under the radar for the last 3 weeks. Our agents suddenly lost track of them somewhere in that time frame, the man said, bowing slightly as if bracing for a reprimand. They lost. Them? How can one of the most influential figures in the Wehrmacht suddenly vanish? James shouted, tearing the paper apart. Do it. Again. But sir, the man stammered. I said do it again. James roared, gesturing for him to leave the office. Just what are you planning, Paul? James thought, sinking back into his leather chair and grabbing the newspaper lying somewhere on the thick desk. One the headline. Read, Theodore Carey, mobile dead at 61. My poor father. He seemed to have many health problems. It got increasingly worse in the last 2 years. How weird, James muttered, laughing loudly. Now that I think about it, he suddenly thought as he stood up and opened his office door. Eric, come here, James called. A few moments later, a well-dressed man entered the office. Good day, sir, he said. Good day, Eric, James replied, gesturing for him to sit. Thank you, Eric said, taking the seat. So, Eric, have you succeeded with the personal request I gave? You? James asked, smiling brightly. Eric's expression shifted for what? Felt like a millisecond, disgust, pure disdain, before snapping back to neutral. I have. The will was swapped. Your family's lawyer should proclaim it at the funeral. Great, great. Good job, Eric. You are a man one can trust, James said, his mood overly enthusiastic. There is something else I have to report, sir, Eric began. Something else? Concerning the private matter? James asked, sitting down again. No, the German spy you asked us to track. Gimple, Eric said. He has deviated from his normal routine. It could be something random, I do not believe in coincidences, Eric. I want a full report on this matter. Later in the evening, James said, his tone snapping back to discipline. And cold. Eric sighed slightly and left the office with his shoulders slumped. James left soon after, a black limousine picking him up. He whispered something to the driver, who immediately turned the car, speeding through the busy streets of New York. Crossing the famous Brooklyn Bridge, James's gaze drifted toward the large harbor in the distance. His eyes were deep with thought. After another half hour, the limousine stopped in front of a gate. The metal sign read, Greenwood Cemetery. James exited the car, his tall driver following him closely. Both men wore pure black suits. James even put on sunglasses, hiding his eyes from the intense sun. The two walked silently through the graveyard until they reached a large group of people, many already seated. James moved toward them, receiving several glances, most of them unfriendly. Many guests turned to see what the sudden commotion was about. James ignored all of his so-called relatives and chose a seat at the very back. His driver remained standing behind him while James crossed his legs, leaning back into the wooden chair. After a few minutes, a man stepped forward, a priest leading the funeral. Thank you for coming today to bid farewell to this poor soul, to God's child, the priest began. James did not listen to a single word. His attention was fixed on something else. A man sitting in the middle of the group. The man turned, slightly, feeling the intense gaze on him, but when he recognized who was staring, he quickly looked away again. James sighed and leaned back in his chair, enduring the long speeches. All pure nonsense, he thought. Empty phrases meant to comfort themselves rather than those truly hurt. When the final speaker finished, the coffin was lowered into the ground, and 3 men stood up from the first row. My brothers, James thought. Amused, he remained seated, earning several strange looks, though no one seemed brave enough to say anything. The brothers picked up the shovels and threw the first patches of dirt into the grave, slowly but steadily, filling it. Some guests helped until the hole was completely covered. The shovels were laid aside. Most guests were already leaving, emptying the seats row by row. Only a few core family members and James's brothers stayed behind, the latter still talking to the priest. James rose and walked toward the man who stood out among all the others. He was no family member. He was the man James had been watching the entire funeral, the family lawyer. Reginald, James called. Oh, Mr. Carey, Reginald answered, turning toward him. I am sorry for your loss. Yes, yes, thank you, James replied impatiently. Reginald, you know what? James asked. What? Reginald replied. Let's cut the nonsense, James said, stepping closer. Where is the will? I have it with me, but I assumed we could hold a family meeting and go through it together, he murmured, lowering his head. What is this if not a family meeting? Tell us now, James said, grabbing the lawyer's chin and forcing his head back up. Before Reginald could answer, a hand fell on James's shoulder. James, what are you doing? His brother Thomas asked, anger burning in his eyes. What does it look like? I'm talking to our family lawyer. I'm still part of this family, am I not? James asked, provocatively. Thomas did not answer. He only shook his head. Go on, Reginald. Let's wipe that smile off his face, Thomas said. Reginald sighed, his hands trembling slightly as he took out an envelope. He broke the Carey family seal deliberately under the eager gaze of everyone around. I, Theodore Wilhelm Carey, declare that upon my passing, my company, Carey Railroads, and all its assets shall go to my son James Carey. Everyone's eyes widened, but no one dared interrupt. Whether out of shock or respect was unclear. Carey machinery and all its assets I leave to my son James Carey. Carey hotels and all its assets I leave in their entirety to James Carey. All my property and real estate, including the family mansion, I leave in full to James Carey. Silence hung heavy in the air until it shattered with a shout. "You son of a bitch! What have you done?" Thomas roared, lunging at his brother. Before he could reach James, a large hand clamped around his throat. It was James's driver. "Let me go." Thomas choked, his face reddening. The driver glanced at James, who gave a small nod. James snatched the will from Reginald before the lawyer could even react. "Seems our old man had a favorite child," James said, mocking them. Their faces twisted with disgust, their fists clenched, yet still too weak to strike. "Either you strike now or never, because tomorrow I will be the richest man on the entire East Coast. Tomorrow I will be invincible," James thought, turning his back on them and walking away in triumph. Yet he gave no order to return home, no command to be driven back to his office. Instead, James's car glided slowly across the docks of the New York harbor, drawn by the sudden call of an old friend. He stepped out of the vehicle and straightened his suit. In the glow of the headlights, a lone silhouette awaited him. He moved closer, studying the figure with a careful gaze. "You asked for me, Clausman?" James asked. "Yes. We have a problem," Clausman answered, stepping out of the blinding light and revealing himself completely. He adjusted his glasses with a slow, deliberate motion before continuing. "Someone has been poking around." 1. Chapter 62, The Hunt for Clausman 3. "Good day to you, Cindy," Smith said as he stepped out of the office building and onto the busy streets of Manhattan. "Well, that was," Smith began, but he stopped abruptly as he bumped into something solid. He turned and found himself facing a large man. "Excuse me, sir. I did not see you," he said, picking up the briefcase he had dropped. When he lifted his head again, the man had not moved. He stood exactly where he had been, staring at Smith with an unnervingly cold gaze. Smith raised an eyebrow and instinctively took a step back. The man remained motionless, his eyes fixed on him. Avoiding the stranger's stare, Smith quickened his pace, almost leaping forward. Every few steps, he glanced over his shoulder. The man was still standing, in the exact same spot, his head now slightly tilted in Smith's direction. A shiver crawled down Smith's spine. Sweat gathered on his forehead as he walked even faster. Only when he descended into the subway did the tension loosen. He shook his head and waited for the train to arrive. After a few minutes, the train screeched to a halt, its brakes scraping loudly against the rails. The doors slid open and flocks of passengers poured out. Smith waited, looked over his shoulder one last time in search of the strange man, and entered the train. He sighed and muttered several curses when he realized his delay had cost him a seat. Resigned, he grabbed a railing and braced himself as the train began to move. He checked his watch and blinked. "Already 8, he said louder than intended, startled by the time. His wife would not take this lightly. He looked up again, and his gaze met another pair of eyes, watching him intently from the far end of the compartment. At first, Smith dismissed it, though uneasily. But when he looked again a few seconds later, the same eyes locked onto his. His breathing quickened. His pupils widened. Sweat trickled down his temples. He started moving through the crowd, slow and deliberate. "Excuse me," he murmured as he passed a woman. "Sorry," he said while gently pushing aside a man reading a newspaper. He suddenly stumbled, nearly falling, but managed to grab a metal pole just in time. He glanced down and saw the foot of an older man, fast asleep, stretched across the aisle. Smith's head snapped up again, remembering exactly why he was hurrying. "No one," he said out loud, causing the woman beside him to cast a strange look at him. He pressed his palm against his forehead and rubbed it anxiously, his eyes wide. "Am I going crazy?" he muttered and sank into an empty seat he had not noticed before. Next to him sat a man in an elegant suit. His hat cast a shadow over most of his face. Smith lowered his gaze and noticed a silver ring on the man's ring finger, uniquely crafted and gleaming faintly in the dim train lights. The man unfolded a newspaper and began reading without a word. What Smith did not notice was the secretive gaze the man beside him kept casting his way. The same man had been standing not far off, ordering a hot dog, when Smith had exited the office. He had watched Smith run through the train earlier, and he was watching him now. Smith's thoughts were racing too fast to question the atmosphere around him. He only wanted to get home, lock the door behind him, and breathe. Then the train stopped. Smith stepped out quickly, eager to disappear into the crowd. None of the men followed. Immediately, they gave him distance. Then two men exited the train, a second before the doors closed, walking side by side. From a different compartment of the train, another man joined them. Smith unlocked the door to his apartment half an hour later, his hands trembling slightly. He threw his bag onto the floor and exhaled in frustration. His day had been a disaster. He walked into the living room. That was when he froze. Three men were already inside, standing quietly in the dim light. The man in the center folded his newspaper and placed it onto the table. Only then did Smith recognize him. It was the same man who had been at the end of the train, the one reading calmly while everyone else rushed past. The familiar silver ring reflecting the dim lamp burning above them. Paul stepped forward. "We need to talk about Klausman," he said. When Smith heard that name, he finally moved. Panic shot through him. He grabbed the nearest decoration, a heavy wooden figure, and hurled it toward Paul before stumbling backward and rushing for the door. His breath came fast, his hand shaking as he reached the handle. He glanced over his shoulder. Paul and the other two men had not even risen from their seats. They simply watched him. Smith yanked the door open and ran straight into a solid figure. A hand clamped around his throat. Instantly, Smith choked, his voice muffled under the pressure crushing his windpipe. His feet left the ground as he kicked desperately against the man's unmoving body. The grip did not loosen. The stranger lifted him effortlessly and carried him back inside as if he weighed nothing. With a single motion, he threw Smith onto the floor. The impact knocked the air out of him. "Stay," the man said, his voice low, marked by a slight German accent. Smith lay there, gasping, room spinning. Only now did he understand the terrifying truth. "You are the officer from yesterday," he mumbled, eyes wide with disbelief. Paul only smiled faintly. He did not answer. No, Smith shook his head violently, forcing air into his still hoarse throat. "You are no officers. You're no police at all, are you? You already know the answer," Paul replied, finally rising from the couch and stepping closer to the kneeling Smith. "Your wife made you some soup for dinner, Smith," Paul said quietly, his voice almost sad. "My wife," Smith whispered. Then his entire body tensed as if struck by a current. He had completely forgotten his family in all the panic. "My wife, my kids, what have you done to them?" he shouted, desperation breaking his voice. "Shush." The man behind Paul lifted a finger to his lips. He stepped forward into the light, revealing himself as Heydrich. "They're sleeping already." "We do. Now I don't wake them up, do we?" Smith tried to jerk free, but the strong hands on his shoulders held him down like iron clamps. He bit his jaw, then his lips, rage and helplessness mixing into something nauseating. "What do you want?" he finally cried. "As I said, where is Klausman, and do not come up with this McConney nonsense. Paul answered. Heydrich added in a low voice, or your lawyer. Smith looked around the room with a long, broken sigh. There was no exit, no chance to run, no hope of overpowering any of them. What do you want to know? About him? And yes, I know him. But I will only tell you something if my family is safe. Smith said. His eyebrows lifted a last attempt to bargain with the little power he had left. Paul and Heydrich exchanged a triumphant glance before Paul leaned in slightly. Your family is safe. You have my word. Do you know his location or his affiliation? Paul asked, his voice steady, expectant. Look, I'm not part of that organization. I was only affiliated with Klausman briefly. Smith began, but Paul cut him off. What organization? Paul asked, a deep crease forming on his forehead. Well, Smith hesitated under the expectant eyes of all three men. His throat clicked as he swallowed. The CIA. Yeah. Heydrich repeated, one eyebrow lifting. Never heard of it. One but Paul and Werner, who had been standing in the background, exchanged a look. It was brief, but the kind of look that drains the color from your face. Smith could not tell whether they were horrified, or whether the look itself was horrifying. Something cold settled deep in his stomach. Although I felt things were starting to become clearer, the fog seemed to thicken once again. Yet at the edge of the haze, a silhouette appeared. Someone I hope I will not recognize, Paul thought, sinking deeper into his thoughts. Where's Klausman now? Paul mumbled, still shaken. Chapter 63. The hunt for Klausman. 4. At the harbor. He has a building there, but I was only there once, so I'm not really sure about the exact place, Smith said, his eyes flicking nervously between Paul, Werner, and Heydrich. The harbor? Heydrich asked. Is it how did you call it? CIA base. I think so, Smith stammered. You think so? Heydrich repeated, annoyed. Look, I was there only once, and for most of a drive they kept a hood over my head, Smith said. Then how do you know it was the harbor? Werner asked, stepping forward. The fish, Smith answered decisively. There was a very strong smell of fish. Their building must be near a fishing company or something like that. And the waves, the loud beeping. Paul turned to Heydrich. Let's ask Gimple about any fish factories at the harbor. Heydrich nodded, and the three of them exited Smith's house. Outside, a man leaned against the railing of the veranda. He turned when he heard the door open. How was it? Gimple asked, adjusting the collar of his expensive suit. We have a lead, Heydrich answered. Gimple's eyes widened briefly before he asked, what is it? The harbor. A fish factory, maybe, Heydrich said expectantly. Gimple leaned back slightly against the railing, his palms bracing behind him. Paul noticed one of his index fingers trembling, raising an eyebrow. When their eyes met, Gimple straightened immediately, sliding his hands into his pockets. There are several. You can of course check them all, but I can go through some files. Maybe I can find something. Give me until tomorrow, Gimple said. No, pas de plaive. We go there today and finish this by tomorrow at the latest. Any delay could put us on the CIA's list. Gimple pressed his lips together, then nodded. You are the boss, Herr Jaeger. Well, in any case, I have to get going. I'm meeting a congressman this afternoon. I wish you luck, gentlemen, Gimple said as he turned and walked toward his car. Good luck to you too, Gimple, Paul called after him. Gimple paused briefly, looked back, then continued on. Let's go. And let Smith go. I don't think he will pose a threat, Paul said. You? Sure. Heydrich asked, surprised. If he runs to them, it will only confirm that he cooperated with us. They wouldn't spare him, and he knows that, Paul said, watching Smith through the living room window. When Heydrich stepped back into the house, leaving Werner and Paul alone, Paul moved a little closer. Werner, he said in German, his voice low. This went quicker than expected, so I have to ask for this favor now. I know you would like to come with us, but your mission is just as important. Paul placed a hand on the man's shoulder. Can't you send one of the Gestapo lackeys? Or Heydrich? Why does it have to be me? Werner asked, visibly upset. Because I trust you the most, and you understand how important this operation is. Think of the bigger picture. Vanna, this could be decisive, and if what we suspected turns out to be true, we could be one step ahead, Paul said, looking directly into his eyes. Vanna Zeit, you are probably right. I will do it, but I will need more men. You will get them. One man is still at the motel, and another is guarding the coast near the U-boat, supplying it. Take them. With you, Paul said. Werner nodded, his jaw clenched. The two men gave each other a silent, brotherly embrace before they parted ways. 1 hour later, you see that? Heydrich asked, pointing at a truck in the distance. That is the third one in half an hour. Quite a lot of traffic. For a small fish factory. Paul nodded and shifted his posture, his gaze dropping down toward the distant ground. The wind blew harshly against his face and hair. Paul, Heydrich, and another Gestapo agent had climbed up a massive container crane. Now they lay flat on top of it, using binoculars to spy on the enormous harbor below. They exited over. There, Heydrich began, then stopped abruptly, pressing the binoculars harder against his eyes. What is it? Paul asked, raising an eyebrow and pushing himself up slightly. It is jackpot. We have the most. Definitely, Heydrich said, a bright smile forming as he handed the binoculars to Paul. Paul pressed them to his eyes, following the direction Heydrich had been focused on. Are those rifles? Paul murmured. And pistols. He watched the men unload several crates from the truck. Some were opened, revealing heavy weaponry inside. Either the fish are quite aggressive these days, or we just found the rats' nest, Paul said, lowering the binoculars. We have to survey them a bit longer to be sure, Paul said, handing the binoculars to the Gestapo. Gustav, right? Paul asked, studying the young man in front of him. Yes, sir, he answered proudly. Here. Paul handed him a large black case that had been lying beside them, giving him a knowing look. Gustav nodded silently as he received the case. Paul and Heydrich began climbing down the tall crane again, the wind feeling even harsher than before. Their coats fluttered wildly as they descended step by step. The New York skyline stood proudly in the distance, its lights illuminating the increasingly dark world below. The sun had almost fully set by the time Paul and Heydrich reached the final step. Hey, what are you doing? A hoarse voice shouted just as Paul and Heydrich jumped down, landing on the asphalt. A worker in a reflective vest came running toward them, but before he reached them, a car door suddenly opened in his path. He crashed into it, stumbled back, and fell hard onto the ground. As he tried to get up, a large man stepped out of the car, the same one from Smith's house, and punched the worker once in the face. Sorry, sir, the Gestapo man said, rubbing his fist. No problem. Michael, Heydrich replied, clapping the oversized man on the back. Did you book the motel? Paul asked. Michael nodded immediately. Good, Paul said. Gustav will take the first shift, and you will take the second. Survey their supposed base. Michael nodded again, and the group headed toward their car. By the time they reached the motel, which stood practically next to the harbor, exhaustion had taken hold. They barely made it to their beds after the long day. Night settled in. One by one, the lights in the motel went out, replaced by the quiet sounds of crickets and the faint rustling of bushes. The night was peaceful, yet what Paul and Heydrich did not know was that someone else was having a very different night. In the heart of New York, in Manhattan, lights still burned at the late hour. Loud noises echoed through one of the rooms. It sounded like glass shattering, followed by heavy hammering. Only when the first pale line of morning touched the horizon did the noise finally stop. Silence followed, broken only by the slow, rhythmic ringing of a telephone. Shortly after sunrise, a man stepped out of the building, His usually immaculate hair was disheveled. Dark circles clung beneath his eyes. His suit, the same kind he had worn the day before, was wrinkled and dusted with tiny glass shards that glittered in the early light. He walked stiffly, jaw clenched, passing a homeless man who raised his cup. "Kind sir," the homeless man pleaded. The man did not even look at him. He kept walking, expression cold, almost drained. Wearing such a fancy suit and not even sparing a penny, the homeless man muttered, sinking back down in frustration. But the man was already gone, disappearing around the corner, moving with a purpose known only to him. In a different part of Manhattan, the man appeared again, skyscrapers flanking him on both sides, leaving half his face in shadow. After a while, he reached one of the taller buildings and stopped for a moment, visibly hesitant. Then he stepped inside, silent and tense. He pulled his hand from his pocket and reached toward the elevator button. His index finger trembled noticeably as he pressed it. The moment the button lit up, he hid his hand in his pocket again. The elevator arrived. With a soft chime, it carried the man upward. When he stepped out, stark streaks of sunlight cut across the carpeted floor, illuminating the office ahead of him. On the desk, a small metal nameplate caught the light for a brief second. William Carey, CEO. Outside, the sunlight washed over New York, promising a warm day. The same golden light warmed Paul's cheek as he stood by the window of his motel room, staring into the distance. Chapter 64. As the pawn fell, the player rose after another day of observation and planning. The group was finally ready to act. The three men, Heydrich, Paul, and Michael, all wearing black jackets, moved toward the factory. The large building, right next to the water, looked old, many parts even rusty. "Stay low," Heydrich whispered, slipping forward. Behind the cover of a parked truck, suddenly, voices echoed from around the corner. All three men ducked instantly, pressing themselves against the back of the truck. Flashlights swept across the mostly empty dock, their beams growing closer. Paul and Heydrich exchanged a brief look. Both pulled a combat knife from their breast pockets, their muscles tensing. The voices grew louder, only a few meters away, until the flashlights suddenly turned. The footsteps faded, and the voices became muffled again. "Didn't we determine their patrol schedule?" Paul whispered, confused. "Perhaps they change it every day," Heydrich answered, shrugging. "Perhaps," Paul muttered, creeping forward. The group circled around the building until they stood behind it. "Only one guard," Heydrich said quietly. "Just as expected. I will take him out." Heydrich straightened and walked calmly toward the unsuspecting man. "Hey, is this the meeting point?" Heydrich asked. The guard raised an eyebrow, instinctively taking a small step back. "The meeting place? I don't think so, man. You will have to," he began, but Heydrich's knife flashed before he could finish. He moved with incredible speed, giving the guard no time to react. Dozens of cuts and thrusts landed in rapid succession. The man gasped helplessly, unable to resist, and collapsed, clutching his bleeding throat with wide, shocked eyes. Paul and Michael emerged from behind cover and joined Heydrich. "Good work," Paul said, searching the man for a key. "Thank God. He had one," Paul added when he found it. He pulled a metal key from the guard's pocket and inserted it into the lock. The heavy door creaked open as he pushed it, and the group slipped inside, Paul giving a quick gesture toward one of the large cranes in the distance before stepping in as well. Inside, they found nothing. The entire first floor was almost completely empty. Tire marks on the concrete floor indicated recent movement. "This is unexpected," Heydrich whispered, raising his pistol as he scanned a dark corner before turning back to the others. Paul's forehead creased. His gaze shifted to the single truck parked in the vast hall. He stepped closer, eyes narrowed. "Something is off," he said, reaching for the tarp covering the truck. That was when they heard a voice coming from somewhere above. They exchanged glances, then began moving up the rusty metal stairs, slow and careful. Paul gestured for Michael to stay behind and keep watch. Michael obeyed, muscles rigid with adrenaline. Again, Paul thought, hearing the sound of coughing behind a closed door. The metal structure creaked loudly beneath their steps as they approached. Then the voice came again, clearer now from the room ahead. "Nancy, bring me something to drink." "Nancy," the man shouted, followed by another fit of coughing. Paul's eyes widened. "That man," he began, stepping closer. "That man is Klausman. I'm sure of it." His eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Heydrich raised his pistol as well, anticipation written across his face. They opened the door. Inside was a large office space, a massive table standing in the center. A man sat in a leather chair with his back to them, facing the wide windows, overlooking the pier. "Oh, Nancy," finally, Klausman said, not bothering to turn around. He stretched out one hand, the other lazily, turning a page of the book resting on his thigh. Then he froze. The book slipped from his leg and hit the floor softly. Cold metal pressed against his forehead, a sensation he knew all too well. Slowly he raised his hands and turned around. When his eyes landed on the two men standing before him, they flew open in shock. "This is," he stammered, lungs seemingly refusing to draw air. He forced himself to breathe, shallow and uneven, though the fear and fury remained etched into his face. "Ow?" he asked, his voice barely holding together. Yet Paul's face remained cold and unreadable. "Ow," he echoed. "You ask how?" Klausman. He stepped closer and crouched, meeting him eye to eye. "What exactly do you mean? How I survived the first attempt? The second? Or perhaps the third? Or how we managed to get here, how we stayed beneath your radar and that of the CIA?" Klausman's gaze hardened with every syllable, growing colder, more desperate. "Have you killed all my men?" He gulped, his face turning ghostly pale. "Your men," Heydrich replied, sarcasm dripping from his voice. "You mean the single guard at? You're back in trance?" "Yes." I slit his throat. "What are you talking about?" Klausman shouted. "Where are the rest of the agents?" "You're lying." "No more games," Heydrich said calmly. "You've lost, Klausman. Disastrously and shamefully." He grabbed him by the collar, tightening his grip on the pistol. "No, no, no." Klausman shook his head violently, struggling against Heydrich's strength. Suddenly he coughed, again doubling forward. Crimson splattered onto the floor. Paul tilted his head, trying to understand. Klausman stared at the blood in disbelief, eyes wide with madness. Then, unexpectedly, he leaned back into his chair and began to laugh. Not with humor, but with raw insanity. "No, Heydrich," he said, venom in his voice. "I haven't lost. We have lost. All of us." He spat more blood, staining the chair and the ground beneath him. Then he screamed in agony, clutching his thigh. Paul crouched once more, pulling the knife he had buried there free. "Speak clearly," he demanded, grabbing Klausman by the chin and forcing him to look up. "What are you saying?" Klausman gasped, laughing weakly through blood. "You played us all, including me. I was disposable. After all." Paul clenched his jaw. "Who is he?" "He was the one who initiated it all. The plan to kill you. Every plan. The man who took me. And when I had nowhere to go. The man I trusted. And the man who betrayed me." "The man's name?" Klausman roared, fully enraged, blood spraying across the room. "William Carey." One Paul staggered back, shaking his head as his cold demeanor finally shattered. "I know that surname," he thought, grabbing a nearby bookshelf for balance. "I know that fucking surname." The word screamed inside his mind as books toppled from the shelf, crashing to the floor under the force of his trembling grip. Several meters below, Michael stood unaware of the situation above when a dull beeping reached his ears. He frowned, searching for its source. The sound grew louder, faster. Then his eyes locked onto the lone truck in the vast hall. His pupils widened. He ran. Nearly slipping, he tore the tarp from the truck. Sweat streamed down his face as horror froze his expression. He stumbled back instinctively, his head shaking. Inside the truck were dozens of large crates. One stood open. The beeping was unmistakable now, rapid and relentless, coming from a metal device, surrounded by countless red rods. At that exact moment upstairs, Klausman screamed, "The truck! Yes, the truck! He wants to kill us!" All in a cruel alignment of fate. Both voices merged as Michael and Klausman screamed at the same time. Dynamite! When Paul and Heydrich heard it, they moved instantly, though a fraction of a second of shock slowed them. Klausman's smile of madness widened, his eyes revealing a storm of emotions, foremost among them sadness. His gaze drifted to the open page of the book he had been reading, a single passage catching his attention. Only when you meet a giant will you realize how tiny you truly are in this vast world. Klausman smiled faintly. A traitor. Being betrayed, he whispered. A fitting end for an unfortunate life. In that single heartbeat, Heydrich pulled the trigger. Not as a decision, but as a reflex. Paul's eyes snapped to the window. They exchanged one final look, one that felt far longer than it truly was. Then they ran. Heydrich reached it first, launching himself forward. His body crashed through the fragile glass, shattering it as he was hurled into the night sky. Paul followed immediately. Two bodies flew through the air, the brightly lit skyline behind them stark against the dark, decaying factory. Then the explosion came. A devastating shockwave tore through the ground floor, swallowing everything in its path. Fire roared upward, devouring what remained as Paul and Heydrich were still falling. A massive splash followed as they hit the water, dwarfed by the towering cloud of fire blooming behind them. When the cold, wet embrace of the water swallowed Paul's body, he barely registered it. His thoughts spiraled in absolute chaos. Fate is truly cruel, he thought, glancing upward. The bright glow of fire was still visible through the thick layer of water above him. 2. Chapter 65. My enemy of 2 lifetimes. Paul grabbed a jagged piece of metal and hauled himself up from the abyss. Water streamed from his completely soaked clothes as he finally collapsed on a solid ground. His breathing came fast and ragged, his eyes darting toward the sounds. Beside him, Heydrich, Paul muttered. A low groan answered. Paul forced himself upright and pulled Heydrich to his feet beside him. They stood, facing the inferno that had swallowed the factory. What remained of the building burned like a dying beast, its flames tearing through the night sky. Michael, Heydrich began, his fist clenching, anger and grief twisting his features. Paul tilted his head slightly, his jaw tightening. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Then they heard shouting. Workers? Heydrich asked quietly. Both men moved at once, slipping behind the same truck they had used earlier for cover. Through the narrow gap of the truck door, they saw them. Black cars stood only meters away. A large group of men poured out, pistols already in their hands. Not workers. Agents, Paul whispered, already scanning for an escape route. The men, all clad in black suits, advanced toward the ruined building, the flames now burning lower, but no less menacing. They spread out, shouting commands, their voices cutting through the crackling fire. Then louder shouts erupted. There is still someone alive under the rubble. Paul felt a chill race down his spine. He understood instantly. Both he and Heydrich spoke at the same time. Michael. Paul reached into his breast pocket. Empty. Fuck. I lost my gun, he said, running a hand through his wet hair. He clasped his hands over his head, forcing his racing thoughts into order. Then Heydrich tapped his shoulder. How about you use this, he said calmly. Paul turned. His smile spread slowly. So this was the same truck, he murmured, taking what Heydrich held out to him. Two silhouettes emerged from the smoke. Some of the agents froze, eyes widening as recognition struck. Faces they knew from documents and newspapers. Others were still, focused on the rubble, trying to free the survivor they had found. Michael. Then the shots erupted. Loud, raw, merciless. One agent stumbled forward, reaching for something that had been hurled from the building. He wiped the dust away. A book. A second later, a subtle movement. The book fell back to the ground. Crimson liquid soaked its pages as a lifeless body collapsed partially over it. Paul and Heydrich stepped out from cover, American-made submachine guns tucked beneath their arms. For a single heartbeat, silence reigned. Then hell broke loose. They split apart, moving in opposite directions, using rubble and crates as cover while unleashing devastating fire toward the agents. Men fell everywhere under the sudden assault. Some managed to regain their composure, diving for cover and firing back. On top of a familiar crane, not far away, another fight unfolded. Gustav had been lying low the entire time. He had watched Paul, Heydrich, and Michael take out the guard. He had watched them enter the building, and he had watched the explosion, horror reflected in his eyes. Yet he had also seen two small silhouettes leap from the burning structure. For a moment, panic seized him. His mind went blank. Then, before he could steady himself, he heard it, metal scraping behind him. A man in a black suit stood only a few steps away, the fabric of his coat fluttering in the wind. In his hand gleamed a large, menacing knife. He smiled at Gustav with open malice. A scar ran across his face, illuminated only by the distant fire. High above the ground, on the lonely crane, the two men clashed. The fight erupted in desperate silence, broken only by the clang of metal beneath their feet. Out of the corner of his eye, Gustav saw another figure, climbing the ladder toward the platform. He would arrive soon. There was no time to think. The knife flashed toward him. Gustav leaned back, instinctively, the blade passing his eyes by mere centimeters. He answered with a heavy punch to the man's side. The agent groaned, staggering. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he lunged again. Another punch, another stab. This time, blood ran down Gustav's arm. The agent's eyes flicked sideways in triumph as the second man neared the top of the ladder. Gustav clenched his teeth and shook his head in defiance. I can't fall here, he shouted. I will not fall here. He surged forward, slamming into the agent with all his strength. In the collision, the knife was torn from the man's grip and skidded across the metal platform. With a sharp clang, Gustav pressed the advantage, delivering one punch after another. The agent was forced back, arms raised in defense. Then, Gustav caught movement from his side. A fist came flying toward his head. He ducked just in time. The blow smashed into a metal pipe with a dull crack. The second agent had arrived. The fight turned into two against one. Drop after drop of blood fell from Gustav's sleeve as the struggle entered its second, far more dangerous phase. Below the same liquid flooded the shattered hull of the factory. The agents, though trained, were easy prey for Paul and Heydrich. The two men moved like predators through the ruins. Paul sprinted forward, then suddenly dropped into a slide, his submachine gun nearly scraping the ground. He pulled the trigger, rounds tearing into the legs of a man hiding beneath a truck. The man screamed and collapsed. Paul rose in one fluid motion, turning as another agent rushed through a gaping hole in the half-burned building, now little more than scorched brick and twisted steel. Paul fired. The rounds struck the man square in the chest. He managed a single, wild shot before collapsing lifelessly. Paul twisted aside, but the bullet still grazed his torso, ripping open a shallow wound. He barely felt it. Pain had become distant. His body was heavy with exhaustion. Blood soaked his clothes, still damp from the water. Most of It was not his. Still, fatigue gnawed at him relentlessly as the fight dragged on. Before he could even think of rest, the screaming returned. "These bastards," Paul snarled, his jaw clenching with boundless fury. Some of the agents had managed to drag Michael from the rubble. Under constant fire, they had pulled him behind cover. Now they were tormenting him deliberately, using his pain to lure Paul and Heydrich out. A sudden noise came from Paul's right. He spun instantly, raising his weapon, only to lower it again a split second later. "They have him." "Behind that wall," Paul said. His voice was cold, distant. "A plan?" Heydrich asked, eyes fixed on the structure. Paul exhaled slowly. His gaze drifted upward through a gaping hole in the ceiling toward the night sky. The stars were barely visible, drowned out by the glow of the lingering flames. "You know, Heydrich," Paul said quietly, "I'm so tired of plans." He stepped out of cover, moving straight toward the screams. Heydrich reached out instinctively, trying to stop him. Then he saw Paul's face. He froze. It was a look he had never seen before in his life. Not rage, not focus, gluttony. A gaze that promised to devour everything in its path if you met it for too long. Paul moved forward, slowly at first, then faster. In a fraction of a second, part of a head rose above the wall. Paul fired once. The man dropped instantly. Paul broke into a run. He vaulted onto a crate, hurled himself across the hall, and grabbed the hot, crumbling bricks of the wall with bare hands. With one final pull, he launched himself over it. Below him stood 3 men. They stared up at him as if they were looking at a ghost. And in that night, the ghost of Avila returned. The massacre returned. Paul's true, primal self emerged. He twisted midair with brutal precision, filling their bodies with bullets. They never even had time to scream. Paul landed behind the wall, his leather shoe coming down on a corpse, blood soaking into it. He did not care. His gaze moved from the dying man at his feet to the opening in the wall where Heydrich had appeared, covering the gap. The man on the ground was in terrible condition. "Michael," Paul said sharply, kneeling beside him. He checked his pulse. At the burned skin of his neck. A beat, then another. "He's still alive," Paul said without looking up, speaking to Heydrich as the fire crackled around them. "Good. Then let's get him and ourselves out of here," Heydrich said. "Yes," Paul began. Something struck the ground. Both men froze. They knew that sound. They straightened instantly and threw themselves away with everything they had left. Another massive explosion tore through the area. Paul hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the air from his lungs. He forced himself up immediately, eyes sweeping through smoke and debris, searching for the source. Then, through the settling dust, he saw them. Another group of agents. Paul did not look at all of them. Only 2. "Gimple," Heydrich said, following Paul's line of sight, recognizing one of the men at the front of the group. "That son of a bitch betrayed us. It all makes sense now." But Heydrich had misread Paul's gaze. Paul was focused on one man. Alone. The man wore an expensive brown suit. His blonde hair was combed with meticulous care. A dreadful smile rested on his handsome face, calm and confident amid the chaos. The group spread out methodically. Then, the already damaged ceiling groaned. The sound grew louder, slower. Then, sudden, a large section collapsed. Dust exploded into the air. Heydrich raised his arm instinctively, burying his face against it. Paul did not move. He stood perfectly still, his eyes never leaving the man who now stood separated from the others by falling debris. Paul's legs began to move. Heydrich noticed and stepped after him. Paul stopped. He stretched out his hand, catching Heydrich's attention. Their eyes met. "You take the other group," Paul said. His eyes were wide, his voice calm, absolute. The tone carried such authority that even Heydrich hesitated for a heartbeat. Then he nodded slowly and turned away, heading for the remaining agents. Paul kept walking, straight toward the man in the brown suit. Both men walked through the rubble, the ruins of what had once been Klausman's headquarters, with an unsettling elegance. An aura of authority radiated from them. Their guns hung lowered at their sides as they drew closer and closer, near enough to discern every detail of the other's face. The wind intensified, as if reacting to the pressure the two men emitted. Clothes and hair fluttered in the gusts, while Paul slowly inclined his head. He exhaled. An unidentifiable mixture of emotions left his lungs with that breath. My friend, my rival, my enemy. Across 2 lifetimes, he thought. His gaze lingered on the face before him, so strikingly similar to the one he had known, the one he had despised. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Fire crackled softly in the background. Somewhere far away, sirens wailed. Muffled, far from the harbor of New York City, Paul opened his mouth. Slowly, his tongue felt heavy, each syllable a weight of its own. James 1. Chapter 66. The past, the present, the future, and the consequences. Hey, Lucy, give me the lamp, a young, blond man said to the young woman next to him. Both were clad in beige jungle clothes, wearing hats. There, thick boots crushed the insects crawling beneath their feet. It got worse and worse the deeper the two went. The young man searched every angle of the cave for any clues. That was when he stopped his headlamp. Focus on a certain point in the mud. He turned toward the woman, who analyzed it with a disappointed tone. Footprints. Someone was here before, she said, stepping closer together with the man. The man crouched down, analyzing the print. This looks fairly new. Perhaps we still have a chance. Come on, he shouted, already running deeper into the cave, Lucy struggling to keep up. Reaching a deeper part, the tunnel grew smaller and smaller, but soon paintings appeared on the walls. Ancient symbols and pictures were depicted, and both smiled, knowing they had finally found something. The young woman took dozens of pictures eagerly, the flash constantly illuminating the tight tunnel as they continued forward. Soon, they had to crouch as the ceiling grew lower and lower. Then they saw a small light shining through the gaps of some vines. The young man stepped forward, pushing the vines aside, then suddenly stopped. Hey, what is it? The woman asked. Look for yourself, the man muttered, almost breathlessly. The woman squeezed in beside him, both now crouching before an enormous cave. It was so enormous it almost looked majestic. The cave was open to the ceiling, with vines and greenery hiding the opening, but sunlight still managed to find its way through, illuminating the cave, and at its center, a small stone and moss-covered building. The temple. We have actually found it. The man laughed heartily, embracing the woman and giving her a quiche. The two climbed all the way down, reaching the building, the woman once again eagerly taking pictures. That was when they heard voices. Both froze and ran inside the building. Inside stood 2 men, both black-haired, looking at a large wooden chest. They did not even notice the other 2 entering. Their attention was fixed on the chest, one man already unlocking the ancient lock. No, the young man shouted, knowing the dangerous traps laid out here, but the men near the chest did not care. When they opened the chest, something started rumbling, first slowly, then louder and quicker. It sounded like some kind of mechanism. You idiots, the young man shouted, receiving only questioning gazes from the other 2 men. Soon the building started to shake. Small stones, then larger ones collapsed and fell from the ceiling, narrowly missing the 2 men near the chest who ran. Immediately, closely followed by the other 2, a large boulder came crashing down, missing them by hair's breadth. There is a secret exit behind the corner, the man who opened the chest shouted. All followed him. They reached it and made it outside, all but one. Lucy was still lagging behind, and suddenly she tripped, falling to the ground. Ah! She screamed for help, but before the young man could react, another large boulder came crashing down with enormous speed. No, Lucy, the man shouted, despair and grief filling his cracking voice. He kneeled before the collapsed building for what felt like eternity. Rain was already pouring down through the opening of the cave, soaking him. When he stood up and turned, he looked at the black-haired man who had opened the chest. Their eyes met, their facial features standing out in the rain, a pair of blue eyes meeting. "It is your fault," he shouted in agony, his eyes wet, either from the rain or from tears. Small raindrops began pouring down onto the ruined factory where both men stood, their faces older, more mature, yet slightly different. The deep blue eyes met once again. One of them was black-haired, the other blonde. "Paul," James said, mustering the man before him, slowly circling him. "It was you all along, huh?" Paul said, circling in the opposite direction, his voice deep, almost disappointed. "Indeed, you have grasped it quite late, Paul," James said, tilting his head and adjusting the grip on his pistol. Paul looked at James for a moment. The expression, the gaze, the tone. He is proud, Paul thought. Are you proud of your actions, James? Are you proud of the torment you put me through, the torment of the countless others you sacrificed in vain? Paul asked, venom in his voice. James only laughed before his smile vanished once again. "And you, Paul? Why are you acting so high and mighty? The butcher of Madrid judging me morally. How ironic. Truly, Paul, how ironic. The soldier, the Nazi, the killer, wishing to judge me," James suddenly shouted. Paul paused for a moment, going deep into himself, remembering the past for a moment. "You, James, you have not changed at all. You are the same whenever I meet you. You were, you are, and you always will be self-serving. That is the difference between us. That is why I judge and you do not. My actions hurt many, but they also benefited many. Your actions hurt all and only benefit you. You are the ultimate evil in this world. Evil? I'm America. I'm justice. You are Germany. You are the evil. History is my witness. History is my judge," James shouted, the rain already soaking his hair. For the first time, Paul laughed, not out of amusement, but out of hypocrisy. "History, James, history is relative. We know that by now, don't we? I will change it for the better. You will change it for yourself," Paul said, shaking his head. "You're just as egoistic as me, but you just don't want to see it," he whispered. "This board we call history can only bear one player, and it will be me," he shouted, raising his pistol. Paul had his gun raised as well, and both men leapt into motion, firing at each other. The shots only grazed flesh before they dove for cover behind rubble and shattered bricks. "Oh, Paul, you know you cannot win," James shouted. "You know your past will catch up with you. Fate will deal justice." The last words trembled, almost emotional, as his thoughts raced back to the day he and Paul had first met. Back to the accident. At least that was what Paul had called it. "Maybe someday," Paul said. James froze. Paul was suddenly beside him. He pulled the trigger, but James reacted like a cornered animal, hurling himself forward as the shots tore uselessly through the air. Paul managed to break free, driving his knee into James' stomach and raising his submachine gun again. But James recovered faster than Paul had anticipated. He grabbed the weapon, slammed his boot into Paul's stomach, and tore from his hands. The gun flew away in a high arc, clattering across the concrete. James managed to raise his gun and pulled the trigger, but nothing followed except a hollow click from the barrel. For a brief moment, both men froze, staring at each other without moving. Then just as suddenly, they jumped apart. Paul reached behind his back and drew a knife. James did the same, revealing his blade from the inside of his breast pocket. Both men shifted their feet into fighting stances, their shoes pressing hard against the ground. Paul's posture was steadier. Heinrich's memories and years of elite training guided his movements. He held the knife close, the blade angled inward toward himself, controlled and precise. From somewhere nearby, they heard gunshots. They had faded, briefly before returning again. Must be Heydrich, Paul thought. Give up, James. Your men are being slaughtered one by one, Paul said. He did not truly believe James would surrender. The words were meant to shake his resolve. James clenched his teeth, his eyes drifting unconsciously across the rubble and the scattered corpses. Paul, you son of a bitch. You will bleed, he shouted, lunging forward. The two men clashed violently. Steel met flesh. Bloody cuts appeared across their bodies, but most of them marked James. The gunfire echoed again in the distance. James breathed heavily, blood running down his body. Paul looked little better. After fighting for so long, he was at the very edge of his stamina. Then, suddenly, they both heard a sound. Ragged breathing. A silhouette emerged from the rubble. A man was crawling toward them, his condition horrifying. Severe burns covered his body, and both legs were gone, torn away completely. Somehow he had survived. It was Michael. He dragged himself forward, stopping right beside James. James' eyes widened with something close to happiness. Paul's eyes widened as well. James, stop, he shouted. James did not hesitate. In one clean motion, he slit Michael's throat. In that moment, Paul stopped everything. He calmly laid his knife on a collapsed wall. Then, without haste, he tore away what remained of his shirt. Rain poured over his bare body, revealing countless scars and old marks, fresh wounds bleeding among them. Paul stood motionless, staring straight into James' eyes, just like with Lucy back then. You remember, right? You called it an accident. This was one too. You aren't mad, are you? James smiled, madness flickering in his eyes. Paul did not smile. For that I have already received my punishment, he said, his demeanor growing even colder. He picked up the knife again and pressed it against his scarred torso. Slowly, deliberately, he drew the blade across his skin, carving a new line among the others. Blood seeped from the fresh cut, mixing with the rain. For what you just did, Paul continued, his voice steady. You have received no punishment. He looked at James, his eyes burning with absolute killing intent. I will deliver it. Paul ran toward James. Fear was visible in James' eyes, yet his ego would not allow him to flee, even as his body begged for it. They clashed again, Paul driving James back relentlessly. The fight tore through the factory and spilled out into the open. James was barely standing. Every cut Paul delivered was more devastating than the last. A deep crimson pool spread beneath him as he staggered toward the water. James' eyes darted everywhere, searching desperately for an opportunity, even far into the distance. There on a crane, Gustav was still fighting two men. All three were bloodied and exhausted. For a split second, Gustav saw an opening. Gathering every last ounce of strength, he delivered a devastating kick. One man stumbled, nearly flew backward, and fell from the towering crane. His shouts for help cut off abruptly as he hit the ground. The other agent froze in shock. Gustav seized that instant, driving his blade into the man's chest. He collapsed in agony. Gustav finished him with a ruthless kick, jaw clenched tight. He then grabbed the large black case that had been lying nearby. Back at the factory, James forced his wounded body onward. His fingers brushed across his face, blood flowing from a horrific scar Paul had carved into him. Frustration and desperation twisted his expression. Then he tripped. James found himself at the very edge of the pier. His gaze was no longer on Paul, but on the object lying beside him. My pistol, Paul thought, eyes widening as he followed James' stare. James snatched it up, lightning fast despite the ruin Paul had made of his body. In that moment, everything slowed. Paul lunged toward him. Behind him, Heydrich had noticed what was happening and was shouting something as he ran. James' finger reached the trigger, feeling the cold metal beneath it. A surge of satisfaction spread through him. Then pain exploded in his torso. The shot was delayed. Before he could fire, his body was hurled backward, the pistol slipping from his grasp. His eyes followed it as it fell. Greed etched into his gaze. James flew through the air and crashed into the cold waters of New York Harbor. Only then did the echo of the gunshot ring across the shattered, burning pier. Sirens wailed in the distance, louder now but still far away. Smoke drifted from the sniper rifle Gustav had fired. Seeing his shot land and Paul spared, Gustav collapsed, nearly lifeless, onto the ground. One Paul instead just remained standing, the rain washing away the blood. Grande. Final. Chapter 67. In the light of fire and death, darkness disappears. Eagle has arrived. A voice crackled through the radio beside Gustav, heavy, with a German accent. His eyes lit up, energy returning to him in an instant. He grabbed the device and shouted into it, his voice filled with exhilaration. Paul and Heydrich remained at the docks when suddenly something moved beneath the water. Paul instinctively seized the gun James had lost and aimed into the dark surface. Then a small smile appeared on his face. Heydrich placed a hand on Paul's shoulder, relief mirrored in his own expression. The two men stood there alone. Behind them, the ash was still hot, the remains of the building faintly glowing. Sirens grew louder with every passing second, yet neither Paul nor Heydrich showed fear. Reflected in their pupils, a dark silhouette emerged, growing larger and larger. That night, in the harbor of New York, the heart of the United States of America, a German submarine broke through the water's surface. The hatch opened with a loud creak, and a familiar face appeared, climbing down. Werner, Paul thought, as the fatigue suddenly became overwhelming. The man jumped onto the metal deck, his boots echoing through the night. Other sailors followed, helping Paul and Heydrich aboard the submarine. A breathless Gustav arrived moments later. Paul gave him a meaningful look before descending into the vessel himself, slowly but surely. When the first police cars reached the scene, the officers were horrified not only by the extent of the destruction, but by the countless corpses scattered across the ground. More and more units arrived, even black cars carrying the FBI, turning the docks into a hive of activity. One all the while, the very last tip of the periscope vanished beneath the cold waters of the Atlantic, as if it had never been there at all. The submarine's propellers stirred the water around it softly, only a few waves reaching the dock wall. Yet the sudden change in the water was noticed by someone. A man clad in an expensive-looking suit, though now in shambles, remained standing. Countless wounds covered his body. One hand pressed against the gaping injury in his torso as he watched the commotion, his eyes heavy with emotion. "Goodbye, fellow countrymen," he whispered in German, his gaze slowly drifting down toward the sea. "No, Gimple, that rat, managed to escape," Heydrich said, shaking his head in frustration as he spoke with Werner in their familiar cabin. "But how did you even know we were in danger? Did you not carry out the mission Heinrich assigned to you?" Heydrich asked, raising an eyebrow. "I fulfilled it," Werner replied. "But while doing so, one of my targets was working closely with the capital. I tried to contact Gimple, believing he would help me. Instead, he went silent. Not long after, armed agents were standing outside my motel room. I barely escaped. The only person who knew my location was Gimple, so I suspected his betrayal. After that, I managed to reach the U-boat and convince Preen to steer straight into the harbor. In the end, I was right." Werner stopped and sighed, exhaustion clearly visible. Heydrich studied him for a moment, then slowly gave an approving nod. The two men remained there for a while, talking and exchanging experiences. Their personal relationship, once distant, seemed to improve noticeably. Then a lone figure appeared in the doorway. A tall, black-haired man, bandages covering much of his body, leaned against the frame for support. "How have you been, Werner?" Paul asked, smiling weakly, worn down by everything that had happened in such a short time. Werner smiled back. "I have been well. My mission is complete. All are dead except one. Just as you told me." Heydrich turned toward Paul, clearly unaware of most details of the mission. Paul met his gaze, understanding Heydrich's curiosity. He tilted his head and gestured for both men to follow him. "Wait, did you bring someone on board?" Heydrich asked, his eyes widening in surprise as Paul stopped in front of a cabin door. Heydrich looked from Paul to Werner, who remained silent. "You left the cabin empty, just to bring an American?" Heydrich said in disbelief. "Who could possibly be that important?" He shook his head and pressed the door handle down. "Well, he is," Werner began, but he was too slow. Heydrich had already torn the door open. Inside sat an older man with messy white hair and an unshaven mustache, dressed in a worn brown suit. He looked up at them with curious eyes. Heydrich stared back, curiosity quickly turning into confusion. After a few seconds, he turned around. "Who is that scrawny old man?" he asked almost angrily. Werner covered his face with his hand, shaking his head as his lips twitched, struggling to contain his laughter. Paul was equally amused, but quickly composed himself and placed a hand on Heydrich's shoulder. "My friend, Paul," said, a profound smile on his face. "This is Professor Albert Einstein." One Heydrich thought for a moment, then asked who he was met with. Another annoyed look from both Paul and Werner. The man himself remained seated on his bunk, watching the exchange with sharp, thoughtful eyes. "Wait, I remember," Heydrich said. "Isn't that the Jew who fled Germany? You brought a Jew on board." He raised an eyebrow, visibly dissatisfied. "Heydrich, you know we have talked about this." Paul tightened his grip on Heydrich's shoulder. Their eyes met for a brief moment before. Heydrich gave a short nod. "Fine. Fine, but I don't want anything to do with him," Heydrich said, turning away. Paul and Werner sighed and stepped inside the cabin. "I apologize, Herr Einstein," Werner said. "No need," Einstein replied. "I'm still amazed by your friendliness. Despite having kidnapped me, despite being German, despite being Nazis. It is utterly unbelievable." His tone shifted between dissatisfaction and curiosity. "Although Friedrich has probably already told you much, I want to assure you once again that we will not harm you," Paul said as he closed the door, his voice growing quieter and colder. "First of all, let me introduce myself. I have completely forgotten about that," Paul began, only to be interrupted. "No need. I know you. Heinrich Jäger, Oberst in the Wehrmacht," Einstein said, smiling despite his situation. "Well, fine," Paul replied, collecting his thoughts. "As you have probably noticed, Friedrich and I are not in favor of Hitler and his ideas. You will have a safe place. Every need of yours will be met, and no one will persecute you. All I ask in return is that you remain." Paul held Einstein's gaze, his eyes intense. Einstein looked back at him for a moment, trying to decipher his intentions. "Why would you possibly want that?" Einstein asked, confused. "You do not want me to do anything for you, so you kidnapped me because you do not want me to do anything for them." He tilted his head slightly. Paul inhaled. Of course, he is far too smart. Seeing and hearing this man speak in person is simply unbelievable, Paul thought, nodding slowly. "As I said," Paul answered calmly, "if you show us your cooperativeness, you will find out the true reason one day. Trust me." Einstein nodded slowly. Paul and Werner wish him a good stay. The words sounded strange, considering he had been kidnapped. The days passed, first slowly, then quickly. While the German submarine was somewhere in the Atlantic, a man was sipping his morning coffee. Smith watched his wife standing by the stove, cooking, his eyes filled with emotion. Only days earlier, he had thought he would lose her forever. Now she stood in their modest kitchen, right beside the spot where he had been interrogated. Suddenly, she turned and shouted, "Tom, come on, You'll be late for school. Smith smiled and took another sip of his coffee. And you too. You'll be late if you sip any more of that coffee, his wife said, placing a hand on her waist. Smith nearly choked, then laughed it off, though his wife looked at him with fierce eyes. After a moment, she tilted her head in confusion and turned back to the stove. Smith's gaze drifted to the newspaper lying on the table. He leaned back and picked it up. A bunch of nonsense they are writing about again, Smith muttered, shaking his head. Then he stopped. Massive fire at the harbor. Last connection to Gangva? Gang war, he muttered, shaking his head. Smith's eyes flew across the article at lightning speed. One the old fish factory had been. His eyes widened as his gaze shifted back to his wife. Suddenly, stood up and embraced her from behind. Huh, she murmured in surprise, turning slightly. How about we? He began, his tone playful. Go out too. Eat today. His wife tilted her head, then smiled. I have no idea what has gotten into you today, but I will gladly say yes, she said, laughing as she embraced him. Smith returned the hug, his expression caught between forced happiness and carefully hidden fear. Chapter 68. Have you missed me? The sounds of shouting echoed through the thick wooden door of the Reichstag. Attendants and politicians alike drew a wide arc, their eyes fixed firmly on the ground as they hurried past. Her Goring, I implore you to see reason, a man shouted, his voice muffled slightly by the heavy wood. The tanks have already received enough funds and attention. It is time for the Luftwaffe to receive proper funding for a new transport aircraft. Goring roared in response. With all due respect, tanks are the future of Germany. The other man shot back, the anger in his voice now unmistakable. Respect, Goring bellowed. Yes, tell me. Oberst Rommel, where is your respect? A loud crash followed, as if a fist had struck the table. Outside, people whispered among themselves, casting approving or disapproving glances at the door before continuing on their way. If Oberst Jäger were here, he would say exactly the same, Rommel replied coldly. Oberst Jäger? Oberst this, Oberst that. Goring shouted. Where is your respect? You are not a general yet, and I swear to God, if you do not stop, I will. Make sure it stays that way. His fist slammed down once more. Fritz, parliamentarian, shook his head as he passed the door. Goring is at it. Again, he muttered, then suddenly looked up, realizing how loudly he had spoken. A tall man stood before him, sunlight from the nearby window illuminating his face. The man smiled, clearly having heard Fritz's remark. Fritz froze, surprised by both the familiar face and the sudden presence. The man stepped closer, leaning in until his face was near Fritz's ear. He whispered something inaudible. Fritz's expression instantly softened, shifting to one of friendliness mixed with complete astonishment. The man gave him a pat on the back. The silver-lined sleeve of his uniform betrayed his high rank. Only then did Fritz gasp. As a newly elected parliamentarian, he had never seen the man in person, only heard the stories. The man in the immaculate uniform continued down the hallway, his footsteps echoing against the stone walls. People stepped aside instinctively. Some watched him with open mistrust. Yet, none dared block his path. The shouting inside the room grew louder. Again as Paul reached the door. With a loud creak, he pushed open the massive wooden panels and stepped inside. For men stared at him in stunned silence, their argument abruptly forgotten. Rommel's eyes gleamed with hope. Goring looked at Paul with a mixture of anger and surprise, his fist clenched beneath the table. The other two drew Paul's attention next as he studied their faces and expressions. One wore a navy blue uniform, the insignia of an admiral clearly visible. Donuts, Paul thought, taking the young, tall, blond man. Then there was Richthofen. Paul gave him a subtle nod, which Richthofen returned with a faint smile. Well, gentlemen, Paul said at last, his tone deliberately provocative. What have I missed? Rommel immediately stepped closer to Paul. Richthofen twitched as well, instinctively moving forward before, stopping himself just as quickly, remembering his affiliation. Goring sighed, barely containing his anger and frustration. So you're back, Jaeger? From your little secret mission? He remarked, his tone dripping with mockery. Indeed, sir, Paul replied, wearing a mocking smile of his own and deliberately overpronouncing the word. You little insect, Paul thought as he watched Goring carefully, his eyes squinting. Quite a large insect, admittedly. HM, did you say something, Jaeger? Goring asked, half turning toward him and raising an eyebrow. Paul tilted his head slightly. Nothing. HM, Goring muttered, his gaze returning to the paperwork spread across the table. Well then, Paul continued, calmly, let us return to the discussion that has been echoing through the hallways. I heard it quite clearly. He paused, watching Goring's reaction. And naturally, I must side with Oberst Rommel. The tank is vital to the Wehrmacht. A new tank project is non-negotiable. You speak as if that decision is yours, Jaeger. Goring roared, gripping the edge of the table a little too tightly. Paul stepped closer, picking up one of the documents. A transport plane? He asked, his voice almost pitying. The burly man before him barely managed to restrain an inappropriate remark. Paul took another step forward, now standing directly in front of Goring. He leaned in, lowering his voice to a whisper near Goring's ear. Rommel stood close enough to catch fragments of what was said. Hermann, Paul murmured, deliberately using his first name. No need to keep up the facade. Just give in. Goring exploded. His hand shot toward his belt with surprising speed, fingers already brushing the holster. But something stopped him. His arm froze mid-air, caught in an iron grip. I would not do that if I were you, Paul said, quietly tightening his hold. You and Himmler have enjoyed my absence. Quite a lot, haven't you? Goring stared at him, eyes wide, desperately, trying to piece together Paul's words. Surprised, Paul asked softly, You cannot believe it? I gave in. I let the mask fall. And you did too. You and Himmler. Not too long ago. Goring's mouth opened slowly. What are you talking about? Paul merely nodded. Remain quiet, and I will. Remain so as well. Remain noisy, and the Führer will learn about your sudden revelation. About the mistake you and Himmler made some time ago. I learned quite a lot during my little vacation, Paul added, releasing his grip as he turned away. He left Goring behind, baffled and red with rage. This meeting is adjourned, Paul proclaimed. Confused. Gazes followed, several men instinctively turning toward Goring. For a brief moment, the man said nothing. Then he simply turned and walked away, closing the door behind him without a word. Someone needs a vacation, I presume, Paul thought. Well, that was something, Donitz muttered. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Paul, filled with a mixture of curiosity and distrust. A pleasure to meet you, Admiral, Paul said, extending his hand. Donitz hesitated for a moment before accepting the handshake. Yes, I have heard a lot about you, he replied, his tone far from convincing. If you cannot choose a side, Donitz, you will be devoured by the giant steering your ship. Either you take his side, or you'll be thrown overboard by the current, Paul thought, holding the man's complicated gaze. To Rommel, meanwhile, looked at Paul with growing trust, a gaze Paul caught in the corner of his eye. Wolfram, it has been a long time, Paul said, shaking Richthofen's hand. I agree. 2 months without you felt long indeed, Richthofen replied. Ow! Touching, Paul joked lightly. We should grab a drink sometime. Without question, Richthofen answered. But first we have some land to conquer. Paul raised an eyebrow. I assume you have not heard yet. The Führer and a delegation of politicians, including Ribbentrop, have gone to Munich, a conference regarding the Sudetenland. Paul's eyes widened, his thoughts spiraling toward a single conclusion. Earlier than in history, but fine, he thought, already bidding farewell to the group of officers. Paul turned away. A black Mercedes rolled through the heavy gate into the courtyard. Paul stepped out and was immediately greeted by a familiar face. He embraced the man before him in a brotherly manner. "So, how have you been?" Paul asked. "As well as one can be, I suppose," Asso replied, his face noticeably brighter than before Paul's departure. Paul nodded. "Much as I would like to talk longer, we do not have the time," he said. "Rally the men. Something big is about to happen in the coming days." Paul paused, watching soldiers march past in perfect order, their voices rising in song. "We will have to show our best side," he added quietly. Chapter 69. Perhaps only on the map, Paul stood before a meeting table. Once again, this time, there were far more people gathered in the wide room. Generals, admirals, politicians, and the Führer. A large map lay spread across the table, a single area marked in red. Paul's gaze lingered on the crimson shape, his thoughts drifting back to a conversation he had held 2 weeks earlier. He glanced down at his hand, red soaked into white, the color of dried blood staining the bandages. He exhaled slowly. His wounds still had not fully healed. A hand settled on his shoulder. Paul looked up to see Werner beside him, leaning against the metal railing. The sea below them was rough, violent waves, occasionally splashing high enough to wet their hands. Yet the U-boat cut steadily through the Atlantic, unshaken. "I've thought about it all," Paul began, his eyes fixed on the raging water, his hair fluttering in the wind. "So much, actually, that we somehow ended up here. I thought about James." The name still felt like venom on his tongue. Werner let his gaze wander across the endless sea. "It still feels unreal to me," he said quietly. Maybe 2.5 years ago, I had a smartphone in my pocket. I was driving an electric car, wearing sweaters, t-shirts. I don't know when it happened, but my hand stopped reaching for a phone that isn't there anymore. My feet have started to remember the clutch again, and I've even begun to like the new suit I bought in New York." Paul listened in silence, the words clinging to him heavily. "I feel like I've changed," Werner continued. Or maybe that I was changed a lot." Paul remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Do you want to know the truth, Werner?" he asked, still staring at the sea. "I don't remember them anymore." Werner turned toward him. "Whom?" "Their faces," Paul replied. "I can't remember them. Whenever I try, someone else appears in my mind. A different woman, a different child, a different family." He turned to Werner for the first time, his eyes glistening faintly. Whether it was the sea breeze or a forming tear was impossible to tell. Moments later, the sharpness returned to his gaze. "There's no helping it," Paul said. "This is us. This is our life. I accepted it when I remained a soldier. I accepted it when I gave the order to kill countless men. And I accept it now. If we accept it, then we can change this world. We were granted a chance. As thorny as it may be, we must use it." He tightened his grip on the railing. Fresh blood began to drip from his hand. Valna nodded slowly. "I will change history," Paul said quietly. "First, I have already done much. My closeness to Hitler." Fragments of the meeting flashed through his mind as he lifted his head again. His attention shifted to the man speaking at the table. "Tomorrow, at 8 o'clock, the Wehrmacht will occupy the Sudetenland," Hitler commanded, slamming his fist onto the table for emphasis. Paul and the other officers saluted. After the meeting, Paul and Hitler spoke briefly. "Jaeger, I trust you," Hitler said. "You and your panzers will represent German splendor." "Of course, my Führer," Paul replied. We will free the Germans from Czech oppression." The sounds of tanks echoed through the lone street. A long column of the war machines driving, the Czechized border already in plain sight. Squads of soldiers marching between each tank. "So this is was freedom sounds like," Paul muttered, his words completely inaudible. through the loud Panzer III prototype he was sitting in. The silhouette of a checkpoint soon appeared in Paul's field of view, and he raised his hand, bringing the long column to a halt. He climbed out of his vehicle, 2 German soldiers immediately following him and taking position behind his shoulders. Paul walked slowly and deliberately toward the 2 Czech soldiers standing beside the barrier. "Good day," Paul said, addressing them. The 2 men glanced at each other for a brief moment. "A good day, indeed," one of the soldiers behind Paul muttered, earning himself a sharp glance from Paul. Paul pulled a piece of paper from his coat and stepped closer, holding it almost directly in front of one soldier's face. By the Munich Agreement, the Sudetenland, all its inhabitants, resources, and valuables are part of the Third Reich as of today. Paul paused, his eyes drifting away from the frozen soldiers who still had not moved a muscle. "Step aside," he added, his tone turning dangerous. Before either soldier could respond, a voice suddenly rang out from the small hut beside the barrier. A man rushed outside, his uniform unbuttoned, a white undershirt visible beneath. "Anton Mikhaili," shouted, scolding the 2 soldiers rapidly in Czech. He then turned toward Paul, who raised an eyebrow. "I apologize, sir. You may pass," the officer said, gesturing toward the barrier as it began to lift. The 2 soldiers hurried to raise it fully. "You and your men will leave the Sudetenland," Paul said coldly. "This land is now under the sovereignty of the German Reich." The officer nodded hastily, apologizing once. Again, the column resumed its advance, soon approaching its destination, which loomed on the horizon. Reichenberg in sight, Herr Oberst, soldier shouted from inside the tank. "Indeed. Continue onward," Paul replied, climbing back down into the vehicle. Inside the cramped interior, Paul reached for a small, telephone-like device mounted in the corner. A radio, a feature he himself had pushed to be installed in all Panzer III tanks. "Oberstleutnant Manschufel," Paul spoke into the receiver. A second later, Osso's voice answered. "Yes, sir. We have reached the outskirts of Reichenberg. All major administrative and critical infrastructure will be secured immediately," Paul said. "I will take the 1st Battalion and seize the city hall and city center. You will take the 2nd Battalion and secure bridges and the small dirt airfield." "Understood," Osso replied. Soon, the long column split in 2. The citizens of Reichenberg watched the approaching troops, some seeing invaders, others liberators. Their emotion in their tears revealed the difference. "Glory to the fatherland," one man shouted, tears of joy running down his face. Nearby, a ball man yelled something in Czech before spitting on the ground, making his intentions equally clear. Despite the mix of celebration and hatred, the column pressed forward toward the city hall. Dark smoke rose into the clouds in its direction. "They are burning documents," Paul remarked, his voice betraying little interest. When the first tanks rolled onto the plaza, they surrounded the building, heavy turrets covering every inch of the old brick facade. Infantry formed clean lines in front of the structure, rifles raised in anticipation. Only one man moved calmly forward, his boots striking against the worn stones of the square. Paul's gaze suddenly shifted upward. Other officers and soldiers followed his eyes. From one of the windows, something was thrown out. A small piece of paper, its edges burning. The wind carried it across the plaza before it landed directly in front of Paul, who had tracked it the entire way. He stepped forward and crushed the paper beneath his boot, smothering the flames. "Arrest them all," Paul said quietly, yet loud enough for the officers around him to hear. In the next instant, hell broke loose. Dozens of squads surged toward the building, shouting as they rushed past Paul. The sharp click of a camera echoed nearby. The sound came from a device held by a man standing just a few steps away. He was burly and short, yet a broad, hearty smile stretched across his face. I must. Say, I love working with you, Herr Oberst, Thomas Scholes said, adjusting his helmet as the first shots rang out from inside the building. Paul only smiled, slightly, his mind wandering as it has so often on this fate-fueled day back to his talk with Werner. Second, presentation, popularity is what I need if I want to be successful. Paul said to Werner, I will do the exact opposite of James's approach. I need to become a major public figure. And although I already am one, I need to be even more present, he said. Using your journalist friend? Werner asked skeptically. Even if he is approved by Goebbels, who knows how long Goebbels will tolerate you running your own propaganda? Paul thought for a moment before answering. Then he will have to go, he said calmly. But first, I will meet him face to face. Werner nodded, taking a puff from the cigar he had barely managed to light in the heavy moisture surrounding them. A laut explosion ript. Paul back into the present. The doors of the city hall were breached, with a thunderous blast, splintering apart as Wehrmacht soldiers stormed. Inside, soon a red flag was raised above the city hall, a sight that terrified some and filled others with joy. The same scene unfolded in every major city across the Sudetenland. Reichenberg only one among many. Another thing all these cities shared was the division of their populations. Images of riots clashed with images of flowers. Petals burned in the streets, the arsonists ruthlessly arrested by the Wehrmacht. On this day, the Sudetenland became part of the Reich. Perhaps only on the map. Others refused to even replace their old maps, their defiance certain to meet deadly consequences. Chapter 70. Echoes of the Crystal Night. 1. The air had grown colder. Leaves had aged, changed color, some too weak to hold on any longer. Drifting down, their remains gathering at the base of the trunks. Winter was coming faster than one would have liked. Paul stood still for a moment, watching the scene, his gaze deliberately avoiding the commotion. Not far from him. Dirty Jew, fuck off quickly, a ball man shouted. A kitchen roll clenched in his hand, raised dangerously above two silhouettes clad in filthy, dark robes. We apologize, good sir, my sister and I. Paul, dressed in civilian clothes, tilted his head, slightly, his jaw tightening. Painful screams rang out from the center of the commotion, not the cries of grown men, but childlike, pleading, raw and desperate. The sound cut into Paul's ears brutally. He shook his head once before walking straight toward the man who had been beating the two children without pause. The bald man raised his arm again, swinging for another blow, aiming at the children who were already curled up in the dirt, utterly defenseless. His arm came down with all his weight, the kitchen roll stopping only centimeters from its target. Suddenly, he froze. Not by choice. A hand had clamped around his arm. Iron hard. What the hell do you think you're doing? The bald man barked, raising his free hand. The onlookers held their breath. Don't. You think they've had enough? Paul asked quietly. Enough, the man shouted back, bursting into loud laughter. Paul studied him for a moment, weighing whether to simply draw the pistol hidden in his pocket. Only the last strands of rationality held him back. Then he heard a quiet voice rise from somewhere among the onlookers. Hey, isn't that young guy? What was he called again? I saw him in the newspaper. Paul sighed softly and turned his back to the voice at once. Yes. Enough of this, Paul said, but not enough punishment for their crime. I'll take them with me. They'll receive plenty of it. His voice was calm, deliberately dangerous. The bald man stared at Paul, judging his gestures, his expression, deciding he was dealing with a lunatic. It did not trouble him. Take them then. Make them pay, dear friend, he said, dismissing Paul with a wave. Paul bent down and hauled the two children out of the mud. Blood streamed from one of their noses, the crimson liquid dripping onto the freshly fallen leaves. He grabbed them rather violently, tossing them with him, walking away from the scene. As Paul walked through the park, he exchanged brief looks with various men, all were dressed in civilian clothes, yet they shared something. Unmistakable, their gaze. Paul gave one of them a subtle, affirming nod. Before continuing on with the two children, the men scattered throughout. The park began to move. Quietly, deliberately, they converged on the Bald Man's Restaurant, the place where the scene had unfolded. Each approached from a different direction, unconnected at first glance. The man Paul had nodded to slip the small knife from his pocket, concealing it beneath his sleeve, his hand closing around the handle as he walked. "Good sir," the body muttered, almost inaudible as he was pressed sign his hand against his bloody nose. "Please, my sister and I haven't done anything," he cried, looking up at Paul with pleading eyes. For the first time, Paul truly saw the boy's face. His childish features were caked in dust and grime, the corners of his mouth dry and cracked, his eyes filled with raw emotion. Paul stopped walking. Without warning, he guided the children into a narrow side street. The sudden movement startled them. He pulled a container of water from his coat and tossed it toward the boy. "Drink," he said, leaning against the wall, scanning the alley for anyone approaching. The boy stared at him in confusion for a moment before slowly picking up the container. He did not drink. Instead, he held it up while his sister drank greedily. Only when she was finished did he take the rest for himself. "Where do you live?" Paul asked, still not looking at them. They hesitated, then answered in unison. "Josephine Street." Paul nodded once and called out softly, "Gustave." For a moment, nothing happened. Then a silhouette appeared at the far end of the alley. It had footsteps echoing through the valley. As it approached, a familiar face emerged from the shadows. Paul studied the man, Gustave, the commander of his newly formed guard squad. Unofficial, unregistered, but filled with dangerous men. Fighters, survivors. Gustave was one of them. He had saved Paul's life by killing James on that fateful day, an excellent combatant trained by the Gestapo, disciplined and ruthless when needed. He and several others had chosen to join Paul's unit, a force that still lacked a name, too, but not a purpose. Paul had recruited not only from the Gestapo, but also from the Wehrmacht, the Luftwaffe, the Kriegsmarine, and even the SS. Only a handful were chosen. Officially, they had resigned, retired, or died. Some had vanished in training accidents. Others were listed as casualties of distant missions. Gustave, for example, had fallen during the operation in the U.S. At least, that was what Heydrich had reported. In truth, they still lived. A group of ghosts, loyal only to Paul, had been created. They were selected not only for their skill, but also for their loose ties to the establishment. Men who could act without hesitation, without questions. One of them had even been a prisoner, released through a favor Paul had still been owed. Behind the approaching Gustave, more silhouettes emerged from the shadows. One of them still held a knife, fresh blood slowly dripping from the blade. "One of you," Paul commanded calmly. "Take these children home." The boy's eyes widened. "Thank you, sir. Thank you," he cried, wrapping his arms around Paul's leg. Paul's gaze drifted back to the tree he had watched earlier. Leaves were still falling, slowly but inevitably, reaching the ground. Others clung to the branches, stubborn, defiant, against what awaited them. He looked down at the boy. "You are a stubborn one," he said quietly, then placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. The boy smiled, not truly understanding the meaning behind the words. One of the dark-clothed men took the children with him, guiding them away before disappearing around the corner. What the boy did not hear were Paul's final words. "As defiant as they may be, not a single leaf remains when winter comes. All fall in the end," he whispered, bitterly, turning away. His shadows followed him through the streets, some close, some at a distance, but every one of their eyes was fixed on Paul. Paul walked through the streets. Many people watched him, perhaps because of his height, perhaps because of his growing fame. He did not know the November pogroms, Newly established Jewish laws. Read now, eh? Vendor shouted, leaning out from his stall. Paul cast a brief glance at the newspaper. November 2nd, 1938, the Führer announces new Jewish laws. The vendor looked at Paul more closely. The face seemed familiar. For a moment, he opened his mouth as if about to speak. Then he closed it. Again, he watched Paul walk away. A shiver ran down the man's spine. After meeting that gaze, he shook his head, forcing the feeling aside, and resumed shouting, "News! News! New Jew laws!" Later that evening, a black Mercedes rolled into the driveway of Paul's estate. As the door opened, Paul was greeted by his attendant, who took his coat and shoes. With practiced efficiency, "Sir, Herr Friedrich," the attendant began. Paul's eyes had already moved past him. Werner was seated at the large table in the living room, his posture relaxed but alert. "Is he or the—" attendant finished quietly. "Not only him, right?" Paul replied, rhetorical, as his gaze shifted to the man sitting beside Werner. Messy, gray hair, a sharp, piercing stare that did not waver as Paul entered. A man who had not come by accident. 100K words milestone.